Lin Fan was once an esports prodigy, but fell from grace due to a match-fixing scandal. Unexpectedly, he finds himself transported back to the very day when the game Divine Realm launched 5 years ago. This time, he's determined to change his fate, save his sister, and reclaim his former glory. In the studio, manager Chunwei was passionately motivating the team. Remember, we don't keep slackers here. When the server goes live, don't pick those useless classes. Warriors, knights, priests, archers are all good. You won't have trouble finding people to farm gold. We have only one goal: make money. Work hard and make money. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, and murmured to himself, "Have I been reborn?" He quickly grabbed the phone on the table, which displayed the date, June 12, 2027. Shocked, Lin Fan sprang from his seat. Divine Realm was touted as the most realistic second home, created by the world's 5 leading AI companies. However, Lin Fan knew this was just a facade. In reality, Divine Realm was a trial world crafted by the gods of the galaxy to prepare humanity for an invasion by interdimensional creatures. 3 years after launch, the game would merge with reality, entering an ultra-hardcore mode. Once a player died, they would vanish from this world. Seeing Lin Fan stand up, Chinwei's expression darkened as he mocked. "Some self-important former pros, listen up. If you want to choose a cash-burning class like a mage, that's fine. But if you don't turn in at least 2 gold coins a day, you're out." The chubby Yi Xiaoxian, standing nearby, softly advised, "Fan, don't bother with him." Lin Fan was startled, then delighted. "Fatty?" He quickly corrected himself. "You seem to have lost some weight. I almost didn't recognize you." Yi Xiaoxian laughed. "Yeah, fasting 9 out of every 10 meals lately is working." Lin Fan's smile froze. In his previous life, just 2 days later, his sister Yi Xiaoxian fell critically ill with kidney failure, urgently needing 800,000 for a transplant. Burdened with debt, Lin Fan couldn't raise the money and could only watch as his sister passed away. Determined not to let the tragedy repeat, Lin Fan clenched his teeth and vowed to himself. Noticing his resolve, Yi Xiaoxian cautiously took out a bank card. "Fan, I'm sorry. I have 20,000 here. Take it for now." Holding back tears, Lin Fan pushed the card back. "Keep your savings for your future wife. I'll gather more rare gear and make up the amount." Yi Xiaoxian sighed in relief. "I believe you can do it." When the server opened, Lin Fan donned his VR headset and entered the game. With only 3 years before the ultra-hardcore mode began, he had to become stronger to lead everyone to survival. In the character creation screen, Lin Fan unhesitatingly chose the mage class and the ID Fanshin. Instantly, he was dressed in a white robe and wielded a beginner's wooden staff. Suddenly, a system window popped up, asking if he wanted to complete a questionnaire. While most players skipped it to gain a head start, Lin Fan patiently answered the questions. 3 hours later, a system notification sounded. "Unbelievable. Your accuracy exceeds 99. Rated as extraordinarily gifted. You have received a super divine soul imprint." Lin Fan was astounded. In his past life, fewer than 10 people in the entire Huaxia region obtained a divine soul imprint, and a super divine one was unheard of. After choosing to embed the soul imprint, Lin Fan gained 2 overpowered passive skills. For every 10 monsters killed, his attack range increased by 1 meter. For every monster killed, his mana capacity grew by 1 point. It was incredible. Eagerly, Lin Fan headed to the monster respawn area outside the beginner village. A black-skinned goblin appeared on the lawn, brandishing a rusty knife. Lin Fan casually launched a basic fireball attack, effortlessly defeating it. The system notified him of gaining experience and the blessing of the giant spirit god. Checking his status again, Lin Fan was thrilled to see his mana had increased from 50 to 51 points. Though seemingly insignificant, this 1 point opened up endless possibilities. Excited to the core, Lin Fan realized that if he kept farming level 1 goblins and reached a total of 10,000 kills, his mana would reach 10,000 points, and his range, an astounding 1 kilometer. This wasn't just a mage. It was practically a human cannon. Could he really take down a field boss from the safety of the beginner village? "I really got longer," Lin Fan whispered excitedly, his eyes shining with uncontrollable joy. He had just taken out 10 goblins in one go, feeling a surge in his power. His attack range had extended from the initial 10 meters to 11 meters. While this 1 meter difference might seem insignificant to an average player, for a former professional like Lin Fan, it was a game changer. This slight edge allowed him to dominate in player-versus-player combat. He could maneuver to stay just out of his opponent's reach, gaining the advantage of striking first. Lin Fan couldn't help but imagine if he could extend his range to 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters, he would become every player's nightmare, silently taking down adversaries from afar. A system notification popped up. "You've leveled up to level 2? Lin Fan immediately opened his status panel. With the increased range granted by the Eye of the Giant Spirit, he didn't need to worry about close combat for now. Decisively, he allocated all 5 upgrade points to his spell attack power. The boost of 15 attack points significantly increased his efficiency in slaying goblins, reducing the required hits from 8 to 6. Notifications like, "You've killed a black goblin, experience 2, kept flashing. However, his MP soon ran out, and lacking any mana regeneration gear, Lin Fan had to rely on the basic skill meditation to restore his magic. Frowning, Lin Fan calculated his efficiency. Targeting a goblin took 5 seconds, killing it took 10 seconds, allowing him to defeat at most 4 creatures per minute. Facing low-level monsters, the experience gain was diminishing. Worse, there were plenty of other players around, often resulting in kill stealing. At this rate, grinding through 10,000 goblins seemed an endless task. Without losing his cool, Lin Fan returned to the starter village. He first took up the main quest from the village elder, then opened the magic talent tree. He had 2 talent points left, earning 1 point per level gained. In the realm of Shenyu, the talent tree determined a player's career path. Mages had 4 basic branches before advancing: fire, water, wind, and earth. Water was well-rounded, wind excelled in duels, earth was strong in defense and control, while fire was all about raw damage. Despite its high mana cost and poor survivability, Lin Fan, armed with a God-Ear soul mark, chose the fire path without hesitation. However, a system message informed him. Sorry, the magic talent tree is not yet unlocked. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. The talent tree usually required reaching level 10 and completing a mage task in Edgar to activate. But he knew of a hidden quest that could unlock it early. Eve's panic. In the corner of the village fence, a distressed young girl was on the ground searching for something. As Lin Fan approached, she looked up with tears streaming down her face and choked out, "Has anyone seen my hat? My master will scold me." Sob sob. The girl's stunning beauty and heaving chest caught Lin Fan's eye, and he couldn't help but think of her as a fountain of life overflowing. The quest required defeating monsters around the village to potentially obtain the Eve's Apprentice hat. Lin Fan quickly accepted the task. Although the hidden quest rewards were rather modest, Lin Fan took it on largely because of a post he read on the Shenyu forum about Edgar's top 10 gorgeous beauties. Most players use the quest as an excuse, their real aim being to admire the beauty. By now, 4 hours had passed since the game's launch, and players in the starter village were thinning out, reducing the competition for kills. After defeating 30 goblins, Lin Fan luckily acquired the quest item. He exhaled with relief, returned to submit the main quest, reaching level 3, and continued to allocate points to enhance his spell attack power. Then he went back to Eve to complete the quest. With the magic totem glowing, the previously dormant talent tree lit up. The bottom row displayed 3 basic talents: Flame Burn, Mana Drain, and Spell Cooldown. Lin Fan chose Flame Burn without hesitation. Flame Burn effect. Normal attack skills deal an additional 1 of current mana as damage, lasting 3 seconds, upgradable to 10 mana damage, with a 2-second cooldown. For typical mages, this talent was nearly useless early on, but for Lin Fan, who had 10,000 mana points, it was a godsend. He could inflict 1,000 burn damage per second, totaling 3,000 over 3 seconds, making him unstoppable. Invigorated, Lin Fan returned to the monster spawn point to continue grinding. For hours flew by, and 1,000 goblins had fallen under his magical barrage. Grinning, Lin Fan eagerly opened his status panel to check his progress. ID Fanshin, a human race character at level 4, possesses formidable spell attack power. He has 25 health points and abundant magic points at 110150. His attack speed is astonishing, reaching 7201100, with agility at 0.50, defense at 5 points, and a range of 3, capable of covering a distance of 110 meters. Lin Fan stood on the hillside, gripping his staff, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had just allocated all 4 talent points to the skill Blazing Scorch, which now added 4 of his mana as damage to each attack. With a wave of his staff, fireballs rained down on the monsters below like a storm. The sounds of puff, puff, puff echoed continuously as each basic attack hit its mark with precision. Lin Fan's strategy was simple yet efficient. Attack one monster, then immediately turn to find the next target. The 3-second burning effect dealt 132 damage, far exceeding the mere 80 health points of a goblin. These unfortunate creatures were vanquished before they could even approach the hillside. The world chat suddenly erupted. Kuan Bro complained, "How do you play this trash game? I just got in and can't even get a monster." Unfeeling Pile Driver exclaimed, "Whoa, look over there on the hill. Is the newbie village's defense tower auto-attacking monsters?" New players entering the game stood at the respawn point, watching in disbelief as goblins fell one after another. Some wanted to report a bug, only to find that the game didn't have such an option. After all, the gods wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Suddenly, a server-wide announcement rang out. Player Fanshin, with a strong sense of justice, has slain 1024 goblins, earning the title Goblin Ripper. The chat channel exploded, leaving all players stunned. Celestial Star Werewolf asked in confusion, "What the heck? Who is this guy? How bored can one be?" Snow on Frost expressed sympathy, just wondering, what did goblins ever do to him? Is it worth grinding for such a trivial title? Heaven's Gift Unmatched mused. This ID seems familiar. Meanwhile, the exploration team from the Starry Sky Studio was making their way to Edgar City. The level 7 warrior Chun Warren pulled back his gray cloak to reveal his striking silver hair and handsome face. He looked at the announcement, his expression full of confusion and anger. What the hell is Fan doing? In half a day, he's killed 1,000 worthless level 1 monsters. Damn it. Chun Warren shouted in frustration at his team. Everyone log off and go eat. I guess he doesn't want to be part of our studio anymore. However, Lin Fan was engrossed in his achievements. He gazed at the new title above his head, his eyes lighting up. 10 increased item drop rate was incredibly useful during the exploration phase. This meant more items dropping from monsters, increasing the chance of rare loot. Just then, a system notification popped up. Warning. The Beast Tribe senses your intense hostility. The level 10 elite boss, Goblin Emperor, will personally hunt you down. If you die or flee, the title will be revoked. Lin Fan was taken aback, noticing the boss battle alert at the top right and a 30-minute countdown. Knowing he was only level 4, he feared he might not be able to handle a level 10 elite boss alone. Just as he was contemplating contacting his studio for a team, a blinding red light flashed before him. Someone was trying to forcibly wake him up from outside the game. In the Star Studio, Lin Fan slowly removed his VR headset, only to be greeted by the annoying horse-like face of Qin Wei. Without any courtesy, Qin Wei started to yell, "Have you lost your mind?" Former pro player Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up expressionlessly, looking around to see that the other colleagues had logged off and were walking towards him. He calmly asked, "What did I do?" Qin Wei, gritting his teeth, barked, "Stop pretending. The game has been live for 8 hours, and you've only farmed 1,000 goblins. Do you think this studio is a retirement home for you?" Lin Fan gave a helpless smile and was about to explain when a chubby colleague quickly interjected, smiling ingratiatingly at Qin Wei, "Calm down, manager. Everyone knows how skilled Fan is. He was just farming for a title. Those in the know understand." With that, the chubby guy offered a cigarette to Qin Wei, only to be glared back at. Qin Wei sneered, "What skills? If I hadn't taken you in, which studio would dare to hire you, Fan the God?" Lin Fan just looked at him indifferently, saying nothing. Qin Wei then barked, "Everyone report your progress." The other colleagues reported one by one. Li Kai, level 6 priest, sold 2 basic items for 10 silver coins. Wang Chong, level 6 knight, auctioned for 12 silver coins. The chubby guy side, level 7 warrior, sold a green item for 40 silver coins. That's about 400 yuan. Qin Wei turned to Lin Fan with a sarcastic tone. "And you, my pro player? Playing dead?" Lin Fan calmly replied, "Lin Fan, level 4 mage, 90 copper coins." The office erupted into laughter. Qin Wei seized the opportunity to mock, "Listen, everyone, this is the level of a former pro player? How thick-skinned." The chubby guy quickly explained, "In the game, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. After all this time, he only made 90 copper coins. That's just 9 yuan. Is that even enough for the electricity bill?" Lin Fan replied calmly, "The game just launched. Catching up with this progress isn't difficult." Qin Wei, seeing Lin Fan's calm demeanor, grew more furious and pointed at him, cursing, "You came here to freeload, didn't you? I have to pay you such a high base salary every month. Damn it." The chubby guy couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Qin Wei, damn you." He was about to charge forward, but Lin Fan stopped him. "Don't fight. There's no need," Lin Fan advised, pulling the chubby guy aside. The chubby guy looked at Lin Fan with tears in his eyes, filled with injustice. Qin Wei continued to rant, "If you can't bring effective revenue to the studio, then you should." Lin Fan interrupted him, a slight smile on his lips. "Manager Chun, I resign." The chubby guy was shocked and asked worriedly, "Fan, are you really quitting? What about Xiaoshuan's surgery?" Lin Fan reassured him, "Don't worry, I have a plan. I'm thinking of starting a gaming guild afterward." The chubby guy awkwardly reminded, "But guild slots in the game are very expensive, you know?" Qin Wei laughed upon hearing this. "Ha, this clown is still pretending. A guild slot costs 5 million. Can you afford it? Do you still think you're some pro god fan?" Amidst the mocking laughter, Lin Fan and the chubby guy left the studio. The chubby guy, filled with rage, said, "In a year, 3 months, I'll slap your faces till they're swollen." Lin Fan patted the chubby guy's shoulder, promising he wouldn't let him lose his job in vain. He thought to himself, "Don't worry, within half a month, I'll have Qin Wei calling you boss." Back in his shabby, cluttered apartment, Lin Fan's gaze fell on a large poster in the bedroom. In it, a young, handsome boy was being celebrated. holding the national championship trophy for Sword and Conquest for the third consecutive year, witnessed by millions of viewers nationwide. What glory, what confidence! Now, that well-dressed youth was gone. Only a revenant returned from the end. Lin Fan murmured softly, "I didn't throw the match." Lin Fan murmured to himself, reflecting on how the match-fixing scandal had left him trapped, and his sister's death had driven him into despair. But now, it was time to rise again. He was lost in thought when a sudden, shrill ringtone interrupted him. Frowning, Lin Fan picked up his phone, and a frantic voice came through the receiver. "Hello? Are you the seller of the nearly new gaming pod? Could you lower the price a bit? I'm willing to pay 50,000. Lin Fan instinctively glanced at the dusty gaming pod in the corner. He had bought it 2 years ago for over 200,000 as a top-spec model, intending to sell it on a second-hand platform to cover surgery costs. He sighed softly and replied briefly, "Sorry, you have the wrong number." With that, he hung up. Gazing at the gaming pod, a thought crossed Lin Fan's mind. With the commercial potential of the game Divine Realm, earning 50,000 would be a piece of cake for a veteran player. In his past life, he hadn't realized how profitable Divine Realm was, so he sold the gaming pod and relied on studio equipment to earn money in-game. This had wasted an entire year, leaving him lagging behind. Worse, 70% of the studio's net earnings went to that bastard Chen Wei, turning him into a millionaire. Shaking his head, Lin Fan casually cooked a pack of instant noodles to fill his stomach. He cleaned the gaming pod, plugged it in, and logged back into the game. A notification immediately popped up on the screen. Goblin Emperor Invasion Countdown, 29:03. Lin Fan quickly took a strategic position at the mountain top and began attacking the hordes of goblins. With his current skills, eliminating 50 monsters a minute was effortless. He planned to enhance the proficiency of the Titan God's left eye before the boss appeared. While focused on defeating the monsters, he suddenly noticed a white skill book drop. Lin Fan felt a thrill of excitement, thinking it must be the effect of the Goblin Ripper's increased drop rate. You have obtained the Book of the Magic Apprentice, Chain Fireball. A level fire magic, Chain Fireball effect, consumes 40 MP to release 3 explosive fireballs, dealing 120 damage to targets within a 5-meter radius, cooldown time of 5 seconds. Lin Fan smirked. This skill book was quite ordinary. It could be bought at the Edgar Magic store for a silver coin. However, its AoE damage was decent, and if he could gather the monsters together, 3 fireballs would be quite effective. After learning the new skill, Lin Fan calculated in his mind that, combined with the Blaze Burn talent, his efficiency in defeating monsters should improve significantly. Unfortunately, this was still the beginner village, where monsters were spread out and typically only retaliated when attacked, a standard measure to protect new players. Suddenly, the system alert sounded. Attention! The Goblin Emperor will arrive in 1 minute. Lin Fan immediately prepared for battle, checking his soul seal panel. Titan God's left eye. Super Divine Passive Skill 1. For every 10 monsters defeated, gain 1 meter of range. Beginner cap 1601000 meters. Passive Skill 2. For every monster defeated, gain 1 point of mana growth. Beginner cap 160010000 MP. Even though he was only level 4, this exaggerated range and mana reserve were enough to sustain a tough fight. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate and adjust his state. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed through the valley. A giant goblin clad in robes appeared in his line of sight, shrouded in shadowy magic. Elite Boss, Goblin Emperor. Level, 10. Health, 12,000. Attack, 240. Skill, Undead Summoning. Seeing this impressive health and attack power, Lin Fan felt both nervous and exhilarated. Strong enough, this should be interesting, he muttered, readying himself for the intense battle ahead. The Goblin Emperor has an attack power of 240, while Lin Fan only has 150 health points. This means that a single strike from the boss would be fatal for him. Ordinary teams attempting to clear new areas would struggle against such a foe, but unfortunately for the Goblin Emperor, it has encountered Lin Fan, the human cannon. With an extreme range of 170 meters, he unleashes his artillery barrage. In the distant valley, the massive figure of the Goblin Emperor suddenly appeared, causing a commotion among the players. Look, the big boss is here. Lu Tingyu was the first to shout, his voice filled with excitement. Sanlu Changshi exclaimed, "What an impressive boss! Could it be a world boss? Its health is massive. What are we waiting for? Attack!" Tian Ci, the berserker, couldn't contain his eagerness and shouted, "If it has a health bar, it can be defeated. It's our chance to get rich." Lin Fan stood on one side of the valley, calmly calculating the attack range. However, the surrounding players couldn't hold back any longer and charged at the Goblin Emperor. Some even boasted about defeating the boss in ridiculous ways. Unfortunately, the players' enthusiasm was quickly extinguished. The Goblin Emperor waved its staff, and a dark hexagram appeared in the air. In an instant, Countless goblin zombie warriors emerged from the ground, surrounding the players. Goblin Undead Warrior, level 5 HP, 300300 attack power, 20. The system notification sounded. As soon as the boss was attacked, these goblin warriors turned from neutral to hostile, launching a frenzied assault on the nearby players. An undead mage? The monster density is impressive. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as a bold plan formed in his mind. The area chat exploded with panic. Damn, these goblin minions are focusing their attacks. In no time, over 30 players were slaughtered, their souls drifting like fireworks toward the respawn point. Some tried to reorganize the defense. Hold on, everyone. Those who resurrect, follow up. But such calls were largely ignored. A large number of players fled in panic towards the newbie village. However, this only led the auto-attacking undead warriors to the village entrance. Anyone leaving the safe zone was immediately besieged. It's over, a zombie invasion. What a disaster. Gangban Lang Ao Yi shouted in despair. Michelle lamented. I was almost level 5, and now I've lost 30 of my experience. What should I do? The death penalty in the game was indeed harsh, with each death resulting in a 10 experience loss and a chance of dropping items. The players who had rashly attacked the boss were now too scared to continue due to the severe penalties. However, as long as the undead warriors persisted, they couldn't leave the newbie village, severely hindering their game progress. Tian Ci, the berserker, tried to reassure everyone. Don't worry, everyone. Monsters attacking players in the newbie village must be a game bug. The AI will automatically fix it. But his explanation did little to calm the fury, and instead drew more criticism. I don't believe you. You're a deceitful old man. Exactly. If you hadn't urged us to attack the boss, these mobs wouldn't be attacking us. My brother is grinding in Edgar City, earning a good amount every hour. Can you afford to waste my time? The flood of ridicule left the level 5 swordsman player feeling isolated, surrounded by players demanding answers at the healing point. Just then, with a loud explosion, 3 streaks of fire descended from the sky, landing amidst the dense mobs at the village entrance. The fireballs covered a 5-meter radius, incinerating many undead warriors. Flames spread, and the blaze consumed numerous undead warriors, reducing them to ashes. Following this, a barrage of smaller fireballs fell like a meteor shower, creating a spectacular scene. The undead warriors hit by the fireballs fell helplessly to the ground. Everyone was stunned, collectively turning their gaze towards the distant forest. Tian Ci, the berserker, was overjoyed, exuding confidence. Haha, I knew the game developers would step in to fix the bug. Incredible, the defensive tower has activated. Gangban De Lang exclaimed. As far as I know, only our village 4396 has a defensive tower. Other newbie villages don't have this privilege, just love eating burgers at it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lin Fan continued to unleash his basic attacks and fireball barrage, quickly clearing the clustered mobs. The system notifications kept coming. You killed a goblin undead warrior. Experience 7. You killed. You remain undetected. Lin Fan's level rapidly increased to 5. He noticed the undead warriors had targeted him, but their aggro range was far less than his attack range. The undead warriors ran around aimlessly, while the boss raged impotently, waving its staff to summon more undead. With most players hiding in the newbie village, the newly spawned mobs had no targets to attack and stood idly by. From his vantage point on the hill, Lin Fan grinned widely, almost breaking his staff from the continuous casting. He wasn't worried about anyone stealing his kills, as any player leaving the village would be slaughtered. With his long-range attacks on stationary targets, Lin Fan was like a mobile mortar, accurately targeting the monsters from the other side of the hill. Even if he ran out of mana, he could simply stop attacking to exit combat mode and meditate to recover. Our village is blessed with a divine tower. Starting with a tower advantage, which other village can boast such a privilege? Born in this extraordinary place, I am destined to make my mark in the world of Shunyu. Lin Fan stood at the village entrance, gazing at the majestic tower standing tall atop the mountain, his heart swelling with pride. Villagers whispered excitedly among themselves, their eyes frequently darting towards the peak. The towering structure, piercing the clouds, was not only the village's guardian but also the embodiment of the god of fire. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, some observant players noticed something amiss. Whiteboard equipment scattered on the ground was inexplicably uncollectible, a peculiar occurrence that aroused their suspicion. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Fan witnessed the spectacular downfall of 400 undead warriors. With the title Goblin Ripper enhancing his abilities, he managed to acquire 3 pieces of ordinary whiteboard gear, a green item, and 2 silver coins. Though the haul seemed modest, Lin Fan knew this was merely the beginning. In the world of Shunyu, equipment is categorized into 6 grades: whiteboard common, green superior, blue exquisite, purple heroic, orange legendary, and red forbidden. During the game's early exploration phase, a level 10 blue item with good attributes could fetch 5 gold coins at the auction house, equivalent to $5,000, a significant sum. Not to mention the value of rare items, soul imprints, and secret treasures. Lin Fan wasn't overly concerned with these low-level items. His ambitions were much greater. His immediate goal was to farm the left eye of the giant spirit god. The once fearsome goblin boss had now become a veritable workhorse, possessing attributes but lacking opportunities to utilize them. Lin Fan had lost track of how many waves of undead warriors he had summoned. To him, one word governed everything: grind. He was determined to max out his basic passive skills. Some might question whether this was exploiting a bug, but in Shinyu, such a notion didn't exist. The gods created this game to encourage players to grow stronger by any means necessary. Reflecting on his past life, Lin Fan recalled witnessing even more astonishing grinding methods. A dragon master sat leisurely in a castle, sipping wine and humming a tune, while his 9-headed dragons rampaged through ruins outside. In just one night, dungeon ruins equivalent to a medium-sized country were utterly destroyed. All bosses vanquished, and the loot collected was worth billions. In Shinyu, as long as you are powerful enough, you can become a bug in the game. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that his current strength paled in comparison to the terrifying creatures from other dimensions. Time flew by, and 5 hours had quickly passed. The kill count kept rising: 9,991. 9,995. Finally, the goal of slaying 10,000 monsters was achieved. Exhausted, Lin Fan collapsed to the ground. A wave of nausea washing over him. Just the sight of goblins made him want to vomit now. At that moment, a server-wide announcement echoed across the sky. Player Fanshin, like a god descending from the heavens, has slain 10,000 goblins, earning the Demon Slayer title and the Beast Tribe Heretic accolade. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the entire server, drawing everyone's attention to the player named Fanshin. The world channel exploded with chatter. Players sent a flurry of messages filled with astonishment and banter, scrolling by so fast it was dizzying. Inferno Maniac, killing 1,000 goblins is just grinding. But taking down 10,000? You're a genius. Natural Tank, what did the goblins ever do to you? Can farming them really drop epic loot? In less than 20 hours, 10,000 goblins were slaughtered. Such efficiency surpassed the imagination of ordinary players. The term maniac hardly did it justice. In the main city of Edgar, just before the final boss, a silver-haired warrior muttered excitedly to himself, "Fan, you're unbelievable. Such inhuman grinding speed." Even though goblins are just low-level creatures among the beast races, this terrifying farming speed was shocking. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's level had risen to 6, and his talent, Scorching Flames, had also reached level 6. He continued to increase his spell attack power, and was delighted to discover that his soul imprint had finally upgraded. Eagerly opening his status panel, Lin Fan stared at it for a long time, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Finally, he exclaimed, "Awesome." He had expected that reaching the intermediate level would at most double his range and mana capacity, but instead, they had increased 5-fold. Giant Spirit God's Left Eye. Supreme Passive Skill 1. For every 10 monsters killed, gain an additional meter of range. Intermediate cap, 10,005,000 meters. God's Review. Truth exists only within range. Passive Skill 2. For every monster killed, gain 1 point of mana growth. Initial cap, 100,005,000 MP. God's Review. No mage can resist becoming a battle machine. Lin Fan took a deep breath, realizing he had underestimated the potential growth of his supreme soul imprint. A 5,000-meter range was akin to a magical artillery cannon. In the realm, a player's maximum vision was only about 2,000 meters. Anything beyond that would appear blurry, making targeting impossible. In this situation, Lin Fan mused to himself, "I need a fire control system, satellite positioning or something, otherwise having the range is useless." Upon checking the title he earned from killing 10,000 monsters, Lin Fan found a new surprise. Beast Race Heretic. Effect: 10 item drop rate, 1 treasure drop rate. Note: entering a beast race city with this title will trigger attacks from all beast races in the area. Lin Fan's spirits lifted. This new title offered a 1 increase in treasure drop rate. Though it seemed minor, when activated, the loot would be at least of blue quality or higher. As for being attacked by the beast races, Lin Fan welcomed it, saving him the trouble of hunting for monsters. Just then, the roar of the Goblin Emperor echoed through the canyon. Lin Fan detected a hint of frustration and annoyance in it. After all, as the major boss of the beginner phase, being treated as a goblin minion generator was indeed degrading. Standing a kilometer away in the forest, Lin Fan squinted at the blurred outline of the boss. He spent a considerable amount of time adjusting his firing angle before unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fireballs exploded at the boss's feet, failing to hit the target. Damn, It's not easy to hit from this distance, Lin Fan cursed. In the realm, target locking became ineffective beyond 200 meters, leaving attacks to rely on intuition. Even with target locking, hitting wasn't guaranteed, and inexperienced players could miss even at close range. Lin Fan took a deep breath, psyching himself up. Can you handle this shot for me? With 4 years of professional esports experience, 3 years of realm gaming, and 2 years of hardcore survival mode, Lin Fan quickly devised a strategy. Wind direction? Check. Coordinate alignment? Check. Angle at 55 degrees? Check. A 6-pointed fire star totem illuminated around Lin Fan, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and magic surged through his body. 3 massive fireballs hovered on his staff, emanating a violent aura. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn. At this moment, he was about to become a fire mage god. The 3 fireballs streaked across the azure sky, hurtling toward the level 10 elite boss, the Goblin Emperor, amidst the gasps of many players in the 4396 starter village. As expected, Lin Fan's chain of fireballs hit the boss right on the head with pinpoint accuracy. The Goblin Emperor staggered briefly before being engulfed by the rapidly spreading flames. A prominent number flashed in Lin Fan's combat log, 603. This attack not only dealt direct damage, but also triggered his flame burn talent for an additional 6 points. During the 3-second burn duration, the boss's massive 12,000 health points plummeted, with the burn damage accumulating to over 1,800 points. Even though Lin Fan had anticipated the result, the staggering damage numbers still made him gasp. The surrounding players erupted into a buzz of excitement and chatter. Oh my god, is the defense tower trying to help us kill the boss? Tianci Quangzhan exclaimed in surprise. What are we waiting for, guys? Fortune favors the bold. Our fate is in our own hands. Charge. Wai Bai Jing shouted passionately. In an instant, the enthusiasm spread like wildfire among the 1,000 players who surged towards the boss. To them, the distant tower guarding the novice village had become a benevolent guardian. The servers had been live for nearly a day, yet no team had managed to take down the level 10 elite boss. Once the boss was defeated, rare items would surely flood their way. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in mind. The immense fortune granted by the Divine Tower was there for the taking. The players charged ahead, undeterred by cost or casualties, straight towards the Goblin Emperor. Just then, a system notification flashed before Lin Fan. You have been discovered. The boss immediately locked onto Lin Laolu's position. With swift strides, the Goblin Emperor moved far faster than ordinary players, ignoring the oncoming crowd. Simultaneously, a horde of undead warriors was summoned, launching a fierce assault on Lin Fan. Facing such a perilous situation, Lin Fan remained unfazed. He retreated a few steps, accurately predicting the boss's movements, and unleashed a series of basic fireball attacks. Over a dozen fireballs streaked through the air like a meteor shower, raining down on the boss. Even if most attacks missed, as long as they touched the boss and triggered the flame burn effect, his goal would be achieved. Minutes later, the boss was within 200 meters of Lin Fan, nearly reduced to a charred husk. Holy crap, the boss is going to burn to death. That tower is incredible. Tianci Quangzhan marveled. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the boss was an undead mage with relatively low health. Had it managed to get within 100 meters, he might have been instantly killed. He took a deep breath, calculated the flame burn's cooldown precisely, and launched another basic attack, triggering the burn effect once more. With a thunderous crash, the boss fell to the ground. Brilliant beams of light emerged, indicating extra loot drop rates were in effect. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of equipment scattered on the ground, including several Imperial gold coins. Damn, 1 gold coin is worth $1,000, someone exclaimed. The quality of the boss's dropped equipment was astonishingly high, with not a single basic item among the only green and blue rarities. Even more jaw-dropping was the presence of a purple staff. Could this be a hero-grade weapon? Someone shouted in disbelief. Let me show you my 30 years of Kirin arm skills. A swordsman player, who called himself Kuin's fan for 30 years, swiftly grabbed the hero weapon and attempted to make a getaway. But as he turned, the staff inexplicably slipped from his grasp. What the hell? Unpickable? The swordsman's face turned livid with anger. Shinyu. Damn it, this bug is serious. We've all died several times. Shouldn't these items be compensation for us? Damn you. A large crowd gathered around the scattered loot, repeatedly attempting to pick it up, but none succeeded. Tianci Quangzhan picked up a blue armor piece, only for a prompt to appear. This loot does not belong to you. It will automatically unlock if not claimed within 30 minutes. Not mine? Then whose is it? The GM's? Tianci Quangzhan muttered, puzzled. At that moment, a voice broke the stalemate. Ahem. Excuse me, could you move aside, please? Thank you. Lin Fan cleared his throat and squeezed through the crowd. Lin Fan deactivated his Black Beast Tribe Heretic title and bent down to pick up 2 shimmering Imperial gold coins from the ground. His movements were leisurely, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Not bad, a couple of $1,000 in the bag, he muttered to himself. The surrounding players were instantly stunned. What? He can pick them up. That's just unfair. Why him? Someone exclaimed. Doubts began to ripple through the crowd. Don't tell me he was the one who killed the boss? Lin Fan, dressed in level 1 newbie gear, stood out starkly against his surroundings. The gazes of the crowd swept over him repeatedly, and a collective suspicion arose in their minds. Could this guy really be a GM? Tian Ci, the Berserker, and other players gaped at Lin Fan as he casually summoned a level 10 purple staff out of thin air. The boss had dealt over 600 damage per second, far exceeding the current capabilities of any player. It must be, someone murmured. We've seen programmers manually fixing bugs before. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the staff in Lin Fan's hand, their gazes intense and ravenous. As their mouths went dry, they began speculating about Lin Fan's true identity. If the newbie village didn't prohibit player-versus-player combat, Lin Fan had no doubt he'd be swarmed by them. Lin Fan looked down at the weapon in his hand. Norland's heroic staff. Level 10. Class mage. Magic attack 70. Attack speed 0.78. Effect. Restores 3 MP per second. Set effect. Activate with 3 pieces, 120 HP 150 MP. Activate with 6 pieces, 200 HP 300 MP. It even has an MP recovery attribute, but just 3 points? That's pretty stingy. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, disappointed. Weapons with mana regeneration were in high demand on the market, but they were of little use to him. If it were a percentage-based MP recovery, that would be different. Lin Fan calculated in his mind. In the Divine Realm, players could wear 6 pieces of weaponry and armor, and 4 pieces of jewelry. Only hero level or higher equipment had set effects, granting additional attribute bonuses when 3 or 6 pieces of the same type, or 2 or 4 pieces of jewelry, were equipped. Extremely rare sets could even unlock awakening skills. The mana bonus from this weapon wasn't significant to him, although the health increase was nice. However, as a mage, he didn't plan on engaging in close combat for now. Besides the staff, the boss had also dropped 3 level 10 blue armor pieces. Without hesitation, Lin Fan listed them on the auction house. Level 10 equipment was too low, merely transitional gear, and given his current situation, selling them was the best option. Once the initial exploration phase was over, low-level gear would inevitably depreciate. Quangzhan, Tian Ci, are you a player? A swordsman blocked Lin Fan's path. Lin Fan glanced at him and replied calmly, Official test personal, ID 404. Ever since learning the truth behind the Divine Realm, Lin Fan seldom considered himself a player. 3 years later, there would no longer be players as they knew them, but rather trialists who would face true death upon being killed. Phew. Scared the hell out of me. I knew Ta Dad couldn't be a player. The surrounding players relaxed. Otherwise, this game would be way too unbalanced. Everyone felt a sense of relief. A level 7 newbie mage taking down a boss from hundreds of meters away was something no one could accept. Tian Ci, Quangzhan, can we have a word? Lin Fan noticed the prefix in the player's ID, a hint of disdain on his face. He gathered all his loot and turned to leave. Quangzhan caught up and spoke in a private channel. Hey, since the staff is a game drop, our guild leader from Tian Ci is a mage. Can you give us a price? I could sell it, but not to your guild. Lin Fan replied meaningfully. Not to our guild? What's an official worker like you trying to say? Being so arrogant? Quangzhan felt something was off and kept pestering. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to respond, so he muted the private channel. He thought to himself. Many players had prefixes indicating their organization, and this swordsman was likely a small fry from Tian Ci Club. His feud with the club ran deep. In swords and conquest, he had won countless honors for the club, only to end up as a scapegoat. In his past life, he was powerless, a mere individual against capital, but now things were entirely different. Accusing me of match fixing, tarnishing my reputation. Just wait. I'll settle this score slowly, Lin Fan sneered. After submitting the main storyline quest, he set the staff starting price at 20 gold coins, with a 2-hour auction window. To avoid harassment from those players, Lin Fan chose to log off, planning to take a shower and get some sleep. The next morning, as the sun rose, Lin Fan logged back into the game. You have new mail. Please check. Your item listed on the Empire auction house has been sold. You have. 5 mail notifications popped up in quick succession, and Lin Fan hurriedly opened his mailbox. Wow, this is insane. Lin Fan was stunned. Upon checking the auction records, the 3 blue items had sold for 30,000. The staff dropped by the Goblin Emperor had been fiercely bid on by over 40 wealthy players, eventually selling for a staggering 200 gold coins. After deducting the 10 auction fee, he netted 207 gold coins, totaling over 20,000 in earnings. Why bother working a job when I can make this kind of money? Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel. Remembering how he foolishly worked as a slave for a studio for a year in his past life, he felt like spitting blood. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Ding dong. Lin Fan's communicator suddenly buzzed, and a private message popped up. He glanced at it, and saw it was from a player with the ID Shurgu. Got any other level 10 hero gear, friend? I can buy it face-to-face for a high price, save you the transaction fee. Lin Fan frowned, noticing that the sender was only level 1, but was proposing a face-to-face trade. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He instantly realized this was likely a scam from a young amateur. With years of gaming experience, Lin Fan was all too familiar with such tricks. In a game like Divine Realm, intelligence and mental acuity were part of one's strength, and deception was commonplace. Scammers excelled in sleight of hand and setting traps, and here, if you lost equipment and gold to a scam, there was nowhere to complain. As Lin Fan pondered how to respond, Shurgu sent another message. Shurgu here, can we talk? I just joined the game at dawn and plan to gather level 10 gear first. Money isn't an issue for me. Sensing Lin Fan's suspicion, Shurgu quickly followed up with a screenshot of a Nolan spirit staff. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback and immediately checked the auction records, discovering that this staff had indeed been purchased by the same ID, even trumping the leader of TNCI. Lin Fan couldn't help but reassess the situation. On the first day of Divine Realm's launch, the national online player count had surpassed 100 million. Not only had esports guilds entered the game to make a fortune, but large corporations had also invested heavily. Compared to Sword and Conquest, with its tens of millions of players, the probability of encountering a tycoon here was exponentially higher. After a brief consideration, Lin Fan cautiously replied, I don't have any on hand right now. I'll contact you if I get some. Not long after, Shurgu messaged again. Mind telling me which monsters drop them? Level 10 elite bosses, Lin Fan answered truthfully. Shurgu, impressive. Even though it's not a world boss first kill, taking down a level 10 elite boss is something only your team could accomplish nationwide, right? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The other player assumed he had a strong guild backing him. Little did they know, he had soloed it without losing a single hit point. Just then, Shurgu sent another message. Leveling up in this game is quite a hassle. Got room to help me grind? I'll pay. Hearing this, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Since money was no object for the other player, why not make a good profit? He promptly replied, 10,000 per slot. Come on man, that's not cool. Way too expensive. Shurgu sent a confused emoji. Unfazed, Lin Fan replied, I'll get you to level 10 in 6 hours, deal? 6 hours? You're joking, right? The top of the leaderboard is only level 13 after a full 25 hours. Shurgu expressed skepticism. Lin Fan confidently said, bring a friend, and I'll add an hour for each. If I exceed the time limit, you won't owe me a penny. As soon as he finished speaking, Shurgu sent a party invite. Lin Fan was secretly pleased. Although carrying low-level players would slow down his leveling, his primary goals were farming soul imprints and making money. Based on his experience, fighting monsters more than 5 levels higher than the player would yield double XP, and over 10 levels would yield triple. With his current fire damage of over 600 per second, even monsters over 10 levels could only withstand a few seconds. 6 hours would be more than enough. Once Shurgu joined the party, Lin Fan immediately instructed him to abandon his main quest and head straight for the Misty Forest. This was the boundary of the newbie village. Only within the forest could players from different newbie villages meet and form parties. A few minutes later, a mage character arrived, wielding an unusable hero staff. The first client was ready. Shurgu eyed Lin Fan, noticing he wore the same beginner's robe and held a simple staff, his heart sinking. He thought perhaps this guy was just carried by a pro teammate, so he reluctantly waited for other teammates to arrive. Let's start, Lin Fan said calmly, targeting an 8th level ghost wolf with his beginner's staff. Start? How exactly do we start? Shurgu was puzzled and, seeing no strong teammates joining, tentatively asked, Are your teammates coming soon? Lin Fan scratched his chin and shook his head. Teammates? What teammates? My supreme VIP service is 1 in 5. What? Shurgu was utterly dumbfounded. Bones stood at the edge of the misty forest. A dark and eerie scene stretched before him. He tightened his grip on his novice staff, looking around warily. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly pulled out his communicator. Hello, is this 110? Someone's running a scam, Bones said urgently. He repeatedly checked the ID of the staff seller, confirming it was indeed the scammer. If not for this, that guy would have already left the party. Bones gritted his teeth, annoyed at being duped. Just then, Lin Fan walked over, noticing Bones' expression. He couldn't help but ask, Hey, do you want me to give you some more gold coins so you can hire a few level 10 players to help you farm? Bones shook his head, a bit impatient. Boss, just sit tight and wait for the takeoff. Lin Fan wasn't offended. Instead, he patiently continued. Are you sure you don't want to find a couple of people to keep you company while you grind? Man, just be efficient, okay? If it comes down to it, I'll help you fight, Bones said, utterly speechless. To him, losing money was a small matter. Wasting time on leveling up was a big deal. If his level was too low, those women would laugh at him. Lin Fan declined the offer, leading Bones deeper into the monster farming area of the misty forest. Suddenly, a massive wolf exuding a dark aura appeared before them. The system notification chimed. Netherwolf, level 8, HP, 700700, attack, 40, skill, fear strike. The monsters here were on a whole different level than those in the novice village. Lin Fan looked around and saw that nearly every player was moving in groups, with at least 3 teams nearby. Bones, noticing the dense crowd of players, said worriedly, there are too many people here competing for monsters. Let's find another spot. Lin Fan, however, smiled confidently. Don't worry, they won't outcompete me. Not far away, a level 9 archer sneered at Lin Fan and Bones, taunting, unbelievable. A level 7 mage bringing a level 1 newbie here. If you don't want to die, you better leave now. As he spoke, he fired 3 shots, pulling the monster's aggro from a distance. The 6-person team worked seamlessly, pulling 8 netherwolves over. The tank knight charged forward with a shout, using a basic skill to taunt the monsters, while the priest kept healing the main tank, and the others focused on dealing damage to the wolves. Lin Fan observed the team's setup and operations, clearly recognizing them as seasoned online game veterans. Seeing this, Bones started to have second thoughts. Bro, this seems too hard, let's bail. But Lin Fan just smiled at the archers group and said, thanks for gathering the monsters for me. With that, he raised his novice staff, enveloped in fiery magic, and unleashed a trio of fireballs that exploded in the midst of the wolves. The archer, seeing Lin Fan steal the monsters, smirked. This kid's got some skills, learning AoE spells so quickly, but that's still not enough. In the realm of the divine domain, stealing monsters and bosses was common. Usually, the player who first attracted the monster's aggro had the upper hand and would receive the full experience after defeating it. But there was an exception. If the monster-stealing party had far superior damage output, the main aggro point knight would lose aggro control. Is that so? Lin Fan chuckled lightly. In the next instant, a series of terrifying red numbers appeared above the nether wolves' heads, and all 8 wolves were instantly wiped out. The system notifications chimed one after another. You have slain a nether wolf, EXP 30. You have slain a. Your level has increased to 3. Bones was dumbfounded, his mind racing with disbelief. What the heck? What kind of damage is this? What farming efficiency? Is this mage even human? Just a moment ago, he was criticizing Lin Fan for being a lousy fighter, and now he jumped from level 1 to level 3 in an instant. Bones seriously doubted they were even playing the same game. Your level has increased to 8. Lin Fan noted the system notification, thinking to himself. He had previously farmed a large number of level 5 goblin undead, but due to the severe experience reduction from the boss-summoned undead minions, he should have been level 9 by now if he had been farming regular monsters. Lin Fan continued to allocate all his upgrade points to spell attack power, his talent in Flame Burn reaching a level where each burn effect could deal over 800 damage. The 6 grouped players were at a loss, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The archer was utterly shocked, exclaiming, what the heck is this? From then on, Lin Fan became an unstoppable monster farming machine, burning any monster he saw and moving on to the next target, completely ignoring whether there were other players around. Lacking common decency? Lacking manners? For someone like him, others' moral limits were his starting point, completely unfazed. The archer and his team initially tried to resist, but 5 minutes later, they hadn't gained a single monster's worth of experience. Instead, they had saved Lin Fan the trouble of pulling the monsters. As Lin Fan picked up the silver coins and equipment on the ground, he seriously turned to Bones. Boss, you should really get a few more people. Those empty slots are just going to waste. I'll give you a special 20 discount. Bones stood there in disarray, stammering. Wait, hold on. I do have a few friends sleeping. I'll get them here. Don't go anywhere. Please wait for me. Money's not an issue. With that, Bones hurriedly sent out friend requests, acting as if he feared Lin Fan would leave, repeatedly urging Lin Fan to stay put. Lin Fan nodded helplessly, telling him to hurry, as time was money. Looking around at the nearby farming spots, Lin Fan found they were all occupied by guild teams. He immediately called out in the regional channel, northeast direction, 3 nether wolf farming spots, occupied for 1 hour. Please excuse any inconvenience. As the shock hit him, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Damn, clearing the area just like that, bro, that's some serious swagger. He couldn't help but admire. No sooner had he spoken than someone in the area responded. Qi Xiaoman sneered. Ha, don't think our Xingya guild doesn't exist. Zhan Tianqi, unwilling to back down, taunted. What guild are you from? Acting so arrogant? Longhen fears no one. Come and try to take it if you dare. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, noticing there were 6 underworld wolf spawn points nearby. The Longhen Guild had already claimed 3, and another was occupied by Shengya Guild. A mass of solo players crowded into the remaining 2 spots, scrambling to kill monsters. This scene was all too common during the early game phase, where large guilds, with their numbers and superior gear, left ordinary players struggling to compete. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he recalled the early days of the game's launch in his previous life. The strongest guild, Longhen, already showed signs of dominating the realm. Currently, at least a third of the top 50 players on the leaderboard were from Longhen Guild. With the backing of a billion-dollar conglomerate, their actions were naturally domineering. You're lucky I left you 2 spots. Fine. I'm taking over all 4 spawn points you control, Lin Fan replied with a cold smile. Since they brought up his past life enemies, he had no reason to hold back. If it was going to be a battle of the ruthless, he'd see who was more savage. Zhang Tianqi was furious. Where does this idiot come from? If we could kill here, I'd have already crushed you. Qi Xiaoman was equally defiant. Bring your shrimp head crew and try taking the spawn points. I'm afraid all you can do is whine. Meanwhile, guild squad leaders taunted in the area channel while continuing to farm monsters. Lin Fan ignored them, focusing intently on observing the terrain around him. At that moment, a previously outmatched archer, Shunjing Lanka, recognized Lin Fan's strength and approached to ingratiate himself. You're quite the powerful mage. Join my team, and let's take on higher-level monsters. As he spoke, he unceremoniously kicked a solo mage from his team and sent Lin Fan a party invite. No, thanks. Lin Fan declined without hesitation. Shunjing Lanka, slightly annoyed, stared at him like he was crazy. I admit you're strong, but taking them on alone is just suicidal. Lin Fan glanced at him indifferently and said, then just watch. Shunjing Lanka scoffed. Yeah, sure. Let's see how funny it is when you get killed and rage quit. Lin Fan paid him no further attention and began meticulously marking coordinates on his minimap, silently calculating attack range and angles. His plan was clear. Since everyone liked competing for monsters, he'd simply take over all the spawn points himself. With a mindless range of 1,022 meters, he could cover nearly half the misty forest. Supported by a mana pool of 10,300, and with his rapid-fire fireball spell on a 5-second cooldown, he could unleash indiscriminate firepower across 4 monster spawn points. Even if the targets were beyond visual range and not precisely locked on, continuous casting would eventually take down any newly spawned underworld wolves. Your friend, Shurgu, has logged in. 10 minutes later, Shurgu arrived in the misty forest with a few companions. Lin Fan frowned at the flood of team requests popping up. The IDs were bewildering. Kong Xiao, Master Sister, Kong Xiao, Second Sister, Kong Xiao, Fourth Sister, each one more peculiar than the last. The final player to join had an even more outrageous ID, Young Master's Culinary Goddess, which seemed far from what a typical player would choose. Lin Fan silently cursed. He had asked Shurgu to bring a few friends, not realizing they would all be women. This was like rubbing salt in the wounds of a perennial bachelor. His face turned a shade of green as he was about to explode, but then Shurgu appeared with 4 female characters around level 5. Though these ladies were just avatars crafted by players, each was tall, with flawless skin and stunning features. Their presence around Shurgu was both astonishing and jealousy-inducing for Lin Fan. Rich people are so extravagant, Lin Fan muttered through gritted teeth. Most people are lucky to play with even 1 girl, and this guy is 4. Unable to bear it any longer, he issued Shurgu an ultimatum. They'll give you a discount on the 500,000 gold spot fee. Pay 440 gold now. Money's not a problem, master, Shurgu replied cheerfully. Seeing Lin Fan's stern expression and recalling his earlier confident words, Shurgu found Lin Fan's presence towering. So sleepy. Where's this game master? I don't see anyone. The master sister, a knight, yawned and asked. Exactly, little bro can't carry us. Prepare to be beaten, second sister chimed in. Young master, you didn't eat the breakfast I made. How heartbreaking. The culinary goddess complained in a sweet voice. The fourth sister, who looked like a petite loli, eyed Lin Fan warily and said coldly, Kong de Xiao, you're being fooled again. Last time, you claimed to be a disciple of the Archmage and got scammed out of over 5 million. He really is strong, I'm not lying to you. Super strong and fierce. Shurgu quickly defended Lin Fan. Lin Fan paused, glanced at their IDs again, and tentatively asked, you wouldn't happen to be called Kong Beijun in real life, would you? What? You've heard of me? Shurgu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a memory flashing of a lawyer's letter he inexplicably received 2 years ago, accusing him of scamming the Kong family's eldest son out of 5 million. This was the legendary Peacock King, one of the 4 rich heirs of the Magic City, the eldest of the Kong family estate. Born with both wealth and charm, he was also known as the first foolhardy archmage to be drained by a succubus in hardcore mode. Ahem, I just came across a post about you online. Lin Fan coughed awkwardly. Haha, the rumors online are just part of my urban legend, Shirgu laughed proudly. But you, daring to use my master's name, Fanshin, as your ID, must have some skills. Get lost. When did I ever have a disciple like you? Lin Fan thought, bemused. He had no interest in a rich playboy, but recalling that this little brother became a top-tier player purely due to the Kong family's wealth was a sobering thought. Are you sure about transferring the money? Aren't you afraid this will be your 38th scam experience since you started gaming? Master Sister teased, shaking her head. Impossible. I swear it's impossible. Shirgu stood tall, showcasing the lavishness of a young master. Lin Fan looked at this clueless guy and sighed inwardly. Being rich is nice. Clink over 400 gold coins were transferred. Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Together with the money from selling equipment earlier, he could finally cover his sister's surgery expenses today. A one-man carry for 5? Ha! Fourth sister sneered. Stop arguing. You talk too much. Just wait for the master to show his skills. Shirgu glared at her. I talk too much? It's because you're too naive. Fourth sister's words had barely left her mouth when a lightning bolt struck Shirgu's head. Lin Fan knew that even players in their teens would only dare to carry a 4-man team to level up, and any more would risk their own safety. Moreover, there wasn't even a healer in the team, and even with backpacks full of potions, a fragile mage couldn't withstand the monster's attacks. He opened the area chat and announced, occupying the monster spawn point for an hour. Thanks for your cooperation. Thank your mother. Get lost? Zhang Tianqi immediately retorted. Lin Fan smiled calmly, launching a barrage of fireballs toward the Dragonmark Guild's spawn point. A burst of flame lit up the mist, and Zhang Tianqi and his team were stunned as 3 fireballs exploded at their feet, instantly obliterating 6 nether wolves. You've slain the nether wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Lin Fan's skill struck the target once again, and the system notification chimed in. The cold smirk on third junior sister's face froze instantly, and she looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. An 8th level monster taken down in a second? Just like that? Even second senior sister couldn't help but exclaim, and with an AoE attack to clear mobs, this is terrifying. First senior sister's eyes widened even more. Oh my god, what's your range? It's way beyond any other mage. Hearing their reactions, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He thought to himself, only a few times longer than others? If that's all, what am I even doing here? He had locked down the entire kilometer-wide respawn area, leaving only a small path for solo players. As for the respawn point occupied by the Dragonmark Guild, it was going to be his primary target. Just then, Qi Xiaoman's angry shout echoed from afar. Who the heck is crazy enough to ambush us while we're grinding? Zhang Tianqi also shouted in astonishment. This is insane. It's like I've seen a ghost. After each bombardment, Lin Fan would adjust his aim based on the opponent's screams. The more accurate his strikes, the more furious the Dragonmark Guild's members became in the area chat. In this hyper-realistic domain, not only did the area chat display text, but players' voices could also be heard. For a true veteran player, sound-based positioning was a survival instinct. The 3 girls brought by Shirgu watched in awe. They had struggled in the newbie village for 8 hours the previous night, barely reaching level 5. Now, within just 10 minutes, their experience point skyrocketed, quickly reaching level 6. What amazed them even more was that Lin Fan remained stationary, casting spells but still hitting distant targets with precision. With a smug grin, Shirgu boasted to the 4 girls, I ask you, isn't my brother incredible? Wasn't the 40 grand well spent? As he spoke, he jumped up, showing off his moves like he was taking a driving test, flaunting shamelessly in front of the girls. Lin Fan glanced at the peacock-like Kong K. Wong, who was lost in female admiration, and cursed internally, damn it, I really want to kick this idiot. Half an hour later, Lin Fan had taken down over 800 nether wolves. His mana was about to surpass 11,000 points, and his level 8 flame burn dealt 880 damage. Although the experience was shared, Shirgu still reached level 5, and the girls leveled up to 7. Due to diminishing returns from the monsters and high skill output costs, Lin Fan had to pause for meditation. At that moment, a knight clad in green gear emerged from the mist, accompanied by a female swordsman. They were followed by dozens of guild elite players, all looking disheveled and glaring angrily at Lin Fan and his group. The knight roared, Who the hell is Fan God? Get over here yourself. Lin Fan lifted his head and scanned the 30 to 40 people present with a gaze that seemed to look down on everything. His calm demeanor made Zhang Tianqi and the others frown. It's me. Got a problem? Lin Fan said indifferently. Zhang Tianqi sneered and stepped forward. So you're the one hogging the monsters, huh? Slowing down our progress. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? Lin Fan smirked and uttered a single word. Scram. Gu and his group were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. They hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so unyielding, not even giving face to the Longhin Guild. This kid's got some guts. I like his attitude, said the senior sister with a playful smile, her eyes showing a hint of admiration for Lin Fan. Qi Xiaoman, however, was unimpressed. All right, you're pretty good at acting tough. Everyone, get ready to clear the field. Gu felt a headache coming on and muttered under his breath. A wise man knows when to retreat. Let's fall back for now and gather a few hundred hitmen to deal with them later. Are you scared? Lin Fan asked with a casual glance at Gu. Gu quickly defended himself. Scared of them? No way. It's just that my level is low right now, not ideal for fighting. Plus, I've got too many bullets on me. Getting killed would be a bit much. Lin Fan paused and asked privately, how much gold did you charge exactly? Gu replied awkwardly, I just casually topped up 20,000 gold coins. 2 million? Lin Fan's forehead was lined with disbelief, and Gu nodded helplessly. Lin Fan almost knelt over in shock, thinking to himself that this Peacock King lived up to his reputation as the man who died on the succubus's belly. Gu was practically a walking treasure chest now, losing 2 million every time he got killed. Zhang Tianqi suggested with a malicious grin, how about compensating us with 200 gold coins, and we'll call it even? Qi Xiaoman added, of course, you could always run back to the safe zone and drag this out. We can wait. Lin Fan retorted without hesitation. You wish? Zhang Tianqi sneered. You've got quite the mouth on you, kid. Either pay up or get ready to be killed until you quit the game. Shengya Guild has its eyes on you. Qi Xiaoman snorted disdainfully, standing just outside the safe zone, her ID instantly turning from green to red. Lin Fan turned to Gu and the others. You guys leave the party. I'll handle them. The Night Sister was eager to join. How can we fight without me? I'll take the hits. You dish out the damage. She raised her wooden shield, ready to stand in front of Lin Fan. But the next second, Lin Fan kicked each of them out of the party. Gu complained. Come on, brotherhood first. How am I supposed to face others after this? Lin Fan shrugged. Let the hired hands handle it. The financier stays out of it. The Longhin and Shengya guilds collectively activated their PK mode, attempting to cut off Lin Fan and his team's retreat. Zhang Tianqi commanded, this mage is ours, Longhin. You guys take care of those girls. Qi Xiaoman responded, no problem, brother Zhang. Those girls? Gu was furious. Come on, I'm a man. Are you blind? Qi Xiaoman's eyes lit up, holding a hero-level weapon. It was you who outbid me for my wife's weapon yesterday, wasn't it? Gu retorted angrily. Get lost, tomboy. Qi Xiaoman greedily eyed Gu's weapon and charged at him. At level 5 with no armor, Gu was facing certain death against a level 9 swordsman fully equipped in green gear. I'm about to drop some serious gold. Gu lamented. Losing gold was one thing, but losing face as one of the 4 young masters of Magic City was another. At the critical moment, Lin Fan swung his staff, landing what seemed like an insignificant basic attack on Qi Xiaoman. Qi Xiaoman paused, then burst into laughter. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, a blood-red number appeared, and Qi Xiaoman's smile froze. Flames erupted all over her body, and the burning damage escalated rapidly. Impossible! Qi Xiaoman screamed in terror. Even with her full green gear and decent magic resistance and health, she only withstood a single burn before the second burn effect reduced her to a charred corpse. Gu shouted excitedly, my brother, invincible! The senior sister gasped in shock. What a monster! Taking down a swordsman with just a basic attack. Qijia's health, over 1,000 points, was instantly obliterated. Members of the Shengya Guild were left speechless, stunned by Lin Fan's explosive damage. With a subtle smile, Lin Fan glanced at Qixiaman's fallen body from which a blue greatsword had dropped. He gestured for Gu to keep it safe. Zhang Tianqi's eyelid twitched, but his face suddenly broke into a joyful grin. Just as he suspected, this mage must be hiding some incredible treasures. Everyone attack! Zhang Tianqi shouted. Take that kid down. He has top-tier gear. Equipment that lets an 8th level mage instantly kill a 9th level swordsman. Hearing this, greed flickered in everyone's eyes. In the world of Shenyu, who wasn't aware of the existence of those affluent players, if they could loot such gear and put it up for auction, mansions, beauties, and luxury cars would be within easy reach. In an instant, all the players swarmed towards Lin Fan like locusts. Watching these wealth-crazed players, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Since farming monsters for gold was too inefficient, how could he pass up this golden opportunity with so many red-named players coming to him willingly? Fire magic danced at Lin Fan's fingertips, and a hexagram totem shone brightly in the misty forest. With 3 thunderous blasts, consecutive fireballs roared forth, reducing an entire squad of players to ashes, leaving behind a pile of scattered equipment. Zhang Tianqi broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing the scene. Such terrifying long-range firepower was more akin to a humanoid boss than a player. However, as elite members of the Longhin Guild, they were core players in other online games, and knew a mage's weaknesses all too well. The boy in front of them had only 230 health points. As long as they got close, any one of them could finish the fight with 2 strikes. Lin Fan seemed to see through their thoughts, his lips curving into a teasing smile. The distance is too close now for me to leverage my long-range advantage. However, with the mist as cover, your long-range attacks will struggle to lock onto me. He chuckled softly. Come, let's see how well you play. With that, Lin Fan's figure vanished into the dense fog. So boring, nothing for us to do, right? Complained the naturally haughty 4th junior sister, pouting as Lin Fan disappeared. With a composed demeanor, the 2nd senior sister, exuding elegance, analyzed the situation. We should retreat quickly. Once a mage is engaged in close combat, no matter how high their output, it's hard to escape death. Shirgu frowned, caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, the usually quiet Master Chef spoke up. The Longhin Guild is backed by the Prosperity Consortium and has ties with the Kong family. Young Master, we better not get involved in this mess. Shut up, Shirgu snapped through gritted teeth, clutching the only beginner staff he could wear. Touch my brother, and I don't care about any consortium. I'll fight them to the end. With that, he charged into the fog without hesitation. Watching Shirgu's retreating figure, the 1st senior sister shook her head helplessly. Fool. There was no choice. Since young Master Kong was dead set on helping Lin Fan score big, the rest of them had no option but to follow him into this risky adventure. The mage has low agility. He can't have gone far. After him, Zhang Tianqi's command was loud and clear, leading his team into the fog, but Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. He immediately ordered a spread-out search, and the team quickly fanned out like a giant gnat. Zhang, watch out! A teammate suddenly shouted, his voice filled with tension. Before the words were fully out, a loud crash shattered the silence as a tree, as thick as a man's waist, toppled over. Zhang Tianqi felt a chill run down his spine, narrowly avoiding being crushed. In the game Xinyuan, the level of freedom is akin to real life, where any object can be violently destroyed, posing a particularly lethal threat to players during the early exploration phase. Through gritted teeth, Zhang Tianqi scoffed, is this all you've got? You think you can kill the future strongest MT of the Longhin Guild? Ridiculous. You wish? Lin Fan's mocking voice echoed from the mist, followed by the sound of more trees being violently felled. Zhang Tianqi's team was forced to dodge as Lin Fan's tactical intentions became clear, altering the terrain to create advantageous conditions for himself. The fallen trees formed a natural barrier in front of Zhang Tianqi's group. Lin Fan moved like a ghost, continuing his attacks. A swordsman leaped over the fallen trees only to be blasted into oblivion in seconds, disintegrating into a wisp of white light. What kind of gear does that brat have to deal such high damage? Zhang Tianqi's heart raced as he commanded the long-range fighters to cover him while he and the melee fighters sprinted forward at top speed. Facing the incoming arrows and magical fireballs, Lin Fan calmly stepped back, allowing all attacks to explode harmlessly in front of him. Shaking his head with a smirk, he taunted, brother. Your teammates are as short as you. Zhang Tianqi's team was seething with anger. In the game, knights indeed have the strongest defense, but their attack range is limited to about 2 meters, similar to rogue players. Stuck at attack range, one of Longhin's long-range players muttered in disbelief, how can that bastard attack from outside the mage's range? I've heard of long-range characters awakening to increase their range, but he's just an 8th level mage. Undeterred, Zhang Tianqi pressed on with relentless pursuit, while Lin Fan leisurely played a game of cat and mouse. With a professional player's precise control of distance, he maintained a 21-meter gap, skillfully kiting his pursuers. Fireballs rained down again, and Zhang Tianqi's eyes widened as the heat engulfed him. He vividly remembered how the vice president of the Shengya Guild had died miserably, and even as an MT Knight, he might not withstand such an attack. Zhang, help me pick up my gear. A swordsman in his team charged to the forefront, sacrificing himself to block the terrifying fireballs, only to be incinerated to ashes. Seeing his teammates sacrifice himself, Zhang Tianqi roared in fury, if I don't drive you mad, I'm not worthy of my name. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, acknowledging that the Longhin Guild members possessed combat experience and decision-making skills far beyond other guilds. Such self-sacrificing acts so early after the game's launch were rare and indicative of high trust within their ranks. Impressive. You've earned some respect from me? Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. So, I'll make sure you die quickly. You bastard. Still acting tough. Die. Zhang Tianqi roared. Lin Fan's expression changed slightly as a surge of killing intent struck from behind. 3 shadowy figures had somehow snuck up on him. It was 3 rare rogue players. However, Lin Fan, having survived 2 years in hardcore mode with ragtag equipment, was no ordinary player. His sensitivity to killing intent far surpassed the average player's understanding. The rogue class possesses a stealth skill from level 1, allowing them to launch attacks from behind with a high chance of critical hits if they strike a vital point. But due to the class's high requirements for skill books and weapons, combined with their sneaky reputation, few players chose to be rogues. Encountering 3 at once was indeed unexpected for Lin Fan. Lin Fan's breath hitched as a rogue drew a dagger towards his back, the blade glinting ominously. The sound of the dagger slicing through the air, however, was met with surprise as the rogue's lethal strike missed its mark. "Looking for me?" A cold voice rang out. The rogue instinctively looked up, his face turning pale. The black-haired man was airborne, staff in hand, aiming at him, a hexagram totem glowing on the rogue's forehead. Boom. Headshot. Jumping to attack. What kind of move is that? Longhan's members were stunned. What? An aerial kill, exclaimed Shirgu, who had just arrived on the scene, while the female members of Master Sister's group were too shocked to speak. It was only the second day since Xinyuan launched, and everyone had agreed to use basic attacks and low-level skills to fight. But what was this? Someone already had boss-level firepower, and even in melee, they could overpower a rogue, the nemesis of mages. The most terrifying aspect of this mage is their ability to multitask and cast spells midair. For regular players, this seems like an almost unimaginable feat in a holographic game. Players' neurons are closely linked to the game system. Releasing skills and attacking targets require intense focus, or else they risk suffering magical backlash, ineffective attacks, or severe penalties like paralysis. Yet, the mage before us not only multitasks but also casts spells while jumping, showcasing an extraordinary level of skill. Of course, some top-tier players can perform actions beyond the reach of ordinary players. For instance, the top mage swordsman and holy priest from the Tianxi Club often display breathtaking multitasking in the national sword and conquest tournaments. However, the standout among them is undoubtedly the mage who gained unprecedented fame in the Sword Conquest World Championships 2 years ago, Fan Shen. During that match, after all his teammates had fallen, Fan Shen bravely unleashed the forbidden spell Infernal Purgatory, going all in. He summoned 8 elemental clones and executed extreme maneuvers, nearly defeating the world champion team single-handedly. Shirgu murmured to himself, "I feel like I'm seeing the shadow of my mentor." He had watched that near-comeback match by Fan Shen hundreds of times, every detail of Fan Shen's operations etched deeply into his mind. At this moment, as the ace player leaped, the two figures overlapped in Shirgu's eyes. Lin Fan frowned and sighed. "Ugh, the thing I hate most in this life are thieves and archers." Two quick-reacting rogues, even after their teammates were instantly killed, didn't let Lin Fan go. They were evidently seasoned rogue players, choosing to flank him from the front and back, trying to block Lin Fan's movement space as much as possible. Lin Fan shook his head silently, thinking that since he couldn't dodge through movement, he'd have to use his trump card. He secretly activated his self-created technique, "I love basketball." Suddenly, Lin Fan unleashed a barrage of fireballs at the ground on one side, using the immense recoil to propel himself sideways over 10 meters, forcibly distancing himself from the two rogues. Shirgu was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Could this guy be some kind of ghost? What kind of godlike move is this? Using skills for movement." Zhang Tianqi's face turned pale, completely blown away by Lin Fan's maneuver. Lin Fan looked at this group of inexperienced players and wondered if he was taking it too far. In the Divine Realm combat system, using attack skills for dodging is basic for hardcore mode challengers. Whether it's magic, battle techniques, shield skills, or assassination arts, if you can't use them flexibly in combat against monsters, you're doomed, no matter how strong your stats are. Lin Fan effortlessly took down the two rogues with 2 fireballs, leaving only a pile of copper coins on the ground. He confidently pointed at Zhang Tianqi and said, "Come on, keep going, let's see how many more can take a hit for you." Hearing this, Zhang Tianqi's face grew even more sullen. Lin Fan's overwhelming attack strength and elusive movements were far beyond what their half-baked skills could handle. By now, Lin Fan had widened the gap to 21 meters, and Zhang Tianqi knew full well that one wrong move would land him in Lin Fan's buffet. "You just wait. I've got my eye on you. Prepare for the wrath of Longhan's pursuit." Zhang Tianqi spat out his threat, then turned and fled as the situation turned against him. More than 30 guild members had already fallen or been injured, and the rest scattered in all directions. Watching the panicked retreat of his enemies, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh with a hint of disdain in his voice. "However many Longhan sends, I'll kill them all. No matter how many times they respawn, I'll take them down each time." These fools turned red-named and thought they could escape, exposing their backs to him. Lin Fan thought to himself, "They clearly have no idea how far my spell's range extends." With a wave of Lin Fan's staff, each fireball transformed into the Scythe of Death. Over a dozen souls were mercilessly sent back to the novice village. Zhang Tianqi was blasted away by a barrage of fireballs, hitting the ground heavily. He struggled to lift his head, glaring at Lin Fan with venom. Yikongqing won't let you off, you're as good as dead. Lin Fan's expression turned cold as he responded icily. The leader of Longhen? Don't worry, I'll take him down before he even makes a move. In his past life, Lin Fan had fallen at this man's hands, but this time he planned to strike first. Seeing Zhang Tianqi's tenacity, Lin Fan frowned slightly. This guy wasn't dead yet, boasting over 2,200 health points and withstanding 3 blasts of Inferno before finally succumbing. Such resilience explained his previous arrogance. With Zhang Tianqi's fall, a crisp notification sounded. Lin Fan was surprised to discover a pair of purple night pauldrons had dropped from Zhang Tianqi's corpse. He quickly picked them up and examined their attributes. The wild pauldrons had impressive stats. Hero level 5, suitable for night class, offering 30 points of physical defense and 30 points of magic resistance. Even more valuable was their special effect, regenerating 10 health points per second during combat. The 3-piece set increased health by 300 points, while the 6-piece set boosted it by 500 points. Lin Fan was about to put the item up for auction at the Empire Auction House when he noticed his senior sister gazing at him with eager eyes. She pouted her lips, excitement shining in her eyes. Sell it to me for 100,000. I love the design of these pauldrons. They're so sexy. The second senior sister calmly analyzed from the side. 100,000 isn't a loss. This item would fetch at most 50,000 at the auction. The fourth junior sister glanced at the two before glaring at young Master Kong. Snorting, aren't you going to pick up the tab? Shirgu weakly muttered, I didn't say anything. I just think these orc pauldrons look a bit too savage. If you can't speak nicely, just hush. The fourth junior sister widened her eyes, threatening to drill a hole in Shirgu's head. Shirgu looked pitifully at Lin Fan. Bro, how about 100 gold coins? Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed, unable to figure out the dynamics among these people. Especially Peacock King. Why did he seem like a resentful soul? Do all rich young masters enjoy being mistreated? Seeing the price was decent, Lin Fan agreed to the deal. With 100 gold coins in his account, he began to tally the other loot. Wiping out the members of Longhen and St. Cliff guilds had resulted in 5 green items, 2 blue items, and 8 gold coins. The farming efficiency was indeed impressive. Lin Fan calculated silently. If becoming a renamed player didn't restrict him from completing certain early quests, he might as well go all out and focus on farming Longhen players for gear. But for now, he had to continue helping these VIP clients farm netherwolves and complete Shirgu's quest. Meanwhile, the World Channel was buzzing with activity. Wow, seeing the World Channel has me stunned. Longhen's third team got farmed like wild monsters, exclaimed Wang Lang Lang. Tian Ci, the healer, scoffed. I said it. Some guilds are bound to hit a snag. Now they've even lost a purple item. 6666, that guy farming goblins is really something. President Jean, why don't you call out again? Yinfu's loving father teased. At the same time, in Longhen Club's video conference room, the atmosphere was tense. A cold man in a black suit spoke up. Explain the situation. What exactly happened? Zhang Tianqi, now devoid of any previous bravado, looked like a defeated dog. Boss, you can't blame us for this. We really tried our best, but that guy's passive skill can deal over 1,000 damage per second. No one can last even 2 seconds. Heh, my level 13 water mage can only do 300 damage per second, and you're telling me a random mage can do over 1,000? Who are you trying to fool? A haughty beauty in the meeting, with her long white legs crossed, sneered, it's not just about losing tens of thousands in equipment. The guild's reputation has suffered because of you. Can you bear that responsibility? If Lin Fan were present, he would definitely recognize this woman. Zhu Shuangshuang, a professional player and Longhen Guild's chief mage. Despite having a property advantage, she had been brutally crushed by Lin Fan in the Sword and Conquest National Championship quarterfinals. Zhang Tianqi blushed and admitted in a low voice, yes, I admit I underestimated the opponent. Yikongqing furrowed his brows slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhang Tianqi and the others. Dealing over 1,000 damage per second? That output capability surpasses most players at this stage. But haven't your 6 teams considered using tactics? Zhang Tianqi gave a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. I'd like to, but just look at his moves. He's definitely not an ordinary player. As he spoke, he pulled up the game recording. On the screen, Lin Fan soared like a hawk, taking down a rogue with a single strike. Then, he suddenly used a skill to forcefully reposition himself, moving with such fluidity that it was breathtaking to watch. Do you see the problem, Shuangshuang? Yikongqing's eyes narrowed as he paused the video. Zhu Shuangshuang was already captivated by Lin Fan's gameplay, her eyes sparkling with amazement. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. This is the technique of a professional player, no doubt about it. She replayed the recording repeatedly, analyzing every detail. Lin Fan's fluid movement and precise control over attack range were at a masterful level. Even with her years of professional esports experience and having seen many top players, Zhu Shuangshuang was still awestruck, goosebumps rising on her arms. His skills are at least at a Tier 1 level among professional players, possibly even Tier 0, Zhu Shuangshuang said, her face turning pale. Even through the screen, she could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Hema, testament to his absolute confidence in his abilities and his effortless dominance over opponents. Yikongqing smiled knowingly and shook his head gently. You're missing the point. What? No way. Zhu Shuangshuang was at a loss, worried she might embarrass herself in front of her boss and affect her standing in the Longhin Guild. Stop. Yikongqing raised an eyebrow, freezing the frame on the face of an 8th level mage. The focus is here, on his appearance. Zhang Tianqi and Zhu Shuangshuang exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding what their billionaire boss was getting at. Yikongqing's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming. In different games, with the same character model, you can't recognize him? He's the only player who never adjusts his in-game appearance, likely preparing for a comeback. That's impossible. He's been permanently banned by the Huaxia Esports Association. Zhu Shuangshuang exclaimed, losing her composure as the image of that young figure flashed through her mind. Zhang Tianqi gasped. No wonder he dares to call himself God fan. I thought he was just a diehard fan, but it's actually him. The Divine Realm isn't under the Esports Association's jurisdiction, and as far as I know, even the government can't interfere with the game's progress, Yikongqing stated calmly. Zhu Shuangshuang spoke with a trembling voice. His exaggerated skills, absolute calmness, and consistent performance are like that of an AI. He's the nightmare of countless professional players, a mountain pressing on everyone's chest. He is Lin Fan. Yikongqing elegantly picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He murmured softly, if he can't join my Longhin Guild, then he must be destroyed. To maximize efficiency in taking down monsters, Lin Fan led his team out of the misty jungle. Within the dense forest, the clash of swords and blades flickered, and the monsters' cries echoed continuously. Lin Fan's team advanced like a sharp spear, cutting through everything in their path. I am Xiao Xiao of the Divine Realm. Brothers, log off and rest now. I'm going to deal with that damn wizard stealing our kills. An angry voice of a player echoed from afar, fading into the woods. That bastard Xing Wuya. I heard he's a game admin, abusing his power to help others level up. Why doesn't the official do something about it? Another player's complaint was heard, but it quickly got drowned out by the sound of Lin Fan and his group's footsteps. Every time Lin Fan entered a new area, he would call out to borrow the monster spawn points. Nearby players would curse and grumble, but they would still grudgingly make way. Even the members of the Dragon Scar Guild were defeated by this domineering guy, leaving smaller guilds no choice but to step aside. Despite Lin Fan's overbearing behavior, his reputation was impeccable. He only occupied each monster spawn point for an hour, swiftly moving on once they were cleared. The wealthy patron, Shirgu, maintained a consistent 3-level gap with the monsters, maximizing his experience gain. Under this efficient grinding rhythm, Lin Fan quickly reached level 10. Suddenly, 4 level 10 centaur warriors sprang out from a dry riverbed. These creatures stood nearly 3 meters tall, wielding massive axes, their eyes glowing red, clearly possessing a strong aggression. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and thought to himself, I remember there's a decent quest here. I'll come back later. Shirgu warned. These monsters seem to attack on sight. Be careful. Upon entering the vile riverbed, they were officially within the borders of Edgar's main city. The monster difficulty increased significantly, and the newbie protection mechanism no longer applied. Monsters would actively attack any player entering their territory, raising the danger level considerably. Bring it on. Taste my blade. The senior sister, wielding a newly acquired exquisite broadsword, fearlessly charged into the mob. The centaurs moved swiftly, leaping to launch fierce strikes at her. She swung her sword fiercely, but the centaur only lost about 300 health points. Despite being surrounded, she stood her ground, using a group taunt to withstand the damage, fighting back tit for tat. Their health is quite high, let me join in. The 4th junior sister drew her bow with determination. The other 2 sisters also joined the fray, while Shirgu could only watch anxiously from the side. If only I could use my hero staff, I could wipe out these mobs in no time. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, feeling like he was leading a group of aristocratic kids on a hunting trip. They managed to take down 1 centaur warrior with difficulty, only for 3 more to charge out from the bushes. The 4 inexperienced ladies soon found themselves struggling. Come on, don't waste time. Lin Fan chuckled wryly. He raised his hand, unleashing a series of fireballs, each explosion sending sparks flying. The system notification chimed in. You have slain a centaur warrior, experience 40. The combined damage from his magic skills and burning effects easily wiped out 6 centaur warriors. The senior sister paused, looking at Lin Fan with a pout. Hey, you're no fun at all. Can't you have a bit of adventure spirit? Exactly. Isn't the point of playing games to experience tough battles and then enjoy the satisfaction of growth? The second senior sister chimed in, acting as if she understood it all. Lin Fan was taken aback by their questions and responded with a bitter smile, opting not to reply. These wealthy individuals were incredibly naive. To them, this was just a game, and reasoning with them was futile. Lin Fan recalled his tragic past. After the Peacock King was seduced and killed by a succubus, the Kong family fell into decline. The women around him met grim fates, some even being captured by other guilds as sacrifices to demon gods. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan said to Shirgu with a meaningful tone, "If they mean a lot to you, then you better hurry and get stronger." Shirgu frowned and turned back, his eyes reflecting the clarity and slight confusion typical of a college student, unable to fully grasp Lin Fan's seriousness. He wanted to ask Lin Fan if he was truly the man he admired, but felt too embarrassed to voice it. Without further words, Lin Fan waved his staff, launching a barrage of fireballs. 3 hours later, they emerged from the vile riverbed, with Edgar's main city looming ahead. Lin Fan had reached level 12, and Shirgu, the lowest level among them, had reached level 10, successfully completing the power leveling task within the deadline. Wow. So this is Edgar, the main city closest to the newbie village? It's huge. The group marveled at the sight of the grand city on the horizon, its towering walls reaching the clouds, heavily guarded. Hee, finally level 11. Thanks, handsome. The senior sister smiled as she expressed her gratitude. No problem, it's my job to deliver what you paid for. I should be thanking you for the business, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Along the way, they found 6 decent level 5 blue items, which he sold to Shirgu and his friends at a low price of 20 gold coins. Come on, no need for formalities. I'll definitely look for you next time we tackle a tough dungeon. Shirgu patted Lin Fan's shoulder warmly. Lin Fan nodded, thinking to himself, this Peacock King guy may be a bit dim, but he sure is surrounded by a lot of girls. Maybe he could spare one for me. Yeah, he's definitely someone worth befriending. He calculated his gold coins and the money in his bank account. After covering Xiao Xian's 800,000 surgery fee, he still had some surplus. A slight smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. This adventure not only solved his immediate problems, but also paved the way for a better future. Planning to download the game later tonight, Lin Fan decided to head to the hospital first to pay the surgery fees, so Xiao Xian wouldn't worry about the family not having enough money. As he looked at the screen, he was pleased with his character's stats. The mastery of the giant spirit god's left eye had reached 14,000 points, and all 10 talent points in Flame Burn were maxed out. He clicked the mouse, releasing a skill, watching as the 10 mana damage swept through like wildfire, reducing level 10 monsters to ashes in seconds. His gaze shifted to the white-scaled python, a level 10 common boss with 18,000 health points and 150 attack power, possessing the skills Frenzied Strike and Poison Spread. Lin Fan knew this was the final boss of the beginner village, stationed on one of the 7 suspension bridges leading to the main city, each bridge guarded by one. Players around him were fervently discussing strategies. The night, the bed shouted confidently, "Don't give up, let's go another round. This time we'll crush this dumb snake." Yao Yao loves to dance, seemed discouraged. "Spare me, it's too hard. My teammates are getting sprayed with venom faster than I can heal." Lin Fan glanced around, seeing hundreds of players stuck on the bridge. Despite many being over level 10, the white-scaled python had resisted for 7 to 8 hours. Suddenly, a frantic shout broke the stalemate. "Heal me! Hurry up, what's the third healer doing? Are you blind or what? I've been healing non-stop," the third healer retorted defiantly. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Fan couldn't help but admire the players' creativity. They had formed a team of 3 healers, 1 knight, and 2 ranged attackers to try and whittle down the boss with 18,000 health. However, they seemed to overlook the white-scaled python's most deadly skill, Poison Spread, and its inherent debuff aura. Lin Fan couldn't resist chiming in. "Haven't you read the skill descriptions? You can't beat it like this." No sooner had he spoken than the last remaining knight yelled at him, "You think you're so great? Why don't you do it then?" The knight was paralyzed by poison, only able to move his mouth. Erosion suddenly interjected, "Dude, you're killing me. Do you even know who you're talking to? My bro here can solo this boss without breaking a sweat." The surrounding players burst into laughter at this claim. "Solo? This guy must be out of his mind," someone taunted. "Solo the white-scaled python? Even the best from the Heavenly Guild wouldn't stand a chance. This guy's delusional." Lin Fan shook his head, turning to Erosion. "Do you want me to weaken the boss for you? I can leave the team afterward." Erosion, who had equipped the hero's staff after reaching level 10, seemed overly confident. "Don't tease me, man. If I hadn't seen your moves, I'd think this game was all about pay to win." He glanced at his 4 female characters, grinning wickedly. "A real man needs more than money. He needs guts. Watch me take down this little boss." Lin Fan smiled faintly, left the team, and headed straight for the vile riverbed to execute his next plan. The sudden announcement in the game region sparked heated discussions among players. Player in IT on 1997 received 30 attribute points? Someone exclaimed, that's like giving away 6 levels for free. It's so unbalanced. Friendly Fire joined in the complaints. Does this game even care about balance anymore? Players from big guilds definitely react faster than us solo players. However, Bai Shui Lan Shan shared his experience with a laugh. Haha, I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but I got 15 attribute points just for fishing with an NPC, and I even received a life skill as a reward. The world chat was filled with complaints about the outrageous rewards, but Lin Fan was not surprised. He knew that the greatest appeal of the Divine Realm lay in its rich side quests and hidden tasks, which often rewarded players with attribute points, skills, or special items. In this game, simply grinding monsters and collecting gear was not the only path to becoming a top player. Immersing oneself in the game and triggering chance quests were also crucial ways to grow stronger. Lin Fan returned to the devious riverbed and picked up a mushroom from a piece of dead wood. Its appearance was reminiscent of a poisonous item, as if eating it could be fatal. However, the system's description was surprising. Mystic mushroom. Quality. Common. Effect. A rare delicacy. Melts in your mouth. Deliciously sweet. Divine commentary. White stalk. Red cap. A must-have treat for the gods party. Looking at the description, Lin Fan hesitated deeply. He recalled the experiences of some players in his past life, unsure of what possessed them to cook and eat this thing, nearly causing their team to wipe out. In the Divine Realm, players didn't need to specifically learn cooking skills to stew ingredients, and the taste of the finished dish was almost indistinguishable from reality, though it couldn't truly fill one's stomach. Interestingly, adding rare spices or magical meat during cooking could grant players attribute buffs. Of course, if one's cooking skills were poor, players might suffer negative effects like weakened legs or dizziness. In the game, some players who were chefs in real life could earn a fortune by selling dishes and recipes. Major guilds had dedicated chefs, and top chefs could even enhance the overall strength of guild members by a significant margin. At this moment, Lin Fan faced a difficult choice. To unlock the Devious Riverbed's elite dungeon, the prerequisite task was to eat this poisonous mushroom and be rendered unconscious. He looked at the mushroom in his hand with a troubled expression, knowing he had no other choice. Under the current circumstances, Lin Fan had no cooking utensils, and the riverbed was dry with no water available, so he had to muster the courage to eat the mushroom raw. He took a deep breath and bit into the stem. Instantly, a strange juice exploded in his mouth, releasing an indescribable fragrance. To his surprise, Lin Fan found that the mushroom wasn't as hard to swallow as he had imagined. Although it was somewhat bitter without being cooked, the overall texture was more like chewing wax rather than a deadly poison. As Lin Fan swallowed the last bite of the mushroom, system notifications appeared in quick succession. You have eaten the mystic mushroom. Your willpower is being eroded. 3, 2, 1. You have fallen into a hallucination. Despite these notifications, Lin Fan remained calm. He leaned against a rock, closed his eyes, and seemed to drift into a slumber. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, the scene before him was difficult to adjust to. The walls around him were a soft pink, and directly opposite hung a photograph of him with a pure-looking girl. His gaze fell on the bed in the room, where a familiar figure lay. She was peacefully asleep, with a serene smile on her lips. Her beauty left Lin Fan momentarily stunned. Her long black hair cascaded over the pillow, and her exposed shoulders were fair and delicate, exuding a youthful glow. Her exquisite face left Lin Fan breathless. A sense of indescribable relief washed over him, and he murmured to himself, "So, it was all a dream. The Divine Realm, my sister's illness, it was all just a nightmare." In his excitement, Lin Fan wanted to reach out and hold his sister's hand, but just as he took a step forward, the scene began to shake violently. The once sleeping Xiao Xian suddenly opened her eyes, gripping Lin Fan's arm tightly, her voice filled with fear. "Brother, I don't want to die. Brother." Xiao Xian is so scared. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and the sister before him seemed strangely unfamiliar. He tried to pull his hand away but found himself unable to move. Her delicate face twisted, and her eyes were filled with malice. In a daze, Lin Fan realized that the surroundings had transformed into a hospital room. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, and Lin Fan shouted in panic, "This isn't real." "It's not." The nightmare buried deep in his heart was once again awakened. At that moment, the scene shifted dramatically once more. "Lin Fan, go, I'll cover you." A familiar voice called out. Lin Fan found himself standing amidst ruins, a silver-haired man gripping his shoulder, eyes red with urgency. "Stop hesitating and carry my hope with you." "Fatty." Lin Fan's heart trembled. In the distance, under the setting sun, a terrifying dragon-scaled serpent cleared a path, with various powerful figures following. Leading the group, a majestic man sat atop a two-headed chimera, seated on a golden throne, his eyes shining with godlike brilliance. surveying the apocalyptic world. Long Henny Kong Chung, Lin Fan exclaimed in shock. Fatty's voice came again, now tinged with emotion. If you see my wife at the trialer's base, tell her, I'm sorry. Before Lin Fan could respond, Fatty pushed him away. Surrounded by a halo of holy light, magical runes danced on the giant sword in his hands. With a roar, Fatty charged towards Yi Kong Chung with determination. Yi Kong Cheng's expression remained indifferent, as he casually raised a hand and uttered a single word, kill. In an instant, searing dragon flames and terrifying magical light illuminated the wasteland. Lin Fan could only watch helplessly as Fatty's body was gradually disintegrated by the onslaught, ultimately vanishing into the blinding light. Lin Fan suddenly awoke to find himself back in the divine realm. Above him, the sparse stars and moonlight cast shadows from the swaying trees, and within moments, the game had transitioned to night. He was breathing heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat, feeling worse than ever before. Wanting to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Fan was horrified to find that he couldn't move his limbs. Turning his head with difficulty, he was stunned to see himself tied to the back of a centaur warrior, moving deeper into the river path. The stench from the creature was overwhelming, and despite knowing the game was challenging, Lin Fan couldn't help but mentally complain. This isn't supposed to be hardcore mode, so why make it this realistic? A system notification chimed. You have entered the half-beast tribe. You have unlocked the level 10 elite dungeon. Night of Terror. Lin Fan nodded to himself. Everything was going according to his plan. In his previous life, a group of players had been poisoned by mushrooms and kidnapped, only to wake up in this despicable river dungeon. A few minutes later, within the half-beast tribe camp, Lin Fan was casually tossed into a dark, damp cellar as if he were mere food. The system immediately displayed a quest prompt. 1. Escape the cellar. 2. Defeat all elite centaur soldiers and minotaur soldiers. 3. Defeat the orc chieftain. Lin Fan knew that completing the initial mission would earn him extra rewards. However, the Night of Terror dungeon was just an appetizer. The real challenge lay in defeating the boss afterward. He gathered his magic, and a fireball appeared in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Fan frowned at the sight of bones and remnants of flesh scattered around, with an alarming number of human bones. The name Despicable River was aptly chosen, as most of the deceased locals here were likely kidnapped victims. The cellar walls were uneven, and a clear trail of footprints began to appear. Lin Fan realized he needed to use specific climbing techniques to escape. However, just as he looked up, everything went dark as an object fell from above. Instinctively, Lin Fan pressed against the wall to dodge. With a dull thud and a groan, Lin Fan raised the fireball to reveal a woman. What the? He thought, bewildered. This dungeon has been run countless times by others, and no one's ever mentioned a woman appearing. Lin Fan was completely puzzled, especially since he wasn't party with anyone, making it impossible for another player to be in the same instance. By the firelight, Lin Fan examined this unexpected visitor. The woman had a graceful figure, skin like porcelain, and a bountiful life source that left a strong impression. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and he cautiously called out, Yifua? Yifua heard someone call her name, and groggily opened her large, expressive eyes. She looked around in confusion before panicking. Have you seen my silver radiance sacred chaos robe? Or my magic apprentice hat, holy light life staff, silver dragon rhinoceros pauldron, boots, and gloves? Oh no, if I've lost them, my teacher will be so mad. She began to whimper again. Lin Fan rubbed his chin, trying to suppress his laughter, his face turning red. Last time, this girl had only lost her hat, but now she'd managed to misplace her entire set of gear. Among NPCs with generally high intelligence, her actions were truly astonishing. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Hidden quest activated. Anxious Yifua Sequence 2. Gluttonous Yifua. God's Commentary. After eating the divine illusion mushroom with the adventurer, Yifua has become even smarter. Have you been following me? Lin Fan suddenly realized, his surprise evident. He knew that while NPCs in the Divine Realm game were quite advanced, interactions with them at the early stages were usually limited to functional dialogues, like simple trade transactions with a blacksmith. Only during specific side quests would NPCs display higher intelligence. Yet here was Yifua, not only tailing him from the beginner's village, but also mimicking his action of eating a poisonous mushroom, truly puzzling behavior. Yifua nodded innocently, her face a picture of naive charm. Intrigued, Lin Fan asked, Why are you following me? I've never seen an adventurer as ordinary and weak as you, Yifua said. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she looked Lin Fan up and down, taking in his novice gear with a look of pity. I was worried you might get into trouble, so? Lin Fan felt metaphorical sweat drops form on his forehead. What kind of reasoning was that? Speaking of danger, he had narrowly avoided being squashed by this girl's sheer clumsiness a moment ago. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Yufia's hidden quest sequence 2 conditions activated. Help Yufia retrieve her lost equipment and escort her back to Edgar City after completing the elite dungeon. Another prompt followed. Yufia thinks you are too weak and intends to teach you magic. Do you accept? Lin Fan's lips twitched in frustration, feeling like banging his head against a wall. Being underestimated by a naive girl was a blow to his pride. Despite possessing the giant spirit god's left eye, which reduced his reliance on equipment, he was far from weak. However, his mere 320 health points were a liability in close combat, where even the best reflexes might not save him. Free magic skills were not to be refused, so Lin Fan decisively accepted, thinking, let them underestimate me? In an instant, 2 magic books materialized before him. He opened one and was immediately impressed it had hit the jackpot. Crank Fire Magic. Blood Detonation. Effect. After the target is injured and bleeding, consume 100 MP to explode the blood, dealing no less than 250 spell attack power damage. Cooldown. 8 seconds. Lin Fan quickly skimmed through the magic ranking system. From the lowest rank to the highest rank, with forbidden spells only obtainable through special quests. He recalled how the Kong family had once gone all out to help the Peacock King become a super mage who mastered 3 forbidden spells. Under the right conditions, he could single-handedly destroy a city. If not for a humiliating death, the Kong family could have stood toe-to-toe with the Long Mark. Blood Detonation was undoubtedly a pure damage skill, with explosive power that depended on the player's attack strength. An 8-second cooldown made it a top-tier crank magic. Lin Fan was tempted, but decided to check the second book. Drank Fire Magic. Holy Radiant Shield. Created by Izinthri, one of Edgar's 3 great magicians. Effect. Consumes 400 MP to generate a magic shield. Up to 9 can be created. Each shield can block 700 physical magic damage, and maintaining each shield consumes 100 MP per minute. Without hesitation, Lin Fan chose the Drank Holy Radiant Shield, feeling a thrill of excitement. For ordinary mages, this spell was almost useless due to its high mana cost. Just activating one shield could drain the mana of a mage several levels higher, let alone the continuous consumption. However, for Lin Fan, who had a staggering 14,400 mana pool, it was perfect. By spending 3,600 mana, he could generate 9 shields at once, blocking a total of 6,300 damage. With proper handling, it was like gaining an extra 6,300 health points. Who could challenge him now? Even a group of rogues would pose no threat. I am indeed weak and helpless. You've got a keen eye. Lin Fan exclaimed with trembling hands, unable to resist planting a kiss on Yufia's porcelain-like cheek. I freaking love you, sis. Really? Yufia stared at Lin Fan in a daze, her beautiful face blushing as she awkwardly lowered her head, unsure of where to place her hands. Wait for me to save you. Lin Fan chuckled mischievously, even finding his own grin under the moonlight to be somewhat lecherous. Following the quest path, he quickly climbed out of the cellar. In the distance, several campfires burned brightly as a group of half-beast soldiers feasted on unknown meat, oblivious to the approaching threat. Elite Centaur Archer. Level 13. HP 35003500. Attack 120. Skill Leap Shot. Elite monsters had several times the health of regular ones and significantly higher attack power. Players under level 20, unless they were elites themselves, would struggle to handle even a single minion in the treacherous dungeon. Puff, puff, puff. 3 fireballs streaked across the night sky as Lin Fan launched an artillery attack on the orc camp from over 100 meters away. The flames illuminated the dark sky, knocking 4 elite centaur monsters to the ground, their bodies consumed by fire. Though the 3 seconds of burning seemed barely sufficient, it was enough to finish them off. A system notification popped up. You have slain an elite centaur, gaining 300 experience points. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, realizing that the experience points from elite monsters were over 3 times that of ordinary ones, truly matching the difficulty of the current stage dungeon. Suddenly, a deep warning horn sounded around him. 10 massive centaurs began their counterattack, launching a fierce barrage of arrows toward Lin Fan. Despite the incoming assault, Lin Fan remained composed. Fire magic surged from his novice staff, forming 2 giant flaming shields in front of and above him. The rain of arrows pattered against the shields, unable to harm him in the slightest. Awesome. Becoming a human artillery in the divine realm isn't just a dream. Lin Fan laughed heartily, his hands swiftly casting basic attacks to incinerate the approaching centaur melee fighters into ash. Just then, a loud crash sounded from behind him. Lin Fan was ambushed by a group of frenzied minotaur warriors carrying totem poles. These monsters had a staggering 5,000 health points. Their hooves pounded heavily on the ground, kicking up dust and creating a fearsome presence. Yet, Lin Fan didn't even bother to turn around. A 6-pointed star glowed behind him, instantly forming a shield that enveloped him completely. He ignored the damage entirely, his health untouched, while only the numbers indicating the shield's depletion appeared above his head. Fire magic ravaged the battlefield, eliciting howls from the elite orcs. Hooves of numerous centaurs stomped madly above Lin Fan, and giant battle axes relentlessly struck the shield. As one shield cracked and shattered, Lin Fan cheerfully summoned another protective barrier. The Holy Sun shield skill perfectly matches my lazy nature, Lin Fan thought. After a day of monster hunting, he was too lazy to dodge. With over 10,000 mana, it would be a waste not to use it. He stood within the shield, calculating the cooldown of his flame burn, slowly whittling down the health of the tough Minotaur warriors with basic attacks that triggered his innate skills. From the entrance of the orc camp to its end, the ground was littered with equipment and silver coins. The benefits of the elite dungeon were evident. Though the difficulty was high, the drop rate of treasures far exceeded that of ordinary areas. Especially the Minotaur elite warriors. With 10 monsters dropping one blue item, Lin Fan was raking in the profits. He quickly scanned the dropped equipment information. Minotaur warrior leg guards. Quality: excellent. Level: 10. Class: warrior. Physical defense: 32. Magic resistance: 32. Agility 1. Evasion 1. Minotaur warrior crown. Quality: excellent. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. This treacherous dungeon was practically a treasure trove of warrior gear, with nearly all drops being warrior armor. Considering the abundance of warrior players in the Divine Realm, the market price for level 10 blue gear was a hefty 5,000 each, with demand outstripping supply. Although the equipment from the level 10 elite dungeon didn't have the set attribute bonuses of hero gear, each piece boasted rare special attributes, making them the best value for money excellent armor for warrior classes. Dragging monsters along, Lin Fan battled his way from the herb garden to the Three Flavors bookhouse, stopping only when he reached the boss point. Soon, he had wiped out all 200 elite monsters. Lin Fan found a secluded spot at the edge of the altar to sit and meditate, restoring his mana. To him, over 10,000 mana seemed a bit lacking, as maintaining the shield had exhausted it in just over 20 minutes. He shook his head and sighed. Men indeed have an endless fascination with long and big things, and I'm no exception. If those so-called top mages heard this, they might already be plotting how to take him down in real life. Suddenly, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Strange, why hasn't any of Yufia's equipment dropped? His gaze fell on the altar. Could it all be on the boss? In the distance, a withered-looking Minotaur shaman danced around the altar, chanting obscure incantations. Suddenly, a bizarre blue light shot skyward, creating a void in the sky as if a gateway through time and space had opened. A system notification appeared. Minotaur Lich. Level: 15. HP: 800,008,0000. Attack? Skills? This boss is a Lord-level enemy. You may not be able to handle it alone. Would you like to summon teammates for assistance? Lin Fan shook his head lightly and chose to refuse. Taking down the Minotaur Lich to clear the dungeon posed a challenge, but with an understanding of its skills and attack patterns, and the protection of the Holy Flame Shield, it wasn't impossible. However, giving up now would mean missing out on the true highlight of the treacherous dungeon, the hidden boss, the Dark Elf Queen. You have 1 minute to interrupt the ritual of the Minotaur Lich, or catastrophic consequences may ensue. The system's warning echoed in Lin Fan's ears, but he remained motionless. He knew well that the key to unlocking the hidden boss level was to stay put, allowing the Minotaur Lich to complete the sacrifice and summon the Dark Elf Queen. Lin Fan recalled the regrets of his previous life. Once a player's level exceeded 20, entering the Fright Night dungeon meant the Minotaur chieftain would no longer respawn, and the hidden boss would remain unseen. Many players, including Lin Fan at that time, missed this hidden level. The reason was simple. Players habitually followed system prompts, overlooking the subtleties within the quests. The minute passed in a flash. A blue light enveloped the entire altar, and countless tiny insects, like fireflies, emerged from a spatial rift. The system prompt appeared. Dark Elf, level 15. HP, 300,300. Attack power, 50. Skills, Dark Flash, Ascend, Mutate. These Dark Elves, though only palm-sized with beautiful appearances and 2 pairs of transparent wings, appeared harmless yet caused Lin Fan to frown in caution. He knew their troublesome nature lay not in their health, but in their outrageous skills. Besides the offensive skill Dark Flash, the Descend skill caused them to self-destruct when suffering fatal damage, with a power capable of wiping out an entire party. More terrifying was the Mutate skill. Once the number of elves dropped to a certain threshold, all Dark Elves would mutate collectively, drastically increasing their attributes and killing intent. Lin Fan was most worried about their self-destruction ability. Dozens of Dark Elves gathering to explode could be overwhelming, even if he summoned 9 shields. Sensing the presence of an adventurer, the dark elves let out a piercing screech and flew swiftly toward Lin Fan. A barrage of flashing lights attacked, and Lin Fan deftly summoned 2 blazing sun shields to protect himself. In an instant, the first shield cracked and shattered, and the second was on the brink of breaking. Although a single dark elf's attack power was not high, their combined force was formidable. Lin Fan calmly retreated, summoning 2 more blazing sun shields to continuously block the concentrated attacks of the dark elf swarm. You think you have more mana than me? Lin Fan sneered internally. A hexagram totem glowed in front of him, and a series of fireballs shot toward the dense cluster of creatures. A large number of dark elves had their health reduced to 0, but instead of disappearing, their bodies began to swell rapidly. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Fan was nearly knocked over by the shockwave, barely managing to stay upright with the help of his beginner's staff. Damn, was that a nuke? He muttered, staring at the mushroom cloud rising nearby. No wonder so few had cleared this hidden level in the previous life. Most players probably never even saw the boss before falling victim to the exaggerated self-destruction. Fortunately, Lin Fan's range was long enough. He quickly distanced himself while continuing to bombard the elf swarm with spells. The system notifications popped up continuously. You have slain a dark elf, gaining 1 experience points. Lin Fan was slightly speechless, expecting these level 15 bugs to provide substantial experience, only to find they yielded just 1 point. Even more disappointing was that slaying dark elves didn't contribute to the proficiency of the giant spirit god's left eye, meaning these creatures weren't even classified as magical beings or living entities. This realization completely quashed Lin Fan's idea of mindlessly farming dark elves. He continued his Hitandran tactic, explosions ringing out as the number of dark elves increased rather than decreased. Seeing his mana depleting, he knew that without the ability to summon shields, survival would be impossible. But Lin Fan remained composed, skillfully maneuvering towards the Minotaur boss to draw the swarm near the altar. Meanwhile, 9 NPC girls with slit throats appeared on the altar, the sacrifices for the Dark Elf Queen. Their souls emitted harrowing screams as they were drawn into the spatial rift. Instantly, countless magical runes flickered in the air, and a terrifying aura began to awaken. It's about time. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as he unleashed a barrage of fireballs precisely above the Minotaur Lich's head. Hundreds of dark elves were caught in the explosion. As they fell, they quickly coalesced into a light sphere, engulfing the Minotaur Lich in a terrifying mushroom cloud. An astonishing series of damage numbers erupted, nearly killing the boss with its 8,000 health. The Minotaur Lich roared in fury, its magic surging, sending eerie green light sweeping across the area, wilting plants and rapidly draining life. Lin Fan remained expressionless, waving his staff to erect 5 blazing sun shields, 2 of which were instantly pierced by the green light. The destructive power took Lin Fan by surprise. A single shield could withstand 700 points of damage, which meant the boss's skill dealt an astounding 1,400 damage. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he began calculating a strategy in his mind. Just then, the Minotaur Lich waved its staff, opening another spatial rift. Clenching his fists, Lin Fan watched as a horde of beastmen elite monsters surged out, roaring furiously. A confident smile played on Lin Fan's lips. Free experience? Why not take it? He muttered, his fingers swiftly tracing patterns in the air. In an instant, 3 fireballs shot out, hitting the group of dark elves with precision. With a thunderous explosion, the dark elves self-destructed. The blast wave swept across the battlefield, blowing many beastmen to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Scattered on the ground were various pieces of equipment and special dungeon materials, glinting enticingly. System notifications popped up continuously. You have slain an elite Minotaur guard, gaining 400 experience points. You have slain the elite boss Minotaur Lich, gaining 30,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 13. Your level has increased to 14. Lin Fan couldn't contain his joy, leveling up twice in the blink of an eye, instantly placing him among the top players. His gaze quickly locked onto the boss's corpse, where 3 pieces of equipment radiated the unique purple glow of heroic gear, 2 pieces of armor and 1 weapon. Just as the strategy guide said, the Dark Elf's self-destruct skill is both a nightmare for players and a chance to clear the Lich boss without taking damage. Lin Fan was secretly pleased with his choice. The system prompt sounded again. You have become the first player to clear the dungeon Night of Terror. Do you wish to announce this anonymously in the region? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, his eyes growing more determined. He knew most players would choose anonymity to avoid jealousy and being stifled in their growth. But with the strange changes on the horizon, keeping a low profile was no longer enough to ensure survival. It's time to announce to the entire realm that the Triple Crown King Lin Fan is about to reclaim everything that belongs to him. He resolved, thinking, a king's return needs no humility. Immediately, the entire game world was flooded with a shocking announcement. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Fanshin for being the first to solo clear the elite dungeon, Night of Terror. Rewards: 50 free attribute points, 10 skill points, 5,000 reputation points, and 50 gold coins. This announcement was like a bombshell, causing a bizarre silence on the world channel for several seconds. All players paused, disbelief written on their faces. Cleared an elite dungeon? Solo? Is this something a newbie, not even 2 days into the game, should be able to do? Seriously, do you have any sense of reality? Soon, the world channel was flooded with exclamations and skepticism. Meanwhile, Linfan's private chat window was exploding with messages. Kai's expedition. Awesome. Fanbro, you're killing it again. Bone Eater. I knew it. You're insanely powerful. I wish I were as freakishly strong as you. Senior sister. As expected of the man I have my eyes on, pulling off a solo clear of the elite dungeon while we weren't looking, Linfan looked at these messages, speechless. What does blowing minds or being a freak have to do with a handsome guy like me? He muttered, clicking the mute button without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the real world, a storm was brewing at the Xingqian studio. A beautifully made-up woman awoke from her gaming pod, her eyes blazing with anger. She strode over to Chen Wei, forcibly pulling him out of his game. I told you to treat him well, and you pushed him to resign. She grabbed the resignation letter from the table and threw it at Chen Wei's face. You idiot, you're ruining everything. Faced with the woman's dominance, the usually arrogant Chen Wei lowered his head, his voice trembling. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I'll explain it to Fanshin. This assertive woman was Lu Xingqian, the behind-the-scenes owner of Xingqian Studio and a major shareholder in several gaming and esports clubs. Upon learning of Lin Fan's blacklisting, she had arranged for Chen Wei to bring him into Xingqian Studio. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Lu Xingqian, a seasoned player of the realm, understood the near-impossible feat of soloing an elite dungeon at such a low level. It was a superhuman achievement. Though she didn't know how Lin Fan did it, she knew one thing. To make a significant impact in the realm, Lin Fan was an indispensable ace. She opened her limited edition handbag, pulled out a bank card, and spoke firmly. Transfer this 3 million to Lin Fan, and ask him to reconsider returning to the company. Also, I'll personally visit the city hospital to see his sister. Lin Fan acquired a series of mission items, including the Holy Light Life Staff and Silver Dragon White Rhino Pauldrons. Just then, Yufuya's lost equipment suddenly flew into his inventory. He glanced at it casually and immediately gasped in astonishment. The attributes of the Holy Light Divine Staff were astonishing. Legendary quality, level 50 mage exclusive, with a spell attack power of 1200, an attack speed of 1.30, and a critical strike rate of 30. Even more striking were its 2 special effects, restoring 5 health per second and increasing the maximum health by 30. When the set is activated, it can also release the Hymn of Life, increasing the maximum health of all allies within a 100-meter radius by 50 for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Lin Fan stared at the weapon's glowing orange text, nearly drooling with envy. Each piece of Yufuya's equipment was top tier, except for the magic apprentice hat, which seemed out of place with almost no attributes. A bold idea flashed through Lin Fan's mind. If only I could steal the NPC's equipment and log off. But he quickly realized it was merely wishful thinking. The system prompt immediately dashed his hopes. This item is Yufuya's exclusive weapon, cannot be used, discarded, or destroyed. Lin Fan shook his head with a wry smile, realizing there were no free lunches in the world of Shunyu. All of Yufuya's equipment could only be used by her, and even if left on the ground, no one else could pick it up. Just as Lin Fan was about to pick up the 3 pieces of hero equipment, a low chant emerged from the temporal rift. The sensuous female voice sent shivers down his spine. He couldn't help but think of those otaku who were infatuated with the Night Elf Queen in his past life, silently acknowledging the allure of such a voice. A snow-white, long leg extended from the spatial gate, stunningly beautiful. It was soon followed by a second, leaving Lin Fan parched. However, when a third and fourth leg appeared, his expression shifted from entranced to bewildered, finally settling into a grim look. 8 legs, each 2 to 3 meters long, crowded together, attached to a massive face wearing a black crown. 6 wide wings unfurled slowly. While the Night Queen's beauty was indeed remarkable, like a flawless sculpture, her face was lifeless, exuding a chilling aura of death. Holy! Lin Fan broke into a cold sweat, his trypophobia and megalophobia flaring up simultaneously. He couldn't help but curse those who wrote the guides. No wonder the dungeon walkthroughs from his previous life detailed every step of the haunted night, but omitted the most crucial part: the true form of the Night Elf Queen. The system prompt appeared. Night Elf Queen, level 15 lore class creature. HP, 500, 000500000. Attack power, 680. Skills, mastery of dark mage spells. This boss is a projection of the Night Elf Queen, possessing about 3 of the main body's combat power. Lin Fan calculated silently, realizing that the 500,000 health of just the projection was formidable, meaning the true body must have reached the level of a world boss in the late game. Though it seemed to have only one skill, as a mage, it likely mastered at least 10 level or higher dark magic spells, all maxed at level 10. Seeing the boss about to awaken, Lin Fan had no choice but to abandon the idea of picking up the hero equipment on the ground. He dared not risk approaching, fearing it would prematurely alert the boss. After careful consideration, he turned and ran, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the eight-legged monster. Seeing that neither the boss nor the minions were pursuing, Lin Fan ran all the way to the cellar, maintaining an 800-meter distance from the boss. Although his maximum range was 1,600 meters, anything beyond 800 meters would be considered leaving the dungeon. After adjusting his attack direction, Lin Fan tossed Yufuya's equipment into the cellar, completing the task of returning the equipment to prevent a futile effort if the boss killed him later. The system immediately prompted, "You have returned Yufuya's lost equipment. Please escort Yufuya to Edgar City." Lin Fan nodded helplessly, planning his next move. Besides attempting to solo the boss, he considered luring the Night Queen over, letting the powerful Yufuya battle the leggy queen while he bided his time. Ready to reap the benefits, Lin Fan called out several times to the girl hiding in the cellar, urging her to come out and help restore their home. However, Yufuya's response quickly dashed his hopes. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Fan thought to himself, "This troublesome girl is quite a handful." If it weren't for the terrifying power he sensed in Yufuya, capable of obliterating him hundreds of times over, he might have been tempted to toss a fireball into the cellar to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, a chilling scene was unfolding. The Dark Elves, having suffered heavy casualties, began to mutate. More than a dozen merged into a massive black cocoon. The cocoon trembled violently before shattering, releasing 12 Queen's Guards clad in gray armor and wielding long spears. Each exuded an overwhelming aura, with power comparable to a level 10 boss. Lin Fan watched the scene intently, alert and cautious. As an experienced trial challenger, he knew the first rule of solo dungeon runs: always clear the lesser mobs before tackling the boss. In this hardcore domain, seemingly weak minions often concealed deadly threats, and many strong adventurers had met their end due to a moment's carelessness. A hexagram totem blazed in the night sky as Lin Fan unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of fireballs, targeting the densest cluster of enemies. The area near the altar erupted in flames and dust, with 2 guards hit directly by the fireballs. His level 10 passive talent, Flame Scorched, activated, mercilessly burning these black locusts. Lin Fan strategically maintained a distance beyond the monster's aggro range. The Queen's Guards, disoriented by the attack, flew chaotically, but under the Dark Elf Queen's command, they soon organized into 3 groups, methodically searching for Lin Fan's location. Not daring to relax for a moment, Lin Fan continued to cast fireball volleys for long-range strikes. After 5 rounds of skills and basic attacks that triggered his passive talent, 3 Queen's Guards succumbed to the relentless flames. The remaining guards went berserk, activating their Frenzied Bloodlust skill, which significantly boosted their speed at the cost of continuous health depletion. A system notification chimed. "You have slain a Queen's Guard," gaining 900 experience points. Lin Fan kept casting spells while constantly shifting his position, engaging in the classic mage tactic known as kiting. The monsters had absurdly high health, and even with over 1,500 burn damage per hit, it took several seconds to whittle down each one. Lin Fan mused that with such formidable minion strength, players below level 20 would be courting death by coming here. Those who managed to clear the dungeon were teams that strategically capped their levels at 20 and underwent their first class awakening, significantly boosting their combat power to barely pass the challenge. The remaining 4 guards finally reached him, yet Lin Fan remained calm. A single blazing sun shield effortlessly absorbed their leaping attacks. To conserve mana, he began to dodge with precision, deftly rolling backward to evade a dark energy blast. Had other players witnessed this, they would have been amazed. Lin Fan seemed to glide effortlessly, casting spells while walking, dodging flawlessly, and using just one shield to wear down the remaining 4 guards to death. As Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, a massive shadow loomed over him. The Dark Elf Queen, with her terrifyingly large wings, stirred fierce gusts as she looked down at him from above, her gaze as if a deity examining an ant. Lin Fan was genuinely taken aback by the sheer speed of the Dark Queen's movements. However, what was even more unexpected was getting a close-up view of the boss's facial details, revealing pores so large they made his skin crawl. From a distance, the boss seemed as graceful as a descended goddess, but up close, it was a different story, entirely a disaster in the making. The leg hair, as thick as steel needles, nearly caused Lin Fan to suffer a digital impotence. Thankfully, the boss's critical areas were covered by black leather armor, or else he might have truly lost his mind. Lin Fan silently mocked the unreliable guides from his past life, wondering how many clueless young men and women they had lured to their doom. As an introvert, he felt a deep chill in his heart. At that moment, the Dark Queen seemed to sense Lin Fan's disrespectful gaze. She immediately raised her 8 long legs and began a merciless stomp towards him. Lin Fan, having anticipated this, quickly retreated to avoid the boss's physical attacks. But the boss's attack speed was so fast that she soon used her long legs to block his escape route. With a wave of her hand, 3 black flashes shot toward Lin Fan. He smiled confidently, and a blazing sun shield appeared at his feet. With a single leap, he twisted and turned in midair, dodging the attacks with an uncanny grace. In both his past and present life, few could rival Lin Fan in the practical application of magical techniques. Facing a boss whose attack patterns were relatively rigid and whose main body was only at 3 strength, Lin Fan handled the situation with ease. As he landed, Lin Fan raised his hand and unleashed 3 rapid fireballs, hitting the boss's chest armor with precision. The fireballs left only a shallow mark on the armor, causing no real damage, but Lin Fan wasn't surprised. He knew that in the Divine Realm, there were 2 kinds of hits against monsters, one that dealt normal damage when hitting areas not covered by equipment, and another where attacks were blocked by the target's high-level armor. Clearly, this was the latter. Nevertheless, the Dark Queen let out a few howls as wisps of flame spread across her chest. Although the skill failed to break the boss's defense, the Fire Mage's innate passive ability still took effect. After landing a hit, Lin Fan quickly retreated, but the Dark Queen, enraged by the pain, intensified her assault. A dark magic spear suddenly formed behind the boss, slicing through the air towards Lin Fan. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the spatial distortions caused by the spear, estimating its lethal radius to be at least 3 meters. He knew that unlike the awakened players from his past life with over 3,000 health points, his measly 300 points meant even a glancing blow could be fatal. Shield, shield, always the shield. Lin Fan chanted internally, summoning 4 blazing sun shields in quick succession to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer power of the magical attack shocked Lin Fan, sending a chill down his spine. In the blink of an eye, 3 sun shields were pierced by the magic spear, with the final shield barely holding against the penetration. Each sun shield could withstand 700 damage points, meaning the boss's burst damage was at least 2,000 points. A casual strike was enough to kill Lin Fan 6 or 7 times over. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically, immediately discarding any notion of toying with the boss. He couldn't afford to be careless. Channeling his mana, he launched into a basic attack followed by a rapid succession of fireballs, targeting the boss's chest armor once again. The 4-hit combo successfully landed, slightly increasing the force damage deduction. Satisfied, Lin Fan nodded to himself and swiftly stepped on the sun shield to retreat. Behind him, the ground shook with the continuous, savage onslaught of the Dark Queen. Lin Fan nimbly weaved through the surrounding half-beast camp, collapsing structures to create advantageous terrain and slow the boss's movements. Despite the impressive continuous burn effect of the flames, the Dark Queen's staggering 500,000 health made Lin Fan realize that if he continued like this, he might deplete his mana before the boss fell. I'll need at least a few dozen more fireballs to break this ugly one's defense, Lin Fan calculated internally. Using his smooth attack and move technique, Lin Fan persistently targeted the boss's chest, launching a relentless barrage. This wasn't due to any perverse inclination but rather because of the unique armor mechanics in the Divine Realm. While all armor and weapons in the Divine Realm didn't have durability, they could indeed be destroyed through brute force. Once a target's armor was destroyed, the damage they received would significantly increase. In critical areas like the heart, head, and organs, breaking the armor would guarantee critical damage and could potentially cause effects like stun or knock-up. The area Lin Fan was relentlessly targeting was precisely the boss's heart. Currently, Lin Fan's critical hit rate is only 2 due to the lack of equipment bonuses. However, for an experienced trialist, even this small chance can be a deadly weapon. As long as his spell attacks are precise enough, he can achieve a 100 critical hit rate. After an intense 10-minute tug-of-war, cracks began to appear on the boss's chest armor, revealing large areas of pale skin. Yet, to Lin Fan, there was no beauty in this sight. He only wanted to slay the incessantly shrieking, ugly banshee as quickly as possible. When the boss's health dropped by 20, it suddenly stopped its pursuit. Lin Fan immediately realized that the boss had switched attack modes. As a seasoned player, he knew that the more powerful bosses often have multiple attack patterns. As their health decreases, new attack modes are triggered, making strategizing against bosses in the Divine Realm particularly challenging. Suddenly, a massive dark hexagram appeared behind the boss, overshadowing the sky as if to swallow all the starlight. A blood-red magic rune descended from above, ignoring Lin Fan's blazing sun shield, and the dark magic hit directly. Black runes rapidly spread across Lin Fan's body. Glancing at it casually, Lin Fan murmured to himself, "Great at dark magic, death curse rune." He quickly analyzed the skill's effect. It forcibly reduces all targets' health within range to 10, lasts for 1 minute, decreases with the target's magic resistance, and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. This is precisely what makes dark magic so feared. Without a light magic user to protect them, no matter how strong a player's equipment is, once cursed, their equipment's attribute advantages are significantly weakened. Lin Fan recalled a small guild from his past life. Their curse mage once used this move to throw an entire rival guild into chaos, leading to an easy and complete annihilation. In the early and mid-stages of the Divine Realm, dark curse magic was almost unbeatable. Once hit, players were like lambs to the slaughter, with only 10 health remaining, making them vulnerable to a few basic attacks. However, for Lin Fan, this ultimate move was akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito completely non-threatening. He couldn't help but laugh. All this show for just that? For an ordinary player, they would probably be left lying on the ground, waiting for the Night Queen to stomp them out one by one. But Lin Fan aimed for a no-damage victory. Even with only 35 health points left, or even just 1 point, he remained fearless. As long as he had enough mana, the 9-faced blazing sun shield was his unbreakable defense. The Night Queen let out a triumphant shriek, mocking the cursed adventurer before her. Her 6 moth wings flapped powerfully, sending 3 dark magic swords hurtling through the air. Lin Fan casually gestured, using the 6-faced blazing sun shield to perfectly counter the attack two-tone. He glanced at his mana, which was nearly depleted, with less than 1,000 points remaining. Despite his dwindling mana, Lin Fan remained calm, continuing to strike precisely at the boss's weak spots in the leather armor. Each basic attack hit the boss's chest with uncanny accuracy, creating an illusion that he was born to do this. Even he found his precision terrifying. As his mana ran low, the gaps in the boss's leather armor widened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan raised his novice staff, scoffing, "Time to strip." With a crack, the black leather armor shattered and fell. Lin Fan entered a sage-like state, ignoring any potentially distracting visuals, fully focused on the battle. A barrage of fireballs exploded in the air, a string of blood-red numbers appearing, and the boss's massive body was sent flying backward uncontrollably. A pitiful wail echoed, Lin Fan's eyes sharp as he continuously targeted the heart's weak point with basic fireball attacks. He managed to keep the Night Queen airborne with consecutive hits. Lin Fan showcased a masterful kiting technique, each basic attack seamlessly following the next, keeping the boss suspended between falling and rising. This feat was nearly impossible for a mage with a novice staff and an attack speed of only 0.5. Even the slightest delay in attack timing would have disrupted the continuous aerial strikes. Even more impressively, Lin Fan multitasked, silently activating the game's built-in recording function, as if intending to immortalize this extraordinary display. Time flew by, and a minute later, a combo count of 33 appeared above the boss's head. 10 minutes later, the combo count reached an astounding 352 times. After half an hour, the combo count broke the 900 mark, and the boss's health was nearly depleted. If there were veteran players of Sword and Conquer present, they would surely exclaim, "This is just Lin Fan the mage god's usual routine. Nothing surprising." The grand announcement echoed throughout the Divine Realm. Player Yi Kongqing and his team successfully cleared the elite dungeon, the Dark Dungeon. The system detailed the generous rewards the team received: 30 free attribute points, 3 skill points, 1,000 reputation points, and 15 gold coins. The World channel erupted with excitement as players rushed to offer their congratulations. Pizza doesn't eat spicy excitedly typed, "Longhin boss is awesome." Throwing flowers. Godrealm Luqiqiang confidently predicted, "Longhin is unbeatable. Kongqing boss is a born archer god. Dominating the Divine Realm is just around the corner." However, not everyone agreed. Sadqian sarcastically remarked, "Not as good as Fanshin. Why announce it if it's not a solo clear? No skill involved at all." Despite the core players of the Longhin Guild struggling to conquer this level 15 elite dungeon, compared to Fanshin's solo feat in the thrilling night, the achievement seemed less impressive. Nevertheless, this didn't dampen the enthusiasm many players had for Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing immediately spent 10,000 to purchase server-wide announcements, sincerely expressing gratitude. "Our success wouldn't have been possible without my teammates' help. I thank everyone for their efforts." Looking forward to more players joining Longhin. Out in the wilderness, a player named Fatty saw the message and muttered disdainfully, "What a hypocrite. Not so polite when snatching monsters and bosses." Just then, a system notification sounded. Player Longhin had distributed red envelopes to all players in the region. The total amount was 1,000 gold coins, limited to 999 envelopes. Fatty was stunned and blurted out, "Whoa, 1,000,000 in red envelopes?" Despite his grumbling, his fingers moved like lightning, and he snagged one. Inside were 5 gold coins, equivalent to 5,000 in real life, which delighted him immensely. The world channel exploded once more, with players chiming in. Street Slasher exclaimed, "A true tycoon. Kongqing is so generous. Help me up, I want to join Long Hen." Forest in Tears mused, "What's Fanshin compared to this? Long Hen is way cooler. Wow, there's my half-month as living expenses." Magic Walks the World declared, "No bias, Kongqing is the #1 in the Divine Realm." The audacious red envelope giveaway left the world channel buzzing. Players who previously had no impression of the Longhen Guild were now impressed by its wealth, and some even began to praise Kongqing as the #1 in the Divine Realm. Many players started considering Longhen as their top choice for a guild. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood silently before the dissolving corpse of the Dark Elf Queen, watching Kongqing's display on the world channel. He had to admit that Longhen's rise to becoming the strongest guild wasn't by chance. While many guilds could match Longhen in wealth, few leaders had Kongqing's boldness. The seemingly simple million-coin giveaway wasn't just a celebration of clearing a dungeon. It was a strategic move to build Longhen's image and momentum, with value far exceeding $1 million. Lin Fan smiled faintly, "Sorry, I don't concede." In the next moment, all players received another system notification. The announcement shook the entire server. Player Fanshin, as if aided by divine intervention, had single-handedly defeated the hidden boss, the Lord-level Dark Elf Queen. The system detailed the abundant rewards: 70 free attribute points, 20 skill points, 10,000 reputation points, and 80 gold coins. The world channel fell into stunned silence, then erupted with an overwhelming discussion. What? A lord boss? Solo? I can't believe it. This Fanshin must be related to the bosses. A low-level mage taking down a lord boss. Countless players seemed to be under a petrification curse, their minds blank, questioning if they shared the same game world as Fanshin. Magic Walks the World awkwardly coughed, "Ahem. I now place Longhen Boss as my second favorite." KS Expedition laughed gleefully. "Haha, the tables turned so fast, I'm dying of laughter. Our Fanshin never does anything ordinary." In Edgar City, Zhu Shuangshuang, clad in a water-themed hero robe, looked troubled. "What do we do? Still send out the red envelopes?" Heavenly Gifted Berserker was furious, shouting, "That scoundrel must have exploited a bug. How else could he solo a lord boss? What a shameless person." Yet, amidst the unexpected turn of events, Kongqing remained unexpectedly calm. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly, "Whether it's a bug or finding the boss's weak point, soloing a lord boss shows his strength, proving my judgment wasn't wrong." Kongqing looked around at his slightly dejected guildmates and smiled. "I've got the blueprints for the level 15 legendary bow. I need everyone's help." Heavenly Gifted Berserker immediately responded, "Don't worry, boss. Our group can handle the 500 blood crocodile skins." Zhu Shuangshuang was equally determined. "I'll deal with the 3,000 magic crystals by working with lifestyle players. No problem." Kongqing nodded in satisfaction, once again demonstrating his financial prowess by distributing 2 million in red envelopes to the guild channel. Smiles returned to everyone's faces, and their morale soared. Meanwhile, in the thrilling night dungeon, 2 beams of silver light suddenly burst from the boss's vanished corpse. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed as he saw a half-human-sized broken statue and a fist-sized blue gemstone appear on the ground. He quickly stepped forward, bent down, and examined the statue closely. The statue of the Elven Queen, a damaged relic of legendary quality. Lin Fan carefully examined its description. A sacred artifact from the Elven race, its effects diminished by 99 due to damage inflicted by the Dark Knight Elf Queen. He placed the statue into his backpack and immediately gained a special skill, Immortal Spirit. This skill, a blessing from the Elven Queen, allows the user to enter an invulnerable spirit state for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Lin Fan's eyes lit up with delight. 3 seconds of invincibility. The guide for homebuddies didn't lie. He recalled that the guide mentioned how this item had left countless high-level players filled with regret. Once you surpass level 20, you no longer have the chance to experience this brief yet crucial moment of invincibility. Though it lasts only 3 seconds, in combat, it becomes a trump card for Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't help but imagine. Those rogues with maxed out attack and critical stats, capable of killing in one strike. If they saw this divine item, they'd probably bow down to him. Despite the intimidatingly long cooldown, it significantly reduces the chance of being taken down by a rogue's ambush. While Lin Fan was absorbed in his joy, he noticed a blue gemstone on the ground. "What's this? An extra drop?" he wondered. The boss hadn't fully manifested, and the drops were already quite stingy, just 3 gold coins and the relic. The guy didn't mention the boss dropping any gems. Lin Fan recalled that he had been too busy celebrating to notice it before. He speculated that the Beast Tribe Heretic title might have been at play, activating the 10 extra drop rate. He examined the gemstone closely. Elven gemstone, quality, relic, required level, 20. Unique effect, reduces cooldown for all skills by 30. with a chance to duplicate 1 or 2 normal attack skills, depending on weapon quality. Note: primary material for crafting legendary weapons. Lin Fan's eyes widened, his mouth agape. He knew all too well the value of this item. Just a 30 cooldown reduction alone would drive players mad. The attack duplication effect was even more terrifying. Casting 1 skill could mean casting 2 or 3. If luck was on his side, and he cast a chain fireball, 9 fireballs raining down at once, it would be like a meteor shower. Incredible. How could an immaculate relic drop? Lin Fan was stunned. The statue dropped by the boss was merely a damaged relic. Yet this gem was a genuine elven relic. He quickly reopened the combat log to check. You have slain the Dark Knight Elf Queen, earning 30,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 15. Scrolling further down. Congratulations. Extra drop rate of 1 activated. After a solo run through the entire Haunted Knight instance, Lin Fan's gains were astonishingly substantial. He secured 2 relics, 3 pieces of level 15 warrior hero gear, and a generous amount of first clear reward gold. However, what thrilled him the most was the reward of 30 skill points and 120 personal attribute points. These points would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for him in the early stages of the game. Lin Fan understood the importance of personal attribute points, as they directly enhanced a player's initial attribute values. Meanwhile, skill points and gold were crucial resources for upgrading magic levels later on, particularly since the magic level requirements at the 20th level class awakening were notoriously stringent. Despite his impressive haul, Lin Fan remained grounded. He was acutely aware that these advantages were far from making him invincible. Most of the challenging side quests, hidden tasks, and achievement rewards in the game offered skill or attribute points, differing only in quantity. Furthermore, the game was rife with hardcore players who, supported by high-end gaming pods with built-in nutrient solutions, could stay online for weeks without a break. Any complacency on his part would allow other players to quickly catch up. As he examined the attributes of the gear he had acquired, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity these 3 pieces of gear are just level 15 transitional items. Otherwise, I'd give them all to Fatty. The 3 hero items, a weapon and 2 pieces of armor, were all named Bonebreaker, forming a warrior set. Wearing the full set boosted attack power by 150 points, making it extremely powerful in the early game. However, level 15 gear occupied an awkward spot. Before reaching level 20, players leveled up rapidly, but after the 20th level class awakening, the experience required for each level skyrocketed, significantly decreasing leveling efficiency. Only wealthy players like Shurgu, who didn't mind splurging, would dare to wear a full set of level 15 hero gear before level 20. Without hesitation, Lin Fan put the 3 pieces of gear up for auction. Recalling the previous auction where a staff sold for 200 gold, he decided to bundle the set and set a buyout price of 1,000 gold. A quick glance at the real-world time showed it was already 3:30 p.m., and the hospital would soon close. Lin Fan swiftly converted 700 gold into cash, logged out of the game, and planned to head to the hospital to pay for Xiao Xian's surgery. During Lin Fan's brief absence from the game, a dramatic bidding war unfolded in the auction house. Bonebreaker set. It's being sold by the legendary Fan. Traders and guild leaders were instantly abuzz, their eyes glued to the 3 purple items. While a single piece might not make the top 10 gear list, the set's 150-point attack bonus was undeniably tempting. However, the 1,000 gold price made everyone hesitate. Just as they were weighing their options, the set was snapped up. Astonishingly, within 30 seconds, the set reappeared on the market with an anonymous seller, now priced at 1,200 gold. A major guild leader who had just topped up his gold was left dumbfounded and frustrated. What a shame. If we had gotten that set, clearing the ordinary Crimson Assassin instance would have been a breeze. But the drama continued. Half a minute later, the set was pulled again and relisted at a staggering 1,500 gold. Affluent players and guild leaders were outraged, criticizing Lin Fan. Fan, you're despicable. If you don't want to sell, don't set a buyout price. Are you playing with us? Through the machinations of several middlemen, the set's price skyrocketed to an astounding 1,800 gold. Ultimately, the guild leader of the Empire Guild, Shan Zhan, grudgingly purchased it, becoming the ultimate sucker. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was blissfully enjoying a meal in his living room, completely unaware of the chaos in the game. If he knew his gear had been inflated to a price equivalent to 180,000 gold, he'd probably be kicking himself for underestimating the middleman's tactics. After quickly changing clothes and washing his face, Lin Fan hailed a cab to the hospital. The thought of seeing Xiao Xian, who had been missing for 5 years, filled him with overwhelming anticipation. However, standing outside the hospital's internal medicine building, Lin Fan hesitated, pacing back and forth as he mentally prepared for the impending reunion. He had faced countless life-and-death crises in the post-apocalyptic world, but never had he been as nervous as he was now. Lin Fan tightly gripped a bouquet of carnations, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his hands trembling slightly. His mind raced, trying to come up with the perfect opening line. Is your favorite big brother back with cash in hand? He rehearsed silently, then dismissed the idea. Did my handsomeness overwhelm you? Too narcissistic. Not good. Has the little crybaby missed big brother so much that she can't sleep? Give me a kiss. That was even worse. Downright humiliating. Lin Fan's thoughts were a chaotic jumble, like a boiling pot of porridge. He glanced at the payment window and noticed the crowd had thinned out. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, Xiao Fan, what a coincidence." Lin Fan spun around, his gaze landing on a stylishly dressed, stunning woman. She waved at him, her bright smile captivating. Beside her stood a man with a slightly horse-like face. Chunwei. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned before realizing that the beautiful woman was none other than Lu Xingchen, the head of Xingchen Studio. Boss Lu, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Fan asked, puzzled as he looked her over. Lu Xingchen appeared to be in her mid-20s, with an alluring face and a shapely figure. Her expressive eyes were particularly captivating. She looked perfectly healthy, showing no signs of illness. Lu Xingchen pursed her red lips, feigning displeasure. What kind of question is that? Can I visit an employee's family member who's sick? Employee's family member? Lin Fan frowned slightly, then shook his head. I think there's some misunderstanding, Boss Lu. Yesterday, Tang Kai and I submitted our resignation to Manager Chun. Hearing this, Chen Wei's face showed a hint of panic as he quickly smiled apologetically. Xiao Lin, everyone was a bit heated yesterday. Why take it to heart? It's really just a misunderstanding. Lin Fan didn't want to get entangled with them, so he briefly said, sorry, we'll talk later. I need to get to the payment window. He had a rough idea of why Lu Xingchen was here, but he wasn't in the mood to deal with it right now. No way. Lu Xingchen suddenly interjected, her tone firm. Lin Fan was taken aback. No way? What do you mean? Lu Xingchen smiled teasingly. Of course not. You submitted your resignation, but I haven't approved it, so it's not valid. Lin Fan was left speechless by her unreasonable logic. Just as he was about to argue, Lu Xingchen turned to Chen Wei and asked coldly, how's the matter I asked you to handle? And what's the hospital's response? Chen Wei immediately put on an ingratiating smile. Don't worry, Boss Lu. Xiao Xian's surgery fees have been covered, and the surgery will be performed by Director He himself. Lin Fan stood to the side, utterly astonished. This treatment was far from what he expected for a gold-farming studio slave. He couldn't quite grasp what Lu Xingchen was up to. While Lin Fan was still pondering, Lu Xingchen added, here's 3 million. It's not much, but take it. 3 million is not much? Lin Fan murmured, looking at the platinum card Lu Xingchen handed over, feeling a bit dazed. He tried to stay calm and asked seriously, why are you suddenly giving me so much money? Feeling a bit unnerved under Lin Fan's sharp gaze, Lu Xingchen cleared her throat and said earnestly, ahem, congratulations, Lin Fan, on winning this year's Best Employee Award, with a prize of 3 million. A $3 million award for outstanding employees? Lin Fan glanced at the bank card Lu Xingchen handed over, a hint of a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. If this had been offered before yesterday, he would have snatched it without hesitation and stuffed it into his pocket. But now, this mere 3 million was nothing more than a joke to him. Ms. Lu, you really are quite amusing, Lin Fan said with a smile, seeing right through Lu Xingchen's uneasy demeanor and intentions. This so-called bonus was less of a reward and more of an investment. The shrewd glint in Lu Xingchen's eyes betrayed her true motive. She wanted to cling to him. Or more bluntly, she was looking to ride his coattails. Lin Fan was well aware that Lu Xingchen had noticed his formidable performance in the game realm. She intended to use this money to bind him to Xingchen Studio, to have him work for her. With a playful smirk, Lin Fan remarked, business in other games must be tough lately, right, Ms. Lu? Lu Xingchen's expression gradually turned cold, yet she forced a smile and replied, it's all right, I suppose. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. As a second-generation wealthy individual, Lu Xingchen had previously made a fortune by forming professional teams and gold farming studios in popular games like Sword and Conquer. However, since the announcement of the new game release, other games had suffered a severe blow. The player base for Sword and Conquer, in which he had invested heavily, dwindled, and the company's daily revenue plummeted. In desperation, Lu Xingchen had to redirect all her resources to the new game, hoping to expand her studio and establish a guild, leveraging the vast player base to turn things around. As a 3-time champion making waves in the game, Lin Fan naturally became Lu Xingchen's prime investment target. He gave Lu Xingchen another once-over and had to admit, I must say you're really clever. You're too kind, Lin Fan. Despite the anger simmering inside from Lin Fan's penetrating gaze, Lu Xingchen dared not show it and maintained a forced smile. In just over 30 hours since the game's launch, the name Fanxin had repeatedly topped the charts, even overshadowing the fame of Longhen Yikongqing. If he were to return to Xingchen Studio now, he would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in establishing the guild, giving it a significant boost. This was indeed a typical Lu Xingqian move. Lin Fan recalled the early glory of Xingqian Guild in the previous timeline. Back then, he was the leader of one of its 100-member gold farming teams. The player gap was minimal, and with Lin Fan and other former professional players, they successfully tackled difficult dungeons, leading to a promising guild growth. However, during the guild stronghold battles, Lu Xingqian, complacent with the status quo, made a wrong judgment. She believed the guild lacked the strength to secure a stronghold and was unwilling to spend 5 million on a guild battle seat, leading to a loss of core players and the eventual decline of the guild from the mainstream ranks. What do you think? I can promise you'll lead the guild, Lu Xingqian said, biting her lip as she made her decision. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, his face full of derision. Look at that. Ms. Lu is speaking nonsense again. How could I possibly take on such a role? If he were still working under her like in the previous life, would Lu Xingqian be this desperate to hand him money? Despite her seemingly innocent appearance, Lu Xingqian was a shrewd businesswoman who knew how to manipulate people. Lin Fan recalled his 2 years as a gold farmer at Xingqian Studio, earning the lowest salary in Jiangchuan City and working over 12 hours a day as a gaming cog. If it weren't for Lu Xingqian's tacit compliance, would manager Chunwei dare to exploit employees so ruthlessly? Brother Fan, please reconsider. We've worked together for 2 years, and I only offended you with my words. Chunwei interjected, grinning sheepishly. How about this? You can hit me to vent your anger. He even pretended to smack himself. Lin Fan felt disgusted and waved him off. Don't pull that on me. Yesterday, you were eager to swallow me in fatty hole. The hospital isn't the place to discuss this. I won't take your surgery fees or the bonus. Lin Fan shook his head coldly, causing Lu Xingqian's heart to sink. Just as she was about to persuade him further, Lin Fan turned and added, however, getting the head surgeon to operate was a favor I owe you. Lu Xingqian's expression shifted, immediately grasping Lin Fan's underlying message there was still room for negotiation. But Lin Fan quickly dashed her hopes, smiling as he said, I won't be joining your guild. I can help you secure the guild stronghold, but there's a condition. Chunwei immediately interjected, Ms. Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. Guild strongholds aren't that easy to capture. Chunwei's face darkened as he lowered his voice to speak to Lu Xingqian. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. The official website released the list for the stronghold battle, and over 50 groups have already signed up. This number will likely exceed 100, but there are only 12 city strongholds available in the first batch. Hearing this, Lu Xingqian's expression was conflicted. She stared at the man in front of her, whose face remained calm and composed, and couldn't help but wonder where his confidence came from. How could he be so certain of securing a stronghold? After weighing her options, Lu Xingqian decided to compromise. Tell me your conditions, and I'll do my best to meet them. Given her current dire financial situation, this might be her only chance. If this man could indeed secure a stronghold, selling it afterward would surely make her rich overnight, considering the current popularity of the Divine Realm. Lin Fan also had his own considerations. He recalled the time when he was fired by Tianci and was at his lowest point. It was this woman who took him in. Although the conditions weren't great and her motives were unclear, he couldn't deny that he owed Lu Xingqian a favor. Lin Fan gave Chunwei a meaningful look, and the latter immediately sensed trouble. Lin Fan then dialed Fatty's number. Hey, what's up? Fatty's voice came through the phone. I was just about to start a dungeon. Someone wants to have a word with you, Lin Fan said calmly. Who is it? A girl? Fatty barely finished his sentence when there was a loud smack, followed by a woman's voice saying, Girl, my foot. Get lost, you fat slob. Sorry, Fan, you must have misheard, Fatty awkwardly explained. Lin Fan chuckled. Don't worry, I didn't hear a thing. He switched the phone to speaker mode and handed it to Chunwei, whose face had turned pale. Under Lu Xingqian's murderous gaze, Chunwei stammered, Dad, I was wrong. Fatty's exaggerated laughter echoed from the other end. What? Who's this? The signal's bad. I can't hear you. Louder. Chunwei felt as if he'd swallowed a fly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Finally, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Dad, I was wrong. Fatty, feeling avenged, was satisfied, and Lin Fan quickly wrapped up the conversation with Lu Xingqian. He then headed to room 414 with a bouquet of flowers, took a deep breath, and peered through the small window of the hospital room. No matter how many times I die, I swear I won't let the nightmare repeat. Lin Fan mustered the courage, having mentally prepared himself countless times. He just wanted to be a good brother. Ignoring the curious glances from other patients, Lin Fan pushed open the door and hurried to the bed, embracing the girl tightly. She had long chestnut hair and a delicate face that looked a bit pale. At that moment, she was sitting on the bed, fiddling with a tablet, a sweet smile on her lips. Lin Fan gently stroked her hair and whispered in her ear, I'm back. This time, I'm really back. The girl looked at him in surprise, her face breaking into a radiant smile. her cheeks slightly flushed with a hint of shyness. In the bright sunlight, she appeared pure and enchanting. "Brother, aren't you supposed to be at work?" she asked softly. Yi Xiaoxian stood speechless, watching her brother Lin Fan cry like a child in front of her. His tears had soaked her freshly changed hospital gown, drawing curious glances from other patients around them. Blushing, she pinched Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "Enough, bro. We were only apart for 2 days. No need to get so emotional." Lin Fan noticed the disapproving look from a nurse nearby and quickly stepped aside. Defensively, he said, "You don't get it. This is what they call a tough guy with a soft heart." "Tough guy? You can't even do 20 push-ups. You're a weakling," Xiaoxian mercilessly teased. Lin Fan was momentarily embarrassed, knowing his out-of-shape body was indeed quite feeble. With a playful raise of her eyebrow, Xiaoxian asked, "So, are you here to take me home? I'll pack my things. It'll only take a minute." While she joked, Lin Fan detected the underlying concern about medical expenses and felt a pang of sorrow. Feigning annoyance, he rolled his eyes at her and said, "Bring you home to cause trouble? Get ready to move to a VIP ward. Your brother is back in the big leagues now. I've already paid for the surgery. Director He himself will operate on you next month." "Really?" Xiaoxian suddenly frowned and said resolutely, "You didn't take out a loan, did you? If you did, and don't pay it back immediately, I'll jump out of here right now." Startled, Lin Fan knew his sister wasn't joking. He quickly recounted how he had made money by dominating in the virtual realm. Xiaoxian burst into laughter. "Haha, I knew it. That player everyone calls a scammer looks just like you." She handed him her tablet. Lin Fan took a look, and his face fell instantly. On the screen was a pinned post on the official forum of the game, titled, "Remember this scumbag, the official shill to trick us into spending money." The post featured high-resolution screenshots of Lin Fan's in-game character. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. "Xiao Zhuang, I've never seen someone so shameless. Rumor has it this fan god is an official testing staff, luring players to spend money. Heishan Laoyao. I knew something was off about him from the start. He even admitted to being a tester, and the officials still haven't done anything. Empire War God. This game is ruined by such merchants. Fan god, I swear." In just an hour, the post had thousands of comments, making it the forum's top headline. Lin Fan scratched his chin, puzzled. Did someone really buy that transition gear for $1 million? He had planned to sell it at a lower price to someone named Shirgu if it didn't sell. Xiaoxian shook her head, giving him a playful smile. "I knew my brother would be the best at any game. I'm your biggest fan, 3 Crown King Anakin." "Of course," Lin Fan nodded, pretending to be deep in thought. Seeing his sister's good spirits lifted his own mood. He recalled how, during his professional gaming days, Xiaoxian was always in the stands at every match. It was a lifestyle he had become accustomed to, and he would do whatever it took to protect this silly girl. Rather than her relying on him, she was his emotional anchor. As the doctor came to change the 4, Lin Fan kept reminding her, "Listen to the nurses, don't lose your temper." Xiaoxian nodded obediently. Before he left, Xiaoxian hesitated and called out, "Bro, what is it?" Lin Fan turned to look at her. Her cheeks flushed, she blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. "Once my surgery's done, can I be your support in the game?" Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded with a smile. "Sure, I'll be waiting for you." Back at his rented apartment, Lin Fan called his friend Fatty. Fatty was thrilled, saying, "I can't stop laughing. Everyone in our work group chat is losing it, all apologizing like crazy on my social media." Under Chenwei's orders, colleagues who had mocked him lined up for public shaming, much to Fatty's delight. Lin Fan got serious. "Enough laughing. Let's talk business. Remember we discussed starting a guild?" "Yeah, I remember. Are we really doing it?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "The guild territory battles are about to start. Missing this opportunity would be troublesome later. We need to secure our spot. But the 5 million entry fee is insane." Fatty hesitated, as the sum was astronomical for the 2 struggling friends. "No rush, we have a week. We should be able to gather the money, even if we have to borrow it," Lin Fan said firmly. He explained that guild territories were crucial in the game's later stages. As player and monster levels increased, strong guilds could gain an edge in dungeon raids and large-scale battles. Some rare items and world bosses couldn't be conquered by individual strength alone. The reputation points in the game are largely set up to serve the guild wars. Lin Fan was lost in thoughts about the game's mechanics when the chubby guy's voice suddenly interrupted him. "Oh, right. The gear you scored this afternoon really made you a fortune," the chubby guy exclaimed excitedly. "I saw someone mention it on the forum. You probably made a cool 100. Lin Fan looked puzzled. "What? Wasn't it supposed to be 1.8 million? The chubby guy gave a mysterious smile. "Can you be a bit more honest, Comrade Lin Fan?" Now it was Lin Fan's turn to be stunned. 1.8 million? His voice was filled with disbelief. The chubby guy then explained the whole story of how the traders inflated the price. After listening, Lin Fan felt as if his heart was bleeding, almost to the point of spitting blood. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. We risk our lives to take down a boss, and those merchants flip it with 0 cost and make 800 gold coins. What a crappy game. Should I even keep playing?" Despite his frustration, Lin Fan had to admit that heartless merchants exist in every game, but the ones in Divine Realm are the most ruthless. He even had to admire them a bit, as not every player has the guts to speculate like this. If the gear doesn't sell, it's a huge loss. After calming himself, Lin Fan agreed with the chubby guy to enter the game. With the familiar feeling of time-space travel, the scene shifted and Lin Fan appeared in the despicable river. As soon as he entered the game, Lin Fan noticed Yufuya crouching behind a large rock a short distance away, secretly watching him. The NPC girl's cheeks were flushed as she softly asked, "Oh humble and weak adventurer, could you help me change my clothes?" Lin Fan's eyes instantly glowed with a wolfish gleam. Standing before him in her undergarments, Yufuya's fiery figure and stunning face left Lin Fan thrilled. As a diehard otaku, the thing he appreciated most about Divine Realm was this. No mysterious mosaics. The anti-harmony system was practically non-existent. Because of this, Divine Realm has faced strong opposition from concerned parents since its launch. However, these protests clearly couldn't sway the gods' decisions. Lin Fan helped Yufuya put on her gear, and a system prompt popped up. "You have gained Yufuya's favor. Friendliness 10,100. Seeing the increase in friendliness, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled, and he muttered to himself. It's said that if your friendliness with an NPC of the opposite sex reaches 100 points, you could even get married and have kids. In his previous life, Lin Fan was always either farming gold or barely surviving in hardcore mode, never having the leisure to explore relationships with NPCs. However, he knew that once the Divine Realm world and reality merged, the NPCs in the game wouldn't disappear and would, in a way, be no different from players. Of course, Lin Fan was a decent guy. What he truly cared about were the hidden quests and career clues that often required a certain level of friendliness to trigger. But improving friendliness with NPCs wasn't easy, as the conditions were usually very strict. If he hadn't cleared the Haunted Night quest and retrieved Yufuya's lost gear, he wouldn't have easily gained those 10 points. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan decided to take Yufuya back to the bridge leading to Edgar City. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. That guy is the god of Fan," someone exclaimed, "and he's got an NPC girl with him? Wow, she's huge. Is this the aura of a pro player?" Lin Fan's arrival caused a stir, but it was quickly overshadowed by the screams of female players. In the distance, a high-level warrior clad in a gray cloak and wielding a silver sword caught everyone's attention. He stood with his back to the bridge, exuding an aura of elegance and charm. The warrior slowly lifted his cloak, causing an even more frenzied reaction. He had strikingly handsome features, diamond-like silver hair, and a stature as straight as a sword. When he spoke, his magnetic voice made the surrounding players even more frenzied. His golden eyes fixed on Lin Fan as he calmly asked, "May I ask, where does your sword point?" With his silver hair and strikingly handsome face, it was none other than Fatty himself. Lin Fan looked at that excessively good-looking face and was at a loss for words. He thought to himself that if Fatty hadn't chosen to make a living playing games, with his talent for character creation, he could have easily achieved financial freedom by selling his character models on forums. Faced with Fatty's overly dramatic question, Lin Fan blushed with embarrassment. Reluctantly, he raised his staff and stammered, "I point my sword toward the infamous North Street Red Light District, and my heart aims for the largest club in Jiangchuan City by the Southern River." Fatty immediately stepped forward, and the two began an exaggerated series of American-style secret handshakes, 3 fist bumps and 6 hand gestures. Lin Fan kept a straight face as he obliged, while the surrounding players gawked and whispered, "Where did these two nerdy weirdos come from?" "Oh yeah, my good brother." Fatty laughed heartily, jumping up to chest bump Lin Fan. Lin Fan silently vowed to hide his ID next time. This American-style greeting made him want to crawl into a hole. Just then, the system notified them that K's expedition has requested to join the queue. Lin Fan reluctantly clicked accept. Fatty flicked his hair with flair, turned his gaze to the imposing white-scaled serpent boss on the bridge, and declared proudly, "I'll distract it while you deal the damage." Lin Fan glanced at Fatty's stats, level 14, 2,150 health points, clad in a blue set. For a non-pay-to-win player, this was quite impressive. Although Fatty wasn't a former professional player, having teamed up with Lin Fan for years, his gaming skills naturally surpassed those of average players. "No need to bother, this little boss can be taken down in seconds," Lin Fan said, "but we need to escort this NPC back to the Mage Guild first." He gestured to the NPC, Yufuya, behind him. Fatty finally noticed the NPC and his eyes lit up. "Whoa, why's my wife with you? Hand her over." Lin Fan's forehead lined with exasperation. "Tang Kai, you're really asking for it." If your wife catches you cheating with an NPC, she'll skin you alive. PFT, do you even know what family hierarchy is? Fatty scoffed. She wouldn't dare question the head of the household. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly, thinking that his friend's need to save face hadn't changed a bit. The surrounding players watched them, murmuring, two people taking on the white snake? Without a healer? That mage is wearing level 1 newbie gear. Are they joking? Such wild claims, saying they can take down a 20,000 HP snake just like that? The two seemed oblivious, strolling onto the bridge, ignoring the giant white-scaled serpent. So, about that guild formation, Fatty began. How are we going to pull it off? Even if we sort out the funding, who are we going to get to manage it? Can't just pick any random nobodies. No rush, Lin Fan smiled. I've got some candidates in mind, though they don't know me yet. You're something else, I give up. Before the words were out, the serpent lunged at Fatty. In a flash of silver, Fatty's sword deftly parried the serpent's fangs, then stabbed its eye. The serpent roared, spewing green venom, but Fatty swiftly tore off his cloak to block it, then charged forward, delivering a critical strike with his sword. What? You can block the boss's venom attack like that? I saw this warrior yesterday. His whole team wiped, but he hung on with a sliver of health and took down the boss by himself. What a slow-moving boss. Hearing the praise around him, Fatty grinned, clearly wanting to show off in front of Lin Fan. Impressive indeed, Lin Fan nodded with a smile, casually tossing a fireball. Whoa, Fatty was dumbfounded. No way, Fan. You're dealing over 200 damage with a level 1 staff. Lin Fan didn't explain, just smiled quietly. He had allocated all the free attribute points from the first dungeon clear to his attack power. So even with a level 1 staff, his spell attack power had surpassed 200. Damage numbers popped up in quick succession. 1,560. 1,560. Holy crap. Nearly 5,000 damage in seconds? I'm done with my turtle strategy. Fatty's mouth hung open, at a loss for words. No way. That's insane. Is this guy a dev plant? How is this damage even possible? If mages are this strong, I'm deleting my character and starting over. The onlookers were in an uproar. If they hadn't seen it themselves, they'd never believe an AI-driven game like this could have plants. Alright, it really was a breeze, and I'm the clown here, okay? Fatty looked utterly defeated. He thought he'd gained some edge from a fortuitous quest in the main city, but compared to this freak of nature, he was way out of his league. In no time, the boss was down. All it dropped was a pile of worthless white gear and a few silver coins. Lin Fan and Fatty exchanged a glance, both speechless. Was this the legendary white snake boss? Well, there's nothing I can do about it, Lin Fan thought to himself. The white-scaled serpent, as the main storyline boss, wasn't particularly difficult to defeat. Compared to the elite bosses in dungeons, it was a walk in the park. Just then, his friend Fatty sent him a private message, sounding all mysterious. You've got a cheat, don't you? Where'd you buy it? I need one too. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, being a reincarnator was like having a cheat code in itself. He was about to reply when Fatty messaged again, impatiently. I don't believe you. Fine. I'm trash. Okay. When we get to the main city, I'll show you what to do. Lin Fan had already devised a plan to help Fatty become stronger quickly. You're the best, bro. I'll treat you to a foot massage tomorrow. Fatty replied excitedly. Lin Fan shook his head with a wry smile, recalling Fatty's first job awakening in his previous life. Back then, he had acquired the hidden class of magic swordsman, wielding magic with one hand and sword skills with the other. Combined with his natural talent for gameplay, his combat power was quite formidable. Although the magic swordsman was a tier class, capable of overpowering regular players, it struggled against those who had awakened steer classes. After some thought, Lin Fan decided to give Fatty some extra help. By the way, I have a video file for you. Check it out. Fatty perked up with interest, raising an eyebrow. Is it special video? You really know me, Fan. Get lost. Lin Fan laughed and cursed, then sent over a video of himself soloing the Dark Elf Queen with an endless combo. He advised Fatty to post it on the Divine Realm forum at the right time. The two chatted casually as they entered Edgar City with Euphia. Most of the first wave of players had already left the beginner village, so the city was bustling with activity, but its vastness prevented any sense of overcrowding. They stopped at the entrance of a tavern. Fatty shook his head and said, I've been here before. The quests are trash, and you need to pay 10 gold coins to become a bounty hunter. Here, take some gold coins and become a bounty hunter first. Lin Fan initiated a trade request. Though Fatty was puzzled, he accepted. Seeing the 100 gold coins in the trade window, Fatty was overjoyed. Being pampered by a rich guy feels amazing. He accepted without hesitation. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Having worked together for many years, he wouldn't bat an eye at giving Fatty 100 gold coins, even 10,000. Especially since Fatty had sacrificed himself to protect him in their past life. Lin Fan was determined to take care of him. In the Divine Realm, the bounty hunter role was quite unique. Once a player became a bounty hunter, they could take on demon hunting missions for rewards and even team up with NPC hunters. Inside the tavern, there were only a few players, mostly NPC brutes enjoying their dark beer. After all, 10 gold coins were equivalent to $1,000, and few solo players would spend that kind of money early on. Fatty successfully obtained his bounty hunter certificate and turned to Lin Fan. Now what? Lin Fan's smile widened, and he pointed to a scruffy man in the corner. See that drifter over there? Fatty nodded blankly, not understanding. Go give him a beating. I'll be waiting for you at the respawn point, Lin Fan said with a grin. What? I get why I should hit him, but why wait at the respawn point? Fatty was utterly confused, but trusted Lin Fan enough to approach the drifter. Fatty wrinkled his nose at the sight of the filthy, foul-smelling drifter, who even the nearby NPCs avoided. Trust me, there's a hidden quest trigger, Lin Fan said seriously, clenching his fist and shouting, you can do it, I'm gonna kick your butt. Fatty grumbled, but he steeled himself and kicked the drifter in the face, muttering, this might be immoral, but I'm going all out for a hidden quest. However, Fatty was shocked to find the drifter unmoved, like a statue of iron, not even spilling his beer. The drifter slowly turned, revealing messy golden hair and a pair of captivating silver eyes. Adventurer, do you wish to engage in 1,000 fair duels with me? The drifter asked. I don't know, Fatty stammered, looking around for Lin Fan, but his friend had already vanished. Instinctively, Fatty checked the drifter's status panel. Drifter, level 80, HP, 70 million, attack power, skills. Holy crap, a drifter? Level 80, 70 million HP. A chill ran down Fatty's spine as the drifter rose like a prehistoric beast. Adventurer, you have great courage. The vagabond stood up, his towering figure, over 2 meters tall, appearing particularly imposing before the chubby man. The chubby man looked up at him, heart racing and sweat pouring down his face. A sudden system notification chimed in. You have initiated a challenge against the Holy Sword Bearer. The duel is about to begin. Hearing the title Holy Sword Bearer, the chubby man was instantly terrified. Oh no, I was wrong, he pleaded in panic, but the vagabond ignored him. With a swift motion, he effortlessly lifted the chubby man like a chick. Suddenly, the door of the Bounty Hunters Guild was kicked open, crashing into 4 unlucky players. The vagabond's eyes burned with the desire for battle as he clutched the chubby man's collar and forcefully leaped into the air, propelling them dozens of meters away as the stone slabs beneath them shattered. Help me, Van! The chubby man cried out in desperation, flailing helplessly in the air, utterly terrified. The vagabond displayed incredible agility, swiftly darting across roads and rooftops through the main city streets. Before long, they arrived at a spacious training ground. The vagabond stood like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. The chubby man stared in shock as black flames of magic rose from the vagabond's left hand, while a terrifying holy light erupted from his right. A dual-wield magic sword? The chubby man was astonished, his vision blurring. In a daze, he seemed to see not a person but a powerful divine sword, with the vagabond himself as the hilt. Let's begin, young one. The vagabond's silver eyes gleamed, his voice sending shivers down one's spine. The system notification chimed again. Sclass Hidden Profession Quest activated Forged in Fire. Fail the quest if you fall in battle 1,000 times. Each defeat will reduce your experience points until you successfully wound the Holy Sword Bearer. The chubby man cursed internally. The opponent was level 80, far beyond his capability. Was he destined to be pummeled 1,000 times by this seemingly vagabond powerhouse? In a fleeting moment, the chubby man found himself uncontrollably falling backward. Did I just get one-shotted? He hadn't even seen his opponent's move. When he came to, he was already at the nearest resurrection point. Lin Fan patted his shoulder with a wide grin, asking, how was it? Quite the thrill, huh? The chubby man stood stunned for a long time before swallowing hard and exclaimed, dying was indeed a thrill. No pain at all. That old rogue is incredible. And Sclass Hidden Profession Quest. Damn, I'm going to take him down. His eyes shone with excitement. Lin Fan chuckled. Think carefully before each challenge. He knew that although the chubby man liked to boast, he never backed down from challenges, embodying a stubborn resilience. Being defeated by the vagabond would only fuel his determination. Lin Fan mused that the vagabond was actually Bing He, the leader of the 7 swordmasters of the Holy Temple in the Guanglong Empire. In the game's lore, Holy Temple swordmasters typically wielded light magic, but Bing He was an anomaly, mastering both light and dark magic with terrifying power. However, due to the natural opposition between dark and light magic users were often discriminated against in the Empire. As a result, Bing He was not well regarded by the Holy Temple and spent his days in a stupor at the Bounty Hunter's Tavern. In the past, Although many players knew about the Forged in Fire quest, almost none could pass its trials. The quest was extremely difficult, demanding high player skill, and each defeat resulted in lost experience. To achieve its class profession awakening, many players were reduced to level 1 by being he. However, Lin Fan had faith in the chubby man. In terms of skill, he was one of the strongest magic swordsmen in the previous era, with his only shortcomings being equipment and soul imprint. While the chubby man continued to challenge Bing He, Lin Fan took Yafia to the Mages Guild. An elderly man with white hair approached, looking at Yafia with a reproachful gaze. Yafia pouted, taking the old man's arm and playfully saying, "Teacher, I'm back." Lin Fan thought to himself, this old man is the Magister A Sentry. He created the class fire magic Divine Sun Shield. Although it's only a class spell, its defense rivals that of class or even class defense magic as long as there's enough mana. Unfortunately, the magic's grade is too low to be upgraded with skill points. Nevertheless, it proves the old man's mastery of magic. Blushing, Yafia explained, "I got lost. This brave adventurer escorted me back, teacher." The old man nodded sternly, saying, "Go prepare for the banquet hosted by the Lord. Do not disgrace your noble status." Lin Fan was taken aback. Huh? She's a noble? The system prompt appeared. You have completed Yafia's hidden quest sequence 2. Magister A Sentry offers 50 silver coins as a reward. You can choose to accept or decline. Is the labor really this cheap? Lin Fan felt a bit speechless. Taking care of a sickly girl was no easy task, and just helping her put on equipment nearly cost him his life. No need, thank you. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, declining the kind offer. Wait, adventurer. Old Ison seemed to feel that it was unseemly not to offer a reward, and quickly pulled out a magic scroll from his pocket. The mission to vanquish demons is exceptionally arduous. I have a scroll here that might suit your needs. Lin Fan's heart leapt with joy. He knew that hidden quests were never straightforward, and sometimes stepping back would yield double the rewards. He accepted the scroll and examined it closely. Crank Fire Magic, Touch of the Flame Serpent. A self-created magic by one of the 3 great magicians of Edgar I. Sentry. Effect: consumes 500 MP to create a magical flame serpent, dealing 200 spell attack power damage to targets within range, and inflicting 300 burn damage. Cooldown: 1 minute. Current level: 1. Special effect awakens when upgraded to max level 10. Lin Fan quietly analyzed the characteristics of this magic. It was a typical large area AoE damage spell with considerable damage, though it had high mana consumption and a long cooldown. However, this wasn't a problem for him. With an ultra-long range of over 1,500 meters and the Elven Jewel artifact, he could reduce cooldowns and even replicate spells. Standing a kilometer away, with good luck, he could unleash 3 flame serpents at once, creating an apocalyptic effect. What intrigued Lin Fan the most was the special effect that would awaken when Touch of the Flame Serpent reached max level. He remembered that only Brank or higher powerful spells had such features, so having this effect on a mere crank spell was unexpected. After bidding farewell to Yafuya, Lin Fan immediately started investing in the skill. As skill points and coins were continuously consumed, the level of Touch of the Flame Serpent gradually increased. By the time he reached level 6, he was already drenched in sweat. The mage profession was indeed the most resource-intensive, with skill upgrades costing far more than other professions. He used up all 30 skill points, barely reaching level 8, and spent over 50 coins, equivalent to more than $50,000. And this was just a crank spell. Higher-ranked spells would certainly cost even more. Lin Fan checked the upgraded stats. The skill damage increased to 350 spell attack power damage, with 470 burn damage, and the cooldown reduced to 52 seconds. He needed at least 20 more skill points and started thinking about how to acquire more resources. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating whether to solo the elite dungeon, Dark Dungeon, within the city, a system notification sounded. You have received an invitation from the city lord. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and opened his mailbox to check. The invitation read, "The city lord cordially invites the top 100 adventurers in the level rankings to attend a banquet at the city lord's mansion to discuss the plan to vanquish demons." System notification. You are currently ranked 27th in the level rankings and have qualified for the side quest, Night Banquet. Quest description. This quest offers substantial experience points, skill points, and attribute point rewards. The difficulty of this quest is high, so please proceed with caution. Seeing the quest notification, Lin Fan's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted. This quest seemed to have some hidden complexities. Haha, I just made it to the top 100, right on the line. Wu Dongshan boasted proudly in the world chat. Stop pretending, you little noob. This quest is for the top 100 players. It's definitely not easy. You'll just be a burden. AI Mimi retorted disdainfully. Wu Dongshan wasn't about to back down. What do you know? With Kongqing and the other big shots clearing the dungeon, I just need to tag along and enjoy the leftovers. In the world chat, Players who didn't make the cut expressed their regrets. That's the advantage of leveling up quickly. Being one step ahead means staying ahead. Lin Fan watched the discussion unfold in the world chat, deep in thought. This quest didn't seem simple. He realized it was likely the first lesson from the gods, a trap designed for elite players. With this in mind, Lin Fan opened the level leaderboard to check the list. The rankings were clearly displayed before him. 10th place, Feng Fengzi, level 16, 22. 9th place, Longhin Gongzi, level 16, 45. 8th place, Tianxi Quanglong, level 16, 77. 3rd place, Yikongqing, level 17, 13. 2nd place, Haoyue Nudi, level 17, 35. 1st place, Kongbai, level 19, 55. That guy made it to the top 10? He's a real madman. Lin Fan murmured to himself, his gaze lingering on a familiar name. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. The 10th-ranked rogue had a deep connection with him, as they had formed a team in their past lives and gone on many adventures together. The Empress's name also caught Lin Fan's attention. No surprise there, a woman who can heal and tank her way to 2nd place, even surpassing Yikongqing. Lin Fan recalled that this female player was not only skilled, but also the leader of the Haoyue Guild, which only recruited female players. Most impressively, she would awaken a dual rank class paladin within 3 days. Yeah, just like her straightforward personality, Lin Fan thought with amusement. This class was almost as strong as its rank, capable of self-healing and boasting a knight's ridiculous defense, making it nearly invincible in early dungeons. However, Lin Fan also remembered the fate of the Haoyue Guild. Despite having a few top-tier players, their small size eventually led them to be overrun by the Longhin Guild. The 1st-place rogue, Kongbai, was even more intriguing, having pulled significantly ahead of all players, nearing the threshold of class awakening. Lin Fan recalled various rumors about this mysterious figure. No one had seen his true face, yet he was the only one to repeatedly single-handedly defeat Yikongqing. He belonged to no guild but possessed at least 2 god-level soul imprints, making him a favorite of the gods. In hardcore mode, he was the biggest threat to Yikongqing's claim on the Golden Throne. A prodigy, whether by fortune or wealth. This person is an enigma, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Although he knew the quest was a trap, Lin Fan was also curious about the true identity of the legendary assassin. Just then, a message full of frustration popped up from Fatty. I'm done for. Why couldn't this stupid quest come out earlier? I got killed 8 times and dropped out of the top 100. I lost 1 billion. Lin Fan reassured him. Don't worry. I've studied this quest, and hardly anyone can complete it. Plus, the penalties are severe. Oh, then it's fine. I'll keep grinding this old rascal. Go for it. Fatty seemed somewhat relieved. Lin Fan chuckled, thinking that even if Fatty dropped to level 1, with his current speed of leveling up players, he'd quickly return to the top tier in a day. Compared to this small loss of experience points, the potential for its rank class was clearly more important. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan headed towards the City Lord's mansion. Along the way, other players avoided him, fearing being banned by the system by association. Hey kid. A burly knight blocked Lin Fan's path. About that. Sorry for what happened before. The big guy mumbled awkwardly. And you are? Lin Fan tilted his head, looking puzzled. The big guy hesitated, suppressing his anger. I'm Zhang Tianqi, the one who robbed you yesterday. Oh, someone from Longhin. Impressive. Lin Fan responded with a faint, mocking smile. At that moment, a woman dressed in a blue mage robe, holding a level 10 hero staff, approached. She was Zhu Shuangshuang from the Longhin Guild and looked displeased as she asked, Friend, from the way you talk, did we offend you besides the previous misunderstanding? Lin Fan turned his head, revealing a handsome and gentle face, his smile harmless. Not really, I just don't like you guys. Is it really you? Zhu Shuangshuang's face turned deathly pale, and she involuntarily stepped back a few paces, gripping her staff tightly until her knuckles whitened. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, casting a disdainful glance at her before delivering a sharp taunt. I remember you, a pathetic excuse for a water mage. Bastard. Zhu Shuangshuang's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Do you still think this is Jianjing? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Her voice quivered with fury. Seeing this, Zhang Tianqi quickly gave her a warning look and whispered, Don't forget what the boss told us. Turning to Lin Fan, Zhang Tianqi forced a sycophantic smile and deliberately softened his tone. Brother, here's the thing, we at Longhin would like to welcome you into the family. The boss said you can name your price for the annual salary. As he spoke, he leaned in closer to Lin Fan, feigning camaraderie. A sly grin appeared on Lin Fan's lips as he leaned in to whisper in Zhang Tianqi's ear. So only the two of them could hear. Back off, or I might just lose control and take you all out. Zhang Tianqi's face changed instantly, but he tried to maintain his composure as he retorted angrily. You really don't know what's good for you, do you, kid? Lin Fan turned to face the onlookers, speaking in a calm tone. Joining Longhin isn't out of the question. But first, Let Yikongcheng bring me his head. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and murmurs broke out. He's got guts. Taking on 3 at once. This guy's got spirit. Turning down Longhin's offer? No wonder he's a legend. What's Longhin got anyway? Besides money, they're nothing. Many players had been bullied by Longhin while leveling up, and Lin Fan's words resonated with them. Just then, a hearty laugh shattered the tense atmosphere. Triple Crown Lin Fan, no need for such trouble. Lin Fan's entire body tensed, his pupils constricting violently. A commanding archer strode forward, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way. He was strikingly handsome, tall, and clad in a luxurious set of level 15 hero-grade armor. Yikongcheng, someone exclaimed. The man bore a lazy smile, exuding a regal aura that seemed to exert an invisible pressure over the players. Wait, did the boss just call him the Triple Crown? Lin Fan? No way. Is he the legendary mage? Fanshin? This is insane. Absolutely insane. Wasn't he banned by the Esports Association? The mention of the Triple Crown title sent the entire area into an uproar, with everyone staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. Even those who didn't play Jianzhong had heard of Lin Fan from his, Baolumi, food delivery endorsements. However, the name Lin Fan was synonymous not only with unrivaled skill but also with disgrace in Chinese esports, following the match-fixing scandal that toppled him from his pedestal. Yikongcheng, still smiling, tapped his head lightly and said, "If the Triple Crown wants my head, here it is. But first, let's talk about cooperation." Before he could finish, Lin Fan hesitated for just a split second, then unexpectedly smiled with relief. "All right, I'll meet your terms." The crowd collectively gasped, and Yikongcheng's smile froze. Lin Fan swung his novice staff, and a massive hexagram totem materialized in front of him. An eerie, fiery magic began to surge, emitting a piercing howl. Suddenly, a colossal crimson serpent erupted from the totem, lunging at the Longhin group. Flames engulfed the entire area, leaving no escape. A crimson monster suddenly emerged, launching an indiscriminate massacre. Lin Fan controlled the terrifying flame serpent, wreaking havoc throughout the area. Within a 20-meter radius, players felt their scalps tingle, helplessly watching their health points plummet. What kind of crazy skill is this? The range is huge. Someone exclaimed in shock. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings coldly, mercilessly eliminating any onlookers. Zhang Tianqi's expression changed drastically as he rushed to Yikongcheng's side, attempting to shield him from the damage. "Boss," he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Lin Fan's eyes turned icy, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Dying together. Isn't that neat and tidy?" The damage from the flame serpent's touch kept flashing, lasting a full 10 seconds. Players were horrified to discover that once ensnared by the flames, the innate blaze burn effect would continuously inflict damage. Zhang Tianqi and Zhu Shuangshuang quickly turned into white light, defeated. Yikongcheng, however, stood motionless amid the flames, relying on the high health boost from his hero gear to withstand the damage. He asked coldly, "Is this the outcome you wanted?" Lin Fan remained indifferent, his ID now blood red. "You could say that. So, let's begin." Yikongcheng responded with equal coldness. "I accept your challenge, Lin Fan." As soon as he finished speaking, he was engulfed in fire magic. The surrounding players were stunned. He's so strong. Longhin's boss was taken out in an instant. What gear is he hiding? Could it be the legendary soul imprint mentioned on the official site? A red-named player. I can't believe he dares to kill in the city. Isn't he afraid of losing his equipment? Players quickly withdrew from the battlefield, some realizing that Lin Fan's gear was unusual. To deal such extraordinary damage early in the game, he must have either legendary equipment or high-quality soul imprints. Wu Jin Shenluan speculated, if it's a soul imprint, it won't drop upon death. But this guy made quite a bit selling the Bonebreaker set. The 8th-ranked player on the leaderboards, Tian Ci Quanglong, stepped forward, sneering at Lin Fan. "That's right. The Longhin Guild is certainly hateful, but cleaning up red-named players is justified. Let's see if he's some official puppet or a 3-time champion. Let's get him. Red-named players deserve to die." "Yeah, what arrogance, killing in the city." Spurred on by Tian Ci Quanglong, a dozen players immediately responded. Lin Fan turned around, a trace of a smile on his lips. "Anyone who follows Tian Ci, I'll take down as well," Tian Ci Quanglong commanded. "No matter how strong he is, if we force him into close combat, he's done for." Over a dozen elite players quickly closed in on Lin Fan, trying to drag him into a melee, the worst situation for a mage. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled calmly, preparing to cast the Nine Suns shield. But just then, he felt a chill on his back. "Here's a surprise for you." A black-clad rogue suddenly appeared behind Lin Fan, none other than his old comrade from a past life, Madman. Lin Fan was caught completely off guard, momentarily stunned. Madman moved swiftly, driving a black blade toward Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan knew that if it hit, he would be done for. In that split second, a new change occurred. A flash of silver light announced the arrival of a tall, strikingly beautiful and cold female knight behind Lin Fan. Unmatched shield wall, she commanded. The broad knight's shield slammed into the ground, causing the earth to sink over an inch. The ground shook violently, forcibly knocking back and stunning all players near Lin Fan. Madmen stood there, mouth agape, shocked. What are you doing, Empress? Holding on to a bounty worth thousands of gold. You planning to hog it all? The Empress snorted dismissively. You talk too much, madman. Focus fire and take him down. 3 female players immediately targeted Madman, eliminating him before he could react. Karma. Sweet karma. Lin Fan's face lit up with a schadenfreude smile as he watched the scene unfold before him. The self-proclaimed madman, second only to the elusive thief, had finally met his deserved fate. The Empress glanced at Lin Fan, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. He had just narrowly escaped death, so why was he smiling now? She didn't ask, instead hefting her massive shield and positioning herself in front of Lin Fan. Her gaze swept coldly over the surrounding players, her voice filled with authority. Anyone who wants to kill someone with a red name has to get through me first. Bring it on. In the crowd, a priest player couldn't help but speak up. Empress, do you know what you're doing? This guy killed Ikonchi. Are you trying to drag the Hao Yue Guild into trouble too? The Empress snorted, her eyes full of disdain as she stared at the player with the ID Longhen Gongzi across from her. Longhen dares to kill at will, but is afraid of being killed? If you're not happy with it, feel free to try. Behind the Empress, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and muttered quietly, who would dare mess with a knight boasting nearly 5,000 HP? He estimated that the Empress's health was almost double that of other knight players, with at least 3 heroic-grade pieces of equipment. Not to mention her formidable presence and build. Even against elite players' attacks, the Hao Yue Guild players could launch their assaults from behind her, thanks to her knight's protective skills. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Longhen Gongzi threatened viciously, just wait. When the Stronghold battle comes, we'll turn you into mincemeat. The Empress remained unfazed by his words, about to order her team to attack when Lin Fan acted first. With a flick of his fingers, 3 fireballs shot out, sending Longhen Gongzi flying. Engulfed in flames, Longhen Gongzi desperately cast his priest skills to save himself. Single target heals, group heals, and healing auras continuously hit him, with 360 and 420 healing numbers popping up. He gulped down mana potions and frantically cast skills on himself, but his health continued to plummet at an alarming rate. What on earth is this damage? Damn! Longhen Gongzi stared incredulously at his health bar, but within 3 seconds, he was reduced to a charred corpse, his expression one of disbelief. The Hao Yue Guild players gasped, exclaiming, wow, is fire magic really this strong? That damage is insane. The Empress looked thoughtfully at Lin Fan and asked quietly, is this the power of a divine soul imprint? Lin Fan didn't answer directly, only smiling as he looked at the Empress who had just come to his aid. He got straight to the point. So, what do you want from me in return? The Empress was somewhat taken aback by Lin Fan's straightforwardness, but she calmly replied, I just don't like bullying the few with the many. Lin Fan remained expressionless. His experiences in the post-apocalyptic world made him wary of unprovoked assistance, especially from someone as powerful as the Empress. The Empress haughtily said, just remember, you owe me a favor. All right, Lin Fan replied tersely, then stepped into the banquet hall of the Lord's mansion. Inside the hall, music and dance filled the air as Lord Cain sat on his throne. A long table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, waiting for the players to indulge. Gradually, the top 100 players entered, and Lin Fan searched the crowd for the elusive assassin, but to no avail. At least half the players had chosen to hide their IDs, and rogue players were known for their low profile, making them hard to identify by appearance alone. At that moment, players whom Lin Fan had previously defeated arrived from the resurrection point, including Yi Kongqing and his group, seething with anger. Lin Fan, get ready to have your level reset and become the laughingstock of the divine realm. One player snarled, you think hiding in a safe zone will protect you after killing us? Madman suddenly appeared, placing one hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and the other on the Empress's, grinning wickedly. You're lucky to be hiding under a dominatrix's skirt. Next time, if I get the chance, I'll strip you of every piece of your gear. Get lost? The Empress snorted disdainfully, grabbing Madman and tossing him aside. Madman agilely landed on his feet. Don't get cocky, dominatrix. Once I awaken my class, I'll be the first to break your defenses and strip your armor piece by piece, Madman leered. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Empress, you better watch out. He's serious. The male warrior beside the Empress scolded. Buzz off, you pest. Madman was unfazed. Wow, the Empress's little lapdog is quite bossy. I'm so scared. he mocked, before grabbing food from the table and wolfing it down. Ignoring Madman, the Empress asked Lin Fan in a low voice, "What do you make of this dungeon? If it's just a banquet, the system wouldn't indicate a high difficulty task." Lin Fan pointed out, "Look at the NPCs around us." Following his gaze, the Empress noticed four white-robed mages in the corner, carving strange symbols into the walls, dressed like members of the Sanctum. Sanctum mages? They shouldn't have any reason to attack players, the Empress remarked, impressed by Lin Fan's insight. "Who knows? Let's wait and see," Lin Fan replied, his eyes fixed on the young girl, Euphia, sitting next to the Lord. The banquet officially began, and Lord Cain delivered a rousing welcome speech. Lin Fan sat calmly, munching on an apple. The food in the divine realm tasted as real as in the physical world. Though it couldn't truly satiate hunger, it was convincing enough for the brain. Lin Fan sensed a gaze on him and looked up to meet Yi Kongqing's eyes. Yi Kongqing was startled, feeling an inexplicable murderous intent from Lin Fan, making him uneasy. Yi Kongqing sent a private message. "Do we know each other in real life?" Lin Fan paused, then replied, "No, we don't." "Then how does it benefit you to antagonize me?" Yi Kongqing asked gravely. "It doesn't. But if I get the chance to encounter you all, I'll still take down each one of you," Lin Fan replied, giving Yi Kongqing a meaningful smile. Yi Kongqing's expression darkened. He prided himself on his broad-mindedness and ambition to unify the divine realm, but this brainless fool had provoked him. He took a deep breath to calm himself and chuckled lightly. "I look forward to meeting you in reality, Lin Fan." Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression shifted, his eyes turning icy. He knew reality and the virtual world hadn't merged yet, and with Yi Kongqing backed by the mighty Ding Sheng group, eliminating him in the real world would be easy. However, to wipe out a trialed survivor of the apocalypse, they'd need a mountain of bodies. At that moment, the Lord's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. "Recently, the barrier of Edgar City has weakened, and demons may have slipped in. To resolve this crisis, I ask all adventurers to lend a hand." A strange atmosphere began to spread. "Young Master Longhin, lend a hand? How exactly are we supposed to do that?" Madman frowned. "I feel like we're being set up. This task feels really odd." The players present, all top tier in their respective online games, keenly sensed the sudden and eerie shift in the atmosphere of the banquet hall. Instinctively, they stood up, warily scanning their surroundings. Lin Fan turned to find that the four temple mages who had been behind him had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a mission prompt appeared. Night Banquet Task 1. Survive by any means necessary. This simple sentence hit them like a thunderbolt, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. At the same time, they realized that the Nokel restriction in the safe zone had been lifted. Lord Cain wore a cryptic smile as he leisurely declared, "Brave adventurers, this will be your moment of glory." Before his words had fully settled, Yi Kongqing rose with a cold determination. Swiftly and without hesitation, he drew his hero longbow and aimed at Cain. In quick succession, 3 arrows flew in a straight line, each targeting the Lord's forehead. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Is this the multi-shot skill of an archer? No. It's just the rapid basic attack of a skilled player." He quickly analyzed. An archer without a class awakening can only have an attack speed of up to 1.5, but Yi Kongqing just shot 3 arrows in 1 second, which means his attack speed is at least 3.0. This means he can deal double the damage of others with the same attack power. Even in the early game, such power makes him a force to be reckoned with. However, Lord Cain remained unmoved. Just as the arrows were about to hit, Euphia intervened, conjuring a blazing sun shield that effortlessly blocked Yi Kongqing's attack. Lin Fan noticed Euphia's troubled expression, her conflicted demeanor suggesting she was not willingly part of this trap. Lord Cain laughed loudly. "Enjoy to your heart's content, my esteemed guests." As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the banquet hall. Shrouded in a blood mist, these uninvited guests were strikingly handsome, with crimson eyes and an aura of bloodthirsty menace. A system prompt immediately appeared. Blood Clan Acolyte. Level 20. HP 500,005,000. Attack 380. Skills: Soulbind, Blood Feast, Basic Blood Magic. What the hell? Vampires colluding with the Lord. What kind of cliched plot is this? A player exclaimed. What kind of monster strength is this? It's higher than a level 10 elite boss. How are we supposed to fight a dozen bosses? Another player shouted in despair. Realizing the dire situation, many players considered abandoning the mission. However, when they retreated to the main door, they discovered it was sealed with a locking enchantment, preventing any escape. Damn it, whatever. Let's just fight our way out. Dying once isn't a big deal. A level 15 warrior, driven to desperation, urged his companions to break through. Suddenly, a blood shadow flashed before him like a ghost. Crimson nails tore through his armor, and then a bite sank into his neck. The warrior's face turned deathly pale, and within moments, his body began to petrify, his expression of terror frozen as he transformed into a lifeless stone statue. A system prompt appeared. Target soul is bound. Resurrection available in 48 hours. The crowd was shocked to see a 48-hour countdown above the statue's head. Doesn't that mean if a vampire bites you, you're out for 48 hours? Lin Fan realized. No wonder. Many top-tier players from the early game disappeared after attending the banquet. He understood that losing 2 days in the early game would create a significant gap in level or gear, a loss most players couldn't afford. Screams echoed continuously as over 20 players turned into unrevivable statues in the blink of an eye. Just then, a woman in a red robe gracefully emerged from the blood mist, her gaze sweeping over the stone statues with a satisfied smile. I am quite pleased with this feast, Lord Kane, the woman in red said softly. The system immediately provided her information. City Slayer Cariel. Level 20. HP. 1200000012000000. Attack. 770. Skills. Mass Bind. Blood Dragon Roar. Invincibility. Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. The Empress reacted swiftly, directing the charge as she surged to the front lines. In a moment of impending crisis, this decisive female warrior had already stepped forward. Her commanding presence instantly ignited a flame of hope in everyone's hearts. Prepare to advance. Her voice was as thunderous as it was commanding. Knights, taunt the mobs, deal with the minions first. Even before she finished speaking, several shields capable of absorbing 400 points of damage were already bolstering the frontline players, forming an impenetrable wall. At that moment, a burly warrior, frustration etched across his face, shouted, "What are you standing around for? Get behind me." He reached out with his massive hand, trying to pull Lin Fan out of the way. To his surprise, Lin Fan easily sidestepped, evading the clumsy attempt like dodging a bear's paw. Fanshin? The Empress called out with a slight furrow of her brow, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Lin Fan simply shook his head. His tone as calm as discussing the weather. Can't do it. The barrier won't withstand much damage. Once killed, you'll turn to stone. So what? We just cower here waiting to die. Madman shouted impatiently, his expression like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lin Fan remained unfazed, as if detached from the situation. Hold on. There's something off about this quest. He was calculating internally. The difficulty of the Divine Realm dungeons was indeed extreme, but not to the point of being unbeatable. Yet, the current scenario was a death trap. Suddenly, a quest notification rang out like a bolt from the blue. Lord Kane has deceived you. Survive the dungeon as long as possible. At that moment, it was as if every player had been struck by lightning. In an instant, chaos erupted on the battlefield. Players fled in panic, only to be caught and killed by vampires, swiftly turning into cold statues. Damn it, taking one down is worth it. Taking two is a huge gain. Zhang Tianqi roared, his voice filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Immediately, Long Hin and his group charged at the enemy like tigers unleashed. Two heavily armored knights, relying on their superior gear, charged forward like iron towers. Behind them, Yi Kongqing and Zhu Shuangshuang unleashed a storm of attacks. With everyone's combined efforts, one vampire was quickly brought to the brink of death. However, fate was not on their side. The intense firepower attracted the attention of 5 more vampires, who swarmed in, bringing the knights down like kites with broken strings. Just as Yi Kongqing was about to meet his end, he tightened his grip on his longbow, releasing an explosive arrow that scattered the vampires like fireworks. In a flash, Yi Kongqing and Zhu Shuangshuang slipped behind Lin Fan and the others like slippery eels. Seeing this, the vampires immediately changed direction, charging towards Lin Fan's group. In a panic, the frontline knights activated a group taunt to reduce damage. This backfired, pulling the aggro from Yi Kongqing onto themselves. In an instant, Yi Kongqing was killed and petrified, becoming a tragic statue. That bastard! Madman fumed, stomping in frustration. Is he trying to drag us down with him? Yi Kongqing sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Fan, doesn't feel good to be tricked, does it? Lin Fan remained silent, calculating in his mind. He knew Yi Kongqing was always cunning, and if he had survived this long, he surely had other tricks up his sleeve. I'll handle this. The Empress's voice was like a sharp blade in the dead of winter. She lowered her knight's shield, unleashing a powerful suction that drew all the nearby monsters to her, like a black hole swallowing everything around it. Seeing this, Lin Fan thought to himself, what a move, the Kraid combat skill, Brutal Strike. This was a closely guarded secret among early-stage knight players, each book valued at 200 gold, a fortune. With a furious shout, the Empress struck with her knight's sword. The 6 vampires were struck by lightning, falling into a dazed state, their attack power drastically reduced. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately took action. With a wave of his staff, countless fiery serpents danced forth, their flames and the touch of fire causing the vampires to writhe in agony. Zhu Shuangxuang watched in awe, thinking, this is just too overpowered. Yi Kongqing's eyes flickered as he muttered, too strong. If I can't use him, then he must die. Lin Fan glared coldly at Yi Kongqing, who awkwardly nodded. To avoid being petrified for 48 hours, everyone temporarily agreed to cooperate. Although the vampires had a lot of health, the players present were top-tier experts, and the 6 minions were quickly dispatched. The Empress glanced at the damage statistics, gasping in surprise. Despite having heroic equipment, Yi Kongqing only dealt 15 of the damage. Lin Fan, on the other hand, single-handedly contributed 70, with the rest making up the remaining 15. My god, this is like hacking. Madman was stunned. Burning bosses like their minions. Fan Shin, you're ruthless. System notifications chimed continuously. You have slain a blood thrall. EXP 2000. You have slain. The ground was littered with top-tier gear and skill books. An impressive haul. Holy crap. So much good stuff. Madman was as excited as a child, reaching out to grab the loot. But just as he did, someone waved a hand, and the spoils vanished without a trace. 2 skill books, for blue items. Not bad. Lin Fan chuckled, while the others could only laugh helplessly. When it came to snatching gear, Lin Fan was unmatched. In fact, he had already started slowing his output before the vampires were nearly defeated. Otherwise, his damage would have been even more outrageous. The immediate crisis was over, but on the other side, many players had already fallen. However, the blood mist continued to spread mercilessly, and more vampires emerged from it, launching another fierce attack. The Empress exclaimed, Madman, damn it, will it ever end? Oh no. She was already at her limit, holding off 6 vampires. Anymore, and it was only a matter of time before their formation would be breached. Lin Fan's focus, however, was on the real Boss Iscariel the City Slayer, who remained inactive. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the Lord's eyes as Yufuya, standing beside him, raised her staff, unleashing a chilling wave of magical power. The magical runes on the banquet hall walls glowed with a white light, and several beams of light shot out, intertwining in the air to form a massive cage, trapping the boss Cariel within. Cariel's face twisted with malice as she roared at the Lord, Liar! 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 Destroy my barrier! Kill my citizens! You deserve to die! The Lord smiled smugly and turned to Yufuya, commanding, Do it, Yufuya! With a solemn expression, Yufuya parted her red lips and began to chant, Holy light magic, angel's judgment. In an instant, a blinding holy light erupted before Yufuya, and the spectral form of a 6-winged angel descended. Dozens of spears of light rained down like a storm, instantly skewering the boss and the surrounding minions. A large number of minions were annihilated, and the boss's health plummeted. However, this cataclysmic attack did not discriminate between friend and foe. 3 players standing together were instantly killed. Madman was stunned. What the hell? We're in the attack range too? The Empress gave a wry smile. I knew it. We're just bait in this sting operation, and the Lord is truly devious. Lin Fan was both amused and frustrated, thinking, this Lord is ruthless, deliberately using players to lure the boss for a grand feast, only to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Indeed, there are no simple NPCs in the divine realm. The system notification chimed in, Attention, you have been slain by S-level magic, angel's judgment, resulting in a 5-level decrease. Lin Fan's face changed dramatically, and he trembled all over. He realized that Yufuya's slaughter of the minions was part of the mechanism. Otherwise, the damage wouldn't be so extreme. Knowing Yufuya, she wouldn't intentionally massacre players, meaning she couldn't control the landing points of the spears. Lin Fan calculated secretly, though he had the relic skill Undying Spirit, which granted him 3 seconds of invincibility, he didn't want to reveal this trump card too early. So, he slyly looked towards Yi Kongqing, hoping the Dragon Mark Guild members would take the hit for him. However, Yi Kongqing was wise to his plan and, understanding his intent, moved to another corner with Zhu Shuangxuang. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. What a drag. Why are you so afraid of me? Yi Kongqing snorted and ignored him. As more players were cut down, the boss was on the verge of being eliminated. Yet, at that moment, another twist occurred. The boss suddenly transformed into a swarm of black bats, escaping through the narrow gaps in the cage and crashing through the wall, disappearing into the night sky. Everyone was stunned. The boss had actually escaped? The system notification immediately followed. Side quest, Night Banquet, progress updated. Task 1, completed. Surviving players receive 12,000 experience points, 5 skill points, and 10 free attribute points. Task 2, assist the Lord's guards in reclaiming the lost barrier stone and slay the severely injured Cariel the City Slayer. Lin Fan was contemplating whether to immediately pursue the boss when a chill ran down his spine. A shadow swiftly darted past him. He turned alertly and noticed an unfamiliar rogue player leaping towards the gap on the third floor of the Lord's mansion with incredible speed. Is it Madman? No, I haven't seen this rogue before. Could he have been hiding behind us all along? Lin Fan wondered, astonished as he watched the rogue jump from over 20 meters high. Wow, is this guy risking his life for money? Even with all my agility points, I wouldn't dare such a jump, Lin Fan thought to himself, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Madman was startled by the scene and poked his head out to see the rogue's fate. However, the rogue landed gracefully with a roll and disappeared into the night. Such a low-profile rogue, could it be him? Lin Fan speculated, then turned to Empress with a smile and said, I've repaid the favor. We'll chat later. With that, he leaped through the gap without hesitation. What the hell? What kind of monsters are you all? Madman gaped in disbelief at Lin Fan's actions. In midair, Lin Fan quickly summoned his radiant shield, skillfully using it as a stepping stone to cushion his landing. Everyone was stunned that a mage would dare such a risky move. Chase. Meet at the boss point, Yikongqing ordered decisively, following Lin Fan's lead and jumping down. The members of the Dragon Mark Guild were not far behind, eager to finish off the already weakened boss, thinking it would be easy to pick up the spoils after the Lord's guards did the heavy lifting. However, they were unaware of the treacherous nature of the world they were in. Lin Fan sent a private message to Empress, saying, Help me check the loot, thanks. Empress was momentarily confused. Loot? Didn't you already grab everything? I mean the upcoming loot, Lin Fan replied with a calm smile, waiting quietly outside the Lord's mansion. Seeing Yikongqing gather a small team of 6 or 7, Lin Fan smirked, still hoping to scavenge? Dream on. He then stood 100 meters away and unleashed a precise flame serpent touch, hitting Yikongqing and his group. Yikongqing's team scattered under the blast, with several white lights flashing as everyone except Yikongqing himself was sent back to the respawn point, leaving behind a pile of coins and equipment, including Shuang's hero-grade staff. Empress finally realized what was happening and broke into a cold sweat. This guy is so devious. Lin Fan watched Yikongqing from the shadows. After falling, he didn't return to the respawn point, but turned into a charred puppet, while his real self appeared not far away. A puppet substitute? It can take a fatal hit in place of the real person. Lin Fan recognized this special boss drop, which prevents experience loss on death but has a 24-hour cooldown. Lin Fan, you better not fall into my hands. Yikongqing raged, but could only vent his frustration on the spot, vowing to make Lin Fan pay. Seeing that Yikongqing didn't dare to pursue him recklessly, Lin Fan didn't linger either and continued towards the boss point. Just outside Edgar City, a few elite guards from the Lord's mansion approached, claiming they were there to assist in killing the boss. Adventurer, you've worked hard. We will help you slay that damned city destroyer, said Lu Renjia, the leader of the heavily armored swordsmen. Lin Fan quickly assessed the team composition. 2 melee fighters, a mage, and a priest, but no sign of Yufuya. After a brief hesitation, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up soon. Lu Renjia acknowledged and led the team out of the city. As the NPCs left, a cold gleam suddenly flashed from the bushes nearby. Lin Fan, having anticipated this, quickly summoned his radiant shield. With a bang, a dagger exploded against the shield, even shattering the flame shield that could withstand 700 points of damage. Simultaneously, Lin Fan sensed a terrifying killing intent from behind. Without turning, he launched a barrage of fireballs. The opponent performed a series of backflips to avoid the burning area. In the firelight, Lin Fan finally saw his opponent clearly. Rogue player with a snake-patterned mask, long purple hair under a cloak, and eyes as cold as ice. Using a diversionary skill with a throwing weapon, then trying to sneak in for a critical hit, Lin Fan analyzed the opponent's tactics while discreetly casting a shield on himself. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly on high alert. Do you rogues just love staring at a mage's backside? Lin Fan taunted, while internally assessing the opponent's strength. If the opponent was blank, even with the super-level soul imprint of the giant spirit god's left eye, he couldn't afford to be careless. Judging by the opponent's agility and damage capability, they likely had at least one divine-level soul imprint. The rogue player's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. She had just used all her strength to launch a concealed weapon, only to pierce through one of the mage's shields. However, the mage's behavior was utterly unreasonable, almost roguelike. He summoned 9 shields at once, wrapping himself up tightly, like a human-sized armored turtle. You're strong. A cool voice came through the serpent-patterned mask. Lin Fan was taken aback, almost dropping his jaw. A girl, he murmured incredulously. The merciless Blank assassin is actually a girl? Blank ignored Lin Fan's surprise and said coldly, but I can still kill you. With that, she quickly distanced herself from Lin Fan. standing just outside the range of a typical mage's attack. Lin Fan smiled calmly and asked, "Can you give me a reason why you absolutely have to kill me?" Blank candidly listed, "Red name, stealing the boss, and I need skill points." "Is that so? Well, why don't you give it a try?" Lin Fan gestured invitingly, indicating she could make her move. Blank wasn't in a hurry. She chuckled lightly. Maintaining high-intensity protection skills must consume a lot of mana, right? Besides, I'm at a safe distance. I just need to follow you until you run out of mana, then I can kill you. Lin Fan clapped his hands and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Bravo, you're really clever, girl. I admit, your bluffing is quite entertaining," Blank retorted. Her cheeks slightly flushed beneath the mask. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, seeing through her yet choosing to remain silent. The Blank before him was far from reaching the level of a god-tier assassin. Her ideas and tactics were still immature. A distance of 20 meters, let alone 200, wasn't much of an issue. However, killing her was also a challenge for Lin Fan. The distance was too great, and with his attack speed of only 0.5, skill accuracy would be low. So, Lin Fan lay down with his shield up, casually stargazing. Let's see who can outlast the other. Blank was left speechless, her eyes involuntarily darting to the boss's location in the distance, feeling anxious. How much mana does he have? Why can he still maintain his shield? She wondered to herself. As if reading her mind, Lin Fan calmly said, "No need to guess. I can probably keep this up for a few hours." With nearly 17,000 mana points, he could afford to be extravagant for quite some time. "A few hours," Blank muttered, watching Lin Fan's expression and realizing he wasn't joking. She hesitated, knowing that even her trump card might not be enough to instantly kill this mage. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. "How about we team up? Split the loot 50-50. It seems like both of us could use some skill points." Blank considered briefly and replied, "All right, let's hear what you have in mind." Lin Fan grinned mischievously. The players almost got screwed over by the boss. "Can you swallow that insult?" "I can't," he said, getting up and dusting himself off. Blank frowned. "So what do you propose?" "Not just revenge," Lin Fan smirked. "I heard that killing NPCs can also yield quite a bit of loot." Blank looked shocked. "You're not suggesting killing NPCs?" Lin Fan nodded, further explaining, "First the NPCs, then the boss. It doesn't conflict with the side quest objectives." "What do you say?" Blank was taken aback by his audacious plan. She considered herself an unconventional assassin, but compared to Lin Fan, she felt almost naive. "Who told you that NPCs drop items? Why should I believe you?" Kongbai retorted, suspicion gleaming in her eyes. Lin Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, having to admit that Kongbai's skepticism was justified. Indeed, players who had attempted to kill NPCs in the game so far had mostly met with disastrous failure. He recalled Yafia, the seemingly frail girl with a sickly demeanor, who was actually equipped with legendary gear. Her class spell, Heaven's Judgment, could obliterate any player. "It's just the early stage of the game," Lin Fan explained, with a hint of confidence stemming from memories of his past life. "Soon, players will discover that some NPCs can be defeated, and their loot is even more rewarding than elite bosses. In the future, large guilds will even collaborate to ambush NPCs." Seeing Kongbai still had doubts, Lin Fan added, "Just trust my superior understanding of the game." "Okay?" Kongbai hesitated for a moment, recalling Lin Fan's past as a professional player, which slightly eased her skepticism. "If it weren't for the priest NPCs healing their teammates, I wouldn't need your help," Lin Fan said, pulling Kongbai into the party. With Lin Fan's confidence, Kongbai finally set aside her concerns and quickly headed towards the 4 NPCs. In the distance, at the end of a mountain path, a ghostly castle loomed, clearly the lair of the city slayers. "Kongbai, do you have a plan?" Lin Fan asked. "These NPCs seem to be waiting for us to make a move." Kongbai frowned. "That's the problem. I was hoping to have these NPCs do the work for us and then reap the rewards." The 4 NPCs watched Kongbai cautiously, ready to join her in attacking the castle once she got close. This was the difference between NPCs in the Divine Realm and ordinary online games here. NPCs had to be treated as real people with independent intelligence and personality traits. Lin Fan said seriously, "Let's just attack. I'll handle the 2 frontline warriors. You take care of the priest and the mage. We don't need to kill them, just hold them off until I deal with the warriors." "Won't that take too long?" Kongbai worried. "What if the boss is snatched by someone else?" Lin Fan chuckled. "Don't worry, let them fight first. They won't outdo me." Kongbai nodded and decisively approached the priest, striking a lethal blow. Blood splattered, showing 4 true damage effects above the priest's head. The nearby earth mage retaliated with a stone spike, but Kongbai deftly dodged and cut the priest's throat once more. Lin Fan was surprised by Kongbai's bleeding effect. This was typically a passive skill unique to rogues, usually only triggered by critical hits, with insignificant damage in the early stages. Yet Kongbai's attack dealt true damage, which was generally available only to a class or higher awakened rogue classes, ignoring defenses and directly reducing health by a percentage. What shocked Lin Fan more was the strange buff in Kongbai's status bar. Stealth benefaction, lasting 5 minutes, with the duration refreshing upon critical hits. The bleed damage could even stack with each attack. Lin Fan realized that Kongbai likely possessed a divine-grade soul imprint. If used properly, this would elevate her dueling capability to an extraordinary level. What are you daydreaming about? Get moving! Kongbai shouted, dodging left and right under the NPC's assault, barely holding on with her incredible agility. Sorry, your moves were so mesmerizing I got distracted, Lin Fan joked, feigning readiness to act while actually starting to retreat. You jerk, trying to ditch me and take the boss for yourself? Kongbai fumed. Hold on, I'm just, my mage needs some distance. Lin Fan realized his words sounded off as soon as they left his mouth. Kongbai, both embarrassed and furious, yelled, what a lousy champion, a cowardly dog. I knew you were trouble. Lin Fan sighed. No need for harsh words, I just need some. I mean, isn't it normal for a mage to keep some distance? Realizing he was making it worse, he decided to stop explaining. Keeping distance? You're over 300 meters away. Who are you trying to impress with your skills? Kongbai retorted, exasperated, but too busy to argue further. The 4 NPCs, due to their hostile relationship, had their health fully displayed. The heavy-armored warrior Lu Renjia had a staggering 300,000 HP, and even the frail mage had 100,000. How dare you betray the Lord? Prepare to die. Lu Renjia roared, charging forward with a broad sword that gleamed menacingly. A cold glint flickered in Kongbai's eyes as she pushed off with one foot, launching herself like an arrow from a bow. Her movements were graceful yet lethal, like a dancer performing on the edge of a blade. With pinpoint accuracy, Kongbai's toe landed on Lu Renjia's head, using it as a springboard to flip in midair. Her body inverted, head facing the ground, as the dagger in her hand gleamed with deadly intent. She delivered a precise, devastating backstab that hit the vital spot perfectly, maximizing the critical damage. Lin Fan watched in stunned silence, his mind reeling with disbelief. What the heck? Is this something a regular rogue can pull off? He scrutinized the scene, realizing that Kongbai hadn't used any special combat skills, yet she executed moves that even professional players found hard to achieve. This could only mean one thing. In reality, this woman could perform the exact same assassination techniques. Lin Fan quickly pieced together the puzzle. The reason was simple. The world of Shinyu adhered to all real-world physical principles, and players' neural connections were directly linked to the game helmet. It was similar to how a player who couldn't swim in real life would be unable to swim in the game without learning the skill first. Could she be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Lin Fan speculated to himself. He recalled the end of the world in his past life, when a group of ancient martial artists stood at the front lines. They all hailed from major clans in China, possessing ancient combat techniques unimaginable to ordinary people. If not for their efforts, holding the fiercest front lines, the Long Hen Guild wouldn't have been able to flaunt their power in the rear lines. However, despite Kongbai's impressive skills, the foreknown situation still placed her at a severe disadvantage. She faced 4 NPCs whose strength matched that of a level 20 elite boss, with 2 frontline warriors who were a rogue's worst nightmare. Their high attack and defense meant that if she couldn't hit a vital spot, they could easily seize the chance to counterattack. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Kongbai was struck by the broadsword, sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and landed heavily on the ground. Her health plummeted to a critical level, putting her in a dire situation. Struggling to lift her head, Kongbai glared viciously in the direction of the fleeing figure. She vowed to herself that no matter what, she would catch that brat and kill him 100 times. No, 1,000 times to quell her anger. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, Kongbai noticed a strange phenomenon in the night sky. She paused, slightly bewildered, and looked up. A brilliant streak of light illuminated the night, lighting up the entire sky. A shooting star? Kongbai murmured to herself, then a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. No, that's clearly Big Daddy coming. Lin Fan stood atop the mountain, his novice staff in hand like a divine weapon. What seemed like an ordinary stick had transformed into a tool of immense power. Watch my ultimate move. Lin Fan laughed wildly as 3 fireballs rained down like a meteor shower. His follow-up attacks were relentless, cutting through everything in their path. But that wasn't the most astonishing part. Lin Fan skillfully cancelled the annoying cast time of Flame Serpent by using a basic attack. 2 seemingly unrelated skills merged seamlessly in his hands. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and crimson damage numbers burst forth like fireworks. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he thought, once I reach level 20 and have the old blacksmith forge a legendary weapon, this damage will be off the charts. While Lin Fan was displaying his prowess, Kong Bai watched in awe. This is unbelievable, she thought. How is his combo so long? Realizing her slip, her face turned crimson, and she quickly muttered to herself to regain composure. Lin Fan's fierce assault left the 4 NPCs bewildered, like headless chickens in disarray. Ha! Warm-up's over. Lin Fan smirked, swinging his staff again. This time, he focused his attacks on the 3 NPCs, excluding the priest. Kong Bai, handle that priest, Lin Fan instructed. I'll draw the others' attention. Once you take care of the priest, hit them from behind. At that moment, the priest NPC began chanting, O pure and flawless deity, I beseech you to heal. Interrupt him, Lin Fan commanded. Kong Bai was ready. She dashed like a phantom to the priest and delivered a precise strike. The priest's spell was abruptly cut off, disbelief written all over his face. Not bad, young lady, Lin Fan praised. Seems you've got some skills. The 3 remaining NPCs, sensing danger, began to move erratically. Lin Fan's attacks missed, and he frowned. Damn, these guys are quick. Lin Fan cursed under his breath, then shouted to Kong Bai, Hey, report their coordinates. Kong Bai was startled, thinking, his range exceeds the lock-on distance? That's insane. 271.122, warrior. 258.114, mage. Kong Bai quickly called out the coordinates. Perfect. Lin Fan laughed. This teamwork is flawless. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Fan unleashed his attacks like a god of thunder, fireballs and basic attacks raining down. The burning damage was relentless, and Kong Bai kept the priest tightly engaged. Kong Bai watched in awe, secretly admiring. This guy is a monster. His mana lasts for hours, his range is absurd, and his prediction skills are terrifying. The NPC's erratic movements can't escape him. A shiver ran down her spine. Even I can't dodge his attacks consistently. One hit and I'm done for. But seeing Lin Fan's meager 400 HP made her feel a bit better. Lin Fan maneuvered while attacking, tormenting the 2 frontline NPCs. The level 20 Earth Mage, despite being ranged, was forced to chase after Lin Fan like a headless fly. Meanwhile, Kong Bai engaged the priest, easily dodging attacks and landing critical hits. True damage and bleeding effects rapidly drained the priest's health. Please, spare me, the priest suddenly begged. I promise to reward you handsomely if you let me go. Kong Bai hesitated, thinking, what's with this NPC? It's just like a real person. Hey, you little girl, hesitating as an assassin? Lin Fan teased. Did I pick the wrong person? Her skills are raw, and she's so naive. Not a trace of a master assassin. Stop dawdling and finish him. Lin Fan reminded. Be careful not to fall for a trick. But Kong Bai hesitated, feeling uneasy about attacking an unarmed old man. Seeing her indecision, Lin Fan continued to handle the other 3 NPCs. This is all I have. The priest offered a bag of gold coins. Just spare me. Kong Bai was torn, caught in an internal struggle, when the priest suddenly sneered, Die, fool. A holy cross descended like a mountain, obliterating the surrounding trees. In the nick of time, 3 fireballs streaked through the sky, hitting the priest precisely. The high-level spell was forcibly interrupted, the explosion echoing across the sky. Kong Bai snapped back to reality, anger filling her heart. She finally understood that in this harsh world, naivety only leads to danger. With a swift move, Kong Bai's figure darted across like lightning. Her blade carved 5 deadly arcs through the air, each strike precisely hitting the priest's vital points. The battlefield echoed with the sound of successive critical hits, accompanied by the priest's piercing screams. The NPC collapsed with a thud, its life force rapidly draining away. As the priest fell, the ground suddenly revealed loot. 2 pieces of armor glowing with a purple hue and 3 skill books. These items were undoubtedly rare level or higher equipment, invaluable in the game. However, at that moment, Kong Bai was too preoccupied to pay attention to these hard-earned rewards. She slowly removed her mask, sliding down to sit against a fallen tree trunk. Panting heavily, Kong Bai's thoughts began to swirl. The sensation of striking the NPC, the precise targeting of vital spots, all of it, mirrored the assassination training she had once undergone. This realism sent chills down her spine. Even though the NPC's body had vanished, the lingering scent of blood in the air was all too familiar, stirring memories deeply buried within Kong Bai. She found herself plunged into a profound self-doubt. Just then, Lin Fan's cold voice interrupted her thoughts. If you want to team up with me, don't hold me back. The words were like a wake-up call, snapping Kong Bai back to reality. She stood up cautiously, her gaze fixed uphill. There, Lin Fan was taking on 3 opponents simultaneously, displaying inspiring combat skills. Kong Bai couldn't help but clench her fists, deeply shaken. Lin Fan's performance shattered Kong Bai's preconceived notions of the mage class. His offensive techniques and operational skills forced her to reassess her judgment of this man. Mages are typically vulnerable in close combat, but in Lin Fan's hands, this weakness seemed non-existent. Lin Fan unleashed a series of fireballs, each strike carrying immense impact. He skillfully utilized the limited space, prioritizing attacks on the most fragile earth element NPCs. The sound of pop, pop, pop echoed as Lin Fan's attacks mercilessly crushed the enemies like flames. At long range, Lin Fan could accurately predict multiple targets' movements and easily control the battle. In close combat, he displayed the true prowess of a mage god. Even the most basic attacks could find the enemy's weakest defense point in his hands. Within seconds, Lin Fan's consecutive critical hits shattered a mage NPC's crown armor. This astonishing scene left Kongbai, watching from afar, utterly stunned. Though her gaming experience was limited, she knew how terrifyingly skilled someone must be to handle 3 formidable foes with such ease in battle. Is this the level of a professional champion? Kongbai wondered to herself. Always proud, she now found herself completely overshadowed by this man's prowess, even struggling to breathe. Lin Fan's performance utterly overturned her understanding of in-game strength. As the Empress and her group stumbled upon Lin Fan in the midst of an intense battle, the scene was so awe-inspiring that even the well-traveled Empress couldn't help but gasp in shock. Oh my gosh, is that mage taking on the NPC solo? Le Bao exclaimed. Sister Hao Yue, should we go help? Wu Yin Weixiao scoffed. What are you thinking? Help a competitor? He's got a red name being attacked by NPCs. It's none of our business. Le Bao was momentarily speechless but then realized, right, if we don't hurry, those anonymous players might beat us to it. The Empress frowned, torn between admiration for Lin Fan's skill and boldness and the strong opposition from her guild members against helping him. Fine, the Empress sighed. For the sake of the team, I have to respect everyone's opinion. Little did they know, the so-called being ganged up on was a huge misunderstanding. Not only was Lin Fan holding his own, but he was also in complete control of the battle. He moved with ghost-like agility, unleashing AoE skills that left the NPCs bewildered. With a resounding boom, Lin Fan's headshot obliterated the Earth-type NPC's head. He then activated his Sun Shield to block melee attacks while retreating to create distance. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a basic attack, triggering the burning effect. 1,440. 1,440. The damage numbers kept flashing, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lu Runjia, the heavy-armored warrior, roared, his speed suddenly increasing. He raised his heavy sword, launching a frenzied assault, furious cleave. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as his 3 sun shields were shattered, his health plummeting by a third. Tisich, I was careless, Lin Fan thought. These NPCs each have a deadly move, and that furious cleave can deal over 2,000 damage. A bit more and I'd be done for. Lin Fan felt fortunate that he had already taken down the highest damage mage. Otherwise, with several NPCs focusing fire, even 9 sun shields wouldn't save him. Determined not to give his opponents a breather, Lin Fan held the flame ball, his only knockback skill, ready to strike Lu Renjia if he got too close, maintaining distance while unleashing relentless attacks. You have killed a Lord Kane's guard. EXP 5000. You have killed a Lord Kane's mage. EXP. System notifications kept ringing, and Lin Fan, like a war deity, vanquished all 3 NPCs within 10 minutes. He unceremoniously used his team leader privileges to claim all the loot. Due to killing the Lord's NPCs, Sin points 10,000, reputation 4,000. Another system notification appeared, turning Lin Fan's ID from light red to deep purple. With a total Sin point of 11,300, he'd need to slay an equivalent number of monsters to clear his name. Evil achievement unlocked, regional announcement imminent. Would you like to remain anonymous? Hide the reason? Lin Fan smirked. Announce with my name, but hide the reason. He couldn't pass up the chance to be in the spotlight, though he needed to keep some things under wraps to avoid trouble with the Lord. Regional announcement. Player Lin Fan has committed grave sins, earning the title Wicked to the Core. All players are urged to kill on sight. The entire game world was abuzz. This guy's at it again. Tian Mujin exclaimed. I wonder which unlucky soul he messed with. That title requires at least 10,000 Sin points. He's so ruthless. Ba Xiaobi shouted excitedly. A role model for us red-named players. I love it. The Empress stared at the announcement, dumbfounded. The Hao Yue players, who had been mocking Lin Fan earlier, were now speechless. That guy actually took down the NPCs? Wu Yin Weixiao stammered. Are the NPCs in this game really that weak? The Hao Yue guild members looked at each other, feeling a burning embarrassment. They had assumed it was NPCs ganging up on a player, only to find out it was Lin Fan who had turned the tables on them. Sigh, I said I wouldn't go red-named, but here I am, Lin Fan sighed. But what can I do when I'm so broke? He opened the title attribute to check. Title, Wicked to the Core. Effects, Increases drop rate by 10 when killing players. Increases drop rate by 50 when killing NPCs. If killed by another player NPC, all equipment, items, and gold will drop. Lin Fan was taken aback by the title. The benefits were incredible, but the risk of losing everything if killed was daunting. Nice. For hero items, 9 skill books. This haul isn't too bad. After defeating 4 NPCs, Lin Fan contentedly examined his loot. Among the 9 skill books, 2 could upgrade to level magic, while the remaining 7 belonged to other classes, which he decided to sell. He also acquired 3 hero-grade armor pieces and a priest's staff, all top-quality level 20 items. Lin Fan roughly estimated that he could sell the bundle for at least 2,000 gold coins. As he was basking in his success, his attention was drawn to 2 peculiar items. Frowning, he took a closer look and realized they were quest items. The first item was a barrier stone, described as a part of a 6-point barrier array that could restore the barrier when returned to its original place. Lin Fan, puzzled, checked his quest log and was surprised to see that the barrier stone quest objective was already marked as completed. Something's not right, Lin Fan muttered, recalling the Lord's previous words. Didn't the Lord say the barrier stone was stolen by a boss? His mind raced, connecting the dots. The Lord was not only trying to set a trap for players, but also manipulating them into killing a weakened boss to retrieve the barrier stone. In reality, the stone had been with the NPCs all along. Lin Fan realized that if players followed the side quest, once they killed the boss, the NPCs could simply hand over the barrier stone under some pretext. It was all a ploy by the Lord to use players as pawns in his game. The second quest item made Lin Fan's eyes widen. A soul collection bottle. The quest description clearly stated, collect 20 souls from elite level or higher bosses to obtain a magic ascension pill. The stronger the boss, the more potent the pill, but it could only be consumed by NPCs. Damn, a magic ascension pill, Lin Fan exclaimed, standing up as memories flooded back. He recalled a major event that happened a month after the game launched, the Demontide invasion. Many large cities had their barriers shattered and were besieged by countless demons. In Edgar City, several Lord-level bosses appeared, and players suffered greatly. At the crucial moment, Lord Cain emerged, displaying incredible power and helping players slay the bosses. Lin Fan suddenly understood that the Lord's subordinates carried the soul collection bottle under the guise of assisting players in defeating bosses, but in reality, it was to collect boss souls to craft the magic ascension pill. He recalled how, 3 years later in hardcore mode, not only did some testers betray and side with the demon gods, but many strong NPCs also defected, primarily through the use of the magic ascension pill, transforming into powerful demons. Incredible. The game has just started, and NPCs are already plotting ascension. Lord Cain is hiding his intentions well, Lin Fan sneered to himself. Having pieced everything together, Lin Fan looked towards Blank, who had been standing idly by throughout the battle. Despite being a so-called god-level assassin, Blank neither helped nor betrayed, simply remaining a passive observer. Lin Fan approached Blank with disappointment in his voice. Blank, you're wasting my time. Blank, expressionless, picked up a handful of dirt and murmured, don't you think everything here feels too real? I know. Lin Fan's face darkened. He had hoped Blank would be crucial for his next plans, but now it seemed Blank was not up to the task. Blank frowned and looked up, revealing a charming face, and asked, then how can you be so decisive? Have you killed in real life? Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, striding towards the boss's lair with a meaningful remark. Whether I have or haven't, I act ruthlessly because I don't want to die. You're too naive, get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly turned around, hurling a blazing fireball straight at Blank. Blank's expression shifted from shock to acceptance, enduring the scorching flames, and stared at Lin Fan, saying, next time when I take my revenge, I hope you're still this arrogant. Player Blank suddenly requested to add you as a friend, and this unexpected request stirred a storm of emotions in Lin Fan's heart. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a knowing smile as he unhesitatingly clicked accept. The level 15 hero dagger on the ground, glinting coldly, seemed to be whispering its story to Lin Fan. He bent down to pick it up, fully aware of its significance. Heh, this proud little girl, Lin Fan mused to himself, thinking she can track my movements through the friend list? Interesting. In the realm of gods, there's no place for the Wicca law etched into every player's mind. Lin Fan knew this well, and decided to give Blank a chance to reinvent herself. Bring it on, little girl. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with a hint of challenge. Let's play a game of cat and mouse. Let's see who laughs last. This endless game of pursuit was not only a way to hone Blank's assassination skills, but also a constant reminder for Lin Fan to stay vigilant. Surprisingly, what seemed like a harsh novice period turned into a vacation paradise in Lin Fan's eyes. At that moment, a notification popped up. Erosion was online. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately sent a message. Hey, got some loot to sell. Interested in some good stuff? Haha, How could I refuse the master's treasures? Erosion replied instantly. Quick, let your disciple take a look. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, thinking, when did I take on such an unreliable apprentice? But then he thought, since Erosion was a big spender, it wouldn't hurt to acknowledge it this time. Ever since the last Bone Breaker set was sold for an exorbitant price, Lin Fan had wised up. This time, he decided to sell in bulk to someone he knew, avoiding letting the profiteers benefit. Oh my gosh! Erosion exclaimed as he saw Lin Fan's list. Master, did you raid a dragon's lair? These are amazing. Look at this level 20 hero gear. The stats are out of this world. Erosion marveled. My pathetic level 10 staff isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Lin Fan was secretly pleased. The gear dropped from NPCs was indeed extraordinary. That priest's staff, with 300 spell power, could obliterate same level blue gear, not to mention it had healing bonuses. He selected 2 spellbooks to keep for himself. The Crank Wind spell, Whisperer, and the Crank Earth spell, Tremor Vines. Whisperer was like a storm, boosting attack speed and casting efficiency by 20 for 30 seconds. Tremor Vines could reshape the terrain and deal massive damage. Perfect. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. These 2 skills will cover my weaknesses. He learned the skills without hesitation. If other mages saw this, they'd probably laugh themselves silly, thinking it a waste of skill books. Frogs in a well. Lin Fan thought dismissively. Do you even know what it means to be prepared? He was well aware of the realm's secrets, where high-difficulty opportunity quests hid the treasure of talent points. This was his confidence in being so extravagant. Mastering all 4 elements, that's the way. Lin Fan smirked. Unbeatable now, and invincible later. Master, name your price. Erosion was eager. I'll take the whole lot. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before stating, 3,000 gold coins, a friendly price. Deal. Erosion agreed enthusiastically. Before Lin Fan could finish speaking, his mailbox chimed 3,000 gold coins received. Wow, you've got guts. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Paying without even seeing the goods. Aren't you afraid I'm a scammer? Afraid of what? Erosion boasted. Even if you did cheat me, I'd accept it. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation and proceeded to mail all the gear. He then opened Blank's chat window and sent 1,500 gold coins along with the dagger. A promise is a promise, 50-50 split. Not a coin less, Lin Fan muttered. I hope you understand. It's not just money, but a matter of trust. Without someone to distract and take down the priest, relying solely on himself might not be enough for Lin Fan to defeat the NPC group before running out of mana. Lin Fan was well aware of this. Every time I see you, I'll kill you. Kong Bai replied coldly, his tone dripping with murderous intent. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, what an uncouth girl. He felt a bit regretful as this girl, despite her sharp tongue, had no qualms about taking her share of the loot, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Outside the Ravager's lair, a dozen surviving players had cleared the elite monsters around the castle. Lin Fan stood cautiously at a distance, silently observing the shifting situation, wary of making a reckless move. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared, followed by a river of blood flowing from a gaping hole in the dilapidated castle. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the faint, eerie sound of a woman's sobbing could be heard. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed, casting an ominous glow. The Ravager, Carol, slowly crawled out of the pit, revealing its true form, a giant blood bat with one wing severed. Its body was covered in gruesome wounds, its health reduced by half, clearly indicating it had been severely injured by Yafia. A system notification popped up. Ravager Carol, level 20 Lord class creature. HP, 600, 0001, 200, 000. Attack power, 770. Skills, Mass Imprisonment, Blood Dragon Roar, Dominance, Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. Everyone over there, let's team up, the Empress shouted at the top of her lungs. Not far away, Yikongqing stood with 5 players around level 16, all of whom had hidden their IDs. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he noticed at least 20 troublesome blood minions lying at their feet. Clearly, aside from Yikongqing, these players' strength surpassed that of the Haoyue Guild. Kongqing, what's the plan? One anonymous warrior asked. Yikongqing cast a cold glance at the Empress and replied coolly, I don't know them. Do whatever you want. The madman with the Empress retorted angrily, damn it, acting all high and mighty. If we hadn't taken on most of the mobs in the banquet hall, would you even be here strutting around? The anonymous warrior sneered at this, mocking, you idiot rogue, you think I don't know? Without that rigged game guy, you'd have been turned to stone long ago. The madman laughed bitterly, sure, you're so right. I just don't believe you 6 can take down this big boss. The other 4 anonymous players laughed at the madman's taunt, their mocking laughter making his face turn red. Show off all you want. The boss is right there. Let's see you do it. The madman cursed defiantly. The anonymous warrior replied coldly, with your skills, practice more. Before he finished speaking, he dashed towards the boss, hurling his battle sword with precision. A sharp sound cut through the air as the sword's tip accurately pierced the boss's eye, causing it to let out a deafening roar of pain. Wow, that was accurate. It doesn't seem like a skill. Could it be pure technique? A warrior from the Haoyue Guild gasped. Even the Empress couldn't help but show a slight change in expression. After the sword hit its mark, it seemed to have a life of its own, curving through the air and bouncing back into the anonymous warrior's hand. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful two-handed slash at the boss's wounded wing. Weak point hit again, critical bonus. The system notification flashed. The boss was enraged, raising its claws to strike. The anonymous warrior remained unfazed, using a defensive skill to block with his sword, his body leaning back to absorb the impact, losing only 1 point of health. This dumb boss, does it even know how to fight? The madman gritted his teeth, surprised that the other side was actually pulling off such a stunt. The boss roared furiously, unleashing a bloody storm, a magical blood dragon enveloping the anonymous warrior. The madman cheered, show off all you want, now die. The Ravager's strength lay in blood magic, and its slow melee attacks were understandable given the warrior's nimble maneuvers. Schwer, interrupt its casting, the warrior commanded coldly. A female mage stepped forward among the anonymous players, holding a silver staff. Her long black hair cascaded down, and she exuded a strikingly cool demeanor. Watching from afar, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, muttering in surprise, Wu Zuini, could these people be from the Tian CI Club? The hexagram magic circle surged with energy, accompanied by a sonic boom, as several fierce wind blades shot out. The mage's precise spellcasting interrupted the boss just before the blood dragon could form, allowing the anonymous warrior to seize the opportunity to escape. Figured out how to play the game yet, rogue? The warrior taunted, steadying himself as he looked mockingly at the madman. QNMGB? The madman fumed, spitting out a string of English expletives, his voice filled with impotent rage. Meanwhile, the anonymous knight raised his shield to block the boss's ferocious assault. Even though his health barely exceeded 3,000, far less than the Empress, his skilled maneuvers compensated for this disadvantage. The team's priest swiftly healed the knight, restoring his lost health. Seeing that single-target skills were ineffective, the Slayer immediately used a group immobilization. 6 blood spheres hovered above the heads of Yakongcheng's party, threatening to petrify them. Dodge, backline, keep up the pressure. The anonymous warrior commanded coolly, his leadership evident. All the players moved in unison, deftly avoiding the boss's abilities. Teaming up with pros to take down a boss is so smooth. Professional players really live up to their reputation. Yakongcheng couldn't help but admire as he shot multiple arrows to push back the boss. The Wind Mage followed up with equally impressive damage. Professional players? No wonder their game sense is way beyond ours. The Empress muttered to herself, the gap between them obvious. She realized that most players were still figuring out the game, while these professional players, trained in full immersion games for years, had already mastered strategies for dealing with various bosses. Though apart from Yakongcheng, the other anonymous players' gear wasn't as good as the Empress and her team's. Their combat performance far exceeded expectations. This was the chasm between amateurs and professionals. Gear disadvantages were temporary. With enough skill, this gap could quickly be closed. Boss, let's get in there. If we don't start dealing damage, the boss is going to be snatched away, Wu Yin Weixiao urged. Exactly, Sister Haoyue hasn't even started yet. How can we back down? Besides, can they really outplay Fangod? Labao chimed in. True, that's on me. Let's get ready to engage, the Empress admitted, realizing she had been intimidated by the opposing team's momentum. Although the Wind Mage was indeed formidable, he was not on par with a monster like Fangod. As the Empress and her team moved towards the Slayer, Yakongcheng coldly raised his longbow, aiming at the female priest named Labao. I'm here. Who dares to steal the boss? Call your grandma. Is this boss your mom, or something? Can't let anyone else take it, the madman retorted bluntly, directly insulting Yakongcheng's family. Yakongcheng's expression darkened, gripping his bowstring tightly. Although infuriated, he disdained to argue with someone as crude as the madman. Are you sure you want to oppose me? Haoyue Guild, or should I say, Miss Chun? He sneered, staring at the Empress. It's just a game, and you're using real-world influence to pressure me? Can't handle losing? The Empress's face changed, feeling the pressure from the powerful conglomerate behind Yakongcheng. Although the Qin family was renowned in China, they were no match for the Ding Shang group backing Longhin. Losing has never been in my vocabulary, Yakongcheng declared arrogantly, surveying the scene. After repeated setbacks under Lin Fan, he now wanted to show everyone who truly called the shots in Edgar City. The purpose of establishing Longhin Guild was to sweep away all competition, regardless of their backing. Yakongcheng was confident he could crush them all. The Empress gripped her knight's shield tightly, her knuckles turning white, gritting her teeth. She hadn't expected Yikongqing to be so unreasonable and domineering in the game. The battle raged on, with the anonymous team working in harmony, their offense and defense well coordinated, consistently suppressing the boss. The boss's health quickly dropped to around 400,000, and despite its powerful skills, it couldn't break through the dual defense of the anonymous warrior and knight. The Empress's face was full of reluctance, realizing that at this rate, the boss was as good as theirs. Empress, has your pride been shattered? A playful voice came through a private message. It was Lin Fan. The Empress's eyes flashed with disdain as she replied, "You can mock me, but aren't you just as afraid to make a move? Have you been scared off by that hidden figure?" Lin Fan chuckled. "If you're too afraid to offend Yikongqing, I'll step in for you. But first, you'll need to do something for me. What do you want?" The Empress responded with interest. "It's simple. Have your 4 subordinates run in and get killed by the boss." Lin Fan's face showed a sly smile. "Get killed? Why?" The Empress frowned, unable to understand Lin Fan's intentions. "If you want to complete this task, you've got no choice but to trust me. It's up to you to decide." Lin Fan decisively stated that he wouldn't lift a finger to remove Yikongqing, the thorn in his side, until the Empress completed her task. He then asked, "By the way, your subordinates won't act out of line, will they?" The Empress detected the underlying meaning in Lin Fan's words, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She recalled her earlier decision, made for the team's benefit, not to help Lin Fan deal with the NPC. Trying to maintain her composure, she replied, "No need to worry, they only trust me." She then shared her plan to sacrifice themselves for the boss with her teammates. Le Bao responded excitedly, "Sister Hao Yue, if you ask us to face danger, how can we refuse?" "Love you." Yu Baishuang analyzed calmly, "It's just one death. As long as we don't get petrified by the boss's skill, we shouldn't face a 48-hour forced logout penalty." 10 minutes later, the boss's health dropped to less than 50,000. Madman was anxious but didn't dare attack alone. Suddenly, he saw his 4 teammates approach the boss, leaving him bewildered. "What are you doing? Going after the boss without calling me? The super thief?" Madman asked, confused. The Empress shot a glance at Madman, saying coldly, "They're going to die. Do you want to join them?" Madman looked skeptical, feeling out of the loop, and muttered, "Then what should I do? We're a team. If they're dying, I'm in too." The Empress impatiently pulled Madman back with a half smile. "A mutual friend of ours suggested sparing your life for now." "My friend? Are you sure it's not my old cough? Please don't hit my head, thanks." Madman jokingly shrugged off the Empress's hand, but internally he was puzzled, feeling like he was being played. Yikongqing saw the members of Haoyue Guild charging forward and immediately shouted, "Qinshan, what are you doing? Planning to attack? They haven't even gone hostile to interfere with your damage output." The Empress gave a resigned smile and signaled Yikongqing to observe closely. Yikongqing widened his eyes in surprise as he saw 4 Haoyue Guild players voluntarily unequip all their gear and weapons, then began punching the boss. "Miss." A series of notifications sounded, leaving Yikongqing and his team dumbfounded. An anonymous warrior said in confusion, "Is this venting frustration? Surely not. Did we go too far under Kongqing's leadership?" The 5 boss henchmen were stunned as they watched the boss's claws swipe, sending each Haoyue Guild player back to the city. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Blood orbs appeared over the fallen players' bodies, and with its mouth wide open, the boss devoured all 4 fist-sized orbs. Damn, could this be the boss's sacrificial upgrade skill? The anonymous warrior was stunned. The boss, who was on the verge of defeat, now had its health surge back to a whopping 400,000. Blood sacrifice upgrade. Each player killed boosts health by 100,000. The wind mage exclaimed, "Second team knights, watch out. That female knight seems ready to steal the boss's aggro." As she spoke, she launched a wind blade at the Empress. The Empress's eyes were sharp as she quickly raised her knight's shield to block the attack, then swung her greatsword, kicking up a cloud of dust to disrupt the enemy's output. With a roll, she closed in on the boss again, using a taunt skill to maximize aggro. Brutal strike. Lion's roar. The Empress unleashed a flurry of skills, leveraging her superior equipment to forcibly turn the boss, the City Slayer Cariel, to attack her. "Get inside." The Empress let out a low, commanding roar, her presence imposing. She charged the boss with her knight's shield, unleashing another skill, unmatched shield wall. In the next moment, the colossal boss was surprisingly forced into the castle ruins by her sheer force. The Empress pushed the boss away and quickly retreated to the entrance. "What the hell? Hurry, get in and take the boss's aggro." Yikongqing sensed something amiss and, fearing further complications, immediately led his team into the castle. "Now, Lin Fan." Seeing the situation, the Empress suddenly shouted, "Lin Fan? Captain Lin?" The anonymous warrior and the wind mage froze, seeing a familiar figure appear on the horizon. Lin Fan's staff twirled in his hands, and with a sharp clap of his palms, the ground began to quake violently. The land around the ancient castle churned like boiling water, waves of earth surging relentlessly. An unseen behemoth seemed to move underground, causing the entire castle to shake. Large chunks of stone fell from the top, quickly blocking the entrance. The Empress and the madman hurriedly dodged as the soil beneath them creaked ominously. The anonymous warrior snapped back to reality, shouting angrily at Lin Fan in the distance. "What the hell are you doing, Lin Fan?" Lin Fan replied coldly, "Burying you alive." Inside the cave, the anonymous knight shouted anxiously, "What's happening outside? We can't get out." Yikongqing and the others could only watch as the exit shrank, all while fending off attacks from the boss, plunging the scene into chaos. "Lin Fan, I'm going to kill you," the anonymous warrior snarled, trying to rush at Lin Fan. But when he realized the distance between them, at least 500 meters, cold sweat broke out. It was far beyond the attack range of ordinary players. Lin Fan ignored him, launching fireballs while continually striking the castle with basic attacks. The madman, Yama, was dumbstruck. Damn, was this guy in artillery? Such range, such power. The Empress smirked wryly. "We're not even playing the same game." I knew his attack range was off, but not this much. With a loud crash, the castle's foundation cracked, and it collapsed entirely. System notifications rang out. "You have slain player in IG, sin value 100. You have slain player Yikongqing, sin value 100. All the players inside, except those who hadn't entered the boss's lair, were crushed to death by falling debris." This was Lin Fan's cunning plan after observing from the perimeter for some time. A barrage of blood-red numbers popped up from the ruins, and the city destroyer, Kuli Air, let out a piercing wail, its health dropping by over 200,000. However, the boss wasn't completely defeated. Lin Fan frowned as the boss erupted in dark light, scattering the surrounding debris and emerging again from the wreckage. This was the effect of its invincibility skill. "Time to get to work, guys," Lin Fan laughed, and fiery magic surged around him. Flames roared from the horizon like serpents. The madman swallowed hard, grumbling, "Damn, this is cheating. With your range, how are us rogues supposed to survive?" Lin Fan, in high spirits, chuckled and replied, "Rogue players should stick to sneaking around. Why covet the noble mage's territory?" "Screw you, you dumb mage," the madman cursed. The Empress said sternly, "I'll take the boss's aggro." She watched the other two warily, wary of a sudden attack from the two elite players of TNCI. Lin Fan moved closer, smiling slightly. "If they make a move, I'll take them out instantly." Wu Shui and I timidly spoke up. "Long time no see, Captain Fan." Lin Fan glanced at her, his tone indifferent. "I don't deserve the title Captain Fan." Wu Shui and I looked embarrassed, and the anonymous warrior glared at her before turning to Lin Fan. "How can you still show your face, you match fixer? What's the matter with the #1 magic swordsman in the national server? Are you scared of me?" Lin Fan mocked. Heatsong snorted, displaying his ID with the TNCI prefix, TNCI Fuchon. The Empress looked shocked. "The #1 magic swordsman, is he the undefeated Heatsong?" She finally understood why this swordsman's skills were so sharp. He was the star player of TNCI Club. Heatsong, the top magic swordsman of Jianzhong, and his alternate account is also a top 10 swordsman and mage in the national server. Lin Fan explained, "Undefeated? I laugh every time I hear that, right?" Heatsong was a rising star at TNCI Club, with undeniable talent in esports, but he had met his nemesis in Lin Fan. Online, people hailed him as the undefeated king, the one most likely to replace Fan Shin and lead TNCI Club. However, the title undefeated was a huge humiliation for Heatsong. Whether playing as a mage or swordsman, he had never beaten Lin Fan in club simulations. Heatsong's face turned red with anger, and he shouted hysterically, "Even if you're strong, it doesn't change the fact that you're a disgrace, a rat in the streets, the shame of TNCI Club and Chinese esports." Yeah, you're right," Lin Fan replied with an amused smile. In the past, he would have been furious, but now, having been reborn, his mindset had completely changed. Past glory may hold its significance, but it's no longer what he seeks. Heatsong tightened his grip on his battle blade, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. He shouted to his teammate beside him, "Block him. Don't let him near the boss. I'll handle these two." Wu Zuani stood frozen, her face pale, watching that familiar figure stride towards her with confidence. Her fingers trembled slightly, unable to muster any resistance. As a member of the Tianxi Club, she was undoubtedly a gaming prodigy, yet facing Lin Fan, the club's mage god and true soul, she felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. "Empress, the boss is injured and moving slowly. Just kite the boss," Lin Fan instructed without looking back. "Got it? No problem," Empress responded, immediately taunting the boss and cleverly using the terrain to her advantage. As Lin Fan brushed past Wu Zuani, he remarked lightly. Your recent moves show improvement. It seems you haven't slacked off since becoming a main team member. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Zuani finally lowered her staff, her face full of guilt as she whispered, I'm sorry, Captain Fan. Her figure gradually faded as she chose to log off from the dungeon. Empress and Madman watched this in surprise. Madman gaped and curiously asked, Hey, what's the deal with that girl? You say a couple of words and she leaves. My disciple, Lin Fan replied calmly, a brief flicker of emotion crossing his face. Wow, impressive. Madman exclaimed excitedly. How does she look in real life? Not a tank, right? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Please, my disciple and I never alter our appearances. It's all real. Madman's excitement grew. Oh wow. Introduce me. What's her chat ID? Pay me 50, prove your worth. Lin Fan retorted mercilessly. No money, get lost. As Lin Fan and Madman bantered, they made their way toward Hikong. Hitsong sneered. 2 against 1? Some mage god you are. Lin Fan smirked. No, it's a true 1v1 showdown. He knew Hitsong harbored resentment towards him, so he gave him a chance. Even though I could take you out instantly, I choose not to. Every step Lin Fan took added to the immense pressure on Hikong. Hitsong tightened his grip on his battle blade, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He kept telling himself that Lin Fan wasn't invincible, just someone he had once defeated. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a wild light. I want to torment you. Torment every member of your Tianxi club. He deactivated his passive flame burn and refrained from using the Titan God's left eye to suppress Hitsong's range, boldly stepping into the 20-meter range of a normal mage. Screw you. Hitsong roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He wanted to sever his inner demons himself, raising his battle blade high and swinging it towards Lin Fan. Hey, madman. Watch your back, warrior. The lunatic taunted with a chuckle, freezing Hitsong in his tracks. It's never wise for any class to expose their back to a rogue. A critical hit can teach any stubborn soul the importance of guarding their vulnerability. Are you planning to make a move, madman? Lin Fan asked casually, his eyes fixed on Hitsong's movements. The madman picked his nose and flicked it away, replying nonchalantly, I'll wait until you two are low on health, then I'll swoop in. Fan, your gear must be worth quite a bit with that red name status, huh? Lin Fan grinned, knowing the madman's nature all too well. In that case, I'll just send you back to the respawn point. The madman forced an awkward smile, recalling the terrifying damage Lin Fan was capable of. He knew Lin Fan could easily take out a rogue like him. Quickly changing his tune, he said, the madman will spare you for now. With that, he retreated 100 meters, wary of any long-range attacks from Lin Fan. Prepare to die. Hitsong shouted with delight, drawing a second blue battle blade from his waist. The madman's eyes widened at the sight of a dual-wield warrior. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. Hitsong hadn't shown his true strength during the boss fight. In the realm of divine domain, warriors had various styles, with most opting for sword and shield or two-handed swords early on. Dual wielding was the hardest to master, sacrificing most blocking abilities for maximum damage, not hindered by a shield. Only novices, or those with absolute confidence in their skills, would choose this path. With a blank expression, Lin Fan began with basic attacks, casting fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. He launched continuous attacks, leveraging his range advantage. Hitsong smirked confidently, skillfully deflecting each fireball with his blades. Facing the slow 0.5 attack speed of Lin Fan's basic attacks, Hitsong showcased his professional timing mastery. If he had a single sword and shield, he could have blocked all attacks. The madman shouted, Can you handle it? Your basic attacks can't even break through. Have you been slacking off? Lin Fan nearly laughed, shaking his head as he continued his basic attack output. As Hitsong closed the gap to less than 10 meters, Lin Fan remained calm, rapidly firing a 3-burst fireball combo followed by basic attacks. Finally feeling the pressure, Hitsong stopped and unleashed a warrior's level skill, Roaring Tornado, creating a whirlwind that devoured all of Lin Fan's attacks without truly hitting him. Lin Fan sidestepped Hitsong's thrown blade, skillfully kiting him with precision attacks. Despite limited damage, he couldn't break through Hitsong's defenses. Hitsong sneered, I see you've embedded a soul seal for extended attack range. But you're foolish to engage me in close combat. Mocking, Hitsong guessed, let me guess, at least a spirit-level soul seal? Lin Fan remained silent, continuing what seemed like futile attacks. You've got some nerve, finally feeling confident enough to cause trouble. Don't you know spirit-level soul seals are trash to true experts? Hitsong relished in venting years of being overshadowed by Lin Fan. A spirit-level soul seal. If you say so. Lin Fan stifled a laugh effortlessly. This game disables targeting beyond 300 meters. Even with a 500-meter range, it's useless against someone of my caliber, Hitsong boasted, believing today would be his day of redemption. The title of unbeaten would no longer be a disgrace but a sign of his rise. He would prove all Lin fans fanatics wrong. What law-based legend? What three-time champion? They were nothing before Heatsung. Heatsung. Lin fans suddenly interrupted, snapping Heatsung out of his daydreams. Why do you always talk so much during PK? Is it because you were bullied as a kid and want to prove you're better in the game? Heatsung was stunned, feeling as if Lin fans' dark eyes could see through to his core. How did he know? Heatsung was bewildered. So that's it. Lin fan smiled calmly, knowing how to dismantle a professional player's pride by targeting what they held dearest, their skills. Wind Whisperer, Lin fan whispered, activating the wind element in the six-pointed star. Triple magic mastery? Heatsung was shocked. In his view, such a mage development path was unsustainable, a route for casual players. Learning 3 different magic types might be strong early on, allowing for incredible combo potential. The price for such prowess is a lack of talent points, skill points, and a gold cost that even average players can't afford. Heatsung believed he had seen through Lin fan's strategy and smirked disdainfully. To get back at our club, it seems you'll stop at nothing. But in the next instant, Lin fan's first basic attack fireball shot forward, hitting Heatsung squarely in the chest. Heatsung felt a searing pain spread through his body as his health dropped sharply. He was stunned. The speed boost from the Wind Whisperer had caused a fatal error in his blocking judgment. Before he could recover, Lin fan's barrage of fireballs descended like a torrential downpour. With the attack speed increased by 20, the fireballs drew brilliant arcs through the air. Heatsung barely managed to block the last hit, his face already turning pale. Madman, holy crap, exclaimed Madman, a spectator. This guy is deliberately using basic attacks to throw his opponent off. He's toying with that foolish warrior. Lin fan smirked mockingly, his gaze piercing as he looked at Heatsung. You're no good as a warrior, and even worse as a mage. I truly don't understand why you always see me as a thorn in your side. Are we even from the same world? Each word was like a sharp blade, piercing Heatsung's heart. His face turned from white to green as he gulped down health potions and charged at Lin fan, convinced he had adapted to Lin fan's attack rhythm, unaware that this was just the beginning. Lin fan's staff paused briefly, then his attack frequency became erratic. The fireballs came fast and slow, seemingly random, yet each hit was incredibly precise. As a former professional player, Lin fan understood well that professional players often have a fixed rhythm for offense and defense. Once disrupted, mistakes follow rapidly. Sure enough, another basic attack hit, and Heatsung's health was critically low. His eyes were filled with disbelief. They were less than 5 meters apart, yet he couldn't land a single hit on Lin fan. I've told you many times before, your approach has issues, Lin fan remarked nonchalantly, as if critiquing a routine practice match. Heatsung prided himself as the top magic swordsman in the national server, always relying on high-level fixed playstyle strategies. If opponents fell into his rhythm, they would often be crushed by his aggressive tactics. But Lin fan was like a drifting feather, his next move unpredictable. Damn it. You can play a mage like this? Madman was dumbfounded, his jaw practically hitting the floor. This was Lin fan's hard-earned skill in hardcore mode adapting to change, winning with no fixed moves. From the moment Heatsung stepped within a 20-meter range, Lin fan had begun his strategy. The opponent's mental state and physical actions were all under his control. In this battle, Lin fan seemed to stand on the clouds, looking down at an ant, delivering devastating blows to Heatsung. I won't accept this. Heatsung roared like a beast. Lin fan chuckled softly, a hint of pity in his eyes. What is there to not accept? Even among professional players, there are differences. With that, he raised his hand for one final basic attack, ready to send his old teammate on his way. Heatsung was sent back to the respawn point in a flash of white light, unfortunately dropping dozens of silver coins. Lin fan was busy dealing with the boss when he suddenly heard the Empress's urgent voice. What are you daydreaming about? Keep up the damage output. It was then he realized he had been zoning out and quickly refocused. At that moment, Lin fan received a private message from Heatsung. With each word he read, his heart sank. Heatsung brazenly revealed the truth behind the match that had ruined Lin fan's reputation. Everyone, except Lin fan, had been involved in match fixing, including his most trusted disciple, Wu Zuini. Heatsung mockingly added that the biggest sponsor of the Esports Association was Tion CI Club, and Lin fan's ban was inevitable. These words hit Lin fan like a sledgehammer, shattering his last illusions. He finally understood the pained expression Wu Zuini had given him before. His heart churned with a mix of anger, disappointment, and betrayal. Struggling to contain his fury, he tersely replied to Heatsung, "You better be ready to delete your accounts." With that, he blocked him. Lin fan's inner voice roared with a vow to make them pay, but for now, he had a boss to defeat. He channeled all his anger into his attacks. With the final strike, the boss collapsed to the ground. System notifications rang out. announcing that Lin Fan had reached level 16 and obtained the boss's spirit. Lin Fan chose to announce it publicly in the region, instantly causing a stir in the world chat. Players marveled at his skill, and those from the Long Hen Guild who had been taunting him fell silent. Soon, major guilds began competing to recruit Lin Fan, offering enticing deals that left onlookers envious. However, Lin Fan had only one thought in his mind. Every member of Tian CI Club would pay for their betrayal. The Empress's lips curled into a charming smile, her eyes playfully teasing as she looked at Lin Fan. Her voice was light and alluring. Why join their guild when you can come to our bright moon? An annual salary of 50 million and 2 gaming companions. How about it? Upon hearing this, Madman jumped up excitedly, pointing at himself and shouting, "Consider me! I don't need the salary, just the companions." The Empress glanced at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Go play in the mud, kid." Meanwhile, Shurgu, who was out in the wild grinding monsters, saw the message and immediately joined the fray. Without a word, he spent 1 million to buy 2 golden megaphones. These things were powerful, capable of broadcasting messages across the entire Asian server and automatically translating them into over 20 languages. Suddenly, the cross-server channel of the Divine Realm lit up with a golden glow, and Shurgu's voice echoed throughout the virtual world. Ahem, ahem, testing, testing. This unexpected move left millions of players across the Asian server stunned, as a bizarre golden announcement appeared in the sky. Members of the K's Expedition Guild exclaimed, "What the heck? Using golden megaphones for fun? What's going on? Some crazy player." Madman was also dumbfounded by this sudden action. The Empress looked at Shurgu's ID, furrowing her brows as she recalled, "This guy once competed with me for a boss in the wild. He randomly threw me 100 gold coins and told me to watch him play without interfering. I admit, I gave in for the money." At that moment, Shurgu's voice rang out again. "I, the president of the Kong family estate, offer a 2 billion annual salary to invite my master, Fanshin, to join the estate for a life of fun and prosperity." 2 billion annual salary. Someone exclaimed, "Forget electric scooters, I'm getting a plane." Unbelievable. Which rich kid is squandering money like this? Isn't buying a mansion more appealing? When did Fanshin get an apprentice? Seeing the golden announcement floating above, Lin Fan finally smiled, internally remarking, "With money to buy megaphones, why not just transfer some to me?" What a fool. Soon after, Lin Fan received a flood of private messages, mostly from guild managers trying to recruit him, all claiming they lacked nothing but his presence. Lin Fan ignored them all, decisively closing the private message channel to focus on collecting loot. The night banquet side quest wasn't particularly difficult. He and Blank managed to take down the NPC, doubling the server-wide announcement rewards. Normally, with NPC assistance, figuring out the vampire monster skills made completing this side quest quite manageable. In the Divine Realm, the risk and reward of quests are proportional, so the boss loot was fairly average, just a level 20 purple armor and 2 great skill books. Seeing that none of them could use these, they put them up for auction to split the proceeds evenly. Damn, wasn't there supposed to be some quest item? Madman grumbled, rummaging through the corpse but finding no quest item. Only then did Lin Fan remember the barrier stone dropped by the NPC was still in his inventory. Madman cursed, "Damn it, stupid quest. Killed the boss and no quest item?" Lin Fan had a thought but kept it to himself, simply shaking his head to feign ignorance. He quietly checked the night banquet quest list, which indicated he could now submit the quest to the Lord, and choosing to abandon the quest wouldn't incur any penalties. Reviewing the quest details again, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Due to the loss of the Edgar City barrier stone, a large number of demons have recently entered the city, causing havoc. Please assist Lord Kane in retrieving the barrier stone. A large number of demons entering. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with mischief. Now that's interesting. If I don't hand over the barrier stone, I might be able to farm monsters without leaving the city, right? With this in mind, Lin Fan made up his mind. Lord Kane would never dream of having a player like him who bends the rules. Returning to the banquet hall, Lin Fan was stunned by the scene before him. Lord Kane, having learned that his men had been killed and the barrier stone was still missing, flew into a rage. With a thunderous roar, he slammed his hand down on the table, shattering the heavy oak surface into splinters that scattered everywhere. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He thought, by accidentally thwarting the Lord's plans, it's no wonder the old man is fuming. A system notification chimed in. You failed to submit the quest item, Barrier Stone, resulting in a significant reduction of your rewards. You have received 4,000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and 5 skill points. Lin Fan calculated in his mind, which aligned with his expectations. Defeating the boss still granted some quest rewards. Although losing the majority of the rewards was a bit painful, the risk was worth it for the opportunity to use the barrier stone to farm monsters extensively. After exiting the dungeon, the Empress went to meet up with guild members, while Madman said he needed to log off for a bit. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and recalled that in Madman's previous life, he had unlocked the A-level hidden class, lockpicking thief, during his first job awakening. He quickly reminded Madman not to rush into any decisions if he encountered a hidden class, and to message him first for advice. Madman raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, so you've done your homework on game strategies? Trying to recruit me into your team?" Lin Fan replied with a smile, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm planning to start a guild and will be buying guild battle slots soon. Are you interested?" Madman looked a bit surprised but soon regained his composure and said straightforwardly, "If there are girls, I'm in. Otherwise, I'll just play casually as a solo player." "All right, you're in," Lin Fan chuckled. He knew that Madman was more complex than he appeared. Though his demeanor was laid back and often focused on finding girls, he was actually a top military academy graduate. He played the game purely for fun, and his early career choices were random, which later hindered his ability to compete with top-tier thieves. Yet, as a solo player without resources or backing, he still managed to rank among the top 10 thieves, showcasing his cunning and skill. With Madman on board, Lin Fan felt the foundation of his guild was beginning to take shape. His goal wasn't about the size of the guild, but ensuring each member could fight and was trustworthy. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating logging off for a late-night snack, a loud shout suddenly erupted behind him. "Criminal! Surrender at once!" Turning around, Lin Fan saw a squad of NPC soldiers charging toward him. He suddenly remembered his infamy level was over 10,000, meaning he was a target both inside and outside the city. The surrounding players erupted with excitement. "Guys, that's the infamous Fan God. If we take him down, we'll be set for life," someone shouted. Dozens of players' eyes lit up as they rallied their friends. Lin Fan smiled wryly, patting his forehead, realizing he'd been so caught up in his plans that he forgot about his red name status. As more players gathered, he suddenly smirked mischievously, clasped his hands together, and allowed the NPC soldiers to apprehend him. Everyone was stunned, not expecting the Triple Crown champion to surrender so easily. Some grumbled, "What happened to the champion's pride?" Others complained, "Looks like we can't attack him anymore. Did the Kong family really spend 2 billion on a coward?" Many were disappointed at the thought of losing out on thousands of gold coins and loot. Lin Fan was taken to the city dungeon, and a system prompt appeared. "You have been arrested by the soldiers of the Light Dragon Empire. Due to your current infamy level, you must pay a 1190 gold fine or be imprisoned for 300 days to clear your record. Will you pay the fine?" Lin Fan refused without hesitation. Paying over 100,000 in bail for killing a few NPCs and players was out of the question. Although a 300-day sentence would mean starting over for most players, Lin Fan wasn't worried. Instead, he saw it as an opportunity to reinvent himself. He tried using skills in the cell, but to no avail. Checking his equipment panel, he found all slots grayed out, realizing that the shackles must have a magic suppression effect. "I need to see your warden," Lin Fan shouted. "Shut your mouth, you brat," barked a guard named Zhao Lao Wu. Lin Fan's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Though his equipment panel was disabled, his inventory was still accessible. With a flick of his fingers, a golden imperial coin appeared with a ding, landing precisely at Zhao Lao Wu's feet. Zhao Lao Wu's eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. He carefully picked up the coin, examined it closely, and even bit it to verify its authenticity. Immediately, his demeanor changed dramatically, showcasing an acting skill worthy of an Oscar. "Heh, what can I do for you, sir?" Lin Fan internally mused. The realm of the gods truly lives up to its reputation. The creations of the deities are indeed astonishing. In this world, money really does make the world go round. He quickly adjusted his expression, furrowing his brows to perfectly embody the role of a prisoner. "Take me to your supervisor. I have important matters to discuss." Hearing this, Zhao Laowu appeared troubled. "Well, our boss might not be available right now. How about a deal? I'll get you a chicken leg to munch on." Without batting an eye, Lin Fan flicked out another coin. Zhao Laowu, thrilled, laughed gleefully. "Oh, great adventurer, you're amazing. I'll take you there right away." Soon, Lin Fan was led to the guard post at the city wall. Standing in front of a slightly ajar door, he could hear sounds of pleasure from within, making his face flush. Lin Fan's smile froze as he silently sighed. "Why didn't I notice all these Easter eggs when I used to play games?" Zhao Laowu gingerly pushed the door open and whispered, "Captain, there's a prisoner to see you." Before he finished his sentence, a foul-smelling iron boot came flying out, causing him to quickly retreat. "Damn it, can't you see I'm busy? Get lost," the captain shouted angrily. In an instant, a naked woman hurriedly fled the room, leaving Lin Fan to marvel at the game's realism. They even skipped the censorship. The guard captain, Wang Ming, sat on the bed with a scowl, barking, "If it's not important, you're dead meat." Zhao Laowu, grinning, pulled out an imperial coin and waved it in front of Wang Ming, hinting that Lin Fan was a lucrative target. Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with greed, but he waved Zhao Laowu away. He looked Lin Fan up and down, sneering. Do you know the crime for bribing an imperial guard? Seeing the accusation, Lin Fan smiled calmly and tossed a pouch containing 50 coins over to him. Wang Ming's eyes shone with greed, but he feigned righteousness. Humph, I'm incorruptible. Don't try that. With that, he got up and closed the door. You look like you've had a rough time in the cell, Wang Ming said, suddenly changing his tone. Lin Fan played along, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. Hearing this, Wang Ming immediately took out a key and unlocked the anti-magic shackles. With his restraints removed, Lin Fan initially considered taking down the corrupt official, but thought better of it. He discreetly examined Wang Ming's attributes. City Guard Captain Wang Ming, level 30. HP. Attack. Skills. Lin Fan broke into a cold sweat, relieved he hadn't acted rashly. The captain's strength was clearly beyond that of ordinary guards, as indicated by the inability to discern his specific attributes. Even if he managed to defeat him, fighting here would likely attract a swarm of NPC soldiers. Calming himself, Lin Fan spoke, Captain, how about we make a deal? Wang Ming squinted, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Young man, I like your style. Lin Fan successfully bribed Wang Ming, the captain of the city guards. Wang Ming initially demanded 300 gold coins, but Lin Fan, wielding his Dragon Slayer sword, began negotiating without hesitation. After some intense haggling, they finally settled on 120 gold coins. Not only did Lin Fan gain his freedom, but he also received a set of Imperial Mage gear and a 48-hour false identity. He chose Lin Lauda as his alias, and the name above his head instantly changed from purple to the NPC-exclusive blue. Lin Fan made his way to the southeast of Edgel's outer city, an area rife with slums, open sewers, and dilapidated buildings. Pretending to be inspecting the area, he strutted down the street, drawing cheers from a group of NPC soldiers. They saw him as a savior and pleaded for his help against the impending monster attack. Upon learning that there were only 100 monsters, Lin Fan was somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself that this number was hardly enough to gain experience or reduce his infamy, especially after spending over 100 gold coins to disguise himself as a city guard NPC. As he hesitated, an NPC soldier urgently informed him that if the situation wasn't dealt with soon, the number of monsters could skyrocket within a day. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he deliberately remarked, "It should be overwhelming." This statement caused the NPCs to panic even more. At that moment, a system notification sounded, indicating that Lin Fan had triggered a hidden quest, Defend the Breach in the Barrier Stone. This was a legendary level quest requiring the recruitment of team members to fend off the enemies. Lin Fan was secretly delighted, having stumbled upon a rare hidden quest. He recalled the hierarchy of quest difficulties in the Divine Realm: Normal, Elite, Legendary, Abyss, Hell, and Mythic. A legendary level quest was undoubtedly a huge opportunity, and Lin Fan began strategizing how to leverage this chance to quickly boost his power. Typically, the system allows for a team of 6 to tackle dungeons, while more challenging missions recommend a raid group of 60. However, this hidden mission's difficulty had reached an unprecedented legendary level. Lin Fan stood atop the city wall, listening to the system broadcast the mission details, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The task required repelling a massive invasion of monsters, and if any breached the inner city, the mission would fail. The penalties for failure were severe: a reduction of 3 levels, a 20,000-point loss in reputation, and experience gains halved for 10 days. To make matters worse, unless a barrier stone was used to reinforce the city's defenses, the monster invasion would persist for a full 24 hours. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, thinking, this is really something. He knew all too well that this hidden mission wouldn't have appeared under normal circumstances. The barrier stone was supposed to be in the hands of the Lord, but because he had killed the NPC and kept the stone, it triggered this invasion storyline. Holding the barrier stone, Lin Fan understood that even though the number of monsters was overwhelming, he could place the stone back at any time to end the mission and walk away unscathed. However, after much persuasion from his fellow warriors, he reluctantly climbed the tower to assess the gathering monsters. From the tower, Lin Fan carefully observed the approaching monstrous army. Goblin Vanguards, level 18, HP 4500-4500, attack power 185, skilled in rapid dashes and earth spikes. Elite Skeleton Knights, level 22, HP 1200-12000, attack power 270, proficient in lance charges and soul assaults. Among the 100 monsters, there were quite a few elite creatures, most around level 20, making them perfect for leveling up and gaining skill proficiency. Glancing at the system prompt, there were still 2 hours left before the monster invasion began. Lin Fan descended the tower, already calculating in his mind. If he could complete other tasks requiring monster kills and material collection simultaneously, it would be even more worthwhile. However, A tricky issue loomed in Lin Fan's mind. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "The sin value is too high. What should I do?" Although he had a fake ID to cover his tracks, seasoned thieves would easily see through such a basic disguise. After all, if someone could pass as a lord or king without suspicion, what would be the point of the game for other players? With such a high sin value, NPCs offering side quests to kill monsters would likely ignore him. Just when Lin Fan was at a loss, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Excitedly, he thought, "That's it. There's a place where I can take on a lot of monster hunting quests." Lin Fan, dressed in an NPC costume, strode through the inner city streets, heading straight for the Bounty Hunter Tavern. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, the tavern was filled with smoke and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and sweat. A few renamed players, busy accepting quests, were startled by his sudden appearance, nearly bolting for the door. "Scared the hell out of me. Thought the cops had come into the Hunters Guild to bust us," a gruff voice muttered from a corner. Lin Fan glanced around, his eyes locking onto the ID Lin Boss flashing on a display screen. He chuckled to himself. An Imperial mage mingling with demon hunting tasks was indeed a comical sight. The Bounty Hunter Guild held a unique status in the realm, with a stronghold in almost every town. Whether renamed players or Imperial criminals, anyone with a demon hunting certificate could take on quests here. Lin Fan, familiar with the process, walked up to the counter and paid 10 gold coins for a hunter's certificate. The task board lit up instantly, showcasing an array of missions ranging from a grade to SS grade. The grade tasks were mostly miscellaneous, like finding lost cats or people. The grade and above involved monster extermination, growing increasingly difficult, with grade even requiring a team to slay dragons. With his Black Iron certificate, Lin Fan could only accept E and grade tasks. Due to a breach in the etching barrier, there was an abundance of grade extermination missions. He quickly took on 2 grade tasks: eliminate 50 skeleton mages and collect 60 demon ape claws. The system notified him that he had reached the task limit, causing Lin Fan to frown. Running back and forth for tasks was too time-consuming, so he decided to purchase a task expansion pack. After a moment's hesitation, he bit the bullet and chose the advanced pack for 300 gold coins, gaining a 60 task limit and remote acceptance privileges. Before other players could react, Lin Fan swiftly claimed all the grade tasks. The surrounding players erupted in complaints, grumbling that the tasks had been snatched away. Lin Fan sent a private message to Fatty, asking about his progress. Learning that Fatty was still getting pummeled by the Holy Sword user, Lin Fan shook his head with a sigh, promising to help him level up later. With over an hour left until the monster attack, Lin Fan quickly logged off to take a shower and bought some grilled lamb skewers downstairs to treat himself. 10 minutes later, he logged back into the game. At that moment, the world channel exploded with excitement. The player Chaos Rises had successfully awakened the A-grade hidden class Mad Knight, earning substantial rewards. The world channel buzzed with excitement as the Chaos Guild seized the opportunity to heavily promote themselves and distribute gold coin bonuses. Lin Fan was unfazed by the commotion. He knew that while acquiring a powerful class early on was beneficial, in the realm, there were no purely useless classes, only players who didn't know how to operate them. True experts could excel with any class. Cases where low-level A-grade awakened players have overturned higher-ranked ones are not uncommon. Lin Fan climbed up the defense watchtower of the outer slum again, gazing over the endless wilderness beyond the city. An NPC soldier, looking anxious, shouted urgently, "Master Lin, if we don't go out to meet the enemy, we're doomed." Lin Fan stared into the distance, seeing a massive army of monsters surging like a tide, numbering over 1,000. He took a sharp breath and murmured to himself, "Wow, that's quite a number." His scalp tingled slightly as he thought to himself, "No wonder this mission requires a 60-person battle group. A 6-person team charging in would be suicidal." He quickly estimated the distance, noting that the monster army was about 2 kilometers from the city walls. Lin Fan frowned and thought, "This is troublesome. They're out of my range." His maximum range was only 1670 meters, so his plan to whittle down the enemy numbers before they attacked was thwarted. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Countdown 60 seconds. You have gained command authority over the outer city NPC soldiers. Hearing this, Lin Fan turned around and quickly counted the defending NPC soldiers. To his dismay, there were fewer than 30 of them, mostly around level 15. Far less powerful than the inner city NPCs, relying on these soldiers to fight outside the city would be a suicide mission. Time was of the essence, and Lin Fan rapidly devised a plan. He decided to upgrade his magic level, quickly using 9 skill points and 6 gold coins to raise his magic to level 9, and then spend another 12 skill points and 14 gold coins to push it to level 10. The system immediately informed him, Dink level fire magic, Touch of the Flame Serpent, has been enhanced. Mastery of Clevel Fire Magic achieved. You have gained Flame Dragon. The effects of the new skill brought a smile to Lin Fan's face. Consuming 600 MP, He could summon a magical flame dragon that dealt 400 plus spell attack power damage per hit, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 50 seconds. Even more powerful, targets touched by the flame dragon would suffer 220 points of continuous damage per second for 3 seconds. With 25 skill points remaining, Lin Fan decisively upgraded Stone Vines and Wind Whisperer to level 5 simultaneously. Although these skills were mainly supportive, the reduced cooldown time was a significant advantage. At that moment, the system alarm blared. Countdown over. The monsters have launched their attack. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he saw the monster army advancing like layers of dark clouds. The ground began to shake violently, as if the entire world trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. Amidst the horde of monsters, skeleton cavalry galloped like the wind, with hundreds of agile beasts following closely behind, forming a dark mass advancing toward the city walls. Lin Fan was instantly alert. Each of these powerful minions had over 10,000 health points, making them nearly impossible to fend off with regular defenses. Wind Whisperer, Lin Fan murmured, feeling the surge in spellcasting efficiency. Instead of attacking the creatures directly, he cast a level 5 Tremor Stone Vines spell 600 meters in front of the wall. The ground shook violently as a dozen massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, forming a stone barrier under Lin Fan's control. These Tumter-high pillars were spaced 3 meters apart, creating an insurmountable obstacle for cavalry. Lin Fan smirked, knowing that cavalry and reckless riders dreaded such barriers. Although they didn't inflict direct damage, they significantly slowed the monster's advance. After completing the first line of defense, Lin Fan didn't rest. He patiently waited for his skills to cool down and commanded, "Everyone, mount up." 5 men on each flank, lure the scattered monsters toward the barriers. Over 20 NPCs swiftly mounted their warhorses and charged out of the city gates. Although they were mostly infantry and archers without the bonuses of knights, their speed was an advantage, perfect for drawing the monster's attention. A little over a minute later, a second stone barrier rose 500 meters away. This time, the pillars were spaced closer, forming of shape. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with cunning. He anticipated that the monsters would inevitably fall into this trap. Sure enough, a cacophonous crash resounded as over a dozen skeleton knights collided with the barriers, their bones shattering in all directions. Even in pieces, these undead creatures stubbornly crawled forward. Under Lin Fan's command, the NPC soldiers regrouped the scattered monsters. He led the remaining 10 archers outside the city, lining up in front of the trap with bows drawn and arrows ready. As more monsters crowded into the trap, Lin Fan sneered, "Time to test the new skill." A 6-pointed star magic circle blazed with crimson light, and a deafening beastly roar echoed through the sky. The air temperature soared as magical elements boiled and burned. A blazing dragon, over 20 meters long, appeared out of thin air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. With a furious roar, the dragon unleashed dozens of fireballs, hurling them mercilessly at the monster horde. Lin Fan was amazed by the power of this clever spell, feeling a sense of pride. The dragon released a fireball every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, capable of delivering 5 devastating strikes. While the single target damage was moderate, the area effect rivaled that of rare A-level magic. The passive skill of Burning Flames activated, reducing swathes of skeleton cavalry to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the outer city wasteland turned into a sea of fire, with monsters falling en masse. The hundreds trapped in the pocket formation were immobilized, and the few that slipped through were no match for the archers' precise shots. System notifications chimed continuously. You have slain an elite skeleton knight, gaining 600 experience points. You have slain a demon ape, gaining 450 experience points. You have slain a goblin cavalry, gaining 430 experience points. Experience points surged rapidly, and within minutes, Lin Fan's level 16 experience bar had increased by 15. He estimated that at this rate, he could level up in just half an hour. Meanwhile, numerous quest items and monster materials filled his inventory. Seeing this, the NPC soldiers' morale soared as they shouted, "Lord Lin is invincible. Long live Lord Lin." Lin Fan listened to their praises with satisfaction, accepting their adulation without any qualms. "Where are my monsters? Where are they?" A furious shout shattered the tranquility outside the city. Players farming monsters were instantly perplexed. The scene before them was baffling. Several monster spawn points were suddenly empty, as if an invisible hand had swept them all away. The players swung their weapons, but they were only slashing at thin air. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. All the monsters seemed to be racing in the same direction, like they were heading to a grand feast. Yeo's legend exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, something's wrong. Why does it show miss when I hit these mobs?" My Heart is Empty suggested, "Let's follow them and see what's going on. Maybe we've triggered some kind of quest?" The players followed the trail of the monsters and were soon stunned by what they saw. Hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters gathered together, an overwhelming sight. Oh my god, the number of monsters is terrifying. There must be at least a couple thousand, one player marveled. If anyone can clear this, I'll call them my hero. In the distance, smoke filled the air. NPC soldiers rode on horseback, herding the monsters towards the city walls. Suddenly, a dazzling flame lit up the sky as a gigantic fire dragon appeared out of nowhere. What the heck is this magic? Did they summon a fire dragon? The players were dumbfounded. This is terrifying. Elite monsters with over 10,000 health dropped in less than 10 seconds? Is this the power of an NPC mage? They watched in awe as an NPC mage waved his staff, effortlessly taking down swathes of monsters. His seemingly endless mana and staggering damage output left the players speechless. I bet if we talk to this NPC mage boss, we'll at least get a hidden quest, one player said excitedly. No, maybe even acquire and shrank hidden mage class. This suggestion immediately caught the attention of the mage players. They began tidying themselves up, hoping to make a good impression on the mage. A male mage stepped forward first, flattering, "Oh mighty archmage, do you need any assistance from a humble servant?" His actions were immediately met with ridicule from other players. Get lost, noob. You're only level 13 with a level 10 green weapon. What help could you possibly offer? Another player chimed in. I'm level 15, just as skilled in fire magic as the Mage King himself. Choose me. Lin Fan held back a smile, maintaining a mysterious facade as he continued to unleash a barrage of fireballs on the monsters. Suddenly, he asked, I've heard there's an impressive guild among you adventurers. What is it called again? The players were taken aback, surprised that this mage knew about the Dragon's Mark Guild. Realizing he must be quite formidable, Lin Fan sneered and continued, not only have I heard of them, the chaos of the monsters outside the city has led to countless adventurers and imperial citizens being slaughtered, lives lost, and people suffering all because of the heinous acts of this Dragon's Mark Guild. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, wondering why they hadn't seen any system announcements about this. Seeing their confusion, Lin Fan switched topics. I assume you're all here for a quest? The players immediately perked up, nodding eagerly. Yes, yes. Is there a quest you want us to undertake? Lin Fan calmly said, each of you, list 10 crimes committed by the Dragon's Mark Guild. Spread the word, so the nations of the Divine Realm know of their vile deeds. Once completed, you can claim your reward from Wang Ming, the captain of the inner city guards. Is it really that simple? The players were both surprised and delighted, thinking this quest was practically a freebie. They all praised. The Mage King is surprisingly generous. Within minutes, heaps of skeletal knights lay fallen. Lin Fan's divine might was unstoppable, and over half of the 1,000-strong horde was decimated in an instant. On the battlefield, the blood and chaos began to subside, and the onslaught of the creatures slowed. However, Lin Fan remained vigilant. With a wave of his hand, another stone vine tremor rose into the air, coiling like a great dragon, instantly reinforcing the encirclement and extending the defensive line. Suddenly, over 30 fox demons, their bodies flickering with firelight, launched a surprise attack. Though few in number, each was as formidable as a level 20 ordinary boss. More terrifying was their cunning. Unlike the reckless charge of the skeletal knights, they dispersed and began to pursue the NPC soldiers on the outskirts. Lin Fan frowned, thinking to himself, these fox spirits have some brains. In a flash, the mounts of 3 NPC soldiers crashed to the ground. Other creatures pounced like ravenous tigers, and in no time, those NPCs with 50,000 health were devoured without a trace. Lin Fan's eyes were sharp as he locked onto the leader, the Fox King. This level 22 boss had 140,000 health, an attack power of 470, and wielded deadly skills like Fire Thunder Curse and Heavy Claw Strike. A lightning mage, huh? Lin Fan smirked. Interesting. At his command, all the NPCs drawing the creature's attention retreated. He chuckled inwardly. These foxes think they're clever, but to me, they're just amateurs. Activating the Wind Whisperer's skill, Lin Fan's attack speed surged. His basic attacks rained down like a storm, precisely interrupting the Fox King's pursuit. Then, a barrage of fireballs sent the Fox King flying several meters. Unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking an NPC soldier. The unfortunate soul was instantly turned into a human lightning rod, smoke rising from his body as he fell into a forced paralysis. The Fox King, majestic and crackling with lightning, let out a menacing growl directed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Bring it on. With a wave of his staff, a fire dragon appeared out of thin air, engulfing the Fox King. With a resounding boom, the fox had no time to dodge and was swept up in a fiery wave. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy as he capitalized on the knockback effect of the fire dragon to unleash a relentless barrage of basic attacks. It was as if he were pounding a sandbag. Combo X10. Combo X30. Over a distance of more than 200 meters, Lin Fan's basic attacks achieved a combo effect, leaving the surrounding players in awe. Meanwhile, fireballs from the dragon rained down like a deluge, turning the battlefield into a sea of flames. The fox demons, desperate to break through, found themselves within the range of NPC archers' arrow volleys. Thud. Thud. Arrows fell like raindrops, and the fox demons were instantly turned into pincushions, their health plummeting rapidly. You have slain the Fox King, gaining 1,000 experience points. You have slain the Fox King. Your level has increased to 17. System notifications rang out repeatedly, and Lin Fan was secretly delighted. This leveling speed was faster than he had imagined. The Fox King, pummeled in midair like a sandbag, let out a series of pitiful cries. Lin Fan's combo count soared, soon breaking into triple digits. An insane 182 hit combo. What kind of godly operation is this? I bow to the king. I struggle to combo 10 times on small monsters, and he does this. Dealing 1 to 2,000 damage per second, that's terrifying. The mage players watching were utterly floored. Even though they considered Lin Fan a top-tier NPC, seeing him thrash a boss like a child was still breathtaking. Finally, the Fox King exploded in midair, showering materials, coins, and equipment like fireworks. A purple light shot into the sky, too bright for anyone to look at directly. Damn, it dropped hero gear. More than one piece. Looks like a robe and some other armor. Can we rush to grab it? However, before anyone could get a good look at the loot, Lin Fan waved his hand, and all the spoils vanished without a trace. The quality details of the Fox Tribe's robe were displayed before Lin Fan's eyes. Hero grade, suitable for level 20 mage class, offering a 20 reduction in both physical and magical damage, a 300-point health boost, and regenerating 1 of mana per second. The 3-piece set activates the awakening skill Thunderclap, which increases critical strike chance for lightning and fire spells by 50 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The 6-piece set further reduces the cooldown of Thunderclap to 7 minutes. This information made Lin Fan's scalp tingle. He recalled his experiences from a past life, knowing well that the Fox Tribe Mage set was one of the strongest hero-grade mage sets at the level 20 stage. The 6-piece awakening skill Thunderclap, in particular, was practically a divine skill for early-stage aggressive mages. With a doubled critical rate for a minute, even players decked out in legendary gear might struggle to withstand it. Lin Fan carefully analyzed the set's basic attributes. The percentage-based defense resistance was crucial for the frail mage class, and while percentage-based mana regeneration wasn't as practical as a fixed increase for most mages, it was exceptionally advantageous for players like him with a massive mana pool. He calculated that with his current mana of 17,500, he could regenerate 175 mana per second, making him a perpetual spellcasting machine on the battlefield. Next, Lin Fan examined the second piece of purple gear dropped by a minor enemy, the Fox Tribe Ring. This left-hand ring was also of hero quality, suitable for level 20 mages, boosting critical hit rate by 5 and attack speed by 0.2. The 3-piece set activates the Swiftness skill, reducing all skill cooldowns by 10. With the 6-piece set, this reduction increases to 20. Lin Fan's lips curled into an involuntary smile. He knew that while accessories might not significantly enhance a character's stats, they were the easiest way to gain an edge over other players. After all, accessories had a much lower drop rate than armor and weapons, and many players struggled to complete a set even by level 30. Encouraged by his success, Lin Fan continued his relentless farming. As time passed, the frequency of monster gatherings in the distance gradually slowed. Nearly 2,000 monsters had been cleared, and a whole hour had elapsed. The system notification chimed in just in time. Congratulations on defending against the first wave of monster attacks. Rewards, 20,000 experience points, 5 skill points, 5 free attribute points, 2 gold coins. Stay vigilant. The monsters will return in 10 minutes. Lin Fan relaxed slightly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield littered with abundant loot, a smile almost impossible to hide. If not for the onlookers, he might have burst into triumphant laughter. But to maintain the dignified image of Boss Lin, he restrained his joy. He began to clear the battlefield, and as the massive amount of loot flowed into Lin Fan's inventory, the jaws of those watching nearly dropped to the ground. System notifications flashed continuously. You have obtained 27.5 gold coins. You have obtained 53 pieces of green equipment. You have obtained 15 pieces of blue equipment. You have obtained 2 pieces of purple equipment. You have obtained 12 skill books for various classes. Lin Fan learned the Crank Water Magic, Chaos Tide, and the Drank Fire Magic, Explosive Fireball, finally completing his set of 4 spells. Although these spells aren't of high rank, he decided to start practicing with them. Chaos Tide consumes 200 MP and can create a chaotic water zone where monsters can't distinguish between friend and foe for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 45 seconds. This small area disruption skill is somewhat useful in PvE, but has no effect on NPCs and players. Lin Fan wasn't concerned about the practicality of the skills, as he was currently quite wealthy. Moreover, there were plenty of monsters waiting for him to grind. With the 10 extra drop rate bonus from his Orc Heretic title, Lin Fan was reaping substantial rewards. Even though the actual drop rate was only 1, the sheer number of monsters he defeated meant luck was bound to strike eventually. That's how he unexpectedly obtained a Purple Knight's Greatsword and a piece of warrior armor. At this time, Lin Fan's proficiency in the left eye of the Titan God had reached 20,000. But this was just the beginning. He noticed that the monsters were growing stronger over time. Taking advantage of the interval while the monsters regrouped, Lin Fan set up 12 stone barricade defenses around the outskirts of the city for extra security. Just as Lin Fan was meditating to adjust his state before continuing his grind, the World Channel suddenly erupted. The system had published a shocking announcement across the region. Player Yi Kongqing had claimed the top spot on the Divine Weapon leaderboard while wielding a divine weapon. As the first player to acquire a legendary divine weapon, Yi Kongqing received generous rewards: 2 talent points, 20 skill points, 30 free attribute points, and 50 gold coins. Lin Fan opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Is it just like in my previous life?" He then checked the weapon leaderboard, where Yi Kongqing's Golden Wing Bow was prominently in first place. This legendary quality bow boasted 400 attack power and a 20 critical rate, with other awakening effects hidden. Even so, its basic attributes were enough to surpass a level 20 purple hero bow. Lin Fan recalled the detailed attributes he had seen on a forum in his past life. This bow not only ignored a certain amount of physical resistance, but also had range extension and triple split arrow effects. With this divine weapon, Yi Kongqing showcased incredible prowess in the upcoming guild Stronghold battle, single-handedly killing over 600 players, securing his reputation as the top archer in the Divine Realm, and boosting the fame of the Longhen Guild. Yi Kongqing soon posted a message of gratitude on the World Channel, thanking his guild members and the gold farming studio for their strong support. Although the leaders of other guilds were somewhat displeased with Yi Kongqing's dominant stance, they could do nothing about it. After all, in most people's eyes, no single player, no matter how powerful, could compete with a guild backed by a top-tier corporation. At that moment, some discordant voices appeared on the World Channel, mentioning that even the NPC Mage King of the Divine Realm was dissatisfied with the Longhen Guild. This left many people puzzled. Meanwhile, the leader of the Chaos Guild, DMO, was drinking with several core members at a tavern in a city, discussing strategies on how to deal with the Longhen Guild in the upcoming guild war. The Chaos Guild had quite the reputation and was ambitiously aiming for the top guild spot. They knew it was inevitable that they would eventually clash with Dragonmark. In the realm of the gods, they refused to let Dragonmark dominate uncontested. Just then, the world chat became lively. A player named Eao's Legend stepped up and began listing various crimes of Dragonmark. He passionately recounted, "My niece just started high school, and you can't imagine how excited she was to finally have a chance to defeat a goblin. But Dragonmark members didn't even glance at her before stomping on the goblin, snatching every monster they saw. Do you know how heartbroken she was?" This accusation immediately resonated with other players. Falling Petals Frost Dance excitedly shouted, "Drama! Drama! I love it!" Then Little Demon Carefree angrily chimed in, "I totally relate. Our team plays after work, and Dragonmark keeps stealing our spawn points. It's infuriating." Eao's Legend didn't stop there. He continued to spill the beans. A friend's classmate was happily gaming with his girlfriend, only to have her lured away by a Dragonmark officer with a green item. "My friend's classmate's deep feelings were misplaced. How tragic. And last time, I tried selling health products to Dragonmark offline, and they called me sleazy? What's wrong with selling products to make a living? Isn't that professional discrimination?" Eao's Legend's words struck a chord with the players. More players joined in the condemnation. An alleged literary expert even wrote an extensive list of accusations, covering a wide range of issues. From an environmental perspective, he accused Dragonmark players of spitting everywhere after killing monsters, damaging the environment of humanity's second home. Ethically, he revealed that a high-ranking Dragonmark official, who was married, was allegedly having an affair with a certain mage named Zhu. These sensational topics quickly stirred up a storm both inside and outside the game. Someone immediately reposted screenshots to the official forum, quickly turning it into a super hot thread with thousands of comments. Lin Fan, who was grinding monsters, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. He thought to himself, "What a happy accident. I was just casually teasing a few little mages, and look at this talent." These players are so driven to earn quest rewards. They're all talented wordsmiths, their storytelling skills rivaling those of a prominent influencer. Meanwhile, several key members of the Chaos Guild were watching the spectacle, laughing uncontrollably. Chaos Emperor Demon stared at the gossip, exclaiming, "What is this? I'm laughing so hard I might wet myself." Initially, they were racking their brains on how to suppress Dragonmark in the Guild War, but this sudden wave of revelations had instantly curtailed Dragonmark's momentum, diverting the attention of many players. On the forum, various attacks on Dragonmark kept emerging. Players who join Dragonmark are either losers or idiots, tired of their girlfriends and wives. Huh? Join Dragonmark then. Disgusting guild, disgusting players. Go die. Justice for Yeao's niece. I thought Kongqing was my bro, but he treated me like a fool. Nothing at all. After completing their smear campaign, Yeao's legend and his group cheerfully headed to the inner city to claim their reward from the captain of the guards. However, just as they reached the city gate, their mailboxes pinged. Yeao paused, opened his mailbox and saw, task reward. You've received 5 gold coins anonymously. Holy crap. Yeao exclaimed. We're rich, 5,000 bucks? The others checked their mailboxes too and excitedly shouted, I got it too. In the past, the reputation of the Longhen Guild was notoriously bad, and players who suffered from its actions harbored deep resentment. This notorious reputation was not unfounded. It stemmed from the guild's aggressive tactics, which ruthlessly squeezed out smaller guilds and individual players. However, the situation has changed dramatically. Longhen Guild has yet to make a significant move in the Divine Realm, but its reputation has already plummeted unexpectedly, catching even top members like Kongqing off guard. At this moment, the server's loudspeaker blared once more, drawing the attention of many curious players with an unexpected yet reasonable announcement. Qingfeng, please stop the insults, alright? I'll leave the guild if that's what you want. This warrior named Qingfeng was no ordinary player. As a skilled strategist, he frequently posted on forums discussing various warrior tactics, earning considerable respect among players. Qingfeng's sudden departure from the guild sent a strong signal. Longhen's internal unity was not as solid as it seemed. Other experts in Longhen were not oblivious. While following Kongqing might have its perks, not everyone could endure the constant harassment and insults. The situation escalated as several wealthy players announced their departure, forcing Longhen's executives to log off for an emergency meeting. However, during the meeting, Kongqing remained unusually calm. Having just acquired a legendary weapon, his confidence was sky-high. In his view, filtering out unreliable members early might not be a bad thing for the guild. So what do we do now? We're having trouble recruiting new players, Zhu Shuangshuang said with a frown, feeling the pressure from a super popular forum post. My suggestion is to do nothing and not respond to anything. Kongqing replied calmly. Why? We were simply a bit proactive in monster hunting, not doing anything excessive, Zhu Shuangshuang said, feeling indignant on behalf of her players. Exactly. Let them have their fun for a few days. When the guild wars start, these clowns will show their true colors, Zhang Tianqi agreed. Kongqing nodded with a smile, confident that people are inherently drawn to strength. Longhen's overwhelming power would eventually win back those who left. The upcoming guild Stronghold war was the perfect opportunity. Have we found that person's address? Kongqing shifted the conversation, looking at the person in charge. Yes, we did. Guess where the 3-time champion lives? Haha. In the poorest slum of Jiangchuan City. The person in charge burst into laughter. Kongqing chuckled softly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Pay this champion a friendly visit. Got it. We'll visit them by tomorrow at the latest. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, immersed in the joy of farming monsters and gathering gear. After 8 hours of relentless grinding, he climbed from beyond the top 30 on the leaderboard to the top 3. What the heck? I just slept for a night, and Fangod is already level 21. Gaining 4 levels. A player monitoring the leaderboard noticed the anomaly, refreshing the page every few minutes to see Fangod's experience bar noticeably increase. Lin Fan continued his relentless monster farming from night to day and back again. After another 10 hours, he cleared 18 waves of monsters, killing over 20,000 of them. Checking soul imprint proficiency. Giant Spirit God's left eye, super divine level. Passive skill 1. For every 10 monsters killed, gain 1 meter range bonus. Intermediate cap 42475000 meters. Passive skill 2. For every monster killed, gain 1 point of mana growth. Intermediate cap 4247050000 MP. With his super divine level soul imprint, Lin Fan's passive damage grew higher and higher. His flame burn damage now reached an astounding 4,000 per second. Even though the monsters became stronger with higher levels and stats, his passive damage alone was enough to overwhelm a level 20 boss. You received 63.3 gold coins. You received 82 pieces of green equipment. The stronger the monsters, the better the loot. Lin Fan had collected all parts of the Fox Demon Hero set except for the weapon, with only 2 earrings missing from the hard-defined accessories. Ah, if only this quest could be farmed indefinitely, Lin Fan sighed. surveying the devastated wasteland before him. His tone suggested he was dealing with the weakest goblins. In reality, other players would be terrified if they saw hordes of level 25 elite ogres with 110,000 HP charging at them, and would likely disconnect immediately. As the monster's strength increased, their spawn frequency decreased significantly. Now, each wave consisted of just over 300 strong elite monsters and one elite boss, dashing his hopes of upgrading his soul imprint to a high level. The ogre warrior approached slowly with a large bone club. While all of Lin Fan's NPC soldiers had perished, yet he remained unfazed. Donning a white fox tribe outfit, Lin Fan checked his character stats. ID, Fanshin. Race, human. Level, 23. Magic attack, 390. Beginner staff HP, 1300-1300. MP, 3950042470. Attack speed, 1.1. Agility, 33. Defense, 17,020. Dual resistance reduction, 20. Critical rate, 12. Range, 4,249 meters. Remaining free attribute points, 140. Remaining skill points, 190. Lin Fan looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but be amazed. Even without weapon bonuses and buffs, these stats were impressive. The 4.3-kilometer range, in particular, made him wonder just how far a casual attack could reach. He resisted the urge to allocate his attribute and skill points for now. Unlike equipment and skill books that could be bought, once these points were assigned, they couldn't be changed. Lin Fan decided to wait until he received his class awakening quest to make any decisions. While chatting with his friend Fatty, Lin Fan casually listed a 6-piece Voyager hero set on the auction house, designed specifically for archers. This set excelled in skill cooldown reduction and critical damage. Although the awakening skill was a bit underwhelming, only resetting 2 skills on cooldown, the overall attributes were quite impressive. He set the starting bid at 1 gold coin with no upper limit and a half-hour time limit. This move immediately caused a stir in the auction house. No way. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A hero level set for just 1 gold? It's that guy Fanshin again. The regular auction house resellers were in an uproar. In a time when level 20 blue gear was scarce and purple gear was even rarer, a complete level 20 hero set was like a windfall. Old demon, check the auction house. Luan Zue Chan Fu quickly alerted their guild leader, DMO. DMO rushed over and, upon seeing the set's attributes, exclaimed, Fanshin got this? Is he some kind of monster? The weapon stats of the set were comparable to the legendary bow held by top player Yi Kongqing. Within seconds, the bidding price had skyrocketed to 3,000 gold and was still climbing rapidly. Tell the finance team to transfer funds. Get me that Voyager set at all costs. DMO roared. Chun Fu, message Fanshin. We want to buy all his level 20 sets for our guild. Although Luan Zue guild was wealthy, DMO was extremely shrewd. Level 20 equipment was vastly different from level 15 transitional gear. They could use it until level 30 and still sell it at a profit. Luan Zue Chun Fu quickly sent a private message. Brother, do you have other class sets? Our guild will buy all purple sets for any class. Lin Fan's private message box was instantly flooded with hundreds of messages, but he ignored these wealthy players' chats. Besides the archer set he had just listed, he also had a knight set, a priest set, for warrior pieces, and 3 rogue pieces. With 6 hours until the monster wave respawned, he hoped to gather 4 complete hero sets. Lin Fan understood the crucial role these powerful sets played for top guilds, especially with the upcoming guild base wars. A single hero set could tip the balance of an entire battle. Therefore, he already knew who the buyers for these sets would be. Sure gu wa gone. Wa gone. An excited shout shattered Lin Fan's tranquility. Lin Fan could only muster a wry smile and replied, I knew you'd ask. I saved a knight set for you. Your senior sister can wear it and be invincible. Hee master. You really get me. Shirgu's tone was full of anticipation. Lin Fan shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. He added, how much gold did you drop on the Wanderer? I'll give you the knight set at half price. Love you lots, moi. Shirgu's voice grew even more saccharine. Buzz off, Lin Fan retorted without hesitation. Just then, Fatty finally replied. Damn it, look at my level now. Fatty's roar seemed to pierce through the screen. Lin Fan paused, quickly opened his friends list, and was shocked to find Fatty's level was only 3. It was as if he was on the verge of being wiped out by the Holy Sword user. Don't bother me. I can die 20 more times at most. I must seize this last chance of my life. I'm going to I'm going to take him down. Fatty's words were so jumbled that Lin Fan wondered if he was already driven to madness. All right, seeing how pitiful you are, I'll lend you a hand, Lin Fan said as he tossed a flaming fireball into a group of trolls. The fireball exploded like a small sun, inflicting massive damage. Lin Fan briefly explained, this spell is an enhanced version of the chain fireball. Short cooldown, high damage. but the projectile is slow, making it easy to dodge for agile targets. Fatty was about to continue complaining, but stopped short. His mailbox suddenly filled with a slew of skill books. Crank skill Gale Step, Brank skill Endless Slash, Drank skill Dragon Strike. A total of 21 skill books, even including a Brank Warrior skill. Holy crap! Fatty exclaimed. You're giving me a Brank skill book? Let me ask you again, do you really have a cheat? Fatty hid in the restroom, trying to suppress his excitement, making it seem like some secret deal was going down. Lin Fan replied irritably, no, seriously, I don't. I just farmed them randomly. I took down a level 25 elite boss, something like a Dark Knight captain, with over 700,000 health. If you don't want them, give them back. Over my dead body. Fatty cursed, damn you. You're not even human. With that, he ended the call. Lin Fan was bewildered, wondering why he got cursed for gifting skill books out of goodwill. In fact, Fatty's biggest challenge in the Holy Sword user's Ice River quest wasn't his skills or damage, but his low level, which left him with too few skills to use. This Rank Awakening quest only required Fatty to injure the Ice River, no matter the amount of damage. Fatty kept getting one-shotted mainly because his lack of skills made it hard to counter the Ice River's extensive combat experience. The skill books Lin Fan sent were a significant boost, but ultimately, success depended on Fatty's own performance. After clearing a wave of monsters, Lin Fan began submitting quests in bulk. System notifications popped up one after another. You have completed a Crank Hunt quest, slaying 50-50 nether twin-headed crocodiles. Freedom points 3, skill points 4, 30 silver coins, 4,000 experience. You have completed a Drank collection quest, collecting 3,030 badges of the skeleton archers in life. Although low-level quests didn't add many attribute points, they added up over time. Lin Fan's hunter level rose from iron to bronze, allowing him to take on Crank quests. Usually, leveling up took at least half a month, as finding quest targets was time-consuming, not to mention the increasing difficulty with each level. Fortunately, this city defense mission featured a wide variety of monsters, and every wave included several quest targets. Incomplete quests were simply abandoned and retaken. In just a few hours, Lin Fan completed 65 siege rank quests, earning 130 freedom points and 154 skill points just from hunt quests. Combined with the rewards from each defense wave, the total was considerable. However, Lin Fan remained unsatisfied. With over 300 skill points in hand, he was still some distance away from meeting the requirements for the hidden 4-element mage quest. He resolved to keep pushing forward, aiming to achieve his goal as soon as possible. Still grinding. Still farming. Crazy. DMO has gone mad. Amidst the clamor of the auction house, DMO secured the elusive Voyager set for an astronomical price of 13,000 gold coins. Lin Fan sat in front of his computer, eyes glued to the screen as he watched the transaction confirmation flash by. A system notification chimed, signaling the arrival of an auction house mail in his inbox. Lin Fan opened the mail to see a cascade of gold coins pouring in like a waterfall. After deducting the transaction fee, a total of 11,700 coins landed in his pocket. The hefty sum made Lin Fan draw a sharp breath, feeling both excitement and a tinge of unease. Damn, that's a lot of gold, Lin Fan muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. He knew that for regular players, acquiring such a set would involve a grueling grind, likely to the point of tears. Yet, with the boost from his Orc Heretic title, he had obtained it in just a few hours with ease. Lin Fan's gaze swept over his inventory. The Voyager set was just the tip of the iceberg. There lay over 300 high-level blue items, which could fetch around 300 coins on the market just for these scraps, but Lin Fan had no intention of selling them. He had other plans. While he was lost in thought, the system chimed again. This time, it was a mail from Shurgu, simply stating, 6,500 coins. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile, and without hesitation, he packaged and sent over the entire set of heroic Sky Knight equipment. Shurgu, I don't even know what to say. Thank you, my mentor. Shurgu exclaimed excitedly in the guild channel upon receiving the gear. He knew full well that the price was a friendly gesture. If it were listed in the auction house, those top knights would have driven the price sky high, especially that player known as How You Empress. At this point, Lin Fan's account held over 20,000 gold coins. He took a deep breath, opened the shop, and located the guild Stronghold slot. A system notification popped up. You are about to spend 5,000 gold coins, do you confirm? Lin Fan closed his eyes, recalling the plans he had set in motion since the first day of his rebirth. 5 million RMB might have pained him in his previous life, but now, he understood clearly that with the advent of virtual reality integration 3 years later, real-world currency would become worthless. Besides, without power, all the money in the world was meaningless. Confirm. Lin Fan clicked decisively. You have received a guild token. Please name your guild. The system prompted again. Lin Fan paused, a glint of determination in his eyes, and declared, the guild will be called God Slayer. Why not Demon Slayer? Lin Fan smirked inwardly. He knew that in the post-apocalyptic world, regardless of the powers and privileges bestowed upon humanity by the gods, the trial takers were merely weapons crafted by the deities. The gods were the true culprits behind the great catastrophe. Be it gods or demons, as long as Lin Fan was alive, he vowed to annihilate them all. A major announcement echoed throughout the Divine Realm, shaking all players to their core. Player Fanshin has founded the guild Shunshur and secured a guild war slot. This news was like a bomb that instantly exploded across the global chat. Fanshin, the players exclaimed. He turned down a 2 billion annual salary from the Kong family estate just to start his own guild. Things are about to change, someone predicted. Large guilds like Long Hin, Tian Ci, and Luan Zue might finally have some competition. The global chat was in an uproar. Although there had been hundreds of announcements about guild war slots since the game launched, this one was different. The founder was the once-banned Triple Crown champion, making it exceptionally noteworthy. In the past, the Triple Crown champion had become a laughingstock due to match fixing. Now, he had single-handedly thwarted Long Hin and Tian Ci's dungeon progress and even defeated the formidable Yi Kongqing multiple times. By rejecting a 2 billion salary and opting to create his own guild, it was clear that this former deity of holographic gaming was poised for a comeback. Immediately, Shirgu sent out 666 gold coin red packets in the global chat to show support. No need for words, just backing my master, spreading some wealth. Although surprised by Lin Fan's guild creation, this high EQ player didn't hold any grudges. The Moon Empress quickly followed. Congratulations, Fanshon. Looking forward to our next collaboration. Luan Zue's Demon Emperor chimed in. Can't wait for an epic battle in the guild war. Several top players stepped forward to distribute wealth and congratulations, causing a frenzy among players who scrambled to grab the red packets. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling Luan Zue's Lidera corporate mogul whose steer Awakened Lightning Archer had given major guilds headaches. Despite not responding to Luan Zue's private messages, the battle enthusiast didn't seem to bear a grudge. System notifications kept popping up as over 300 players applied to join Shunshur within seconds. Lin Fan calmly shook his head and temporarily closed the application channel. He knew well that quality trumped quantity. A Black Iron Grade guild could only hold 300 members. Rapidly leveling up the guild required numerous professional lifestyle players. After allocating these slots, few positions remained for core combat players. These members needed not only to be powerful but also trustworthy to prevent infiltration by other guilds. Lin Fan began inviting trusted players to join the guild. He reached out to Kai Ye's expedition, Feng Fengzi, and Qing Feng. I'm only level 2, Fanga. Are you sure you want me slowing you down? Joked Pengzi. Whoa, where'd you get all that money? Did you land a sugar mama? Why don't I have such luck? Exclaimed Fengzi. Qing Feng simply replied with a da. Soon, Pengzi and Fengzi accepted the invites. One was a steadfast brother-in-arms, the other a military academy strategist, both reliable choices. As for Qing Feng, a former blogger for the warrior section of the Dragon Scar technical forum forced to leave, Lin Fan had long planned to recruit him. Although Qing Feng's first career awakening in the previous life was only Tire, and he didn't rank on the warrior leaderboard, he had deep knowledge of all classes. His comprehensive guide on class counters was a hit across the Divine Realm, and his 50,000-word career teaching thesis became essential reading for every newbie. My last guild was Dragon Scar. Do you trust me? Qing Feng sent a private message. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Not sure yet, but I trust your gaming theory skills. Qing Feng was silent for a long moment, feeling a chill at the insults from former Dragon Scar teammates in his friend list. Finally, he said, I don't like grinding for gear, but if you provide it, I'll join. No problem. Lin Fan promptly sent him a set of level 20 blue elite warrior gear worth over 100 gold coins. Surprised by the generosity, Qing Feng quickly accepted the guild invitation. With that settled, Lin Fan returned to grinding monsters. With over a day left before the guild war began, most players were desperately leveling up. Level 20 was a critical milestone because it allowed for regular career awakening and new level 20 equipment, leading to a significant power boost. Another hour passed, leaving 3 more until the siege of the monsters would end. Lin Fan was filled with excitement and anticipation, quietly congratulating himself. I did it. I actually did it. I'm the sword god of this era. Eagerly, he opened the game announcements, eyes glued to the screen, thinking, Brother Fan, check the announcement. This will be my moment to shine. Just then, a sharp voice message from Fatty startled him. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan continued to check the regional announcements. Suddenly, an unbelievable message caught his eye. Player K's expedition has completed the S-level hidden profession quest, Forged in Fire. Acquired S-level hidden profession, Light and Dark Sword Master. Rewards, 100 free attribute points, 120 skill points, 10 talent points, 150 gold coins. This announcement was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the World Channel. Players started voicing their shock and skepticism. The first level hidden profession awarded to a level 1 player. I had no intention, exclaimed. Holy crap, that's some serious luck. A level 1 player awakening in level profession. Tinya Love urgently asked, where did you get the quest? Offering 50 gold for the quest line lead. This is insane. Dragon Scarblade angrily questioned. Why? I'm top 50 on the leaderboard, fully geared with level 20 blues. Why does a newbie warrior get in level hidden profession? Amidst the clamor of doubts, K's expedition smugly responded, hey, calm down folks. I cleared it with skill. Just go to bed and dream on. Lin Fan chuckled at this guy's shamelessness. K continued to brag in the channel. If you're upset, too bad. Remember, I'm the luckiest guy around. And for those trying to recruit me into a guild, don't bother. I'm the second in command of Godslayers. Fatty, who had barely scraped through after being defeated 998 times, was now delirious, wanting nothing more than to vent his frustrations. The so-called warrior experts were even more infuriated, unable to comprehend why all the benefits went to someone associated with Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan decided to help Fatty. He sent a party invite, saying, enough talk. I'll pull you into the dungeon. We have 3 hours to get you to level 20. Fatty, momentarily confused, asked, what? Level 20 in 3 hours? He suspected Lin Fan was just jealous and spouting nonsense. Lin Fan chuckled. What else? Check my level. Fatty took a closer look and was utterly shocked. No way. Level 24 at 90? Top of the leaderboard. Are you feeding on rocket fuel? Lin Fan retorted. Feed your sister. 10 minutes later, a shirtless, white-haired level 1 handsome guy appeared before Lin Fan, his equipment all unequipped due to the level drop. Fatty looked around, bewildered, searching for Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed and said, where are you looking? I'm right in front of you. Fatty stared at him for a long moment before finally recognizing him. Boss Lin? NPC, I get it now. You're not using hacks. You must be a game developer, right? Lin Fan swiftly stepped forward and smacked Fatty on the head. I'm your dad. Nearly knocking poor Fatty back to the spawn point. Lin Fan sighed, ready to start leveling up Fatty. But Fatty suddenly got excited. Wait, let me try a new skill. He extended his hand, summoning a dazzling white flame, the very same light sword of the holy swordmaster Bingha. However, Lin Fan quickly noticed something was amiss. Fatty awkwardly glanced up and muttered, damn, not enough mana, it's a bit short. Due to his low level, the once impressive sword was now only as long as his pinky finger. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and he patted Fatty's shoulder, saying earnestly, with that length, let's just keep it sheathed. Oh wow, leveling up like a rocket. The chubby guy was idling next to Lin Fan, his character gaining levels at an incredible pace thanks to the efficient monster farming. It only took a few elite monsters to level up in the first 10 levels. After the last wave of monsters was defeated, his level skyrocketed to 19. Lin Fan watched the final elite boss fall and sighed internally. Broke, really broke. A level 25 elite boss and all it dropped was junk. The expected purple glow of rare loot was absent, leaving only a few mediocre level 25 blue items. You've received 5 gold coins. You've obtained a Dragon Clan Maiden Quest scroll. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Wait, is this a clue to the Abyss dungeon? He quickly opened his inventory to examine the scroll's details. Lost Frost Dragon Kingdom ruins. Head outside Ziyun City to find the Maiden's clue. You will face life-threatening challenges, but the gods will bless you. Good luck. A quest marker appeared on the minimap. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. An Abyss-level dungeon? Interesting. He was thrilled at the chance to obtain legendary equipment. The 24-hour monster siege countdown has ended. The system's notification chimed, and Lin Fan, along with his chubby companion, watched as the scene shifted. The monsters receded like a tide, and the surrounding NPC soldiers and terrain returned to normal. Unexpectedly, a server-wide announcement echoed. Player Fanshin, like a deity among mortals, has defended the outer city of Edgar from the monster horde. Legendary dungeon, first clear achievement unlocked. Reward, 100,000 experience points, 30 skill points, 25 free attribute points, 30 gold coins, and 20,000 reputation. The world chat exploded with excitement, though it was tinged with disbelief. Some marveled. No wonder he got a full set of archer gear. It was a legendary dungeon. Others felt relieved. Good thing it wasn't a solo clear. That would be terrifying. However, only Lin Fan knew he had just dragged along a chubby sidekick who was preoccupied with testing out new class skills and hadn't contributed much. What's going on? Why are there no more monsters? The chubby guy, fiddling with his dual magic swords, looked up at Lin Fan in confusion. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. You really got addicted to idling, huh? The quest is already completed. The chubby guy chuckled sheepishly. I'll continue questing to level up. Once I hit level 20, that's when I'll really start shining. Lin Fan smiled to himself. Since Class Awakened class was powerful but required a lot of time to master, especially for the dual blade style like Light and Dark Sword Master, which was challenging even at the base class level. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, Lin Fan inquired curiously, how did you manage to complete your quest in such an extreme way? The chubby guy grinned mischievously, raising an eyebrow with pride. I was just 2 deaths away from deleting my character, but who is Kai? A genius. Lin Fan was taken aback. It turned out the guy relied not on flashy skills but on his wits. He spent 10 gold coins buying a cartload of strong liquor, got the super drunkard Bing he drunk, and then challenged him. You've got the hang of this game, Lin Fan admitted, realizing that having brains was far more valuable than being a brute in the realm of the divine domain. Here, take this gear. Lin Fan tossed a set of level 20 Bloody Centurion Warrior gear to the chubby guy. I've been grinding all day. I should log off and grab something to eat? The chubby guy accepted with a grin and suddenly suggested, Fambro, you're doing so well. Tomorrow, let me come over, and we can set up an offline guild base instead of staying in that shabby rental. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Now that money was no longer an issue, there was no need to live in a rundown area. Besides, his gaming pod was outdated and wouldn't last long without proper nutrient solutions. Most guilds have their own offline studios to handle tasks that aren't convenient to manage in the game. Lin Fan understood that face-to-face meetings in the virtual world always lacked credibility for most players. Meeting in person was much more reliable. He disconnected from the game and climbed out of the gaming pod, feeling slightly weary. The continuous grind of leveling up was physically bearable, but it was mentally exhausting. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he saw it was already 10 p.m. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his sister. Learning that the director had personally looked into her case and that an internal medicine specialist was taking care of her, Lin Fan felt somewhat relieved. He had to admit, while Chen Wei might not have the best character, his competence was top-notch, which explained why Lu Xingchen valued him so highly. Lin Fan walked into the kitchen and took a pack of instant noodles from the cupboard. He chuckled to himself, holding millions in my hands and still enjoying instant noodles, probably only I would do that. He placed a plate over the noodles to let them soften. His fondness for instant noodles was genuine. In those years of surviving the apocalypse, every trial participant was driven mad by eating monster meat, making instant noodles from the technological era a rare commodity. Holding his noodles, Lin Fan stepped out onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, and inhaled the fresh air deeply. He gazed at the vibrant night view outside, filled with nostalgia. In just a few days, he had achieved an incredible start. Tianci, Longhin, Zhongshan, Tianmo, just wait and see, he murmured to himself. 3 years from now, everything would change dramatically, and these rare moments of leisure were worth savoring. As Lin Fan was lost in thought, an untimely knock at the door suddenly interrupted him. Who would come looking for me this late? Could it be that woman Lu Xingchen? Lin Fan frowned, standing cautiously. The instinctive sense of danger possessed by a trial participant kept him still, with the living room lights off. He decided to check through the peephole first. The knocking grew more urgent. Lin Fan's sense of unease intensified as he silently moved to the door. Lin Fan, open up. We need to talk. An impatient female voice came from outside. Lin Fan remained silent, cautiously pressing his ear against the door. Don't pretend. Your electricity meter downstairs is still running. I suggest you cooperate, the woman continued, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Lin Fan sighed, realizing the visitor seemed quite professional. He composed himself and calmly replied, Hold on, I'll be right there. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Standing outside were 3 men and a woman, the men large and intimidating, clearly not friendly. Lin Fan took a half step back, not out of fear, but as an instinctive reaction of a trial participant, ready to act if necessary. You're looking for me? Lin Fan asked coolly. The woman in front was heavily made up, wearing a leather jacket with flowing hair, exuding a strong presence. She spoke, Let me introduce myself. I'm Qian Jiao from the legal department of Dingsheng Group. Seeing Lin Fan's expressionless face, Qian Jiao snorted lightly and smiled. What? Not inviting us in for a chat? Of course, please come in, Lin Fan replied with a meaningful smile, stepping aside to let them into the living room. 2 bodyguards blocked the doorway, while another stood behind Lin Fan, making him uncomfortable with the surveillance. Qian Jiao got straight to the point. You probably know who we are, right? Lin Fan picked up his noodles, replying unhurriedly, I know, the consortium behind the Long Hen Guild. He had anticipated that Yi Kongqing would cause trouble, but didn't expect them to come so quickly. Let's be brief then. I've been instructed to offer you 3 options, Qian Jiao said, placing a stack of documents casually on the coffee table. Suppressing his discomfort, Lin Fan smiled and said, Go ahead. Qian Jiao laid out the terms. First, join Long Hen with an annual salary of 5 billion and become the vice president. Second, a one-time payment of 10 billion to buy you out, and you delete your account and leave the divine realm. Third, before she could finish, Lin Fan was slurping his noodles, showing little regard for her. This attitude infuriated Qian Jiao, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Delicious, Lin Fan exclaimed after swallowing a mouthful, then looked up and asked, and the third option? Qian Jiao sneered, her tone turning harsher. Third, you'll be exposed for match-fixing back then and end up in prison for over a decade. Lin Fan continued eating his noodles, the sound of his chopsticks stirring in the bowl particularly grating. He knew all too well that with the influence of the Ding Shang Consortium, framing him would be a walk in the park. Recalling the past actions of Tian CI Club, their methods to ruin his reputation were essentially no different from Yi Kongqing's current attempt to put him behind bars. Chewing his noodles, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend why these people were so despicable. It was bad enough to be bullied in his past life, but now they were at it again. Did they really think Lin Fan was a pushover? Just then, Qian Jiao broke the silence with a soft laugh. Lin Fan, I play the game Xinyu too, and I know you're impressive in it. If it weren't for Xiao Dongshi's appreciation, you wouldn't even have the chance to negotiate with me here. Lin Fan looked up with a smirk. Well, aren't you the classy one? The bodyguard behind her immediately scowled and stepped forward, clearly intending to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Qian Jiao frowned slightly and held up her hand to stop the bodyguard. Maintaining her smile, she spoke with a hint of menace. Make your choice. Vice President of Long Hen? Or 10 billion to quit the game? Lin Fan finished the last sip of his soup, stood up, and casually tossed the foam container into the trash. Honestly, not tempting enough. Qian Jiao's expression darkened instantly, her finger tapping on the document on the coffee table as she sneered. Mr. Lin, even if you don't think of yourself, you should at least consider your sister. She's seriously ill in the hospital and will need surgery next month. This struck a nerve with Lin Fan, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You've done your homework well, truly professional, he said, still smiling as he brushed past the bodyguard. Excuse me, I've got greasy hands. Need to wash up? Lin Fan headed to the kitchen sink. When he turned back, Qian Jiao's face turned pale, and she jumped up from the sofa in fright. What are you doing? Lin Fan held two sharp kitchen knives in his hands, the blades gleaming coldly under the light. The bodyguards were taken aback, clearly not expecting this seemingly frail young man to act so boldly. Calmly, Lin Fan said, What do you think? You come to my home to cause trouble, and you expect me to roll out the red carpet? The leading bodyguard suddenly lunged, pulling out a baton and swinging it at Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he smoothly sidestepped and delivered a precise kick to the man's ankle. With a cry of pain, the bodyguard staggered, and Lin Fan took the chance to strike the back of his neck with the flat of the knife, nearly knocking him out cold. Qian Jiao and the other two bodyguards were dumbstruck, clearly not expecting this former esports prodigy to be so skilled in combat. Lin Fan stepped on the downed bodyguard, exuding a chilling aura. Under normal circumstances, these professional bodyguards would be tough to deal with. But they underestimated Lin Fan's capabilities. As a reincarnated trial taker, even in his current physical state, Lin Fan's extensive combat experience allowed him to subdue them in an instant. Lin Fan's face was expressionless, his breathing steady, as he kept his foot firmly on the bodyguard's face. The oppressive atmosphere he exuded made Qian Jiao and the others shiver with fear. I choose the fourth option, Lin Fan said coldly, leave or die. Qian Jiao, trying to maintain her composure, hurriedly gathered her documents, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Fan, remember this, you've missed your chance for peace. Oppose us, and you'll regret it deeply. There are countless ways to make you suffer. Despite her bravado, an unprecedented fear gripped her as she faced this young man. Every fiber of her being screamed to flee from this dangerous place. Lin Fan remained unmoved, dragging the nearly unconscious bodyguard to the door by his waistband. I won't see you out, take care. From the balcony, Lin Fan watched as Qian Jiao and her entourage left in a Cullinan. Only then did he return to his room, lighting a cigarette in an attempt to calm his nerves. Zhangchuan City was too small. The Ding Shang Consortium's minions could find him with ease. Taking a deep drag, Lin Fan exhaled slowly. He was used to being hunted. Past experiences made this seem like child's play. However, the situation was different now. In this world, his sister was still alive and needed his protection. He couldn't risk a direct confrontation with Yi Kongqing. Lin Fan began to consider whether he should move his sister out of the hospital overnight to a city with better medical facilities. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Fan's anger and murderous intent simmered like boiling lava. Facing a corporate giant alone was like throwing an egg at a rock. In the world of Xinyu, he could easily outmaneuver Yi Kongqing and his ilk, but in reality, he had to consider more factors. Though Lin Fan wasn't afraid of challenges, being targeted like this was frustrating. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. In the midst of this intense emotional turmoil, Lin Fan suddenly felt the world spin, and a sharp pain pierced his eyes. Lin Fan's left eye suddenly throbbed with pain, and the world around him became a bizarre swirl of colors. Images of the divine realm and reality flashed before him, leaving him unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. He shut his eyes tightly, muttering to himself, "What? What is happening?" A few minutes later, Lin Fan slumped in front of his bed, taking deep breaths to quell the discomfort. Just as he was lost in confusion, the lights in his apartment suddenly went out. A cold breeze brushed against his cheek, causing his heart to race. Damn it! Could it be Qian Jiao and his crew coming back for revenge? Alarm bells rang in Lin Fan's mind. As he was lost in his thoughts, Lin Fan suddenly looked up at the balcony railing, his heart nearly stopping. A figure resembling a phantom cat crouched there, black hair wildly dancing in the wind, with piercing eyes fixed intently on him. "You look so pathetic in reality," a cold female voice echoed. The figure leapt down from the railing with an eerie grace, like a blade drawn from its sheath, advancing on Lin Fan with lethal intent. A metallic clash erupted. Blood flowed from Lin Fan's wrist, torn by a powerful force. Fortunately, the kitchen knife in his hand saved his life, though he was still pinned to the bed by the woman. "Who the hell are you? Do I know you?" Lin Fan couldn't make out her face, his forehead veins bulging as he struggled to fend off her short sword with the kitchen knife. Her impressive skills sent cold sweat down his back. In the dim light from the window, he could barely discern that she was quite attractive with an impressive figure. But with his life at stake, Lin Fan had no time to admire her beauty. "Weren't you looking for death? I've come to find you, and now the mighty mage is scared," she taunted, like a cat toying with its prey. Though they seemed to be in a stalemate, Lin Fan could feel she was holding back, clearly toying with him. "This body, damn it, it's so weak." Lin Fan was frantic, his frail body unable to keep up with his mind, leaving him at a disadvantage. After a few seconds of her continuous taunting, Lin Fan gave up resisting. He let go of the knife. "Fine, get it over with," he resigned, knowing she could easily kill him and that resistance would only be more humiliating. The woman seemed taken aback. In the dimly lit room, they locked eyes, their bodies pressed together. An odd atmosphere enveloped them. They stayed like that for a while, Lin Fan's hands growing numb from being pinned. As he shifted slightly, one of his hands inadvertently brushed against her waist. "If I'm going to die, might as well enjoy something," Lin Fan mumbled, his face flushed. Smack! The woman recoiled as if shocked, instinctively slapping him, clearly startled by his unexpected move. "Damn! Hit me, will you?" Lin Fan wasn't about to let any assassin off, regardless of gender. While she was still recovering, he returned the slap just as firmly. The female assassin, unused to such treatment, was stunned by the slap from this unapologetic man. She stood by the bed, holding her cheek, bewildered. Lin Fan stared wide-eyed, watching her tremble, and was dumbfounded. Is she crying? He never imagined a skilled assassin like her would cry. Who's the victim here, and who's the aggressor? "You deserve to die, 1,000 times over," she shouted, barely holding back tears. Her words sounded strangely familiar. Lin Fan frowned, looking her over once more, then suddenly realized, "Kong, are you Kong Bai?" Lin Fan was a bit bewildered, as if he had stumbled into a bizarre play tonight. First, people from Ekong City came looking for trouble, then Kong Bai attempted an assassination. To top it off, his eyes inexplicably felt extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help but roar in his mind. So, can this game Shin Yu still be played properly or not? Hey, don't cry, sweetheart, be good, okay? Lin Fan clumsily fumbled for tissues on the nightstand, trying to comfort her awkwardly. Little did he know, his good intentions backfired. The more Kong Bai thought about it, the more wronged she felt, with tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. Getting killed in the game was one thing, but being taken advantage of in real life was another, and she couldn't even retaliate against him. Her crying became more heart-wrenching, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy. Lin Fan slapped his forehead, feeling like he had truly encountered a ghost today. He maintained a half-meter distance from Kong Bai, continuously handing her tissues, as if performing some strange ritual. "How about I let you kill me 10 times in the game tomorrow?" Lin Fan said helplessly. "In real life, we only have one life, and you already came at me with a knife. I can't just let you off completely." Kong Bai seemed to have found Lin Fan's weakness. This oblivious guy was most afraid of women crying, a tactic Yi Xiaoxian often used with great success. Finally, after a long while, Kong Bai spoke, her tone full of disdain. "I don't want to talk to someone like you. The master sending me here to find you was a mistake. You're not worthy of joining us at all." "The master?" Lin Fan was taken aback and curiously asked. "Is he selling something? Not a scam, right?" Kong Bai turned to look at him with a murderous glare. Lin Fan quickly grinned. "Just kidding. Why so serious?" I have to admit, you look better in person than in the game, especially with that cute nose and those pretty eyes. Kong Bai almost broke down again, thinking, since when is cute nose and pretty eyes a high-class compliment? Lin Fan turned on the light and finally saw Kong Bai's true appearance. Dressed in a form-fitting black, tactical outfit, her figure was graceful and slender, her skin fair, and an alluring beauty mark near her captivating eyes gave her a look that was both cold and enchanting. No wonder she's so angry. I really did take advantage earlier, Lin Fan muttered to himself, squinting. Hearing this, Kong Bai's chest heaved with anger as she struggled to control her emotions. All right, enough teasing, Lin Fan said seriously. Tell me, what does your ancient martial arts family want with me? Kong Bai was startled, wondering how he knew so much about her background. Taking a deep breath, she began to explain her purpose. She was tasked by an organization called Xianling Hall to recruit Lin Fan to join their strategy in Shunyu. Xianling Hall? Lin Fan's mind was in turmoil. He recalled the powerful alliance from his past life, which united ancient martial arts practitioners and top-tier fighters to form the first line of defense against the Tianma, protecting the land of China with blood and tears. Join Xianling Hall, and we can offer you protection, Kong Bai said bluntly. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before asking, what about Long Hin? Kong Bai scoffed, from a national perspective, the Dingshan Consortium is just a pawn. What is there to worry about? Lin Fan suddenly understood that Xianling Hall was actually a state-affiliated organization. He then learned that joining Xianling Hall required a commitment to become the top player among all regions and millions of gamers, and to always remain loyal to the country. After explaining everything, Kong Bai tossed him a business card and left the bedroom. Lin Fan mused to himself, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Even the state is starting to make moves in Shunyu. Just as he was about to shower and sleep, he suddenly heard the electronic lock alarm. Lin Fan was puzzled to find Kong Bai still standing at the door. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Fan asked warily. Kong Bai's cheeks flushed as she murmured, you locked the fingerprint lock, I can't open it, but aren't you skilled in ancient martial arts? You managed to climb in from the balcony earlier, so you should be able to jump down, right? Lin Fan said earnestly. This is the 13th floor. Kong Bai gritted her teeth. So what if it's the 13th floor? It's not impossible to jump, Lin Fan said with anticipation. It was too dark earlier to see the prowess of an ancient martial artist. I definitely want to watch this time. I can't explain it to an idiot like you. Kong Bai stomped her foot in frustration, dragging Lin Fan to the door and forcibly unlocking the fingerprint lock. Lin Fan stood at the door seeing her off, not missing the chance to tease. Oh, just admit your skills aren't up to par. It's not a big deal. Kong Bai's blood pressure soared once more. Her teeth clenched. Die 10,000 times. Just die 10,000 times. The next day, Lin Fan dialed the number on the business card that Kong Bai had given him. The efficiency of the Xianling Palace was astounding. In less than an hour, an SUV with military plates was parked in front of his residence. The driver introduced himself as Lao Su, claiming to be from the provincial military district, but he was unwilling to disclose his exact position. Lin Fan didn't press for details, figuring it was pointless to ask. As long as he could get the protection of the Xianling Palace, that was enough for him. The vehicle drove into the villa district by the city lake and stopped in front of a standalone villa. Lao Su briefly explained the use of the security system and hurriedly mentioned that someone at the hospital would be responsible for protection before driving off. Lin Fan stood at the entrance, a bit bewildered. The villa was tastefully furnished, fully equipped, and even came with 6 of the latest gaming pods as per his request. Lao Su's indifferent attitude clearly indicated he wasn't willing to discuss further, so Lin Fan didn't pursue it. After checking the equipment, Lin Fan logged back into the divine realm. With the familiar sensation of time-space travel, his consciousness returned to the inner city of Edgar. After a full 24 hours of intense gameplay yesterday, he had finally cleared his sin value to 0. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, as he could now walk the streets without worry. He opened his equipment panel, revealing that he had completed the full 12-piece Fox Clan set, coveted by many lightning mages. After some thought, Lin Fan decided to replace the Yao Spirit Staff, Fox Clan boots, and Fox Clan shoulder guards, which were top-tier items. Most players were obsessed with the set effects, but Lin Fan understood the nuances. The enhanced effect of the Fox Clan weapon and armor Sita, 3-minute reduction in Thunder's cooldown was rather underwhelming and not very cost-effective. The strongest gear combination was to keep the Fox Clan armor for the Thunder effect and mix in 3 pieces from another set to gain a second awakening skill effect. This 3x3 model was the best choice in the current version. Moreover, Lin Fan possessed the rare holy artifact, the Elven Gem. Not using it to craft legendary equipment would be a waste. With his mind made up, Lin Fan headed straight to the equipment crafting street in the city. Adventurer, take a look around. Let me know if anything catches your eye. A brawny man standing at the entrance called out as Lin Fan approached. Top-tier custom gear available, grand opening sale with a 1 discount. Lin Fan was speechless, thinking to himself that a 1 discount was hardly a discount at all. Ignoring the ironmonger with his empty promises, he continued walking. This street had 8 blacksmith shops alone. Each NPC's craftsmanship varied greatly. Many players on the forums complained about their experiences, spending thousands only to end up with a pile of green junk. Clearly, finding the right blacksmith to craft equipment involved a significant element of luck. Across the street, a long line formed in front of a forging shop, attracting a large crowd of players. Lin Fan recognized it as the place where Yi Kongqing's divine bow was crafted, thinking to himself, this is a super Peidoan shop with forging costs over 5 times higher than other places. This shop catered exclusively to the wealthy, with exorbitant prices for both ready-made and custom-forged equipment. However, the gear was indeed crafted by the master forger of Edgar, ensuring quality and the highest success rate among peers. Lin Fan didn't linger and continued walking until he stopped in front of a seemingly simple temporary shop at the end of the alley. Inside, a red-bearded dwarf was guzzling from a barrel of ale, ignoring the complaints of surrounding players. 10 billion girls' dream. I spent 50 gold coins and countless materials to forge a purple weapon, and you just tell me it failed? Damn it. Give me my money back. You old fool, refund me. The dwarf blacksmith hung up a close today sign and muttered, I told you if you bring me trash to forge, it'll just turn into more trash. Lin Fan calmly entered the shop and got straight to the point. Boss, I want to order custom equipment. The surrounding players looked incredulous. Someone couldn't help but warn. This lousy dwarf destroys 2 out of every 3 pieces, and the last one turns from blue to white. You're still going to him? Are you just throwing money away? Lin Fan ignored them and walked straight to the dwarf blacksmith, Vidor. Vidor glanced at him with a frown, reeking of alcohol, and said, Hero gear has a 30 success rate, and fine gear, 20. Decide for yourself. What about legendary equipment? Lin Fan smirked slightly. Vidor put down his barrel, squinting with a smile. Kid, you sound ambitious. Not too bad. I need 3 legendary pieces, a weapon, a robe, and shoulder guards. Can you do it? Lin Fan replied with a calm smile. The players watching from the entrance were stunned. 3 legendary pieces? Even Yi Kongqing has only crafted 1 weapon and 1 armor so far. Top of the weapon leaderboard and first on the armor leaderboard. Who is this guy, talking so big? And of all people, he chooses that unreliable dwarf to custom make his gear. What a lunatic move. Lin Fan stood in front of the forge of the gray dwarf, Vade, with a glint of cunning in his eyes. He knew that this seemingly shady dwarf held a secret that few were aware of. If provided with high-grade materials, Vade would show his true skills, offering not only customized equipment designs but also charging a fee 10 times lower than the renowned Weiss equipment shop. Lin Fan pushed open the creaky wooden door and entered the smoke-filled shop. From his pocket, he pulled out a luminous elven jewel, which glimmered with a mysterious light in the dim surroundings. Vade, busy dealing with disgruntled customers outside, turned around and his eyes widened at the sight of the jewel. With a clatter, tools fell from Vade's workbench as he swiped them to the floor. His voice trembled as he asked, Is that really a sacred relic? In the next moment, Vade transformed into a whirlwind of activity. He quickly shut the shop door, donned his spectacles, and gingerly held the jewel up to the candlelight for inspection. Blessed be the god of the gray dwarves. I've finally found the legendary forging material, Vade muttered, his face alight with fervor. Lin Fan feigned impatience. Can you do it or not? If not, don't waste my time. Vade clutched the jewel to his chest and eagerly replied, Of course I can. How could I not? And what about the equipment designs? I don't have time to grind for blueprints, Lin Fan said coolly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. We'll provide them. Of course, I can provide them. Blueprints are the least of my worries. Vade exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, the descriptions of 2 legendary equipment sets appeared before Lin Fan, the Eternal Fury set and the Dominion Sanctuary set. After careful consideration, Lin Fan chose the Dominion Sanctuary trio, which best suited his needs. A system notification popped up, listing the materials required for forging. Lin Fan frowned and thought. While he could acquire most of the materials, the rare Heavenly Feather Crystal and the Heart of the War God posed a significant challenge. Just as Lin Fan was about to give up, Vade chuckled and said, Ha! Nothing can stump someone as resourceful as me. If you manage to get a sacred relic, it means your skills surpass those of other adventurers. Lin Fan paused, and suddenly, a hidden quest clue appeared. Head to the Frozen Valley and find the entrance to the Yuhua Kingdom's ruins. The activation of the Feather Transformation Mystery Dungeon left Lin Fan deep in thought. This legendary level dungeon should have been conquered and opened by the Tian Ci Guild first. Lin Fan recalled that in the Divine Realm, once players completed hidden tasks, certain dungeon quests would remain available, with their difficulty reduced to allow other players easier access. Lin Fan turned to Vidor, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Did you give the quest clues to someone else? Vidor, looking a bit guilty, still responded boldly, "Kid, I have a good eye for people, and I've got faith you'll clear it smoothly." This confirmed Lin Fan's suspicions. Not only was he aware of the Easter egg involving the Grey Dwarf blacksmith, but evidently, so was the TNCI Guild. From Vidor's reaction, it was clear that they had at least submitted a top-tier main material. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obtained the quest clues. Realizing the urgency, Lin Fan calculated his next move. With the professional players of the TNCI Guild, their efficiency in tackling high-difficulty dungeons far surpassed that of wealth-driven teams like Long Hung. Making a quick decision, Lin Fan marked his map and sped toward the frozen valley. Half an hour later, Lin Fan found himself in a vast snowy field. As soon as he appeared, more than a dozen Ice Plains bandits surrounded him. These level 27 elite monsters had attack attributes far superior to those near Edgar City. Lin Fan remained calm, raising his spirit staff and casting the Clevel water magic, Rain Blade Tide. Instantly, a torrential rain descended upon the snowy field. Although each hit dealt minimal damage, the sheer number of rain blades was overwhelming, covering a 30-meter range. Even better, the rain interacting with the frozen ground slowed the enemy's movement speed, causing them to occasionally slip and fall. Taking advantage of the bandit's stumble, Lin Fan summoned his flame dragon to unleash fiery destruction. His attack range expanded to 100 meters, effortlessly alternating between 4 elemental spells, his output unmatched. Thanks to his level 20 hero set, Lin Fan's spell attack power reached 800 points, making even his basic attack critical hits quite formidable. After dealing with the nearby elite monsters, Lin Fan continued forward. Suddenly, he heard intense battle sounds in the distance. He stopped cautiously, scanning the scene. At the entrance of the frozen valley, dozens of players were besieging a towering boss, the Ice Plains giant troll, standing over 10 meters tall. This level 27 boss had 637, 000800000 HP and 850 attack power, with skills like Troll Overlord, Relentless Slam, and Bone-Crushing Cripple. The giant troll wielded an iron hammer, each heavy strike causing the entire valley to reverberate, with snow and wind swirling dramatically. However, against the well-trained player team, the troll's attacks were ineffective, failing to break through the frontline knight's defenses. Lin Fan observed closely, noting that although there were many players, only a few were actively fighting. The others were on guard, preventing outside interference or small monster attacks. Their discipline and skill level clearly indicated they weren't ordinary novice players. Indeed, they are from TNCI, Lin Fan thought, a cold glint in his eyes as he recognized the dual-wielding warrior at the forefront. Hitsung. Hitsung, agile as the wind with twin blades in hand, leaped high and spun in the air like a tornado, delivering over a dozen precise strikes to the boss's chest. This dazzling and deadly move was evidently a signature skill of his newly acquired A-level class, Light Blade Saint. The twin blades shimmered with light element enchantments, significantly enhancing their damage. The giant troll retaliated with its hammer, but Hitsung deftly planted his blades into the ground, using the momentum to easily evade. Smirking, he boasted, "I told you. This boss is so clumsy, I could solo it myself." His teammates chimed in, praising Hitsung's prowess. However, a cold voice suddenly interjected, "If you're really that strong, you should be able to solo Lin Fan, right?" The smile on Hitsung's face froze instantly, then he sneered, "I was just careless last time. If I run into that bastard again, I'll make him doubt his life." Just then, the giant troll, enraged, let out a deafening roar and unleashed its Troll Overlord skill. Near the frozen valley, over 100 giant wolf warriors surged like a tide. Each of these elite monsters boasted an astonishing 60,000 health points, immediately placing immense pressure on the TNCI team. The white-robed priestess, who had previously argued with Hitsung, reacted swiftly. Her golden hair flowed as a hint of seriousness crossed her beautiful face. She shouted, "Teams 2, 3, and 4, intercept the mobs on the left flank. Don't let them disrupt my healing spells." She then turned to the two people beside her, Xuan and I, "Come with me to support Hitsung and Shaolin." The 3 squads moved into action, pressing forward in formation and forcefully holding back the elite monsters advancing toward the main battlefield. In the distance, Lin Fan's expression darkened as he murmured to himself, "From the sound of it, it must be her." The battle quickly intensified. The giant troll king began unleashing powerful skills, sending the frontline tank knight flying with a heavy blow. Despite being equipped with at least 3 level 20 purple items, the knight was battered like a helpless chick under the troll king's relentless critical hits. Even with 7,000 high health points, survival seemed unlikely. Seeing the tank on the brink of defeat, the white-robed priestess acted decisively. A silver hexagram suddenly glowed before her, and her clear voice echoed across the battlefield. "Holy light magic, defensive blessing. Holy light magic, lament of the eternal." In an instant, The near-death paladin's health surged, and physical resistance rapidly increased. 300 physical resistance, 800 health, 900, 1000. The numbers leapt as the knight was revitalized. The Troll King struck again, but this time only inflicted 1000 damage. Yet the priestess's divine skills were not finished, as the hexagram's light once again enveloped the field. Holy light magic, life unending. In a flash, a life aura appeared above more than 20 players, restoring 200 health points per second while also boosting their health caps and dual resistances. This powerful group buff immediately stabilized the front line, and the players began to counterattack the elite mobs. Our big sister's skills are incredible. She's definitely the #1 priest in the entire region. An excited member of TNCI shouted. #1 in the region? That's nothing. Another quickly retorted, Big Sister is the #1 in the entire server, the world's top priest. Do you even know how prestigious that is? The eyes of the TNCI players shone with fervor. With the white-robed priestess on their side, they had been unstoppable since the game's launch, with no dungeon too tough to conquer. Lin Fan's expression grew even darker. This seemingly gentle and charming blonde was the most formidable presence in the TNCI club Chiziyue, the first holy priest of Jianzhong. In TNCI, aside from the club owner, she was the de facto decision-maker, handling all matters big and small. This undeniably ruthless character was the captain of the TNCI team. During his time at the Tianxi Club, Lin Fan's life revolved almost entirely around competitions. As an orphan who lost his parents at a young age, he knew he could only rely on himself, so he rarely cared about others' opinions. This focus, however, gave Chiziyue an opportunity. She cleverly rallied the other team members, intentionally or unintentionally isolating Lin Fan. Despite being a priest in the team, Chiziyue was the most dangerous member of the Tianxi team. She was meticulous and cunning. Lin Fan was almost certain that the match-fixing frame-up was either orchestrated by her or carried out under the orders of the Tianxi boss. At this moment, under Chiziyue's leadership, the Tianxi team was fully engaged in battling the Troll King. The knight was enduring the boss's damage at all costs. Hitsong was displaying his impressive skills up close, while Wu Suini and another archer were providing continuous support from the backline. All 6 members had completed their class awakenings, with each having at least an A-level class rank. With their exceptional skills, they soon reduced the Troll King's health to below 200,000, and half of the summoned giant wolves had been slain. It seemed the elite boss was about to fall into their hands. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Adventurers, would you like a little help from me?" Chiziyue turned around in surprise to see an NPC dressed in imperial robes standing 100 meters away. The team members exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why an NPC would suddenly appear in the desolate ice field. "Stay focused, keep attacking the boss," Chiziyue ordered sharply, her remarkable concentration snapping everyone back to attention. "No need, thank you," Chiziyue replied coldly. She knew that in the game Xinyu, the appearance of an NPC didn't always mean opportunity. Sometimes, it could signal impending danger. "I'm quite strong, and I don't require any compensation. I just wish to lend you a hand," Lin Fan said, displaying his health bar and level. Hitsong scoffed at Lin Fan's measly 1,500 health points. "Ha, a little mage with 1,500 health claims to be strong? Even our squishiest members have at least 2,500 health. Get lost." Lin Fan, with a gloomy expression, continued to persuade, "Please reconsider. This Troll King is not simple, and you might end up wiped out." Chiziyue finally lost her patience and said coldly, "Even if killing an NPC incurs a high sin value, I won't hesitate to eliminate you if you don't leave." Scram. With that, she pointed her staff at Lin Fan, and a holy light blasted a large hole at his feet. Lin Fan sighed and, under Chiziyue's angry gaze, turned and disappeared into the mist, leaving behind a single sentence. "Well, brace yourselves for misfortune." 2 minutes later, Lin Fan had climbed to the ridge beside the ice field. He muttered to himself, 2,200 meters away, wind direction to the left. There's a destructible terrain above the valley. The cooldown for the Holy Priest's powerful protection spell is long. Originally, Lin Fan planned to pose as an NPC to infiltrate the valley and find the dungeon entrance first. But Chiziyue and Hitsong's attitude had thoroughly angered him. As Lin Laoda, the mage king of Iching, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Lin Fan decided to go all out. He carefully calculated the skill casting distance, preparing to bury the entire group. His expression turned cold, and mysterious runes appeared on his staff as thunderclouds gathered in the sky, crashing into the staff. Thunderclap. A purple buff appeared in the status bar, boosting fire lightning magic crit rate by 50 for 1 minute. Wind Whisperer. Attack speed and casting efficiency increased. Lin Fan's eyes glowed with murderous intent as images of his former teammates' humiliation flashed through his mind. He had been framed and became a pariah in the esports world, even losing his sister due to a lack of money for medical treatment. Now, He was finally ready to settle this blood debt. Flame Dragon, Explosive Fireball, Blade Rain Tide, Quaking Stone Vine. Lin Fan unleashed his skills in a frenzy, firing them one after another towards his enemies. He didn't care about precision. He just wanted to unleash all his destructive skills on those who betrayed him. At that moment, Chi Zus suddenly felt a chill, her face turning pale. Wu Xuanyi asked with concern, "What's wrong, Captain? Something's not right. The boss is about to die," He Tsong said, puzzled. Chi Zus felt a cold fear and blurted out, "The level is wrong." "What do you mean the level is wrong? What are you talking about? Didn't get enough sleep?" He Tsong was even more confused. In the Empire of the Light Dragon, all NPCs have level numbers that are whole numbers. How could there be a level 26 NPC mage? Chi Zus frowned in thought, her gaze sweeping over the battle scene before her. She noticed the suspicious NPC had an unusually low health, raising her suspicions. He Tsong, unfazed by Chi Zus' doubts, focused intently on unleashing a series of combo attacks against the giant Demon King. His blade glinted with a cold light, each strike landing precisely on the Demon King's vital points. "Are you suggesting that NPC is a rogue in disguise?" Another teammate suddenly spoke up. "I've heard of rogues pulling off similar tricks and swindling quite a few players out of their money." Chi Ziyue's eyes lit up as if she had grasped a crucial clue. She quickly opened the level leaderboard, her gaze locking onto the top. It boldly read, Rank 1, Fanshin, level 26, 15, Scatter. Everyone scatter. That NPC is Lin Fan in disguise. Chi Ziyue exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency and tension. She was desperate to warn everyone to evade any impending attacks. However, the other team members looked puzzled. Even if the NPC is that runaway dog in disguise, he doesn't seem to be anywhere near us, right? Besides, with so many of us here, should we really be afraid of him? One team member remarked dismissively. Hitsong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He recalled his last encounter with Lin Fan in a dungeon, where the latter's inexplicable attack range left him baffled. A chill ran up his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. Run, Hitsong began to say, but instinctively looked up at the sky. A streak of scorching firelight was rapidly approaching from a ferret was a terrifying flame dragon. In an instant, the entire valley shook violently, the sound of explosions incessant, as if the apocalypse had arrived. For basic magic elements intertwined in the air, forming a deadly magical vortex. Blood-red damage numbers frantically danced above the players' heads, resembling a cruel digital frenzy. Shaolin, shield wall, Hitsong shouted anxiously, attempting to get the paladin to erect a defense to protect the main team members. However, under the overwhelming magical assault, any defense seemed futile. Nearly 10 players didn't even realize what was happening before their health bars hit zero, dying on the spot. In such a massive AoE magic onslaught, skillful maneuvers and agile positioning became meaningless. Even with Class Priest providing substantial magic resistance protection for the team, Lin Fan's brutal output rendered those defenses as effective as a drop in the ocean. Sigh, just accept the punishment, Wu Shui and I sighed softly, abandoning all resistance. In her mind, her master was always gentle, but once he decided on something, no one could stop him. The magical burn inflicted a terrifying 8,000 damage, and Chi Ziyue displayed a perplexing expression. Haha. No wonder I feel disgusted every time I see this person, she sneered, watching as the once proud paladin failed to last even 3 seconds. Chi Ziyue couldn't fathom how Lin Fan achieved all this, nor could she understand why such a person appeared in her world. Reflecting on her time with the team, she originally held the role of commander, but after that man arrived, she often found herself unable to speak during matches, with her command authority seized. This was something the proud Chi Ziyue couldn't accept, being bossed around for 3 whole years, thinking she finally endured it, only to have that scoundrel reappear. Chi Ziyue looked up at the falling boulders overhead, feeling utterly dejected. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications flashed in Lin Fan's view. You have slain Tion Ci, floating life, sin value 100. You have slain Tion Ci, weeping blood, sin value. Dozens of battle notifications popped up in succession, prompting Lin Fan to smile wryly. Just got my name cleared, and now I'm red again. So much for not playing with a red name. Finally, an important system notification appeared. You have slain the Icefield Giant Demon King. Experience 12,000. As Lin Fan had planned, with the high aggro players dispatched, the boss became unclaimed. All the spoils of war were his for the taking. Lin Fan stepped into the entrance of the valley, where a chaotic battlefield stretched before him. His gaze was drawn to a rock covered in ice crystals, atop which stood a silver cross, half as tall as a person. Holy light magic flowed from all directions, converging into the cross. Quite the survivor. Not dead yet, Lin Fan murmured to himself, marveling at the resilience of its class Holy Spirit Priest. This class boasted not only immense health boosts and exaggerated protection and healing abilities, but also possessed an overpowered skill like Holy Spirit Rebirth. Upon being killed, one could resurrect by sacrificing a certain amount of experience points, and the more experience invested, the stronger the attributes upon revival. Lin Fan stood on the cross, looking down at the corpse on the ground, taunting, "Come on, resurrect for me. No matter how many times you revive, I'll kill you that many times." Qi Ziyue, though in a soul state, was almost furious enough to spit blood. She hesitated over whether to resurrect. As a priest player, she wasn't purely a healer. High-level priests typically had impressive single-target damage capabilities, though their area damage couldn't compare with mages or archers. Even as an class professional, did she have the courage to stand up against a mage capable of violent AoE bombardments? Moreover, in terms of skill, no one dared claim they could definitively beat this opponent known as the God of Magic. Qi Ziyue was recognized as the strongest priest in the country not because her skills were unbeatable, but because her teammates were powerful enough to fully realize the potential of her priest class. Ignoring Qi Ziyue's presence, Lin Fan began unabashedly collecting the spoils of war. The Demon King had dropped a level 25 purple armor piece and 3 low-level skill books, 2 for archers and 1 for thieves. From the bodies of Qi Ziyue, Heatsong, and others, he gathered over 100 gold coins, though unfortunately, he didn't acquire any of their purple gear. Scared? If you're scared, just stay down, Lin Fan muttered to himself. In the guild war, just wait and see. If you manage to secure even one stronghold, I'll consider it my loss. Lin Fan, this isn't over. You remember that. Qi Ziyue, still in soul form, threatened. Lin Fan coldly replied, "Not only will I remember it, but when you framed me for match fixing, you should have known this day would come." Qi Ziyue calmed down, deciding not to recklessly resurrect in front of Lin Fan. A few seconds later, the silver cross shattered, and a wisp of white light flew back to the respawn point. After dealing with Qi Ziyue's group, Lin Fan ventured deeper into the frozen valley. The interior was eerily silent, with not a monster in sight for half a day. As he progressed, the valley's terrain grew increasingly narrow. Just as he was about to reach the end, Lin Fan stopped. "Found it," he said, feeling his way along the ice wall, and according to his memory, he blasted open an obstacle, easily uncovering the dungeon entrance. A system prompt appeared. "You are about to enter the ruins of the Feathered Kingdom. This dungeon is legendary level, and party play is recommended." Without hesitation, Lin Fan entered the cave. Lin Fan had only run this dungeon a few times. The drop rate for monsters was low, and the copper coin drop rate wasn't much better, yet the monsters were strong, so few high-level players came here to farm. However, this dungeon, much like a thrilling night, hid a secret level. Upon entering the corridor, Lin Fan encountered 2 stone statues guarding the entrance. The system displayed. Feathered Stone Statue. Level 25. HP. 85000-85000. Attack power. 550. Skills. Self-destruct, Heavy Punch. These 2 statues had crushed countless pioneering players. Not only were their stats high, but their self-destruct skill was particularly troublesome. If a player focused on activating one monster, when the health of the 2 monsters differed by 10, the one with more health would self-destruct. 10,000 points of self-destruct damage would be lethal to early-stage players, often causing chaos among teams and testing their coordination. Lin Fan's approach was simple and direct. He first used shaking stone vines to block the path, trapping one statue, then cast a Crade water spell, Chaotic Tide, at the other. The 2 statues began fighting each other. Lin Fan disabled his passive flame burn to prevent excessive damage that might unbalance the monster's health. He attacked from a distance, constantly monitoring their health. As the statues were about to break through the stone vines, Lin Fan waved his staff, and a patch of gray swamp appeared on the ground, trapping the statue again. Although the Great Earth spell, Quagmire, didn't deal much damage, it maximized movement restriction, especially effective against heavy targets. He then cast a Crade wind spell, Gale Voice, sending a howling wind that knocked the statues about, perfectly complementing the swamp's slowing effect. The strength of a 4-element Grand Mage lay in their versatility. Combinations of control and damage skills often produced unexpected results. Moments later, the 2 statues exploded, and the tightly closed door of the ruins slowly opened. Lin Fan quickly stepped inside, and a vast underground city ruin unfolded before him. The stone platform he stood on offered a panoramic view of the entire subterranean city. A system prompt appeared. Legend has it that the king of this place ascended to godhood with his entire tribe, earning the kingdom the name Feathered. You need to uncover the secret behind the tribe's ascension. As soon as the prompt appeared, Lin Fan quickly grasped the direction of the dungeon's storyline. Ostensibly, it was about ascending to godhood, but in reality, It was a massive sacrifice orchestrated by a mad king. Hundreds of thousands of people were led to self-immolate, all to please some powerful entity. Standing before a stone platform, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the broken bridge not far away. To move forward, he needed to find another path. His eyes locked onto a crumbling stone tower, and without hesitation, he launched a basic attack. The tower collapsed, sending rubble tumbling down to fill the gap in the bridge, thus creating a path for him. At that moment, a system notification sounded. You have disturbed the ghosts within the ruins. Before the message finished, numerous semi-transparent creatures appeared on the broken bridge. The system identified them as level 25 ascended spirits, with 30,000 health points and 420 attack power, possessing skills like Fearless Charge and Cursed Enchantment. Faced with this sudden threat, Lin Fan remained unfazed. He summoned a fire dragon, and its scorching flames quickly engulfed the approaching spirits. Those attempting to weaken him with the dark magic Cursed Enchantment were incinerated before they could get close. Lin Fan effortlessly pushed forward, defeating over a dozen waves of spirits. However, just as he was about to reach the other side, a thought crossed his mind. He stopped and chuckled to himself. Wait, why am I foolishly rushing over to confront the boss? The opulent palace in the distance was clearly the boss's lair, merely 3,000 meters away. Lin Fan recalled his own abilities. As a defense tower from the novice village, his range extended nearly 5,000 meters. With such advantageous sightlines, why take the risk of venturing in? Realizing this, Lin Fan decisively turned back. If those elite bosses in the distance had any intelligence, they would be collectively bewildered by this unexpected strategy. With a smirk, Lin Fan focused on the prominent palace. He didn't need precise aim. He simply unleashed his skills in that general direction. Come on out, old ghost, he murmured, launching a barrage of attacks. Sure enough, a commanding voice echoed through the dungeon. Who dares disturb my peace? As the words faded, a massive shadow rose above the Palacia bone dragon with a human face. The system promptly displayed the boss's information. Ascended King Foreign, level 25 lord level creature, health points 1-300, 000-1-300, 000, with attack power and skills unknown. Lin Fan's expression grew serious, knowing he couldn't afford to be careless. He recalled the scene from his previous life when the Ascension Mystery Dungeon had been conquered by the Heaven's Gift Guild, with its difficulty rated as elite. Now, the boss's health had reached a staggering 1.3 million, elevating it from elite to lord level, more than doubling the challenge. Yikongqing was pulled out of the game by his assistant at the Shang Group's Divine Realm Project division. He sat in his spacious office, eyes half closed, his expression a mix of emotions. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in casual attire entered, followed by two sharply dressed military personnel. One of them, a female major, held the highest rank, indicating the man's significant status. Yikongqing's eyes flickered with emotion, but he maintained his composure and spoke calmly. Mr. Su, right? I'm not quite sure who you're referring to. Mr. Su wasn't having any of it and replied bluntly, his name is Lin Fan, top of the Divine Realm leaderboard, and he's now with our military. Does that make it clear? Yikongqing remained unfazed. The more I hear, the more confused I get. As far as I know, he's not with any military. Mr. Su responded sternly. He wasn't before, but he is now. Yikongqing sat up straight, his tone icy. Am I to understand this as a threat from the military? Before he could finish, the female major interjected with a mocking smile. No, not if it were merely the military. I wouldn't be here personally with Mr. Su. We're representing the nation of Huaxia. Representing the nation? Yikongqing was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Su's face remained impassive, his brows furrowed. Lin Fan and his close associates are on our protection list. That's a red line you must not cross. That's all I can say without breaching national security. With that, he declined the vice president's lunch invitation and turned to leave. Please wait. Yikongqing suddenly called out. Mr. Su turned back, puzzled. After a moment of silence, Yikongqing spoke slowly. Lin Fan's interference in our Divine Realm operations can't go unanswered, as I'm the project lead. I hope you understand. Mr. Su managed a stiff smile. I understand. Therefore, your conflict should remain within the game. My concern is solely his safety. He shook his head, warning, young man, leave some room for maneuver, or you might bring disaster upon your elders. Yikongqing's gaze turned cold, and he replied flatly, understood. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Su. After Mr. Su and his entourage left, Yikongqing erupted in anger, hurling his water cup at vice presidently and grabbing him by the collar. Get out with the legal team. Lin Fan, I won't let you off easily. Meanwhile, in the Divine Realm, Lin Fan was locked in an intense battle with the boss, King Foreign. He had lured the boss to a stone platform from miles away, using his Wind Whisperer skills to maneuver swiftly and attack. Despite King Foreign's incredible speed and ability to fly, Lin Fan skillfully anticipated the boss's moves, delivering precise attacks like a human anti-aircraft gun. As the boss closed within a kilometer, Lin Fan was ready. He first used a mire to slow it down, and then struck it down with wind magic. When Foreign attempted to buffer his fall with his wings, Lin Fan sneered, "Try flying again, I dare you," and unleashed the shaking stone vines, causing a massive stone pillar to emerge from the cliff, smashing into the boss's skeletal wings. Foreign's massive body crashed into the structures below, and a huge damage number blossomed in the air. Lin Fan gave a mischievous grin. Although his skill set mainly consisted of support magic, with clever use, it could unleash destructive power comparable to a level magic. At this moment, the mighty King Foreign, ruler of the Yuhua Kingdom, was being toyed with by a mere ant, and his furious roars echoed through the dungeon. "Stop yelling. Shut up." Lin Fan remained assertive. Faced with Foreign's impotent rage, he retaliated with a flaming dragon spell that hit Foreign squarely. The powerful impact sent the king flying. "Thunderstrike," Lin Fan murmured, instantly activating Berserk mode. He seamlessly combined regular attacks with explosive fireballs, along with the flaming dragon's built-in area fireball spell, executing a flawless combo. The combo count flashed rapidly before Lin Fan's eyes. 20, 70, 100, 199. Just as it was about to break the 200 mark, King Foreign's health had only been halved. Suddenly, Foreign's body surged with a bright blue light, forcibly breaking free from the combo's effects. "A super armor skill, my lifelong nemesis," Lin Fan muttered, exasperated. No matter how high the damage or how precise the gameplay, it all seemed futile against the boss's mechanics. Elite bosses after level 20 typically had a super armor skill, and Lord-level bosses had even shorter cooldowns and stronger effects. Many top-tier players dreaded this skill when soloing bosses because once a boss activated its super armor, it usually led to chaos and an eventual defeat. Just then, a warning popped up before Lin Fan. "The boss has unleashed a level dark magic death acid. Evade quickly." King Foreign's abyssal maw widened, emitting a series of ominous noises. "Damn, the attack range is twice as long as in my previous life, with a coverage area at least 3 times larger." Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. This boss was outrageous. The stone platform he stood on was 100 meters wide, yet hundreds of acid projectiles managed to cover it entirely. Lin Fan swiftly wielded his Fox Clan staff, casting a blazing sun shield to brace for impact. The acid sizzled against the shield, shattering it instantly despite its 700-point damage resistance. The boss's acid effect lasted a full 10 seconds, and even the Moonlight Empress herself might struggle to withstand it. Fortunately, there was some distance between the shield and Lin Fan, giving him the chance to quickly retreat. He decisively backed up against the wall, where the acid projectiles exploded harmlessly in front of him, sparing the area near the wall. Lin Fan exhaled in relief. His gamble had paid off. Though the boss had risen to Lord level, some basic strategies still worked. But before he could fully relax, Foreign flapped his skeletal wings again, taking to the air and glaring venomously at Lin Fan. From its maw, a green dragon breath began to form, spreading a sense of impending doom. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. Things were looking grim. Even with the Wind Whisperer's boost, generating a shield would take at least 2 seconds. Was he really facing an inevitable death? Level magic was proving unreliable, as the boss gave him no time to stack 9 shields. If he could help it, he truly wanted to avoid any kind of death experience. Desperate, Lin Fan summoned an explosive fireball and hurled it toward the boss's mouth, hoping to interrupt its casting. However, as soon as the fireball touched the boss, it was quickly deflected by the super armor mechanism. The interruption failed. Damn it! The boss's super armor still has 5 seconds left. Lin Fan felt a sinking feeling in his chest, as the situation became increasingly precarious. As the dragon's breath swept towards him, Lin Fan's mind raced with possible strategies. His eyes quickly locked onto a broken bridge not far away, realizing that his only chance for survival was to leap off the cliff. The height was enough to make the boss lose 50,000 health points, let alone his own fragile body. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan jumped off the platform decisively. As his body plummeted, he silently counted down in his mind. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the terrifying dragon's breath followed closely. Everything touched by the green dragon's breath was obliterated in an instant, as if sliced by an invisible sword, causing massive boulders to collapse and fall alongside Lin Fan. As he was about to become a splatter on the ground, Lin Fan suddenly shouted, "Immortal spirit body." In an instant, his body erupted with a dazzling silver radiance, like a falling star lighting up half the dungeon. Attack immunity, fall immunity, impact immunity. All damage seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, completely negated by this mysterious force. The green dragon's breath hit Lin Fan's body but bizarrely passed through his chest, The massive boulders that collided with him shattered into dust upon contact. Clutched in Lin Fan's hand was a damaged statue, from which the brilliant white light emanated. The statue of the Elf Queen, immortal spirit body, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, even as a damaged artifact, it's still a rare holy relic. If the statue were intact, this invincible skill would be ridiculously overpowered. King Foreign was obviously surprised by this scene, not expecting an ordinary adventurer to survive such a perilous situation. It opened its giant maw again, preparing for a second dragon's breath. Damn it, in this game, anything related to dragons is a nightmare to deal with. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. Although the bone dragon wasn't a true dragon, just a necromantic creature transformed by high-level dragons using dark magic, a lord-level bone dragon was still formidable. Dragon's Breath, an attack comparable to a level magic, had no cooldown and was so powerful that a lord boss could easily unleash it a dozen or more times. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, revealing a confident look. He waved his Fox Clan staff and shouted, "Flame Dragon, smash it!" Just as Foreign opened its giant maw again, the flame dragon summoned by Lin Fan appeared above its head and crashed down. The massive form of the flame dragon struck the boss's neck directly, causing black smoke to billow from Foreign's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon's breath violently detonated in its throat. Foreign let out a piercing wail, suffering a backlash from the dragon's breath. A gaping 2-meter-wide hole blasted in its neck, and its health plummeted. Lin Fan secretly rejoiced. Although dragons have almost no weaknesses and are absurdly powerful both physically and magically, the dragon's breath is both their greatest strength and biggest flaw. If it backfires, it not only causes massive damage but also induces at least a 1-minute weakened state. Having all attributes except health, he couldn't help but smile. Looks like this boss isn't too smart, not knowing how to fully utilize this bony frame. If it were one of those cunning dragons I encountered in my past life, they'd definitely activate a body fortification first before using Dragon's Breath, avoiding the fatal flaw of interrupted casting. The boss crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, suffering additional damage from the fall. Due to inertia, its body bounced slightly, and Lin Fan, having anticipated this moment, launched a precise explosive fireball. The fireball detonated, sending the boss half a meter into the air, and Lin Fan followed up with a basic attack, continuously increasing the knockup height. If other mages witnessed this level of micro-control, they'd definitely curse Lin Fan for being inhuman, exploiting the knockup mechanics in the divine realm to the fullest. The combo count surged, x5, x10. With its body fortification over and severely injured, Foreign couldn't resist Lin Fan's aerial combo. Even with a base attack speed of only 0.5, Lin Fan could juggle the Dark Queen to death with basic attacks, let alone now having mastered 10 different elemental spells. A variety of flashy support spells combined with basic attack output, propelling the boss from an initial half-meter high to 100 meters into the air. The combo count was astounding, x200. Lin Fan precisely calculated the boss's health, unleashing a stone vine strike once more. A thick stone pillar emerged from the rock, striking Foreign at its weak point. The unfortunate boss once again fell freely, crashing heavily to the ground. Die. 50,000 points of fall damage instantly took effect, and the mighty Lord-level Bone Dragon was shockingly killed by the fall. The system notification promptly appeared. You have slain King Foreign, gaining 80,000 experience points. Regional announcement. Player Fanshin is astonishingly skilled, having single-handedly defeated the legendary dungeon boss, Lord-level King Foreign. Reward, 90 free attribute points, 40 skill points, 20,000 reputation points, 100 gold coins. With this regional announcement, the previously bustling world chat fell into a stunned silence for 3 seconds. The sigh of "invincible yet lonely" sparked a commotion in the game channel. Players were quick to comment on Lin Fan's impressive solo run of the legendary dungeon, some laced with a hint of jealousy. Soloing a legendary dungeon. My gosh, exclaimed Scar. Who can stop this guy? Does he own this game? We struggle with regular dungeons, and he's soloing the boss. K's expedition couldn't help but join in. Isn't that our guild leader? It's infuriating. He's showing off again. Bet he's grinning at the channel now. The duo known as the Jokers, Crazy and Chubby, were clearly there to deflate egos. Their remarks had Lin Fan both amused and exasperated. Even the players from the major guilds, including Long Hin, were unusually silent, too overwhelmed by the achievement of soloing a legendary dungeon. Ignoring the chatter, Lin Fan swiftly took action. He pulled the Jokers into a chat group, granted them vice leader roles, and sent a carefully curated list of 10 players. What the heck? You're inviting a level 10 healer. Are you kidding us? Chubby asked incredulously. Lin Fan replied succinctly, no nonsense, I need these 10, the rest is up to you. Though the selected players were currently low-level and lacked combat power, Lin Fan recognized their future potential. Each had the makings of a solo champion and, crucially, were unaffiliated freelancers with trustworthy backgrounds. What about compensation? Crazy asked eagerly. Chubby chimed in. Aren't you saving anything for a rainy day? Marriage is a big deal. When Lin Fan revealed the compensation, both were stunned. Based on the current market in the game, the offer was like giving away a few luxury villas. Damn, I hereby crown you the ultimate, invincible tycoon. Crazy exclaimed sincerely. Lin Fan paid little attention to their amazement, disbanded the chat group, and turned towards the dragon's corpse. The system prompt echoed. Detected collectible boss soul. Collect? Collect. Lin Fan decisively chose. Soul collection progress 220. In his hand, Lin Fan held the collector used for crafting enhancement pills. He planned to use souls from boss-level creatures to ensure better results. With a powerful punch, he shattered the massive stone on the corpse, releasing a burst of radiant light. 2 purple, 1 orange. Orange. Could it be a legendary item? Lin Fan thought excitedly, pleased with the boss's loot, justifying his use of a relic with a 12-hour cooldown for survival. Closer inspection revealed the loot. A level 25 thief hero weapon, a level 25 warrior shoulder armor, and, damn, it's not a legendary item. It's an A-grade magic book. Lin Fan exclaimed. A level 25 boss had the potential to drop an A-grade magic book, but the odds were as slim as winning the lottery. Typically, mages had to spend a fortune or complete high-difficulty guild quests to acquire a grade or higher magic books. Statistics showed that the drop rate for orange items from bosses below level 30 was only 0.1 to 0.2. Of course, organized large guilds were an exception, as they had the manpower to farm dungeons hundreds of times. Lin Fan checked the combat log and found the Orc Heretic title hadn't triggered. He speculated that first-time dungeon runs might have a hidden drop rate bonus. This was evident from the earlier surprise loot of 2 relics in a hidden level. However, such information was never publicly shared on forums in his previous life, and guild leaders would not allow such leaks. Lin Fan carefully examined the A-grade earth magic, Divine Fall, description. Consumes 2,000 mana to summon a massive meteor in an open area, dealing 3,000 base damage double spell power to targets within range, with a 5-minute cooldown. Who the heck said earth mages are trash? Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. 3,000 base plus double damage, and if it crits. Suddenly, an even crazier idea struck Lin Fan. Wait, if that elven gem successfully forges a legendary weapon, it could have double-triple casting effects. Lin Fan dared not imagine further. The thought of 3 massive meteors raining down at once was enough to terrify any opponent. Even a king would have to kneel. Lin Fan thought with smug satisfaction. Lin Fan decisively chose to learn the skill but refrained from upgrading it immediately. The power of an A-level skill is undeniable, yet the resources required for its upgrade are equally astounding, 4 times more than an average level skill, along with level restrictions. However, these concerns can be set aside for now. The base stats of the skill, Divine Fall, are already high enough to serve as his trump card against non-top-tier players. After defeating the final boss, Lin Fan decided to delve into the dungeon, ready to capitalize on the elite mini-bosses inside for experience. He initially wanted to test his new skill, but the dungeon ceiling was a solid rock formation, unsuitable for the skill's activation requirements, so he had to abandon the idea. Starting from the base of the stone platform, Lin Fan advanced upwards. He dealt with minor enemies by unleashing flame dragons to stack passive effects quick and efficient. Once on the rooftop, he targeted bosses a kilometer away, calculating their positions with precision before taking them down one by one. Though these bosses had impressive health, their skill mechanics were relatively simple, not as challenging as the Bone Dragon King. Maintaining a safe distance, Lin Fan handled them with ease, reaching the underground palace within 2 hours. The system warned that the palace was fraught with danger, filled with traps. Lin Fan cautiously moved 10 meters forward before crouching down, narrowly avoiding a deadly volley of arrows that could instantly kill a level 20 player. Immediately after, fiery glyphs activated on the pillars, revealing 6 stone serpents that unleashed intersecting fire columns sweeping across. A first-time player encountering this would instinctively retreat, unknowingly triggering traps leading to a blade-filled pit. Lin Fan, however, remained perfectly still, only moving when the fire columns were less than a meter away, calmly slipping through the sudden gap. Die enough times, and you get the hang of it. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, recalling the painful experience of being wiped out here with his team. Their poor healer kept reviving them, only to watch them get instantly killed by the traps again, nearly driven to tears. Entering the ornately decorated main hall, Lin Fan found it empty, save for a throne perched high above. After some thought, he recalled the strategy guide details and approached to move the throne, revealing a hidden door beneath. Descending the spiral staircase, Lin Fan eagerly ventured inside. You have discovered the royal tomb of the Yuhua dynasty. A few minutes later, the system notification confirmed this was indeed a hidden dungeon. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, shrouded in a thick mist, sensing the vastness of the space. As the central magical torch ignited, the entire tomb gradually came into view. The eerie and silent atmosphere might terrify a solo female player, but Lin Fan found it oddly comforting. It reminded him of his past enthusiasm for treasure hunting in ruins, often exploring ancient tombs, dreaming of finding a divine soul seal to skyrocket his power. As his vision cleared, Lin Fan saw a tall black sarcophagus on the central altar, flanked by 3 silver coffins, seemingly worshipping the black coffin's occupant. Just coffins? Where's the kingdom's treasure? Lin Fan muttered, frowning, but quickly a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he used his hero staff as a lever, combined with basic attacks, skillfully prying open the large black coffin. With a dull thud of the lid hitting the ground, Lin Fan coughed twice, held his breath, and peered inside. Surprisingly, there were no remains, only a set of purple gold armor engraved with black serpent patterns and an extremely ornate sword. Jackpot! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. These items looked extraordinary, at least high-level purple gear. However, as he reached for the sword hilt, rust suddenly appeared on its surface, crumbling into fragments. Interesting, playing tricks on me, Lin Fan muttered, watching as the armor also disintegrated into ashes. He proceeded to open the 3 silver coffins, finding human remains inside, but the once brilliant high-tier equipment had all turned to dust. Lin Fan speculated that the black coffin likely belonged to King Foreign, who transformed into a loat-ear bone dragon after a mutation. As he pondered, his gaze fell on a treasure chest behind the black coffin. It looked extremely valuable and seemed relatively untouched by time. So, it's here, Lin Fan murmured, opening the treasure chest to reveal 3 war gods' hearts and 5 heavenly feather crystals. The system notification appeared immediately. Exquisite material, War God's Heart X3. Description: the hearts of the finest warriors of the Yuhua Kingdom. Exquisite material, Heavenly Feather Crystal X5. Description: a rare forging treasure, of immeasurable value. Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally found the 2 materials needed for the legendary weapon, the Elven Gem, in this hidden quest. It dawned on him that merely completing the quest wasn't enough. Only by discovering the hidden quest could he obtain these precious materials. Just as Lin Fan was about to pocket the materials, his vision blurred, and the air was filled with the deafening sounds of battle cries. He suddenly realized he was in the midst of a chaotic battlefield. Looking around, Lin Fan saw terrifying shadows flying across the sky. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a massive magical warship, 100 meters long, followed by an entire fleet. They were launching magical cannonballs with the destructive power of small nuclear bombs. The explosions and rumblings were incessant, and the ground shook violently, making Lin Fan's ears ring. After carefully observing, Lin Fan realized this was a reenactment of a historical scene. He was seeing everything from a first-person perspective, and it all seemed incredibly real. Although it wasn't his first time experiencing such a special CG transition, Lin Fan was still awestruck by the scene before him. Thousands of magical soldiers, bearing the Black Serpent battle flag, charged forward relentlessly. From these iconic flags, it was clear that this army belonged to the Yuhua Kingdom. However, when Lin Fan saw their target, he couldn't help but gasp. It was a colossal black dragon, whose wings spread across half the sky. In front of it, the magical warships appeared as fragile as toys, easily overturned with a flap of its wings, then crushed by its claws. Lin Fan was shocked as the system notification read, Dark Dragon King, reverse blood level, unknown. This was the legendary Dark Dragon King. According to the classification of bosses, normal, lord, domain lord, sacred lord, king, and god, this was truly a king-level creature. Lin Fan recalled a dragon master from his past life who could summon a 9-headed dragon. Even his strongest dragon was only domain lord level, far from the terrifying power of this Dark Dragon King. Lin Fan was stunned. Was the fall of the Yuhua Kingdom not due to mass suicide, but rather a massacre by the Dark Dragon King? In the distance, 4 figures on warships rushed towards the Dragon King. These 4 were powerful, their sword swings stirring the elements. Yet, in front of a king-level creature, they were merely slightly larger ants. The fierce battle didn't last long before they were defeated. Only a middle-aged man wearing a crown managed to escape, leading to the collapse of the Yuhua Kingdom's army. The Dark Dragon King ravaged the towns, spreading plagues and curses wherever it went. Millions perished, either burned alive or succumbing to disease, leaving the kingdom in ruins, a sight too tragic to behold. The scene shifted, and Lin Fan found himself in the underground palace. The wounded king, Foreign, was undergoing a transformation. Bone spurs emerged from his arms, and his skin cracked, showing signs of becoming an undead creature. Servants brought him a crystalline red fruit. After consuming it, the process of becoming undead seemed to slow, but it couldn't completely stop the curse from spreading. Curious, Lin Fan checked the fruit's properties. Fruit of life from the reincarnation god tree. Quality, sacred relic. Effect, increases health by 1000 points, can be consumed 0 3 times. This fruit was a sacred relic. Lin Fan couldn't help but covet it, pondering that since Foreign had consumed one, there might be more to find here. In his final moments, Foreign clutched a treasure box tightly, whispering, "Daughter, live well." He took out a black rune stone from the box, his eyes filled with endless regret. Before completely transforming into an undead creature, the priests placed him in this underground tomb. Lin Fan suddenly awoke, breaking free from this vivid vision of the past. The CG scene contained quite a wealth of information. He shook his head, recalling the black rune stone that appeared in the scene, and checked the treasure box Foreign held in his dying moments. A system notification appeared. You have discovered a key to an unknown door. Effect, unknown. Could this possibly be the key to the dragon's treasure vault? Lin Fan was stunned, his eyes fixed on the unique key in his hand. It was crafted from exquisite obsidian into an inverted triangular shape, covered in obscure magical runes that shimmered eerily in the dimly lit tomb chamber. Memories from his past life surged back like a tide. In the black market auction house, a wealthy patron had spent 10,000 gold coins on a similar key, which reportedly led to the discovery of a dragon's treasure, yielding profits many times over. Lin Fan's heart raced. In the realm of deities, dragons held a supreme status, known for their lasciviousness and greed, a trope familiar in many games. Even the treasure of a lesser dragon could easily make him a fortune. Could it be the treasure of the demon dragon king's reversed blood? Lin Fan suppressed his inner excitement and carefully stored the key in his pouch. Whether he could successfully locate the dragon's treasure vault was still uncertain, but the key itself was undoubtedly a profitable asset. Suddenly, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and looked around. Had the tomb chamber grown larger without him noticing? The surroundings were still shrouded in mist, but there was a faint glimmer of candlelight in the distance, stretching towards the southwest. After thoroughly searching the tomb chamber to ensure nothing was overlooked, Lin Fan decided to follow the candlelight. As he proceeded down the passageway, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or reality, but faint music seemed to echo, sometimes near, sometimes far, elusive and mysterious. His vigilance heightened. Lin Fan knew that the gods wouldn't include irrelevant details in a dungeon. He raised his hand and launched a basic attack, sending a fireball roaring into the darkness ahead. The clattering sound of triggered mechanisms suddenly filled the air, as blades, spears, and boulders cascaded from the walls. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Fan's forehead, grateful for his caution. Yet, he was puzzled why were there traps when he already had the loot from the hidden dungeon? After delving deeper for over 10 minutes, the candlelight disappeared entirely, replaced by 3 forks in the path. The music grew clearer, mournful and haunting, resonating eerily through the dark passageways. Lin Fan didn't retreat. He scrutinized the 3 paths before him. Knowing the god's penchant for tricks, he guessed 2 were dead ends, with only one leading to safety. He launched basic attacks, fireballs flying in each direction. In 2 directions, the fireballs struck walls and disappeared, triggering a series of traps. The entire royal tomb echoed with thunderous noise, the traps more powerful than those above the palace. Lin Fan felt fortunate. Had his range not been so impressive, even a larger team might have met their doom. No response from the left. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow but remained cautious. He quickly shielded himself with 9 layers of protection before cautiously stepping onto the left path. Moving forward, no traps were triggered, confirming his judgment. Minutes later, a white magical barrier appeared before him. Lin Fan tentatively launched another basic attack, and the fireball passed silently through the barrier. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the risk. After all, he already had the legendary equipment materials. The worst outcome would be an early return to the city. Steeling himself, he stepped through the barrier and was surprised to find himself unharmed. The scene before him transformed dramatically, with bright light washing over his face. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and a sea of blossoms spread out before him. Looking back, the barrier remained, but the surroundings had changed completely. Is this a pocket world? Lin Fan mused aloud. Only spatial magic could connect to such a realm, and this space was clearly artificially created. In the realm setting, aside from the 4 basic magic types and the light and dark factions, magic involving space and time was the most unique. The teleportation arrays within the Light Dragon Empire were masterpieces of spatial magic, mostly ancient relics, with few players or NPCs capable of wielding them. As for time magic, it was like a legend, unheard of in his past life. 1,000 years ago, the Feathered Kingdom could use spatial magic to create a sanctuary, a testament to its immense power. Unfortunately, it provoked a terrifying entity, leading to its tragic downfall. You have arrived at the Feathered Kingdom Feathered Sanctuary. A prompt appeared before him, leaving Lin Fan dumbfounded. It was a hidden dungeon within a hidden dungeon. Are the gods just stacking surprises here? Lin Fan couldn't help but mentally grumble. Looking around, the space wasn't large, giving off an idyllic vibe. The music was audible, but the musician unseen, was it just background music? Lin Fan murmured to himself, continuing to explore this mysterious sanctuary. He climbed over the hill that had been blocking his view, and the sight before him took his breath away. Not far off, a massive gray tree towered over a sea of flowers. Its branches and leaves were withered, and a few red fruits dotted its limbs, most of which were shriveled. Lin Fan immediately recognized this legendary reincarnation tree, and a shiver ran down his spine. Those red fruits were the sacred relics he had seen in the CG images, the miraculous items that extended King Foran's life. Each one could increase life points by 1,000. Lin Fan was so excited he could hardly contain himself, and was about to dash forward to pick the fruit. However, just as he was about to touch the sacred tree, an invisible barrier forcefully bounced him back. Damage numbers popped up over his head, and a large bump swelled on his forehead. He anxiously surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the tree was encircled by a hexagonal fence, clearly protected by some powerful magical barrier. As he rubbed his forehead, his gaze fell upon a long-decayed harp nearby. In an instant, a vision appeared before him. A stunning woman sat gracefully on the grass, her delicate fingers gently plucking the harp strings. Her lips parted slightly, and her melodious song seemed to carry a deep sense of longing. Lin Fan snapped back to reality, realizing it was merely a reappearance of a past illusion. Examining the woman closely, he noted her simple attire, yet she exuded an innate nobility. Her dust-free eyes and distinctive pointed ears were unmistakable signs of an elf. Driven by curiosity, he checked the woman's attributes, and the result shocked him. Earth Elf Queen, consort of the Empty Moon Kingdom. Yet her attack power was a series of question marks. Lin Fan realized that she was actually the wife of the ancient bone dragon, Foran. A moment of confusion passed through Lin Fan's mind. How could such an extraordinarily beautiful woman become the wife of that old man? But he quickly dismissed the thought, scolding himself for having a mind tainted by a Shuten's perspective. The illusion faded, and the surroundings returned to normal. Lin Fan marveled at the depth of this quest, wondering if his past life's companions, Tian Ci and the others, had also made this discovery. But for now, his attention was entirely captured by the alluring life fruits hanging from the tree. With a sly grin, Lin Fan retreated several hundred meters and began trying to shake the barrier with basic attacks, hoping to dislodge the fruits. To his dismay, however, his current attack power of over 700 points could only inflict 1 point of damage on the barrier. When he checked the barrier's attributes, he was dumbfounded. Advanced Chaos Barrier, with 3 billion health points and 10,000 defense. It was practically invincible. Yet Lin Fan did not give up. He keenly observed that although his basic attacks couldn't truly damage the barrier, the entire reincarnation tree trembled slightly, and the fruits swayed precariously. This gave him hope, so he redoubled his efforts. As he continued his assault, the barrier emitted a series of melodious sounds, as if resonating with the memory of Queen Kong Yu's harp. This peculiar phenomenon puzzled Lin Fan, but he didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on his immediate goal. Suddenly, with a thud, a fruit fell. Overjoyed, Lin Fan quickly changed angles to continue his attack, hoping to shake down more fruits. However, this time was different. The sounds created by his basic attacks became muted, and surprisingly, his attacks began to rebound, nearly striking him. Lin Fan hastily stopped, a startling thought flashing through his mind. This seemingly invincible barrier might have a way to be broken. This realization thrilled him, recognizing that this quest was far more complex and intriguing than he had imagined. Do re mi fa so la? Lin Fan suddenly felt a jolt, as if electricity coursed through his body. Memories of childhood piano lessons at the orphanage flooded back to him. He quickly glanced at the 6 points of the hexagram barrier before him, a flash of insight hitting him. These 6 points might represent 6 musical notes. The persistent piano melody in his ears only reinforced his suspicion. Lin Fan realized that this was guiding adventurers to harmonize with the Earth Spirit Queen across millennia to break what seemed like an unbreakable barrier. Yet, one question still puzzled him. Why did the attacks bounce back? Was it merely because he played the wrong notes? To test his theory, Lin Fan shot fireball attacks at the other 5 directions, and all were reflected back without exception. Frowning in thought, Lin Fan found the barrier strangely familiar. An idea struck him, and he casually released a fire dragon skill. Instantly, the fire position of the hexagram shone brightly, while the other 5 points dimmed. The fire position was precisely where his attack had hit the barrier. Damn, I'm a genius, Lin Fan exclaimed. This meant that each point of the barrier not only represented a different musical note, but also required different magic attributes. To further test his hypothesis, Lin Fan quickly switched to wind mode and released a wind blade. The attack was reflected again, absorbed by his shield. Undeterred, he aimed the wind attack at another position, and this time, a pleasant sound resonated. A small damage number appeared, confirming Lin Fan's theory. Next, he switched to earth mode, using a stone spike. The attack worked. Overjoyed, Lin Fan switched to water mode, firing a water bullet. The damage number surged to 250. 3 fruits dropped, with a dozen more hanging on the tree. Lin Fan knew these fruits could fetch a fortune at auction since they could increase extra life points. However, he was no longer interested in these holy fruits. His goal was grander, to break the barrier and take the entire divine tree home. But Lin Fan soon realized he was in a bind. Having used attacks from 4 elements, he suddenly realized he was missing 2 more for the hexagram's points. The hexagram represented 6 primary magic attributes: water, fire, wind, earth, light, and dark. To take the reincarnation tree home, he needed the 2 missing attributes to break the barrier. As Lin Fan suspected, a few seconds of hesitation exceeded the time limit, and the barrier's health instantly restored to full. The BGM's piano melody looped back. Lin Fan wasn't disheartened. He continued to analyze calmly. He pondered the solution. The best plan was to bring people into the instance, memorize all the BGM notes, and then work together to chop down the tree. Most players were over level 20, and finding someone with the holy light attribute wasn't hard, given the number of light mages and priests. But finding someone with the dark attribute was tricky, as it involved dealing with creatures, and curse mages were targeted by the Light Dragon Empire. Even if he found the right person, how could he ensure they wouldn't leak the information? The reincarnation tree was, after all, a rare treasure of suspected divine quality. Suddenly, Lin Fan slapped his thigh, cursing his own stupidity. The perfect candidate was right in front of him, Fatty. That guy was a light-dark swordmaster, possessing both light and dark attributes, and the first disciple of the holy swordmaster Binghe. Lin Fan immediately sent a private message. Drop whatever you're doing and get into the party for the instance. Busy picking guild members, Fatty replied impatiently. Do you have any idea how busy I am as the vice president? A ton of people are trying to curry favor with me, and I'm sick of it. Lin Fan wasn't backing down. Stop yapping. I found a divine treasure. Fatty's attitude changed instantly. I really can't. What? A divine treasure? I'm coming right away. He immediately shouted in the guild channel. Madman Wogan, stop flirting. I'm off to help Lil Lin in the instance. You recruit people fast. Madman grumbled. Get lost. You think being handsome lets you do whatever you want? I've had enough of you. Gentle Dreamwing sighed. Don't go, Master Kai. Can I have your number? Frost Snow pouted. Brother Kai promised to help me with quests. Why are you leaving? Wait for me. Seeing so many female players suddenly pop up in the channel, Lin Fan was bewildered. Wait. Since when did we have so many girls in the guild? What are those 2 up to? Madman immediately exposed him. Ladies, don't follow him. I've seen him in real life. He's a 280-pound, 6'8" hairy guy. Fatty froze mid-step, frowning and muttering. Damn. Did Brother Fan sell me out? After pulling Fatty into the party, Lin Fan spent half an hour painstakingly using his scant knowledge of music to record all the notes in sequence and sent them to the party channel. Knowing that Fatty wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, Lin Fan thoughtfully marked the positions of the light and dark formation corners beneath the divine tree's barrier. He believed that as long as Fatty could follow the commands, the 2 of them would successfully chop down the tree. However, things didn't go as Lin Fan had hoped. As soon as Fatty arrived at the dungeon palace, he encountered an unexpected situation. What the heck? The stones are spitting fire. I think I'm done for, he shouted in panic. Lin Fan quickly responded. Wait for me, I'm on my way. To Lin Fan's surprise, the tree-cutting plan hadn't even started when Fatty had already messed up. He got roasted by the traps like a delicious suckling pig and had to start over. Despite Lin Fan constantly guiding him through the earpiece, Fatty still managed to fail at the traps 5 times. Without a priest to resurrect him, Fatty had no choice but to keep trying again and again. 2 hours later, Fatty finally managed to get through the traps with his level 20 hero gear, strong resistance, and high health, and he met up with Lin Fan in the Pure Land. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy freaking cow! Fatty, clad in black armor, yelled excitedly upon seeing the divine tree. I thought you were exaggerating, but there's really a divine tree here. Lin Fan threw him 2 life fruits. Here, eat these. Fatty didn't even look at them carefully and just stuffed them into his mouth hole. This is insane. 1 fruit increased my health by 1,000. Fatty exclaimed in delight. Being in class profession, his health was already over 7,000, and now, with 2 fruits, it was nearing the 10,000 mark. Lin Fan tossed him another one. Try if you can eat it. Fatty tried to stuff it in his mouth but stopped, Can't eat it. I've reached the limit. But it says I can eat one more. Same here, Lin Fan replied. He initially thought it was because his base profession had lower attribute growth, so he couldn't consume 3. Now it seemed that even Fatty with his class profession couldn't reach the limit, indicating some other restriction. Maybe it's related to level, like 1 fruit every 10 levels? Fatty speculated. Lin Fan was taken aback. Despite Fatty's seemingly simple-minded demeanor, he had a sort of hidden wisdom. His guess might very well be correct. Lin Fan explained the method to break the barrier in detail to Fatty, and they each took their positions. Stand ready for my signal. Switch between light and dark. You should be more familiar with this technique than I am, Lin Fan said. After being beaten hundreds of times, how could I not be? Tree monster, here I come. Fatty chuckled. However, what seemed like simple operations in theory turned out to be quite challenging in practice. During the first few attempts, they either couldn't keep up with the rhythm or their coordination overlapped, forcing them to wait for the BGM to start again. Keep chopping, Lin Fan shouted. Fire, wind, water, still water. He tapped out 4 notes and then called, dark. Fatty immediately switched to his dark sword and sliced the barrier. The melodious sound of the zither filled the air, and brilliant notes shimmered on the barrier. Light, strike. Lin Fan called out again. Fatty swiftly stabbed with his sword, causing the barrier's health to plummet, and a bunch of shriveled fruits fell from the tree. Lin Fan was ecstatic, his heart racing with joy. His hypothesis was spot on. As long as they coordinated well, this method was indeed effective. Together, they executed over 10 attribute cycles, causing the entire divine tree to tremble violently, with withered fruits dropping in abundance. You've got to be kidding me, Fatty exclaimed, transforming into a foot-scratching warrior on the spot, unleashing a magical sword aura. The force of this attack was astonishing, instantly reducing the chaotic barrier's health by a whopping 30 million. With a thunderous crash, the hefty man's slash descended like a bolt of lightning. The formidable barrier shattered instantly under the blow, and a strange light shot skyward, as if heralding the awakening of some mysterious power. Holy crap, did we really pull it off? The hefty man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what lay before him. Lin Fan squinted, a sense of joy bubbling inside him. Looks like we did it. In his mind, he saw the serene smile of the elf queen, as fleeting as melting spring snow. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the sky changed color. The towering reincarnation divine tree seemed to age 1,000 years in an instant. Its leaves rustled and fell, and its trunk crumbled into decay. Good heavens! Lin Fan was thunderstruck. What the heck is going on? My money tree. The two exchanged bewildered glances, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Had all their efforts been for nothing? Are these gods messing with me? Lin Fan fumed. They give the fruit but not the tree. That's just playing dirty. At that moment, a system notification sounded, sharp as a slap in the face. Congratulations! You've perfectly cleared the mystery of ascension. Would you like to announce it to the server? Use anonymity? Lin Fan was crestfallen. To hell with perfect clearance. The divine tree's gone. What's the point? That tree, capable of bearing sacred fruits, was his prized possession. He had hoped to transplant it to the guild base so everyone could benefit. Now, his dreams were dashed. This is a total loss. Lin Fan cursed. Though he had gained over 20 life fruits, it was nothing compared to the value of the entire divine tree. The server announcement boomed like thunder. Players Fanshin and Kai Yi have brilliantly solved the legendary mystery of Ascension Dungeon. Reward: 10 talent points, 30,000 reputation points, and 200 gold coins. The whole server erupted in excitement. 10 talent points were like manna from heaven. But Lin Fan couldn't muster any joy. To him, the rewards were a mere drop in the ocean. Boss, don't be disheartened. These rewards aren't bad. The hefty man tried to console Lin Fan, only to receive a glare in return. Suddenly, a glint flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Wait, there's something glowing in that pile of decayed wood. Like ravenous dogs, they rushed over. There, nestled among the debris, was a tiny sprout the size of a pinky finger, vibrant and emerald, exuding a mysterious glow. Holy, could it be? Lin Fan carefully cradled it in his hand, eagerly inspecting its attributes. Reincarnation divine tree sapling. Quality, divine. Description: a sprout from the first tree of the world, reborn every millennium. Traits: once matured, it can bear 6 types of sacred fruits: fire life, water mana, wind agility, earth resistance, dark critical, light luck. Cultivation requirements: rootless water, heaven's holy soil. Current status: lacks conditions, can only bear life fruit. Oh my god! The hefty man danced with excitement. Isn't this the legendary Peidoan artifact? Once we nurture it, we'll be unstoppable. Lin Fan was overjoyed, not just because of the sapling, but because he knew where to find the 2 sacred items. Rootless water is in the northern desert forbidden zone. Heaven's holy soil is hidden in the imperial capital's holy light church. He calculated, I can't get them now, but one day I will. Carefully storing the sapling, the two left the dungeon. With less than 6 hours until the guild battle, Lin Fan urgently reviewed the guild member list. Damn it, we're short 4 people. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Madman, spare no effort to recruit. Get them in first. We'll deal with the rest later. Exiting the frozen valley and returning to the icy plains, Lin Fan was surprised to find that in just a few short hours, the place had become a bustling hub for players. The group of players had generally reached level 20, with nearly half of them having completed their class awakening in preparation for the guild's Stronghold battle, significantly boosting their combat power. These players, adept at handling elite monsters, roamed the monster-infested maps, clad in a variety of gear and wielding weapons glowing with magical light. However, not everyone was in a rush to awaken. Some confident players, having already met the awakening conditions, held back, waiting for the chance to unlock hidden classes. Their eyes gleamed with ambition, unwilling to settle for lower-tier classes. In the midst of battle, a knight charged forward with a roar, while behind him, a priest waved his staff, casting beams of light. However, things quickly took a strange turn. Priest, are you trying to kill me or heal me? Why are you attacking me? The knight shouted, as his health visibly plummeted. The priest hurriedly explained, Knight, I know you're in a hurry, but please hold on. My skill is a bit unusual. Damn it, the knight roared again. You heal me, and my health drops like crazy? What's wrong with you? This bizarre scene caught the attention of Lin Fan and his friend, Fatty. They paused their return to the city, staring in disbelief at what was unfolding. Fatty rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Am I seeing things? How is that little priest's healing making his teammate lose health? Lin Fan was equally stunned. He considered himself knowledgeable, yet he had never encountered such a peculiar priest. The 6-member team was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 elite monsters. Normally, a team with 3 awakened classes should have handled such creatures with ease. However, with the little priest's assistance, things were in chaos. The frontline knight was chugging health potions while cursing, on the verge of being killed by his own priest's healing. Damn it! The knight finally exploded. Kill him. This guy is deliberately sabotaging us. I've never seen such a useless teammate. Yeah. Another teammate chimed in. If you want to survive, Archer, shoot him down now. Amidst the chaos, the team barely managed to defeat the Icefield Wolves. But even after the battle, their fury hadn't subsided, and they turned their anger toward the troublesome priest. The little priest, frightened, backed away, hastily explaining, Guys, please don't be mad. My skill really works like this. It only kicks in after losing 90 health, trust me. Spicy Chicken Burger, a teammate sneered. I'm Qin Huang. Do you believe me or him? Sensing danger, the little priest, with the ID dormitory god of war, tried to run. But his frail figure was no match for the seasoned archer. The archer, named Chicken Burger, raised his bow and unleashed a triple shot, the arrows whizzing through the air, aiming straight for the priest's back. The attack by Spicy Chicken Burger landed perfectly, but what followed was an astonishing scene. The young priest remained unscathed, and instead, his health increased significantly as 233 green numbers repeatedly appeared. Damn, he's using hacks. Spicy Chicken Burger exclaimed, leaving his 5 teammates dumbfounded. The chubby player widened his eyes and shouted, pointing at the young priest, definite proof. This time it's undeniable. I've always said someone must be cheating in this game. The mage in the group, skeptical, unleashed several sharp wind blades. However, each strike on the young priest only served to boost his health further. The other teammates also joined in, unleashing various skills like a torrential downpour, yet nothing could harm the young priest. Stop attacking. Oh no, we're doomed. The goddess of the dormitory exclaimed in panic. Seriously, stop attacking. My skills are acting up. Help, you 2 pros. These people are unreasonable and keep trying to kill me, and I don't know why. She stumbled towards Lin Fan and his companion, pleading for help. The chubby player looked at Lin Fan, who pondered for a moment and said, This priest has some tricks. Can you handle those 5 alone? Huh. Even if there were 10 or 8 more, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gap in my teeth. The chubby player laughed heartily, stepping in front of the young priest. His silver hair fluttered, and his face was a mix of sternness and charm. With a wave of his hands, 2 enchanted swords, one bright and one dark, appeared out of thin air. Lin Fan commented, Not bad. Your gear has improved. The chubby player nearly stumbled, then turned to grin foolishly, 6 feet tall, 18 cm. Am I kidding you? Would you die if you stopped bragging? Lin Fan retorted irritably. What do you mean by this? Can't you see she's deliberately wasting our time farming? Spicy Chicken Burger questioned. The chubby player smirked. No big deal. Ganging up on a priest is nothing. Try picking on me if you dare. The opponent wasn't intimidated and sneered. So what if you're a brank magic swordsman? I'm a brank light ranger too. As he spoke, a cluster of light arrows shot forth, stirring up a storm of wind and snow, their power formidable. The chubby player remained calm, casually raising his dark sword to deflect the light arrows with a shimmering swing, shattering them into pieces. Block! The light ranger gasped, clearly not expecting his trump card to be so easily neutralized. Seeing this, the storm mage from the backline immediately attacked, weaving a fierce wind net aimed at the chubby player. The chubby player combined his bright and dark swords into a single broadsword of intertwined light and darkness. With a sweeping slash, he unleashed a cross-shaped sword beam that not only tore through the wind net, but also targeted the storm mage 30 meters away. Magic swordsmen can attack from a distance? The storm mage's eyes widened in disbelief as the sword beam flew towards him. In the next moment, a chilling damage value appeared, and he vanished in a flash of white light. Double critical hit? What kind of skill is this? I've never heard of a magic swordsman having such a move. Spicy Chicken Burger and his team were utterly bewildered, their limbs turning cold, completely stunned by the scene. The chubby player, full of pride, pointed his broad sword at the group, a cold gleam in his starry eyes. Come on, who else wants to try? I'll teach you a lesson. Strength professions are truly broken, Lin Fan muttered to himself. He knew that the double critical hit was originally a unique trait of dual-wielding warriors, requiring significant mana and luck to execute, and typically only available to regular warriors at level 30 or higher. But the strength profession of Light and Dark Swordmaster had more mana than an awakened mage, allowing the chubby player to use it freely. Of course, this skill had its drawbacks. After the two enchanted swords merged into a broadsword, attack speed and movement speed would drop significantly, a fatal flaw in expert duels. However, the chubby player cleverly masked this by posing as a supreme warrior, and given the opponent's lack of skill, the intimidation effect was overwhelming. Remember my ID. If you don't want to die, scram. The chubby player brazenly displayed his Kai Master insignia. The Spicy Chicken Burger Ranger hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "And shrank professional. He's the vice president of Godslayer. Guys, retreat." Hearing the title of Enshrank Professional, the group was scared out of their wits and fled in panic, disappearing into the vast icy wilderness. I could take down a dozen of those weaklings, the chubby player boasted, putting away his enchanted swords, his head held high. You're awesome. Add me as a friend. Let me ride on your coattails. The goddess of the dormitory quickly said, her flattery pouring in like a tide, making Kai Master feel quite pleased. Meeting each other is fate. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. The chubby guy laughed heartily, patting the young priest on the shoulder. The young priest seized the moment, showering compliments that had Kai grinning from ear to ear. You sure are something, Kai laughed in response. Other priests save lives, but you, my friend, are a master at backstabbing your teammates. In a way, that's quite the talent. Oh, not at all. The young priest replied modestly. You're too kind, Kai. Your swordplay is truly impressive. They continued to exchange praises until they finally added each other as friends. At this point, Lin Fan interrupted their small talk and got straight to the point. Did you get the soul seal? The female dorm warrior panicked at the mention, ducked down, and dashed away like an arrow. Seeing this, Lin Fan quietly chanted a spell, and a stone wall rose up, blocking her path. She attempted to climb over but failed due to her low agility and had no choice but to find another route. The chubby guy frowned, quickly caught up, and grabbed the female dorm warrior. Hey, that's not cool. Why are you running when we're just asking a question? He said, his expression turning serious as he held a light sword to her throat. Please, spare me. The female dorm warrior immediately surrendered, raising her hands in defeat. It's hard for me to level up again if I die. Lin Fan approached with a smile, reassuring her, don't worry, just show me the attributes of the soul seal. It's already bound to your character and can't be dropped. Really? It won't drop? She sighed in relief, glancing hesitantly at Lin Fan. The chubby guy, growing impatient, felt disappointed in the young priest for not recognizing Kai's reputation. Come on, don't you know Fan the God? He wouldn't take your gear for some low-level stuff. Fan the God, the Triple Crown champion. The young priest finally noticed Lin Fan's blood-red ID and exclaimed in surprise. Let's move. There are too many mobs here. We'll find a quieter place, Lin Fan suggested, casually summoning a fire dragon that incinerated the surrounding ice plain, thieves into ashes. The massive damage numbers popped up continuously, leaving the female dorm warrior speechless. That's insanely powerful, she muttered, awestruck by the inhuman damage. The three of them moved to a quieter area. The female dorm warrior hesitantly said, I can show you the soul seal, but promise you won't laugh when you see it. Come on, it's not like we're asking you to reveal something embarrassing. It's just a soul seal, the chubby guy couldn't help but tease. Blushing, the female dorm warrior shared her panel in the team chat. Right hand of the cursed king. Heroic level passive skill 1. When healing a target, there's a chance to trigger cursed healing, reducing the target's HP by 90, while increasing all attributes of allies by 90. Current cursed healing trigger chance is 50. God's review. Cherish your allies, stay away from curses, and tread carefully. Passive skill 2. When insulted by a target, the curse activates, gaining 90 of the target's mana. When attacked by an ally, gain 90 of the ally's HP. God's review. Sabotaging teammates? Sounds about right. Well, this is... The chubby guy was left speechless. Even the gods seemed fed up. I suddenly feel like giving him a good beating. Lin Fan, however, started clapping, saying with a smile, "Join our Godslayer guild. We could use a strong priest like you." The female dorm warrior asked in surprise, "Do you really think I can do it?" As you can see, not many teammates can handle my pitfalls. If I say you can, then you certainly can, Lin Fan replied calmly. In his mind, Lin Fan thought that this heroic level soul seal was just a step below god level, and its absurd skills were unprecedented. Any heroic level soul seal couldn't possibly be trash. Draining health to trigger an all-attribute boost doesn't just increase attack power. It enhances agility, critical hits, and even critical damage. When used correctly, this skill could be incredibly powerful. As for the second skill, it was a classic self-serving survival skill. Those not defeated by me will only make me stronger. The mysterious origin of the soul mark held by the goddess of the dormitory is quite an intriguing tale. One day, he happened upon an old man fishing in the beginner village and struck up a conversation. The old man, a priest of the village church, enjoyed fishing in his spare time but never seemed to catch anything normal. Instead, he often reeled in strange items, and even corpses and magical beasts were not uncommon catches. Frustrated, he believed he was cursed and shared his woes with the goddess of the dormitory. Dismissing the old man's concerns as mere lack of skill, the goddess of the dormitory, an avid fishing enthusiast himself, decided to demonstrate his prowess. However, after an entire day, he had no luck either. Just as he was about to give up, he finally felt a tug on his line. Excitedly pulling up his catch, he was shocked to find a jade arm instead of a fish. Before he could process what had happened, the arm suddenly merged into his body. And so, he unexpectedly gained the heroic level soul mark known as the right hand of the cursed king. When he tried to find the old priest to ask about it, the man had vanished without a trace. You think I'm a kid to believe such fairy tales? Getting a heroic level soul mark is not that easy, scoffed the chubby man. I'm not lying, I swear. The goddess of the dormitory quickly defended. This thing's been causing me trouble, getting me kicked from teams dozens of times. It's been a nightmare trying to reach level 20. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. He understood how the misunderstanding arose due to the team not knowing the soul mark's attributes. Just earlier, the goddess of the dormitory almost got the team's knight killed, nearly leading to a disastrous wipe. He's probably telling the truth, Lin Fan explained. There are many ways to acquire soul marks, and luck is one of them. He himself was an example. Who would have thought that answering questions could earn him a god-level soul mark? It was just another form of divine opportunity. I'm sending you a guild invitation, Lin Fan said. Master, I'm sticking with you. I'd be honored to be your follower. The chubby man quickly corrected himself, shooting an awkward grin. With a top player like Lin Fan backing him, forming a team for dungeons would be much easier. The three of them headed towards a city. With only a few hours left before the guild's Stronghold battle, the World Channel was flooded with messages recruiting skilled players. The first guild Stronghold battle was crucial, and many guilds were willing to spend big to recruit, but the major guilds had already filled their 300 player slots with top-tier players, requiring a hard minimum of level 20. Lin Fan checked the guild roster, which currently had fewer than 50 members, mostly female life players, a clear result of the antics of the two perverted guys, Madman and Chubby. However, Lin Fan was not worried. The influence of the Divine Realm was far beyond other online games, and numerous former professional experts were gradually joining. Many top players were still only in their teens, or even lower levels. Aside from the top 10 random king players, these were the people he needed to recruit. The game was still in the early stages, where differences in class awakening and top-level tiers weren't yet significant. Lin Fan was looking for true masters of skill and strategic awareness. So many red names. Why are there so many red names here? The goddess of the dormitory exclaimed. The group stopped in their tracks, noticing a sudden influx of red-named players on the outskirts of the ice field, forming a small battle group within seconds. Sword Inquiry Guild members temporarily retreat from the ice field grind spot. Quickly, the Azura Guild is here, shouted Sword Inquiry South guest. The nearby Sword Inquiry Guild members quickly retreated upon hearing this, and about 50 or 60 people swiftly left. Other scattered players also felt the pressure, cursing the unruly group while obediently leaving the area. Azura Guild? What's that? Are they really that intimidating? A few hundred people are afraid of their few dozen? Chubby grumbled, then noticed the leading red-named players eyeing them, prompting him to draw his dual light dark swords. A cold glint passed through Lin Fan's eyes. This group of red-named players had let others go. Their target was clearly them. The Azura Guild was a group of red-named players who, besides robbing ordinary players, primarily accepted bounties targeting players who had offended wealthy patrons. Once targeted by these skillful, well-equipped vultures, it was rare for a lone player to withstand them. Lin Fan remembered many players in his previous life being driven to quit by these people. Boss, I think it's them. Even though their IDs are anonymous. That magic swordsman should be the Godslayer Kai, said Azura Water God. And Shrank Awakening class? Looks like a tough nut to crack, said the leader. A level 23 master thief wearing a black cloak with a sinister gaze. What should we do? Should we run with them? The goddess of the dormitory asked, but his body had already retreated several meters, acting far more honestly than his words suggested. The hefty guy angrily shouted, his eyes blazing as he glared at his teammate. Get over here. Can't you see we've been flanked? Going there is a death wish. The dormitory's battle goddess was startled and quickly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, two teams of red-named players had stealthily moved to the hillside near the ice field, ready to cut off their escape route. At that moment, the leader of the Azura Guild, Yin, spoke coldly. Are you Fanshin? Lin Fan nodded calmly, his tone steady. Yes, I am. May I ask whose contract you've taken? Yin's lips curled into a cold smile. It's you. All right. The rest is business confidentiality. Prepare to die. Once this is done, I'll be waiting for you at the respawn point. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Oh, so killing me once isn't enough. You plan to camp me at the respawn point too? The Azura Water God scoffed, judging by your tone. Do you think you can escape? Do yourself a favor and delete your account, quit the game, and spare yourself the embarrassment of being spawn camped. The hefty guy wasn't having any of it. He slammed his dual swords into the ground and taunted. Come on, let's see who quits the game. Your grandpa Kai is right here. Try killing me. The Azura Water God's expression shifted slightly. Although Shrank professions were rumored to be formidable, he didn't believe the three of them could stir up much trouble. Lin Fan remained composed, a hint of impatience in his voice. Come on, let's get this over with. I'm quite busy. His audacity made the members of the Azura Guild frown, uncertain of what he might be relying on. The dormitory's battle goddess, who was initially ready to flee, seemed to find a backbone and hurried back. Mimicking the hefty guy, he shouted, at worst, we'll fight it out. What's with you guys? A bunch of uncivilized trash. Yin spoke in a low voice. Apologies, Lin Fan. Someone paid 5,000 gold coins for your head. The Azura Water God shouted angrily. And you dare call yourself a magic god? Die, all of you. With that, he began casting a water magic wave. A massive blue wave surged towards the trio. Lin Fan stepped forward, a hexagram glowing beneath his feet. The blazing sun shield instantly materialized, easily blocking the wave's attack. The Azura Water God was stunned. Didn't break through? This attack should have dealt at least 600 damage, yet it hadn't even broken the shield. Lin Fan turned to the hefty guy. I'll handle the enemies behind us. You take care of the ones in front? The dormitory's battle goddess quickly asked. What about me? What should I do? Maybe heal a bit. Lin Fan quickly shook his head. No, just sit tight and watch. He thought to himself, this guy must be joking. If the little priest could trigger a full attribute enhancement for them, it would be fine, but a single mistake, and he might heal them to death. With his red-named ID, if the red-name title was triggered, he'd lose everything. The equipment wasn't a big deal, but losing the reincarnation divine tree would be a disaster. The dormitory's battle goddess muttered dejectedly, then what should I do? I'm a burden. Seeing this, Lin Fan patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't think of it that way. In my eyes, you're a secret weapon, just waiting for the right moment. The dormitory's battle goddess perked up, muttering, I'm a secret weapon. Strong ones naturally come out last. That's true. The hefty guy grinned. My big sword has been itching for a fight. With that, he charged forward like an arrow, swiftly reaching the enemy's frontline melee fighters. The Azura Guild's rear archers immediately aimed at him, unleashing a barrage of arrows. The hefty guy swung his dual swords wildly, deflecting most of the arrows. Though a few struck him, his nearly 10,000 HP made it negligible. Reverse light triple slash, he shouted, his light sword blade gleaming as he executed a rapid 3-hit combo. This was a branch sword skill exclusive to the light and dark sword masters, with each hit's damage increasing proportionally. The knight with 6,000 HP was shocked, retreating repeatedly, feeling as if his broadsword was about to be shattered. What kind of ridiculous damage is this? The knight, seasoned in battle, activated his taunt skill to boost his resistance and absorb damage. The hefty man smirked disdainfully, a glint of cunning in his eyes, as if he had already figured out his opponent's mind. With a swift horizontal slash of his shadowy sword, the moment his basic attack struck the knight's armor, a burst of dark energy erupted. The dark magic curse instantly reduced the knight's defense and critical resistance. The hefty man let out a triumphant roar, his aura overwhelming. His dark sword cursed his opponent once more, while his light sword enhanced his own attributes. With another precise thrust, he hit the vital spot, dealing a critical hit of 2,000 damage. The knight fell to the ground, defeated in an instant. Shilua Inian stood dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the fallen knight. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and said, "Whether you're sent by Tianxi or Long Hin, I can only say you didn't bring enough people." Before his words had faded, Lin Fan waved his staff, summoning flames in the air. In an instant, a majestic fire dragon descended from the sky, swooping down on the Shilua players tasked with blocking him. The players screamed in terror as the dragon charged into the crowd like a ravenous wolf among sheep, raining fireballs and engulfing everything in flames. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield turned into a scene of hell. 7 or 8 beams of white light flashed successively as the defeated players were sent back to their respawn points. The female Dorm's war goddess swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "A super carry. I'm sticking with him. Mom won't worry about me finding a party for dungeons anymore." Shilua Inian wiped the sweat from his forehead, shocked. At least 500 meters away. How did he do that? With no time to dwell, he immediately led his elite assassins forward, shouting orders, "Earth mages, use slow skills. Don't let him escape." Facing the earth magic quagmire that suddenly appeared on the ground, Lin Fan remained calm. "Run? Why would I run? You're all red-named like me. Killing red-named players makes money fast." He stood motionless, like an unshakable tower of defense. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly, thinking these guys might be adept at hunting regular players, but targeting him and the hefty man, both class professionals, was a path to self-destruction. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, suspecting this might be a probe, with the other side using Shilua society to gather intel on him, especially regarding the attributes of his soul imprint. Shilua Inian led a pack of thieves charging like mad dogs, with over a dozen ghostly figures attacking from all directions. An ordinary mage would have panicked at such a sight, but Lin Fan remained composed. He knew that enhancing his defenses was better than running. The hefty man, in the midst of a rampage, saw this and wanted to return to protect Lin Fan, but he was surrounded by enemies. Even if victory seemed impossible, the enemies were determined to hold him back. Shilua Inian sneered, "Enter stealth." With those words, over a dozen shadows vanished, the air growing still with a deadly tension blanketing the icy plain. This group's success stemmed from having nearly half its members as thieves. Against the strong, they entangle. Against the weak, they kill. Against many, they retreat using stealth. Blades and swords flashed, deadly attacks followed one after another. Yet Lin Fan stood firm, not retaliating, while it was Shilua Inian and his men who began to panic. Shields. More damn shields. Shilua Inian was nearly spitting blood, unable to believe whether this man was a mage or a heavy-armored knight. Though Lin Fan appeared strong outwardly, he had been secretly preparing all along. From the initial verbal exchanges, he had been stacking shields. Carrying thousands of gold coins and numerous treasures, he had no intention of letting these red-named players take them. "Stormblade," Lin Fan murmured softly. Suddenly, a torrential rain fell, with drops transforming into blades spreading outward from Lin Fan, covering a 20-meter radius. Damage numbers popped up rapidly, revealing the true forms of over a dozen thieves. Shilua Inian was taken aback. "A dual-element mage?" Lin Fan smirked slightly, sighing. Didn't the person who hired you explain the situation? Or were you set up?" The stealth skill of thieves is indeed troublesome for mages, but it has a fatal flaw. Once they take damage, they automatically become visible, and the stealth skill enters a long cooldown. Shilua Inian's face turned pale, a chilling sensation creeping through him. "Damn it! How do we break through the shield?" This frustrated cry echoed across the battlefield, filled with the rogues' anxiety and unease. Their attacks fell like rain on Lin Fan's shield, but none could penetrate it. Just as one rogue exhausted himself to shatter one shield, another instantly formed in front of Lin Fan, glowing brilliantly. This sight nearly drove the rogues to madness. Lin Fan waved his hands, murmuring, "Wind Whisperer, voice of the gale." In an instant, 2 hexagrams flared around him, emitting dazzling light. The power of magic surged like a tide, and the rogues felt a powerful force pushing them away as if they were flies caught in a gust. Simultaneously, Lin Fan felt the magic within him flow faster, significantly boosting his attack speed. This scene left Xiao Luo Yin in utter shock. His mind raced, incredulous at the thought. Mastering 3 types of magic simultaneously? Is this guy insane? What shocked him even more was that Lin Fan unleashed such a wide array of magic without showing any signs of fatigue, not even needing a single mana potion. Xiao Luo Yinyan thought to himself, does this bastard have unlimited mana? Even an awakened archmage couldn't achieve this. Seeing the situation turning against them, Xiao Luo Shui Shin led a few mages forward, attempting to focus their attacks on Lin Fan to create an opening for their guild leader and others. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze sweeping over them. With a casual swing, he sent a basic attack their way, and Xiao Luo Shui Shun felt a powerful force strike him, instantly losing 800 health points. Just as Xiao Luo Shui Shin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt engulfed by raging flames. The fire spread rapidly over his body, and the searing pain was unbearable. He cried out in disbelief, impossible! How can passive damage deal 4,300? Before he finished speaking, his body turned into a beam of white light, returning to the spawn point. Lin Fan's eyes were sharp as he surveyed the remaining enemies, coldly saying, had enough? If so, it's my turn now. Xiao Luo Yinyan and his men felt a chill run through them. Just as they were about to retreat, the ground suddenly trembled. A ushaped stone wall rose from the icy surface, encircling all the rogues. Simultaneously, a mire appeared out of nowhere, trapping Xiao Luo Yinyan and his group's feet. The rogues' prized agility and stealth were rendered useless by Lin Fan's combination of skills. They were like trapped beasts in a snare, unable to stir any further commotion. A 4-element mage. The members of the Xiao Luo Guild finally realized the terrifying nature of the man before them. They couldn't fathom that someone would dare to master 4 types of magic simultaneously. A blazing fireball began to form in Lin Fan's hand, radiating an intimidating heat. He deliberately avoided Xiao Luo Yinyan, letting the guild leader witness his subordinates falling one by one. As the rogues fell, the ground began to fill with dropped equipment and coins. Lin Fan glanced around, showing a disdainful expression. Wow, quite a bit of money, but the gear is trash. You treat level 15 blue items as treasures? Xiao Luo Yinyan's face turned ashen, his inner rage nearly consuming him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You damn it. Even if you don't give me the money, I'll hunt you down forever. Hearing this, Lin Fan flashed a radiant yet chilling smile. We'll talk about that next time, but today's business isn't over yet. What do you want to do? Xiao Luo Yinyan's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. Send you all to quit the game. Lin Fan's reply was brief and ruthless. On the other side of the battlefield, Fatty was wreaking havoc. His black armor was stained with enemy blood, and though he had lost 2/3 of his nearly 10,000 health points, he continued to charge bravely. At his feet lay a large number of the Xiao Luo Guild's melee fighters. Without the protection of the front line, the mages and priests in the back were as fragile as paper before Fatty. Damn, this is awesome. Fatty shouted in excitement, waving his weapon and continuing his assault. The battle was reaching its end, turning into a one-sided massacre. Lin Fan's gaze moved across the battlefield to the distant AI city. He keenly noticed a few figures standing on the city wall. Among them, one particularly striking man stood out, holding a legendary bow, towering above the rest. Observing the battle from afar was none other than the leader of Long Hin, Yi Kongqing. He locked eyes with Lin Fan from a distance. Both of them wore indifferent expressions, exchanging no words, yet the tension between them was palpable. Let's go, Yi Kongqing said, choosing not to engage with Lin Fan. He led his subordinates away from the city walls. The group reached a safe location, and Yi Kongqing turned to a level 21 archer beside him. The archer, clad in blue gear, appeared rather ordinary. How strong is he? Yi Kongqing asked bluntly. Standing next to him, Pa Qianjun furrowed his brows and spoke with a heavy tone. Very strong. Strong enough to make me question the game's balance. He continued his analysis. His health is unknown, but from the way he held his ground against the siege, he seems very confident in it. At least, it's higher than the first-tier mages. Yi Kongqing nodded slightly. What about other aspects? Pa Qianjun took a deep breath and elaborated. His skill and game awareness are top-notch, far surpassing Zhu Shuangshuang. Especially his skill usage, it's incredible. I've seen people use the Earth Mage skill, shaking stone vines, but none as delicately as Fan Shun. What concerns me most is his combat awareness. It's like an adult playing with children, easily outmaneuvering the veterans of the Shilua Guild. He deliberately draws the thieves into a trap, leaving them no escape. Zhu Shuangshuang, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and interjected, that's just temporary. Pa Qianjun remained unfazed, stating he was merely stating facts. Yi Kongqing's face darkened. You don't need to tell me what I already know. As someone with great pride, he believed his skills were close to professional level. Yet in front of Lin Fan, he felt immature. Pa Qianjun chuckled. Understood, leader. As a tactical mastermind personally invited by Yi Kongqing, he had excelled in multiple strategy games and was well-versed in data analysis. He continued, from the known information, he possesses a god-level soul imprint, which enhances range and mana. Whether it boosts attack power or critical hit attributes is unknown. A god-level soul imprint? Zhu Shuangshuang and Zhang Tianqi exclaimed. It was a treasure they dreamed of, but its acquisition remained a mystery. Even with Yi Kongqing's vast resources and connections in the divine realm, he had yet to obtain any solid information about god-level soul imprints. Pu Qianjun calmly stated, indeed, I've seen similar imprints that match a mage. The lord-level enhancement is at most 300 meters, while the spirit level is unclear, but it shouldn't be much higher. Yi Kongqing frowned and asked, wait, you said he can stack range, but what about mana? Pu Qianjun explained, based on his fire talent's flame burn damage values, his base mana is over 40,000? That's impossible, a monster? Zhu Shuangshuang glanced at her own proud 4,000 mana, even with a full set of mana-boosting hero gear. Yet, Fanshin's non-equipped MP value exceeded hers by more than tenfold. Zhang Tianqi looked horrified, grabbing Pu Qianjun by the collar and shouting, are you kidding me? 40,000 MP is higher than a magic-based boss. Pu Qianjun sneered. Believe it or not, or just ask any fire mage. Enough. Yi Kongqing reprimanded coldly, forcing Zhang Tianqi to release his grip reluctantly. Yi Kongqing turned back to Pu Qianjun. What should we be aware of when dealing with him? Explain it all at once. He felt a sense of crisis and needed to curb Lin Fan and the Shisheng Guild's growth before they became a significant threat. Pu Qianjun displayed a shrewd expression. Though he appears to be a 4-element specialist, his damage analysis shows he primarily relies on fire passive talents for output. My advice is to purchase a large amount of fire magic resistance potions and equipment, then force him into close-quarters combat. Overwhelm him with numbers, and victory is assured. Yes, that's the plan. Yi Kongqing agreed with the strategy. He retrieved a green stone from his pouch. This is yours. Join our guild. With that, he kicked out a level 23 class warrior from the guild and sent an invitation to Pu Qianjun. Leader, are you sure about giving it to him? This soul imprint cost you 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Tianqi was shocked, trying to dissuade him. Zhu Shuangshuang also frowned. This soul imprint perfectly complements your class anti-magic archer attributes. Giving it to him is too wasteful. Yi Kongqing scornfully glanced at the soul imprint in his hand. Lin Fan uses a god-level soul imprint. Do you think I'm inferior to him? Ridiculous. This spirit-level soul imprint, which would drive other wealthy players mad, seemed like trash in his hands. I like dealing with straightforward people. Pu Qianjun exclaimed joyfully. A 1-year membership contract, I agree. If not for this soul imprint, he wouldn't have dissolved his guild and willingly joined Long Hin. On the other side, Lin Fan was completely unaware that someone had exposed his vulnerabilities. He was still focused on helping Fatty clean up the battlefield. The ferocity of the battle was astonishing, nearly wiping out the Shura Guild, despite them being just a 3-person team. Fatty looked around and suddenly realized a crucial point. Wait a minute, there are 3 of us. That seemingly ordinary priest might actually be a hidden master. As soon as this idea was suggested, it immediately caught the attention of the surrounding players. Those who had been forced to leave the monster spawning area flocked over, their eyes all on the mysterious little priest. The goddess of the dormitory, the little priest herself suddenly felt immense pressure. She encouraged herself silently. I'm the secret weapon. I need to be confident, and I can't let Big Brother Fan down. Her cheeks flushed as she straightened her back, trying to exude the aura of an expert. Just then, Fatty exclaimed in alarm, oh no, their finance manager seems to have escaped. Otherwise, we could have earned a bounty reward. He explained with regret that the opponent had taken on a big contract worth 4,000 gold coins. Even if they didn't complete the assassination task, according to the rules of red name player hunting, they should have at least collected a quarter of the deposit. At this stage in the divine realm, the conditions for opening a warehouse were extremely stringent. Players could only store gold, equipment, and other items in their backpack. Organizations like the Shura Guild, known for their red name status, typically assign someone to safeguard the gold and rare items they acquired to prevent huge losses if killed. Lin Fan and Fatty searched the ground for a long time, ultimately collecting just over 300 gold coins and a pile of junk equipment. Looking at the meager spoils, Lin Fan, however, smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, they won't get away. This money is our guild's founding fund, and we can't afford to miss it. Fatty was puzzled. But the resurrection point usually doesn't have Imperial guards, and they could easily hide in the safe zone. At that moment, the world channel erupted. The dead Shura Guild players began taunting. Shura Water God. You fake match players, come on, aren't you strong? Come fight at the resurrection point in Iching. Shura Tion Tion. Everyone knows that Fan God's trash only bullies the weak. When he meets foreign teams, he chickens out, and after that, he deliberately loses. I've seen it all. Shura Water God. I admit you're hard to deal with, but watch out. Is it viable to hang your guild members and mess with them? Shura call father. TSK. Water Bro is mighty. I heard their guild girls are quite wild, huh? Over a dozen defeated Shura guild players shamelessly provoked on the World Channel, even threatening to avoid Linfan and specifically target his guild's female members. This rhetoric completely infuriated Fatty, who roared in anger, I'll cut them to pieces. Just wait till I catch them outside the city. Those female members were ones he and Crazy had painstakingly recruited. Other guilds chose to remain silent, secretly watching the drama unfold. However, some solo players who disliked Linfan also joined in the insults. I see it now. This fan god just acts superior because he knows the game better when no one else does. Exactly, this fake match dog. I saw through him years ago. Winning the domestic championship was just because others weren't as experienced. This bandog cost me 200,000 back then. Whoever joins the Godslayer guild, I'll kill on sight. The Shura guild members, relentless in their derogatory remarks, demonstrated a masterful level of trolling. The little priest felt uneasy listening to it all, thinking indignantly, a tiger fallen in a plane gets bullied by dogs. Those red name players are nothing good. Fatty was frustrated and worried about recruiting life players in the future. He expressed his concern. What do we do? They won't dare come for us, but those life players will suffer. Most life players are just sightseeing fans who don't like fighting, and if they're killed repeatedly, they'll definitely leave the guild. Suddenly, Linfan spoke, his tone unusually calm. You two, go into the city and report the coordinates. Fatty was baffled. Report the coordinates for what? I know you're amazing, but Iching has a barrier, and attacks can't go through. Linfan smiled serenely and produced a stone in his hand. Then take a look at this. Fatty looked closely and gasped, a southeastern barrier stone. The chubby guy gave a thumbs up and burst into laughter, exclaiming, wow, boss, are you trying to defy the heavens? Linfan's astonishing feat left everyone around him utterly dumbfounded. The dorm's battle god stood there, bewildered, his mind buzzing with confusion. He was calculating, albeit poorly, that the southeastern outer city was at least 2 to 3 kilometers from the respawn point. He wondered if this guy was a mage, or some kind of cheat code-enabled mortar. Kid, open your eyes wide and take a good look, the chubby guy boasted. This is what a true god-level range looks like. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the nearby fangirls erupted with excitement. Wow, Kai is so handsome. Such dominance. I want to have Kai's babies. The chubby guy was left puzzled, thinking, what did I do to deserve this? At that moment, the water god of Azura mockingly taunted. Oh, and Shrank warrior, huh? If you're so great, stand here forever. If you dare to leave, I'll take care of your sweethearts for you. The chubby guy let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Oh really? Try not to log off then. The members of the Azura Guild were packed around the respawn point, not out of love for the place, but because the Imperial Guards were nearby, watching them closely. The moment they stepped out of the healing zone, they'd be hunted down mercilessly. Coordinates 117.12, we're in position. The chubby guy sent out the coordinates with a determined look. Linfan received the message and immediately announced in the guild channel, everyone, back up 20 meters to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. A little priest, still in disbelief, stammered, really? Can it reach here? Is it really that exaggerated? The chubby guy chuckled, waving his hand. If you don't want to die, stand behind me. My buddy is about to unleash a wave. Before he finished, a dozen guild girls instantly hid behind him, creating quite a comical scene. Qing Feng stood nearby, just as puzzled as the little priest. He roughly estimated the distance between Linfan and the respawn point to be at least 3.5 kilometers. He was at a loss as to how Linfan intended to deal with the red-named players in the safe zone. Meh, boring. A guild knight named Shinjo Iron Cavalry shook his head. I thought we'd gain something from this, but it seems the Triple Crown champ is all talk. The chubby guy shot him a cold glance. Iron Cavalry, keep your eyes open and watch closely. Stop running your mouth. All right, I'm watching, Iron Cavalry replied with disdain. If the guild loses this battle, I'll quit immediately. He was one of the top 10 ordinary kings, listed by Linfan, and joined the guild solely for a level 20 heroic knight's greatsword. Iron Cavalry stood in the guild hall, torn inside. With his 11 class awakening and the prowess of a high-level MT player, he could have joined a top-tier guild, yet he settled here for a piece of equipment. The chubby guy raised an eyebrow and taunted, quit then. Go ahead and quit now, but every time I see you after, I'll cut you down. Iron Cavalry's forehead veins bulged, speechless. He recalled the humiliation of being cut down 5 times by the chubby guy during the initiation spar, and could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. Amidst this tense standoff, a startled shout broke the silence. Fiery horse. A comet hitting the earth? The young priestess's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the sky. Iron cavalry followed her gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. What is this, my god? By the light. Everyone present, including NPCs, looked up in unison. A massive meteor, 100 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared above Edgar City. The meteor's surface ignited with blinding sparks as it clashed with the atmosphere, casting a gigantic shadow over everyone, their faces etched with fear and unease. Azura Water God's curses abruptly ceased, his mouth agape, speechless. The chubby guy snapped back to reality, grabbed two girls and shouted, back up, back up, at least get 50 meters away. No, make it 200 meters to be safe. With that, he turned and bolted. Good grief, brother Fan. Are you kidding me? You want to crush us all to death? He cursed as he ran. Even the one who summoned this meteor couldn't have imagined its power would be this terrifying. Outside the city, Lin Fan was equally stunned by the scene before him. He had thought the A-level skill, Heavenly Meteor Descent, merely had a grandiose name, at most summoning a large stone ball, but he never expected that 2,000 mana points would conjure such a massive meteor. Everyone witnessing this was dumbfounded. This was no mere long-range AoE skill, but a cataclysmic event, like a deity descending. Boom! The meteor crashed to the ground, unleashing waves of shock that flattened numerous NPC structures. Members of the Azura Guild, along with onlookers, were instantly obliterated, and Lin Fan's infamy points skyrocketed. The entire city of Edgar shook violently, akin to a magnitude 9 earthquake. Countless meteor fragments flew in all directions, causing widespread indiscriminate devastation. Lin Fan's combat log scrolled madly, with over 400 damage numbers flashing before him. Beyond the direct magical damage, there were numerous mixed physical injuries from the flying debris. The destructive effect far exceeded his expectations. Half the city collapsed, with over a dozen buildings destroyed, a power comparable to an S-level minor forbidden spell. Lin Fan was awestruck, suddenly realizing that the laws of physics applied in the divine realm world as well. Even if an earth mage mastered this skill, they would never achieve such results, as their range limited the power of Heavenly Meteor Descent. Lin Fan, however, could send the meteor 4 kilometers high, utilizing gravitational acceleration, causing the stone to explode on impact, turning into thousands of meteor fragments with splash damage. Lin Fan unlocked the loot ownership, and the ground was covered with coins that sparkled like a galaxy of stars. This simple act sparked an immediate surge of excitement among the guild members. Folks, the guild leader is showering us with money, shouted Fatty. What are you waiting for? Grab it. Before the words were fully out, a group of players charged forward like hungry wolves, transforming into a band of greedy bandits. The scene was chaotic, akin to a doomsday revelry. We're rich. This windfall is mine. A female player exclaimed with glee. Unexpectedly, the war god of the girls' dorm had barely grabbed over 100 coins before being surrounded by several seemingly delicate female players. Who's pulling my shorts? Are you even human? He cried out in frustration. Fatty, however, was the sharpest of them all. Only fools go for the coins. It's the gear that's truly valuable. With a sly grin, he darted toward a piece of purple armor, swiftly stuffing it into his bag. Level 15 armor, that's a quick 500 coins profit. Qingfeng watched with envy, but his title as the newbie minter held him back. Yet, he soon understood the guild's true essence. Take as much as your skills allow. To hell with honor and integrity. Qingfeng gritted his teeth, climbed over Iron Rider's shoulder, and dove into the pile of gear, helping to split the spoils cleanly with the others. The group gathered at a tavern in the city, where Kai generously booked the place with 20 coins. Today's raid on the red-named players was a complete success. As the vice president, I have 3 things to say. Fatty began, but he looked up to find no one paying attention. Great battles make great friends, cheers. Shinzhou Iron Rider raised a tankard. Fatty paused, then broke into a grin. Nice job. You must have made quite a haul. Not too much, not too much. Iron Rider chuckled. They toasted and drank, enjoying each other's company. The shared experience quickly bonded this ragtag group into a cohesive unit. Where's the guild leader? Is he stuck outside the city because of his red name? A curious alchemist girl asked. Fatty scoffed. Are you kidding? Who in a city would dare block my brother? Even the Lord himself has to think twice. Just then, Lin Fan's private message came through. Fatty stood up to announce, Qingfeng, you're in charge here. Gather at the rally point outside the city in 4 hours for the Stronghold battle. Huh, with just us and so many life players, how are we supposed to fight a Stronghold battle? Iron Rider looked puzzled. The war god of the girls' dorm shrugged it off. My big brother alone is worth 1,000 men. No big deal. Fatty nearly burst into laughter, giving the young priest a light smack on the head. You think your boss is a workhorse, or what? Everyone laughed heartily, and Fatty logged off. Lin Fan received a call from Fatty. Are you sure you can recruit strong members? All the top players have joined the 8 major guilds. Don't worry, Lin Fan replied confidently. Upload the video now. Many skilled players are scouring the forums for Stronghold battle info. Perfect time for some poaching. What if there's a spy among them? Simple, you and Madman will form the oversight team. Spot 1. Eliminate 1. Alright, I'll secure a battle group. 60 people should do. Lin Fan hung up and entered Redbeard Dwarf's blacksmith shop. The Grey Dwarf King himself. You're back? Dwarf Veeder stammered, trying to mask his nervousness with a forced smile, and attempted to hug Lin Fan, who sidestepped with a roll of his eyes. Lin Fan tossed the heart of the war god and the feathering crystal to the dwarf. Here's the stuff. What's the success rate? About, maybe, possibly. Veeder stammered, eyes wide at the sight of the rare materials. A system prompt sounded. The success rate for the Power Sacred Mirror set is 40. Is this what you call a 100 success rate? Lin Fan's face darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He clenched the 200 pieces of refined iron in his hand, wishing he could weld them all to the dwarf's head in front of him. The curses of other players echoed in his ears, and Lin Fan had to admit, they were right to be angry. This darn dwarf was indeed unreliable. Vader forced a smile, his beer mug trembling slightly, revealing his inner anxiety. Well, I didn't expect you to actually survive the bone dragon, he stammered, his voice filled with unease. Lin Fan squinted, carefully analyzing every detail of the quest. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. Oh, I get it now. You're planning to keep me from completing the quest so you can keep the Elven Gem for yourself? Without his strategy guide, the Elven Gem might have really been snatched by Vader. Even if he managed to get past the bone dragon, without a hint, he wouldn't have discovered the royal tomb hidden dungeon, let alone obtained the 2 rare materials. Lin Fan realized he had underestimated the intelligence of high-level NPCs. According to the lore of the realm, dwarves have an almost obsessive craving for rare materials. If they discovered a sacred artifact like the Elven Gem, they would certainly try every means to claim it. Just then, a system notification popped up. You've seen through the Grey Dwarf's trick. You can demand compensation from him, which can be in the form of gold coins, a mount skill, or 1 purple weapon. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't lack gold coins, and though a purple weapon was valuable, it wouldn't help him much in his current situation. The mount skill, however, was intriguing. Mount skills, a type of lifestyle profession, allow players to use purchased horses or tamed beasts for transportation. Currently, only a few wealthy players have learned this skill in the stables. Mount skills differ from simple riding. They not only enable players to tame beasts suitable for transportation, but also allow these beasts to be effective in combat. According to the game settings, players can only acquire this skill through quests or by spending gold once they reach level 35. Lin Fan recalled the Dragon Knights from his previous life who achieved mastery in this skill, enabling them to tame dragons as mounts. Of course, riding a dragon remained a privilege exclusive to top-tier divine riders. After careful consideration, Lin Fan decisively chose the mount skill. Learning it early meant enjoying its benefits sooner, which was better than endlessly running through maps. You have learned the skill, Basic Beast Mastery. The system notification followed. However, Lin Fan was not satisfied with just that. He put on an angry facade, slammed the table, and said sternly, not enough. 1 lousy skill for all my trouble? Give me my stuff back. I'm done making equipment. Vader was taken aback, not having reacted, as Lin Fan opened his inventory and unhesitatingly retrieved the Elven Gem. He turned and left the blacksmith shop without looking back. Hey, don't be mad, young man. We can talk this out. Vader was truly panicking now. That was the sacred Elven Gem, incomparable to the junk he usually handled. Crafting a weapon inlaid with it was his lifelong dream. The surrounding players were dumbfounded by the scene. Whoa, that tricky red-bearded guy is actually kneeling to a player, someone exclaimed. Awesome, that old guy finally got what's coming to him. This player is seriously impressive, another player shouted excitedly. Lin Fan was also a bit taken aback. He watched as the fiery-tempered dwarf craftsman half knelt on the ground, clutching his leg tightly, unsure of how to react. Just then, another system notification arrived. Dwarf Vader's conscience is not completely lost. Out of guilt, he offers you a rare saddle, the Beast of War's Will, as a gift. Do you accept? A rare saddle. This compensation is pretty decent. Lin Fan barely contained his laughter. This was a coveted treasure among non-knight players. Not only did it significantly accelerate the progression of beast mastery, but it also came with the cool sound effects of dwarf war drums. Most importantly, it had the unique trait of the Beast of War's Will. Beast of War's Will. Quality. Rare. Description. When equipped on a beast, it exudes the lingering aura of the Grey Dwarf King, doubling the proficiency gain of beast mastery and ignoring profession restrictions on war beasts. Lin Fan recalled how countless players in his previous life had spent countless nights grinding for this item, with its price once soaring above 6,000 gold coins, and yet it was still hard to come by. To think that he got it for free. With a success rate of 40%, Lin Fan's expression slightly relaxed. Observing the dwarf's obsequious demeanor, he handed over all the materials. Wide, with his shifty eyes, laughed slyly and told Lin Fan to come back in 5 hours to collect his gear. Hopefully, it really is gear by then, Lin Fan thought to himself. He had no other choice. The cash shop across the street not only required blueprints, but likely had an even lower success rate than the dwarfs. He had to take this gamble. Meanwhile, after logging off, Fatty immediately contacted the moderator of the Divine Realm Strategy Forum. He spent 20,000 yuan to pin and highlight a post titled, Fan Shun's Melee Battle with the Spider Demon of Pan Sea Cave. If Lin Fan knew about this title, he'd probably blow Fatty's head off. Initially, the post didn't cause much of a stir. The forum was filled with posts tagged with Fanshin and Triple Crown, and most people had grown indifferent to such sensational titles. However, just 10 minutes later, the situation changed dramatically. The first player to watch the entire video was holding his phone, sweating and panting heavily. He could only express his shock with a swear word, and promptly shared, commented and saved the post, hoping more mage experts would come to witness this surprise. The comment section exploded instantly. Chaos King Junlang. Your Dark Queen got hit 956 times in a row. Mysterious opponent. How can you keep a boss airborne with just basic attacks? This is a Lord-level boss. I can understand an archer's high attack speed, but this mage has only the basic attack speed. Who else but that man could do this? The view count quickly surpassed 100,000, and the likes skyrocketed. Players were eagerly expressing their admiration for Fanshin, the sword conqueror of ancient times. Fatty smiled smugly, believing it was his title that did the trick. He left a comment on the first floor, welcoming high-level main battle players to join Godslayer. Yours truly, Kai, welcomes you all. If you want to watch live streams and learn techniques, find in Wushang. For entertainment, you must learn from Fanshin. Someone replied, that's right, and Wushang, the #1 fire mage in TNCI, can live stream soloing a level 20 mini-boss. Fanshin can't compare? At this moment, inside the TNCI club, top streamer in Wushang stared at the post, his face flushed, fists clenched. Why is he so strong? Why can't I do it? Why? At 16, his face was still youthful, yet he was already a representative of TNC's powerful mages, boasting millions of fans, and was considered the successor to Fanshin. However, this melee post made in Wushang feel as if he had fallen into an icy pit. His proud solo dungeon videos seemed laughable compared to Lin Fan's performance. Just yesterday, he had confidently declared he'd take revenge for his ambushed sister Ziyue and brother Kong. Now, that confidence was shattered. The video showed Lin Fan's zombie-like basic attacks and seamless combos, executed with astonishing stability. Forget 900 combos. Even 1900 seemed within reach. Shaoan, why are you crying? Who upset you? I'll get revenge for you. A stunningly beautiful woman approached, gently ruffling Shaoan's hair with a smile. I feel like I might never reach his level in my life. I've let everyone down, Xuan Ijia. Shaoan grew more upset as he spoke, eventually breaking into sobs that echoed through half the club. Haha, you must have been beaten badly. Who's got the guts to do that? Don't worry, I'll help you get back at them. A dozen professional players from TNCI gathered around, comforting Shaoan not to be too upset. Him. It's him. Shaoan pointed childishly at the ID on the screen. The air suddenly froze, and you could hear a pin drop. Wuxuanyi's smile stiffened as she walked away, and those who had promised to help Shaoan awkwardly scratched their noses. Well, I might not be able to help you this time, young man. An older team member chuckled. That simple two-letter ID represented an insurmountable peak for TNCI Club. They had witnessed firsthand how this man elevated TNCI to astonishing heights. Don't lose heart. With your talent, you'll surpass him one day. Chi Ziyue arrived upon hearing the news, comforting the club's rising star. With a smile, she began to analyze the video frame by frame for him. Shaoan's eyes were fixed on the screen, as if trying to uncover a mystery. Look closely, his basic attacks are too shaky, Shaoan pointed out. This shows his skills have deteriorated over the years. And see his positioning? It's all wrong, with a very low margin for error. One mistake and the boss will crush him. There was a hint of excitement in Shaoan's voice, as if she had finally found the weakness of the once invincible master. She wiped away her tears, and in the darkness, a glimmer of hope seemed to appear. On the other side of the room, Wu Shuai stood silently by the window. Her slender fingers held a delicate woman's cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, a trace of worry appeared on her delicate face. After comforting Shaoan, Chi Zi walked slowly to Wu Shuai's side. She took a cigarette from Wu Shuai, lighting it with practiced ease. What's the matter? Still thinking about that man? Chi Zi asked with a light laugh, her voice tinged with mockery. Wu Shui and I frowned slightly, avoiding Qi Ziyu's sharp gaze. You shouldn't deceive that kid, she said softly. The burden you're putting on him is too heavy. Qi Ziyu elegantly exhaled a smoke ring, a dismissive smile playing on her beautiful face. I didn't deceive him. I just stated what I saw, she said, her expression revealing a rare determination. Wu Shui and I couldn't help but retort, stop fooling people. His attack tremor isn't instability. It's controlling the boss's knockback height, done deliberately. And the positioning issue leading to being crushed by the boss is because my master has always been arrogant, never believing he could make a rookie mistake. Her voice carried a hint of anger. You've spent too much time with him. So much that you're almost as bad-tempered as he is. Qi Ziyu's smile remained unchanged as she gently blew out a puff of smoke, then shifted the conversation. You know, no matter how much you like him, he only has eyes for that little girl. He's never cared about you. Those words were like a dagger, piercing Wu Xuanyi's heart. She felt a sharp pain but suppressed any outward reaction. Qi Ziyu continued, her voice carrying a subtle threat. Don't forget who helped cover the financial hole when your dad's business went bankrupt. Wu Shui and I couldn't hold back any longer, angrily crushing the cigarette in her hand. How long do you plan to use that to threaten me? She demanded through gritted teeth. Qi Ziyu's lips curled slightly, her eyes full of allure and danger. Silly girl, forever. Of course, she said softly. Oh, and next time I catch you going easy on Lin Fan, I won't be so forgiving. Though spoken lightly, these words sent a chill through Wu Shui and I. She suddenly realized that Qi Ziyu could easily ruin her, even dragging her parents into the mess. Have you figured it out? Qi Ziyu asked with a smile, her voice carrying the taste of victory. Wu Shui and I lowered her head, struggling to suppress her emotions. She looked up, feigning composure as she replied. I'm sorry, Sister Ziyu, I understand. I need to find some time to renew my contract with the captain of the guards, Lin Fan thought as he stood at the entrance of the Mage Guild, putting on the Sunto Expire Imperial robe. As the robe fell into place, he instantly transformed into Lin Laoda, the renowned NPC mage known by all. Lin Fan was secretly relieved at how effective his disguise was. Even with a notorious reputation, the patrolling soldiers greeted him warmly. After all, he was a respected mage among the NPCs. The mage training grounds were bustling with people. Over 1,000 players lined up, waiting for their turn to take the Awakening Profession test, gearing up for the upcoming guild war. The place was nearly full, with tension and anticipation hanging in the air. Listen up, the 1-minute time test is about to begin. All testers, get ready, came the announcement, and the players quickly took their positions. The test rules were simple. Shatter the magic crystals in the training ground, with the NPC mage rating the performance. The ratings ranged from D, the lowest, to A, the highest. An A-level profession required multiple retests, eventually evaluated by the 3 great archmages of Edgar. These individuals were the creme de la creme, possessing profound understanding of the mage profession. The rating criteria didn't just focus on output ability but also included skill precision, finesse, and mana management, ensuring fairness among different mage schools. I'm speechless, one player complained. We only have a 20-meter range, and the red crystal is 50 meters away with such a small target. Who the hell can hit that? Try to break the blue crystal, another suggested. But even that's tough. You need at least 10 basic attacks to knock it out. This is too hard. I should have gone for the knight class, someone regretted. I heard they just need to charge on horseback and hit the target to get a level profession. The first round of testing began. Players had 1 minute to use basic attacks to shatter 4 crystals green, blue, yellow, and red located 20 meters away. The green crystal was the largest and easiest to hit. The blue crystal was set in a mannequin's head, testing precision. The yellow crystal was more challenging, requiring sequential hits on 2 scattered parts of the mannequin. The red crystal was the ultimate nightmare. 50 meters away, the size of a fist, and hidden in a statue's palm. Most players opted for the blue and yellow crystals. Breaking the yellow crystal allowed progression to the next round, with hopes of obtaining a level profession. While a level profession wouldn't make one a legendary deity, it was enough to rank among the elite first-tier players. Lin Fan looked around and noticed more than 10 players standing by the red crystal. He guessed they either possessed rare weapons with extended range or, like him, had special soul imprints. As the test commenced, players began their frantic assault. Soon, the first 2 crystals were shattered. However, at the red crystal, even those with sufficient range struggled. The mage's basic attack trajectory was difficult to control, requiring manual guidance of the attack's landing point. Attacks consistently missed, some landing at the statue's feet, others hitting its body. This is impossible, a player said, withdrawing from the test, face full of frustration. Hardly anyone can pass the mage A-level awakening. Hitting the red crystal 10 times in a row, is that even humanly possible? Lin Fan was not surprised. The mage profession was not only a major investment, but also far more challenging to operate than archers or priests. Without a few weeks of practice, players indeed found it difficult to pass the test. After several rounds, only 2 people managed to shatter the red crystal. However, this was just the first round of testing, with even tougher challenges awaiting them. Then, something unexpected happened. What's going on? How did an NPC get in here? I never heard of NPC mages needing to take the test. Whoa, it really is an NPC. A group of players who had just left the field stared in disbelief as Lin Laodao received a test number and walked straight to the training ground. Even more astonishing, he chose a very unique spot right in the center. In the stands, an old man in a dirty gray robe suddenly perked up. He craned his neck, his murky eyes flashing with a hint of interest. Out of thousands of adventurers tested, someone finally noticed? The old man instantly saw through Lin Laodao's poor disguise. Old Terry, I want this one, the old man said, revealing a mouthful of decayed yellow teeth, his smile somewhat lascivious. Heretic, do you think you have a say here? A sinister-looking mage cast a cold glance at him. Heh, what heretic? We're fellow travelers on the same path, the old man replied nonchalantly, turning his gaze to an elder in a starry robe. Isaac remained expressionless and said calmly, even if he discovered the test's secret, I doubt he'll follow you. Your methods are unacceptable to anyone. The old man's face turned slightly awkward, muttering, magic is limitless. There must be someone out there who shares my pursuit of the ultimate. Isn't anyone going to do something? The game must be glitching. In the training ground, a player's strange actions caught everyone's attention. Move aside, everyone. This NPC has lost its mind, someone shouted loudly. Be careful not to get hit by mistake. Like when Shura was inexplicably struck by a meteor spell, giving the Godslayers a chance to wipe out the team, the surrounding players backed away as if they'd seen a ghost, fearing they'd be swept up in some unknown danger. Lin Fan, seeing this, felt things were going his way. He switched to the basic attack mode and launched a wind blade, hitting the largest green crystal precisely. The crystal's health bar dropped a notch. Next, Lin Fan fired a water ball, striking the blue crystal. A magical pattern appeared on the crystal's surface, then vanished. This baffled the onlookers even more. What's he doing? Why is he attacking 2 crystals? That's strange. When I hit them, no patterns appeared. Lin Fan ignored the chatter and switched back to basic attacks. This time, he sent out 2 stone spikes, hitting 2 yellow crystals one after the other. With a faint sound, the magical pattern reappeared, glowing more brightly. However, this was just the beginning. With a calm expression, Lin Fan launched a fireball from his hand. Whoa, that's the power of an imperial mage, hitting so fast from 50 meters away, the crowd exclaimed. The fireball hit the most challenging red crystal with precision, causing the entire statue to tremble. Amid the gasps of awe, Lin Fan repeated his actions, each basic attack hitting the target without fail. Wow, that's the difference between a player and an NPC. Whatever, it's just programming. If I were AI, I could hit a target a kilometer away. As Lin Fan continued his assault, the magical patterns on the crystals became increasingly clear and mystical, casting faint shadows of 4 figures onto the ground. From the stands, a bewildered mage, who had been scolding an old man, watched in astonishment. According to the Mage Guild's level hidden class standards, adventurers only needed to discover the crystal's secret that each crystal corresponded to 4 different elemental magic types and hit them in sequence with a 70 accuracy to trigger a quest. But this person was hitting every target with ease. The surrounding players and NPCs fell silent, only the continuous sound of magic echoing in the training ground. Lin Fan smiled quietly to himself, thinking, in my past life, a player discovered this secret and unlocked not 1 but 2 level hidden class clues. The first was the Mage Guild's level clue, Dual Element Singleelement Mastery Path, Elemental Mage. The second was the Chaos Sect's level clue, Mastering all 4 elements, Chaos Mage. Quick, get a message to this person. The Mage Guild needs talent like this. The mage urgently told his subordinate. The old man stood up abruptly, eyes gleaming fiercely. This person is mine. Anyone who dares to compete with me, I'll turn Edgar City into a wasteland. Before the words were finished, a hexagram magic circle lit up in front of the old man. Unlike the white hexagrams players used to cast skills, this one was a sinister dark red, with a faint shadow of a chaos god visible in the center. What are you planning, you old fool? A gray mist loomed over the mages' heads, causing them to panic and prepare to fight with their staffs. Eisentrai, you're misleading him. In the end, you'll only bring him harm. Eisentrai waved his hand, and strands of holy light dispersed the chaotic aura. At that moment, Lin Fan received a system notification. You have obtained a hidden class clue. Option 1. Enter the Mage Guild's conference hall for a class retest. Option 2. Leave the Mage Guild. Lin Fan considered briefly and chose the second option, declining the invitation for the next round of testing. quit your chatter. I know what I'm doing. Eisentrai sneered as he leaped off the stands under the hostile gazes of the Mage Guild members. Lin Fan glanced back at the stands, thinking, so it's those two old men fighting. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he walked out of the training ground and sat leisurely by the entrance, waiting. The Mage Guild worships the 6 elemental gods, each representing a basic element. Meanwhile, the Chaos sect also venerates these deities, but they revere the mother of the 6 elemental gods, the Chaos Mother. Because of this, Yin Tiancho, that eccentric old man, is often regarded as a heretic by other mages who believe the Chaos Mother is nothing more than a fabricated false god. Lin Fan is uncertain about the existence of the Chaos Mother, but he clearly remembers that in his previous life, everyone who attempted to awaken as an class Chaos Mage failed without exception. Yin Tiancho approached Lin Fan, revealing a few yellowed teeth as he chuckled weirdly. You've got ambition, young one. A bright future awaits. Joining the Chaos sect will be the best decision of your life. He confidently promised to make Lin Fan the strongest mage in the realm, even boasting that once Lin Fan mastered chaos magic, he could become the new sect leader. It's akin to becoming the Grand Magister of the Mage Guild, with hundreds of thousands of NPC mages in the Light Dragon Empire under your command. It sounded impressive, but Lin Fan was skeptical. The entire sect consisted of just this old man, and even if he succeeded in awakening his profession and outlived the old man, he would still be a solitary leader with no followers. Follow me and prepare to embrace the power of chaos. Yin Tiancho spread his arms, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. However, it was evident from the disdainful looks of the surrounding NPCs that his standing in Iching was quite poor. As Yin Tiancho spoke, he began to scrutinize Lin Fan, pinching his cheeks and examining his hands, much like selecting pork cuts at a market. Stop talking and lead the way, Lin Fan said irritably. Yin Tiancho leisurely led him into a teleportation array, and soon they arrived at a village near Iching. In front of a semi-abandoned building, Yin Tiancho extended a wrinkled hand with a sly grin. Building a sect headquarters costs a lot. Do you have any spare gold coins, young one? A task prompt appeared. Task 1. You need to provide funds to build a temple for the Chaos sect. Yin Tiancho requests a certain amount of gold coins from you. A number input window popped up in front of Lin Fan, with no specific amount labeled. He frowned and tentatively entered 1 gold coin. The system immediately responded. Yin Tiancho hesitates, doubting you are the person he seeks. Lin Fan was taken aback, thinking, damn, are NPCs really this materialistic? Just moments ago, he was praising my extraordinary talent, claiming I was the perfect candidate to inherit his teachings. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan entered 100 gold coins. The system prompted again. Yin Tiancho is gradually disappointed, believing you lack devotion to the Chaos Mother. Lin Fan nearly spat out blood in frustration. He had never heard of other players needing to pay to awaken their professions, and this old man was absurdly greedy. Most people would have given up after seeing that 100 gold coins weren't enough. No wonder no one can handle this profession. Who knows how many heroes have retreated at this point? Lin Fan muttered to himself. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. This was a task for wealthy mages, and it seemed like a significant expense was inevitable. Reluctantly, Lin Fan entered 10,000 gold coins, an amount that nearly broke his heart. But for the sake of a hidden profession, he had to endure it. With a swoosh, 10,000 gold coins vanished from his inventory, causing Lin Fan's heart to ache. No doubt, you're the heir I've chosen. The dawn of the empire, the hope of humanity. Yin Tiancho was overjoyed, his demeanor shifting so dramatically it was astonishing. System prompt. You have completed task 1 of this class Chaos Mage profession. Task 2. Raise 4 different class or higher magic skills to level 10. I'll give you 3 days. With your aptitude, it should be a breeze, Yin Tiancho said, preparing to show Lin Fan the statue of the Chaos Mother. Lin Fan ignored the troublesome old man and sat down, focusing on leveling up his skills. You've used 7 skill points, 4 gold coins, raising your magic to level 7. You've used 12 skill points, 14 gold coins, raising your magic to level 10. Lin Fan had been preparing for this moment for a while, accumulating 380 skill points, more than enough to quickly max out his skills. Earth-shaking vines reached level 10, granting you the class Earth Awakening Magic, Earthquake. Wind's Whisper reached level 10, Awakening Magic, Wind God's Sigh. Chaos Tide reached level 10, Awakening Magic, Bloodthirsty Wave. Aside from the already maxed out Flame Serpent's Touch, the other 3 elemental magics were all upgraded to level 10, unlocking their awakening effects. Earth-shaking vines became Earthquake, allowing 2 vines to be summoned simultaneously, with the initial cooldown reduced from 1 minute and 45 seconds to just 1 minute, greatly enhancing its control capabilities. Other skills also received significant boosts based on their original effects. Okay, I'm done, Lin Fan said, brushing the dust off his clothes as he stood up. Already finished? The old man widened his eyes in disbelief, clearly not expecting Lin Fan to complete the task so swiftly. Even a ancien millennium magic apprentice couldn't pull off such feats. The prompt for completing task 2 appeared shortly afterward. Oomph. You've got potential, young man, Yin Tianqiu muttered, secretly pleased but maintaining a stern demeanor. He tossed a scroll to Lin Fan. You have 3 days to complete this as well. Lin Fan carefully took the tattered scroll of Hunmo and gently opened the journal. Instantly, a wave of gray-brown mist surged out, as if containing an entire independent world within. His gaze sharpened as he peered through the swirling fog, faintly discerning a shadowy figure seated on a stone platform. While the features were indistinct, the outline of a human head atop a serpent's body was unmistakable. As the scroll unfurled, a new interface suddenly appeared before Lin Fan, indicating he had unlocked a fragmented magical talent tree. Eagerly, he accessed the talent page, only to discover that the familiar magic tree was gone, replaced by a skeletal structure with only the roots remaining. To his surprise, there were only 2 available talents on this incomplete tree. A system notification chimed. Awakening conditions met. You are temporarily designated as a junior Hunmo mage. Awakening condition. Successfully unlock the talent tree. Stunned, Lin Fan stood frozen, his mind racing. He had spent a fortune in money and skill points, only to end up with this incomplete artifact? Worse still, the phrase, temporarily designated, made him realize that this profession might come with a time limit. While Lin Fan was still processing this information, he noticed a tiny note next to the gray magic tree. Since the Hunmo scroll is fragmented, you must find the remaining 2 parts within 6 months. Immediately after, a hell-level hidden quest was triggered. The quest details were clearly outlined before him. Middle fragment. Acquire a Dragon King's horn and trade it with Yin Tianqiu's disciple. Lower fragment. Obtain an ancient titan's magic eye and exchange it at the black market in the capital city. The quest prompt continued to flash. Retrieve all fragments and complete the talent tree to earn the SS class divine profession. Hunmo Sovereign. Time limit. 6 months. Penalty for abandonment. You will lose the chance to awaken your profession again. Faced with what seemed like an enticing reward, Lin Fan felt not the slightest bit of excitement. He cursed inwardly. This is nothing but an audacious pipe dream. Asking a level 26 player to get a Dragon King's horn is like telling someone to single-handedly take down an aircraft carrier. Moreover, the task specifies not just any lower dragon, but a fearsome creature on par with the Dark Dragon King Nishue he once encountered in a past illusion. As for the ancient Titan's Eye, Lin Fan found it even more absurd. These creatures, known as the Old Gods, were said to be extinct in the lore of the divine realm. Where on earth was he supposed to find an eye? Fuming with anger, Lin Fan sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at Yin Tianqiu with only one thought in mind. You old swindler, I could kill you for this scam. Yet, despite Lin Fan's furious glare, Yin Tianqiu remained unfazed. With a shameless grin and a cackling laugh, he said, I believe you are the chosen one. My judgment has never been wrong. Lin Fan finally understood why this profession had remained dormant for so long. It was insanely difficult, almost hellish. In the divine realm, it was the second most challenging task, only surpassed by the unworldly legend that only non-human players could complete. Even most hardcore mode players in the divine realm didn't qualify to take on such a challenge. He couldn't help but think of those wealthy players who mastered all 4 major magic branches. Most likely, they were defeated at this stage. The daunting task requirements were enough to scare anyone away, leaving them no choice but to delete their character and start over. Materials like the Dragon King's horn and the Titan's Eye, just hearing about them felt like chasing after an elusive legend. Lin Fan sneered. With the financial resources those players had, they could easily acquire any S-level profession by simply paying for information. Why would they stubbornly wrestle with a seemingly useless profession? A 3S profession? Lin Fan muttered to himself. What a grand illusion they've painted. In the divine realm, double S professions usually appeared in the later stages of the game, like the Forbidden Spell Mage of Boner Roding Awakening and the Divine Archer of Remembrance. The 3S professions, known as God-level professions, had been introduced on the official site but never awakened by anyone. Now that Lin Fan had actually encountered one, he was unsure whether to feel elated or anxious. Damn it, what luck! Lin Fan growled in frustration, feeling a surge of righteous indignation to rid the world of this menace. However, as soon as his murderous intent arose, Yin Tianqiu's attribute panel appeared before him. Level 80, on par with the Holy Sword Master Bing He. Though his health wasn't as exaggerated as the Holy Sword Master's, 30 million hit points were still intimidating. Lin Fan's anger quickly dissipated, and he silently cursed, I'll endure this. Once I'm strong enough, the first thing I'll do is take you down, you old bastard. In the cutthroat world of the divine realm, might makes right. Knowing he was being played by this old scoundrel, he could only swallow his pride. Unlock the Chaos Magic Tree, requiring 15 talent points. A message popped up before him. Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm himself. He was already aware that this profession had high talent point requirements, so he wasn't too surprised. The die is cast, Lin Fan murmured. Abandoning the task would mean he'd never awaken the profession, effectively wasting his top-tier character. Even if he had to run headlong into a brick wall, he had no choice but to press forward. Congratulations, you have become a junior Chaos Mage. The Chaos talent tree lit up, gray mist swirling around it, finally revealing the first basic talent, Chaos Orb. Lin Fan was puzzled. Despite becoming an S-level profession, there was no world announcement. He couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing it was probably due to the incomplete manuscript, which meant it wasn't a full-fledged S-level profession awakening yet. As he examined the talent description closely, Lin Fan was startled. This enhances basic attacks? Chaos Orb effect. When normal attacks transform into Chaos Orbs, basic attack skills will carry the primary traits of water, fire, wind, and earth elements. Water element, life steal trait, currently level 1, 1 life steal. Fire element, burn trait, currently level 10, 10 burn. Earth element, slow trait, currently level 1, 5 slow. Wind element, attack speed trait, currently level 1, 0.2 attack speed increase. This talent is a bit overpowered. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, having to admit that this talent was incredibly powerful. The Chaos Orb essentially combined the advantages of all 4 elemental styles, triggering 4 effects in a single attack. If these talents were considered individually, aside from the explosive fire element burn effect due to Lin Fan's high mana, the others would be average. However, combined, the effect was quite remarkable. Especially the water element's life steal once upgraded to level 10. A 10 life steal meant that if he dealt tens of thousands of damage per second, he could recover thousands of health just from the life steal. However, since it's a 4-fold talent effect, each level of the Chaos Orb requires 4 talent points, needing 40 points to max out. With the Flame Burn already maxed out, he still needed 30 points to reach full potential. Lin Fan turned his attention to the second Chaos talent, Chaos Chain. Effect. Combines different elements with a 0.5 chance to create a Chaos Chain, causing double true damage to targets affected by the chain within 5 seconds. Double true damage. Lin Fan had to admit, the 10,000 gold coins he spent were somewhat worth it. He chuckled at the irony of finding value in something he initially doubted. Yet, this talent also required 4 talent points per level, and the trigger chance was quite low. With limited options, Lin Fan allocated his remaining 10 talent points to these 2 talents. He roughly calculated that maxing out both talents would require 70 talent points. Unlike easily obtainable attribute points, typically, you only gain 1 talent point per level, even for S-level professions. Most talent points come from special opportunity quests, which are rare for others, but not much of an issue for Lin Fan. The most pressing issue now was obtaining the Dragon King's Horn and the Giant's Eye. Lin Fan frowned in thought, realizing the difficulty of acquiring these super legendary materials might far exceed his expectations. Lin Fan stood in front of the dilapidated church, his brow furrowed. He was calculating in his mind that if he couldn't obtain those 2 crucial items within 6 months, all his efforts and the chaos talent he had would be wasted. It was undoubtedly a gamble. Winning would grant him a god-level profession, but losing meant everything would be for nothing. Whatever, let's just go with it, Lin Fan muttered to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. Just then, Yin Lao approached with a smug smile, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Well done, my direct disciple. My judgment is as sharp as ever, he said proudly. Lin Fan forced a smile, hiding his irritation at the old man's deceit. Of course, seeing as you are the leader, after all, he replied. Yin Lao seemed oblivious to Lin Fan's displeasure and continued in a sinister tone. Good to know. We'll see how your fate unfolds in 6 months, young man. Ignoring Yin Lao's words, Lin Fan raised his staff and launched a basic attack. A burst of chaotic energy shot out, directly hitting the crumbling church. Multiple elements from the Chaos Orb erupted simultaneously. Fire exploded, water surged, wind howled, and earth spread. The already damaged wall of the church collapsed with a crash. Yin Lao's expression changed dramatically, and he hurried forward to intervene. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Lin Fan deftly sidestepped, sneering. Weren't you planning to renovate the church? I just flattened it for you to make rebuilding easier. Before he finished speaking, 2 stone vines infused with various elements burst from the ground, rampaging through the church like wild dragons. In no time, the entire structure was reduced to rubble. Even the foundation was uprooted, creating a truly astonishing scene. Still unsatisfied, Lin Fan summoned a fire dragon, setting the entire village ablaze. The villagers rushed out, shouting curses and demanding compensation. Yin Lao, furious, shouted, You're trying to drive me mad. How could you be so reckless? Feigning innocence, Lin Fan replied, Leader, our chaos sect is wealthy enough. Destroying a few. A few? Yin Lao fumed, glancing at the inferno. Villagers brought buckets to douse the flames, but the chaotic fire was impervious to their efforts. Lin Fan knew full well that as long as players didn't attack neutral NPCs, those NPCs wouldn't retaliate, no matter how strong. Even if he burned down the villagers' houses, it was considered a player's action, and Yin Lao couldn't intervene or use magic to extinguish the fire. He could only watch as the flames grew larger. A few dozen houses are nothing. The Chaos Church should be the biggest and most luxurious in the Empire. Burning down the houses makes room for it. Lin Fan became more animated, deciding to burn all the houses to the ground. He even challenged, I'm Yin Tianxio's direct disciple of the Chaos sect. If you're upset, take it up with my master, the Chaos leader. Infuriated, the villagers hurled curses, deeming the Chaos sect the Empire's heretics. Yin Tianxio, seeing the destruction, howled to the sky, traitor, traitor. Nearly driven to madness, he was forced to smile and negotiate with the villagers for land. Watching this unfold, Lin Fan laughed triumphantly. Trying to trick me? I'll make sure you regret it, he thought, feeling relieved as he watched Yin Tianxio's retreating figure. After all, he had already paid 10,000 gold coins, and the rest was no longer his concern. Hey, buddy, are you there? I need some advice on career awakening, came the voice of Madman through the communicator, interrupting Lin Fan's focus as he was testing skills on monsters outside the village. Lin Fan stopped and responded, I'm here. Did you get a hidden class? Yeah, sort of. Madman paused, sounding a bit hesitant. I'm still considering whether to take this class. If it's in strength class but seems kind of sneaky and not really useful for PK battles, would you learn it or not? Lin Fan frowned, puzzled. As far as I know, there's no weak strength class. Besides, the rogue class is inherently sneaky. Don't tell me it's another lockpicking class? Hey, what's with another? Madman grumbled, then awkwardly explained, I took your advice and didn't pick lockpicking. Turns out, the beggar sect leader offered me in Shrank hidden class. Oh, what's the class about? Lin Fan asked curiously. Madman hesitated before answering. It's about stealing. Stealing things from others, called Master Thief. Holy crap. Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, excitedly asking, does the skill description say something like, you have a chance to steal from any living target, even bosses and NPCs? Yeah, how do you know? Aren't there supposed to be very few guides on hidden classes online? Madman wondered. Lin Fan paused for a moment, quickly covering up. I've studied various class guides thoroughly. Not wanting to dwell on that, he firmly stated, learn it. Learn it right away. This class could be incredibly powerful if used correctly. Lin Fan then detailed the strengths of the Master Thief class. The ability to swap items stealthily, with a chance to acquire one or more items from a target just by making contact, ignoring level and combat power differences. The higher the theft proficiency, the higher the success rate, even allowing you to steal attributes from bosses. Madman still hesitated. Really? Good thing I didn't refuse it. He mentioned some limitations of the class, such as needing to touch the target for 3 seconds, and if detected, his own attributes would drastically decrease, making him easy prey. Lin Fan reiterated, trust me on this. Madman agreed to choose the Master Thief class, but warned Lin Fan that if it turned out to be useless, he'd hold Lin Fan accountable for life. Lin Fan shook his head, teasing Madman for not realizing his good fortune, explaining that while the skill wasn't a primary battle class, with Lin Fan's support, it could be used effectively. Later, Madman reminded Lin Fan to check the auction house for magic resistance potions. Lin Fan opened the auction and was shocked to see that a small bottle of fire magic resistance potion was priced at a minimum of 50 silver coins, and an immunity potion was as high as 1 gold coin. He was surprised by the inflated prices, recalling that during the guild siege in his previous life, it was only 20 silver coins. Madman explained, the guild's alchemists are making 200 gold in just 3 or 4 hours. Can't you see who's buying all the potions? Lin Fan had a revelation, realizing this might be Kongqing's strategy against him. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha. Ha ha ha. I'm tempted to start selling magic resistance potions myself. Madman cautioned that the situation was dire, with at least 4 guilds targeting them. Lin Fan, however, appeared confident. It's not a big deal. Just prepare for battle, and leave the overall strategy to me. Madman quickly deflected. No way, if we get crushed, don't blame me. Lin Fan was well aware of his own personality. Although he would verbally decline, once he got into action, no one could shout louder than him. After parting ways with the lunatic, he continued his quest to hunt high-level monsters for experience. With 4 hours remaining before the dwarf blacksmith delivered his gear, he decided to use this time to enhance the proficiency of the giant spirit god's left eye. Currently, the left eye's proficiency was still short of over 3,000 monsters to reach the advanced level of 50,000 points. Lin Fan couldn't help but imagine the power once this equipment was upgraded to an advanced level and paired with the Chaos Orb. Although other guilds might frantically purchase magic immunity potions to counter him, these would only limit the burning effect. He still had 3 elemental passives waiting for them to experience. Lin Fan quickly set his sights on a Targeta level 28 enchanted antelope with 9,000 health and an attack power of 350. He swiftly launched a Chaos Orb, hitting it precisely. Instantly, effects like slowing, burning, and attack speed boosting were triggered, though the lifesteal effect did not activate. The enchanted antelope was quickly engulfed in magical flames, and the quagmire effect appeared underfoot, with water attribute effects manifesting as elemental leeches. Lin Fan's status bar displayed the Chaos Mother's Blessing buff, with multiple features stacking, causing the lifesteal effect to be automatically nullified since he hadn't lost any health. The notification, "You have slain the enchanted antelope. Experience 400, repeatedly popped up. With Lin Fan's current output, these ordinary monsters fell almost instantly, and even elite monsters could only withstand 2 rounds of burning. Continuing onward, Lin Fan arrived at Riverbank Swamp. Here, level 25 elite enchanted crocodiles resided, boasting a health of 30,000. In the distance, a crocodile emerged from the swamp, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. This area was rarely visited by players now, as elite monsters often appeared in groups, and without a strong tank, it was easy to be wiped out. Without hesitation, Lin Fan cast Frenzied Bloodlust, and with a wave of his staff, the advanced version of Chaotic Tide unfolded. Blood-red waves surged in the swamp, and a dozen crocodiles went berserk, attacking each other. Damage numbers rose like raindrops, and the duration of chaos had doubled. Even more surprising, this control skill could trigger the burning effect, effectively becoming a group damage skill. The number of enchanted crocodiles around grew rapidly, soon exceeding 30. Even a knight clad in full hero gear would struggle to withstand them. Lin Fan seized the moment to summon the flame dragon, which plunged into the water, causing a massive splash. Under the influence of chaotic magic, the originally fiery red dragon was now shrouded in gray chaotic mist, appearing even more eerie and powerful. The fireballs split from the flame dragon wreaked havoc, causing astonishing damage. Suddenly, a black light flashed before Lin Fan's eyes. His heart skipped a beat as he saw a black chain appear on one of the crocodiles, then split into 2, quickly spreading to the other crocodiles. In the blink of an eye, over 10 chains spanned the entire area, binding all the crocodiles tightly. "Chaos Chain," Lin Fan exclaimed. A divine altar materialized at the chain's center, with the phantom of the Chaos Mother seated atop. Over 30 enchanted crocodiles, bound by the chains, seemed to lose their souls, involuntarily swimming toward the altar. In an instant, the chains vanished, replaced by an explosion of massive true damage numbers. All the crocodiles within the range perished instantly, turning into a field of experience points. How can someone have such terrifying talent? Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. From the practical effects, the Chaos Chains were far more than just double true damage. It also had a hidden 2-second group pull effect, which was an absolute godsend for a skilled mage. 2 seconds were enough to unleash 2 rounds of skill attacks, which could be decisive in a PvP battle. Lin Fan pondered over the characteristics of this skill. The only downside was that for every level the Chaos Chains increased, the trigger probability only went up by a maximum of 0.5, reaching just 5 at the highest level. In unknown duels, this probability was quite risky. However, in a chaotic battle, the situation was entirely different. As long as the damage frequency was high enough, an enemy could be caught off guard and potentially killed by true damage and control combos. After clearing the area of the demonic crocodiles, Lin Fan continued to venture deeper in search of new prey. However, he soon realized a problem. His monster clearing speed was too fast. After finishing a wave of monsters, he had to wait for the spawn points to regenerate, leaving a large empty area in front of him. Too slow, Lin Fan muttered to himself, frowning. His efficiency in clearing monsters was much lower than he had anticipated. In 3.5 hours, he had only managed to defeat 2,000 elite monsters, still over 700 short of upgrading his soul mark. It seemed his dream of upgrading the soul mark before the guild Stronghold battle was about to be shattered. What Lin Fan didn't know was that if other players were aware of his monster clearing speed, they would probably be cursing him for days. For an average player at this stage to come here and clear monsters, they would likely struggle and could even be bitten to death by the pack-hunting demonic crocodiles if they weren't careful. Glancing at the time, there was only an hour left before the battle started. Guild members had already begun gathering at the Stronghold battle rally point. The area around the NPC was bustling with activity, with a massive crowd of players blocking the entire main road. The system had divided the players into 10 separate zones, with hundreds of thousands preparing to join the fight. "Hey, fatty, come on. As the guild leader, can't you be a bit more proactive? Everyone's almost here. We've put together 3 20-level elite battle squads. Isn't that awesome?" A voice urged in the guild chat. I'm on my way. My legendary weapon should be ready. Lin Fan replied briefly. Alright then, hurry up. Legendary weapon? Fatty asked in surprise. The conversation that followed exploded in the guild chat. Everyone expressed amazement and envy at Lin Fan's Soontobe legendary weapon. Lin Fan didn't mention that it was actually a legendary 3-piece set, only vaguely suggesting that if luck was on his side, he might wield a legendary weapon for the battle. The guild members had high hopes for Lin Fan, even giving him the nickname Melee Emperor, expecting him to lead them to glory in the Stronghold battle. Lin Fan felt puzzled by this sudden nickname but didn't say much about it. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Lin Fan switched skins and entered Edgar City, heading straight for the dwarf blacksmith's shop. However, when he reached the shop's entrance, he found the blacksmith's shop was closed. Damn it, is there any normal NPC in this game? Lin Fan mentally raged, seriously suspecting that the dwarf blacksmith, Wade, had run off with his elven gem after a failed crafting attempt. Not willing to give up, Lin Fan angrily kicked the door, surprised to find it wasn't locked. He cautiously entered the dark blacksmith's shop, feeling his way around while shouting, "Come out and face your doom, you dwarf!" Suddenly, a tired voice startled Lin Fan. Peering into the corner, he almost disconnected in fright upon seeing a dark figure hunched there. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wade, the dwarf blacksmith. Lin Fan turned on a magical lamp, illuminating the workshop. Wade looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot as he gulped down a bottle of beer. Seeing Wade in such a disheveled state, Lin Fan's initial wrath subsided significantly. Hesitantly, he asked, "Did it fail?" Wade shook his head and, swinging his short legs, began to boast, "It succeeded. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Perhaps the equipment level was too low. It's no challenge for a master like me now." "Show off," Lin Fan said, half amused and half relieved. According to Wade, he had never crafted equipment with a relic as the main component, and he estimated the success rate to be only 40. However, during the actual crafting process, the success rate reached 80, likely due to the relic's hidden attributes doubling the success rate. Wade handed the equipment to Lin Fan. It was a bright blue staff, lavishly designed with a hint of flamboyance, with the elven gem embedded at its tip. Lin Fan took the staff carefully, feeling the immense power emanating from it, filled with anticipation. The scepter of divine realm, in its sacred quality, shimmered with a mysterious light in Lin Fan's hand. As he examined this legendary piece of equipment, his heart raced with excitement. The scepter perfectly inherited the attributes of the elven gem, with its base stats being top-notch for its level 20 class, mage spell attack power, 600 attack speed, and a 1.1 critical hit rate. Lin Fan's attention was drawn to two special effects. Effect 1, a 30 reduction in skill cooldown. Effect 2, a 20 chance to trigger 2 additional normal attacks or skills. However, what thrilled him the most was the unique awakening skill activated by the Set War Roar. He simulated the skill's effects in his mind. By consuming 1000 MP, it would apply a Roar aura to allies, doubling critical damage and doubling health recovery speed, with an additional 5 lifesteal for 10 minutes. Although the cooldown was as long as 30 minutes, with other equipment, this interval could be significantly shortened. Images of coordinating with his guild members flashed before Lin Fan's eyes. Especially when partnered with Fatty, the potential for double critical hits and double critical damage was unimaginable. Coupled with his own Fox Tribe Awakened skill Thunder, which guaranteed 100 critical hits within 1 minute, combined with the effects of the War Aura, Lin Fan calculated silently, and within that 1 minute, no guild would likely withstand his relentless assault. Turning his attention to the other two legendary Divine Realm armor pieces, Lin Fan noted that their stats far surpassed his previous Fox Tribe Robe and shoulder armor. Dual resistance increased from 20 to 30, and both defense and health saw substantial growth. Yet, compared to the legendary scepter with the sacred designation, these two pieces were still notably inferior. Lin Fan quickly donned the new equipment and opened his character attribute panel. ID, Fanshin. Race, human. Level, 27. Spell attack power, 920. HP, 5700-5700. MP, 49200-49200. Attack speed, 1.3. Agility, 40. Defense, 24,030. Dual resistance reduction. Critical hit rate, 28. Range, 4,922 meters. With 350 free attribute points remaining, Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to allocate them meticulously. He added 180 points to attack power, boosting it to 1100. The remaining 170 points were evenly distributed among health, agility, and attack speed. After this adjustment, Lin Fan's attack speed surpassed 2.0, allowing him to perform 2 basic attacks per second. While high attack speed isn't typically beneficial for most mage builds, it was crucial for Lin Fan. His Chaos Chain and the Scepter's multi-strike effect required frequent output to trigger. With health increased to 6,000, he was now comparable to an average-class professional. Agility rose to 60, which also brought his critical hit rate up by 2, perfectly rounding it off to 30. With his equipment updated, Lin Fan carefully packed the 3 Fox tribe set pieces and listed them in the auction house. Everything ready, he prepared to meet up with his guild members. However, just as Lin Fan pushed open the blacksmith's door, his expression froze. A few familiar figures blocked the entrance seat was the old rivals from the TNCI guild. Standing at the forefront was Qi Ziyue, her face adorned with a sweet yet dangerous smile, her eyes gleaming with ill intentions. Sorry, Lin Fan, Qi Ziyue said softly, but you won't be participating in this stronghold battle. Lin Fan stood impatiently at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, waving dismissively. I don't know you, old man. Move aside. He feigned ignorance under the guise of Lin Laoda's ID, trying to put some distance between himself and Tianxi's group. Qi Ziyue approached with a light chuckle, calmly fixing her gaze on Lin Fan. We've been tailing you for a while. We saw you change your disguise outside the city, so stop pretending. Her tone carried a hint of confidence, as if she wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Lin Fan's expression shifted slightly, becoming more vigilant. The other side's composed demeanor suggested they had something up their sleeve. Given his current display of strength, he should have been able to easily send Tianxi's group back to respawn. Yet, Qi Ziyue, with her cunning mind, must have been aware of this. At that moment, Wu Zuani stepped forward, speaking calmly, Master, I think your involvement might disrupt the balance of this match. Perhaps you should sit this one out? Master. Lin Fan's eyebrows furrowed, then he smiled mockingly. I'm not worthy of being your master, Wu Zuani, the main member of TNCI, and this year's Rookie of the Year. Wu Zuani's cheeks flushed with a mix of emotions. She had risen through TNCI ranks thanks to Lin Fan's guidance. Yet, she knew she had hurt Lin Fan deeply by participating in match fixing. Despite her guilt, her continued confrontation with Lin Fan made her current stance clear. He Tsong, clad in legendary armor, impatiently scoffed. Why waste time talking to him? Let's just get this over with. His tone was dripping with arrogant confidence. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, a smirk playing on his lips as he said calmly, I've already told you, not only will I participate in the Stronghold battle, but I'll also ensure you don't capture a single point. With that, he shrugged off his imperial robe disguise. He Tsong's face changed dramatically, shouting in shock, the top weapon on the legendary list is in this bastard's hands. Lin Fan had chosen to remain anonymous on the equipment leaderboard to surprise his old rivals, but it seemed unnecessary now. Not only did he have a legendary weapon, but he also donned 2 legendary pieces of armor. Qi Ziyue's expression grew serious. Lin Fan's 20-level power sanctuary pauldrons and robe were both top items on the armor leaderboard. At this stage, a single legendary item was invaluable. TNCI Guild, not among the wealthiest in the domain, only possessed 2 legendary items, the staff in her hand and the armor on Hikong. Without a full set, their attributes were strong but paled in comparison to Lin Fan's set in practical combat. The Power Sanctuary 3-piece set combined with the Fox Tribe Hero 3-piece set and enhanced by the 3x3 dual awakening skills made Lin Fan nearly unstoppable in a city. Who dares to stop me? Pray tell. Lin Fan asked emotionlessly as he strode out of the blacksmith shop, exuding an aura of unmatched dominance that left TNC's members breathless. Just then, a loud shout came from behind Lin Fan. I dare. Lin Fan's face turned cold as he saw a level 20 rogue attempt to sneak up on him. Lin Fan was puzzled. Although TNC's members were strong, they had suffered a team wipe before. How could a lone rogue dare to attack? Something was amiss. Lin Fan quickly activated his sun shield to block the attack, rendering the rogue's damage ineffective. The rogue, with the ID Gold Hunter 17, smirked slyly and suddenly feigned a move, swiftly throwing a hidden weapon. Naturally, Lin Fan was unafraid, accurately predicting the trajectory of the projectile with a basic attack. However, after hitting the projectile, the Chaos Orb passed through it, directly striking the rogue. Gold Hunter 17 was easily defeated. Simultaneously, the projectile hit Lin Fan, expanding rapidly into white shackles that locked his hands tightly. Lin Fan was startled, recognizing it as the anti-magic shackles used during his previous arrest by NPCs. A system notification followed. Warden's special skill Anti-Magic Cage activated. You are unable to use any attacks, items, or skills for 20 hours. Lin Fan looked visibly shocked. The rogue had concealed the Warden class, notoriously one of the worst among the 20 hidden classes in the domain. The Warden class was rated abysmally low, only granting the unique skill Anti-Magic Cage with no attribute enhancements. Worse yet, the skill could only be used once in a lifetime. Recalling his initial doubts when he read about the class on forums, Lin Fan couldn't fathom its usefulness. Choosing this hidden class was almost like a death sentence. Now, he had to admit, There were indeed no useless classes in the domain, only players who failed to use them effectively. Qi Ziyue addressed the rogue's corpse. Shaoli, just get your character compensation from the admin. The rogue immediately disconnected and deleted their account. Hitsong laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, finally caught you. Huh? Try acting tough now, won't you? Weren't you the master at showing off? Even with Lin Fan's formidable combat power, he seemed doomed now. Hitsong thought to himself that this great news must be shared with Shaolin, so he could enjoy a few days of laughter. What's this about the top spellcaster turning into a chicken ready for slaughter? Hitsong continued to taunt. That's nonsense. We should at least call him senior. Without him, Tianci wouldn't be what it is today, someone nearby reminded, their tone tinged with complex emotions. A group of professional players from Tianci surrounded Lin Fan, mocking and ridiculing him. Despite the insults and jeers, Lin Fan's expression remained calm and composed. He had already weathered harsher trials and emerged stronger. Lin Fan recalled the past, when he was falsely accused of match fixing after a crushing defeat in the World Championship, facing a storm of online abuse from millions of netizens. That experience had honed his resilience to an extraordinary level. You treat teammates like tools, forcing them into trash jobs just to trap me for 20 hours, Lin Fan chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Standing nearby, Qi Ziyue wore a victorious smile. She giggled. Since you can create a guild on your own and have so much good gear, you must be quite wealthy now, right, Captain Lin? Hitsong's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he slowly drew his dual blades and strode towards Lin Fan. With a sin value of at least 5,000, there must be a lot of good loot to be had, he murmured, as though he were about to sever the demons that had haunted him for years. Just then, a sharp wind blade swept across, carving a menacing line between Hitsong and Lin Fan on the ground. Hitsong turned back with a venomous glare and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" Wu Shui and I spoke firmly. "Watch your mouth, Hikong. We agreed to just trap him, to keep him out of the Stronghold battle. Are you planning to go back on your word?" "Shut up, you fake bitch, get out of my way." Hitsong raged, ignoring Wu Shui's attempts to stop him, and continued his charge towards Lin Fan. "I said no." Wu Shui and I snorted, raising her hero's staff high. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted around her, and her body glowed with a cyan light, as if merging with the wind itself. The power of an rank wind messenger greatly enhanced her combat prowess. Qi Ziyue signaled to the others, and 5 or 6 high-level players immediately blocked Wu Shui's path. "Sorry, Xuan," Qi Ziyue said softly. Wu Shui's face turned pale as she glared at Qi Ziyue. "You deceived me? Qi Ziyue, do you have any integrity? This is too important. I'll explain later." Qi Ziyue's face darkened as she urged Hitsong and the others to act immediately. Lin Fan glanced at Wu Shui and I with indifference, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Ha, dealing with this woman and expecting integrity. Foolish. Save your fake kindness. Our relationship ended with that match-fixing scandal." His words hit Wu Shui and I like a sledgehammer, draining the color from her face and shattering her last shred of hope. "Bastard, die!" Hitsong roared, his dual blades enchanted and at maximum power, determined to shred Lin Fan to pieces. Just as the blades were about to strike Lin Fan's face, he smirked slightly and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Sorry, see you in 20 hours. Before the words fully left his lips, he vanished, clearly having disconnected from the game. Gone? How is that possible? The Tianci group was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a player could disconnect directly during combat. Qi Ziyue's expression darkened as she quickly realized, damn it, that idiot didn't deal any real damage, so he wasn't dragged into combat mode. She coldly ordered, "Get the gold farming crew here to camp this spot. As soon as he logs back in, kill him immediately." Sigh. Some things just never let go. Lin Fan sighed as he reached out to open the game pod door. He stretched his stiff limbs, feeling a bit uncomfortable after a long immersive gaming session, even with the support of nutrient solutions. Stepping out, he looked around, finding the line between reality and virtuality increasingly blurred. The beauty of the divine realm always gave him a fragile sense of falseness, starkly different from the tangible reality of the fusion world. With the first light of dawn, Lin Fan stretched lazily and wandered through the spacious villa in search of the fridge. He took out a bottle of cold milk, sipping it by the pool, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his face. The villa arranged by the celestial hall had a great view, which helped him relax. Suddenly, his phone vibrated wildly with a series of calls from Pongzi. When Lin Fan answered, Pongzi's anxious voice came through. "Fan, can you be reliable for once? We've all been teleported to the Wild Mountain. Where are you?" Lin Fan chuckled. "Looks like I've been red-carded. You might have to handle the Stronghold battle without me." "What? What did you do this time?" Pongzi's voice was filled with panic. Lin Fan briefly explained the situation, prompting Pongzi to curse and swear, extending his profanities to the ancestors of Qi Ziyue's group. "Don't worry, there's still time. It's just a 20-hour logout. The Stronghold battle will last a day, Lin Fan reassured him. Pongzi hesitated. But bro, the teleport guide will disappear in an hour. After that, we'll have to walk to the Wild Mountain. Are you sure 4 hours is enough? It should be. Just do your best. Even if I can't make it, I'll be watching your live battle stream, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Are you sure you're not just watching us make fools of ourselves? Pongzi sounded worried. I bet at least 4 or 5 guilds are coming for us. Even if I'm strong, I can't handle them all. Lin Fan was unfazed. If you make fools of yourselves, so be it. I'll give $500 for each time you die and 1,000 for each kill. Try your best to bankrupt me. In his view, this was a rare training opportunity for the rookies to grow quickly through the baptism of blood and fire. All right, I might have to die 800 times to earn that. Pongzi perked up at the mention of money. After the call ended, Lin Fan finished his breakfast delivery and, with nothing else to do, contacted Xiao Xian. Learning that she was feeling well today, he decided to pick her up and find a place to watch the guild battle stream together. Driving to the hospital, Lin Fan noticed the commercial buildings plastered with massive banners of the Divine Realm guild battles. The slogan Divine Realm, Battle Unending, dominated the city's view, turning this ordinary Saturday into a festive climax. As he got out of the car, he spotted Xiao Xian in her casual attire from a distance. Her delicate features and graceful figure attracted many admiring glances from passers-by, though her pale complexion made Lin Fan's heart tighten. With the surgery date approaching, he forced a smile, trying not to dwell on unpleasant possibilities. Hey, your brother's here. Lin Fan was about to speak when his left eye suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, as if it were about to split open. He gritted his teeth, supporting himself on his knees to avoid collapsing. Is my eye going blind? Lin Fan cursed under his breath, pulling out his phone to check his eye. To his surprise, he saw a faint blue aura surrounding his eyeball, making him wonder if it was an illusion. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. You can see me, right? Then you and I are kindred spirits. Lin Fan looked up to see a black-haired boy with a blood-stained face but a bright smile appear before him. The boy's figure flickered among the passers-by, and in the next instant, he was on a blood-soaked battlefield. Thick black mist enveloped the battlefield, and the boy suddenly screamed madly, "You wretched creatures, die, die, die." He wielded a black war spear, hurling it into the black mist. A brilliant light exploded, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with a deafening roar. Lin Fan's heart raced with fear as he recognized the creatures in the mist. They were colossal demons. These terrifying beings were all too familiar to him, having slaughtered countless trial participants. Thousands of demons were annihilated by the Black War Spear, finally revealing a glimmer of light in the sky. However, hope quickly vanished as more demons emerged, once again swallowing that sliver of light. Lin Fan wanted to speak, but found himself unable to make a sound. He could only stand there, witnessing this surreal phenomenon unfold. He was then confronted with an even more terrifying scene. The dark-haired boy, aware of his impending death, still wore a cruel smile. Without hesitation, he reached up and gouged out his left eye, then his right. Two beams of silver light shot up from the empty sockets, temporarily pushing back the demon army. Kneeling on the ground, the boy didn't stop. He plunged his fingers into his chest and wrenched out his own heart. Blood and tears mingled, sliding down his face. In a faint voice he said, "Find the gift I left you. Carry my hope and live on." "Hey, big brother, hey, are you okay?" Xiao Xian's concerned voice suddenly broke through, and the hallucination vanished instantly. "Why are you crying?" Xiao Xian tilted her head, looking at him quizzically, and casually took out a tissue to wipe away his tears. Lin Fan awkwardly smiled, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, still feeling a burning sensation in his left eye, as if the illusion and reality had intertwined. "No, nothing. Let's visit the park before the game," he said, adjusting his demeanor and forcing a smile. "I want ice cream. Go buy me some," Xiao Xian demanded playfully. "You can't have any. You're having surgery in a few days," Lin Fan replied, slightly annoyed. On the way to the park, Lin Fan was distracted, his mind replaying the earlier vision. Who was that boy? Why did he feel so similar to him? Could he also be someone reborn? Yet, the boy's attire was nothing like modern clothing. It was all too coincidental. The super divine soul imprint he received was called the left eye of the giant spirit god, and it was his left eye that caused him pain and hallucinations. Lin Fan began to suspect that his real-life self was gradually merging with his in-game character. To others, this might sound like a fantasy, but having experienced such an event, he wasn't surprised. It was just a matter of time. After all, the very existence of the Divine Realm game defied logic. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Lin Fan reached out his hand, attempting to cast a chaos spell ball as he would in the game. "Why did you hit me? I said I didn't want it." Xiao Xian, walking ahead, suddenly felt a smack on her behind. She turned, her face flushed with indignation, and glared at Lin Fan. Then, without hesitation, she ran behind him and kicked him hard. The two of them laughed and played in the park as usual. Lin Fan watched her carefree demeanor and couldn't help but smile foolishly, finding it hard to imagine how he survived those 5 years in his past life. Sitting on a bench, Lin Fan bought cotton candy for Xiao Xian, who loved it and lazily basked in the sun. Xiao Xian got up to throw away the stick, then shamelessly snuggled into his arms. Lin Fan glared at her. Spit it out, don't try to act cute. There's no chance of getting ice cream. Big brother, what if I'm gone? Xiao Xian suddenly asked. Gone? What do you mean? Lin Fan was momentarily confused. Xiao Xian propped herself up, looking at him earnestly and said, I mean, if the surgery fails and I'm gone? You know, like, dead. Xiao Xian rolled her eyes and pouted. Lin Fan was at a loss for words, wanting to change the subject with feigned anger. But Xiao Xian wouldn't let it go, seriously saying, promise me you won't give up on yourself. Live well. Lin Fan didn't know what had gotten into her, but he had a feeling that this silly girl somehow sensed this ordeal in her fate. I promise you. Oh no. He's going to hit me. He's getting angry. Seeing his expression darken, Xiao Xian anticipated that he might lash out and swiftly jumped off the bench to escape. Lin Fan sighed helplessly, watching her retreating figure. He silently vowed to himself, no matter if I have to live through this life once, 10 times, or even 1,000 times, I will never let you die in front of me again. In the wild, untamed mountains of the Huaxiao war zone, over 1,000 guilds are fiercely competing for control of 99 strongholds across 3 battlefields. This isn't just a battle, it's a blood-soaked spectacle. In the bustling city center, the esports arena is packed with spectators gathered before a giant screen. Lin Fan and Xiao Xian squeeze through the crowd to find a seat. On the screen, an epic battle unfolds. Holy crap! Dragon Mark Kongqing has taken down over 100 enemies in less than an hour. An excited spectator exclaims. Just 6 of them, are they trying to solo an entire guild? In the footage, Kongqing wields a golden bow, reminiscent of Ho I Reborn. With a single arrow, a magical glow erupts, and a terrifying force sends frontline warriors flying. From 100 meters away, he precisely targets the leader of the opposing guild amidst the crowd. Swish, 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 swish. 4 arrows in a second, unstoppable. Bai Luo's guild leader doesn't even have time to react before being instantly defeated. My god, this rank sacred archer is insane. The commentator stutters in excitement. I heard this hidden class is even stronger than double rank. With an attack speed of 3.5, it pierces through knight shields and deals splash damage for mages nearly wiped out. Yet, Kongqing's display was merely an appetizer. With a stern expression, he gestures, challenging 2 entire battle groups of Bai Luo's guild. Attack! Immediately, Zhu Shuangshuang waves a water blue staff, and a magic hexagram emits a pale blue glow. Deathly hailstorm, she cries, as countless massive snowballs rain down, crushing a swath of enemies. Zhang Tianqi charges like a raging bull, leading knights into the enemy ranks. Their teamwork is seamless and aggressive, mowing down Bai Luo's guild members like wheat. Retreat! Retreat now! The guild leader of Bai Luo screams in despair. We can't take Dragon's Breath Fortress Theory, all insanely powerful and wealthy players. Seeing this, other guilds are too frightened to even attempt flanking Kongqing, choosing instead to flee in panic. Kongqing and his team secure Dragon's Breath Fortress, investing a staggering amount of reputation to fortify the stronghold's outer walls. With meticulous planning by the Dragon Mark Guild, it becomes an impregnable bastion against other guilds. Break the army, Kongqing commands from the top of the stronghold, his shining silver legendary armor gleaming. This place is yours now. Don't let me down. I have a score to settle with the Godslayer. Don't worry, Break the army replies calmly. With me here, anyone who comes will meet their end. The scene shifts to the first battlefield's Wulong Mountain stronghold. Damn it, they just keep coming. A voice curses angrily. A bunch of cowards using swarm tactics. Commentators are stunned to find that Light and Dark Swordmaster Kai Ye's kill count has reached 134, surpassing even Kongqing's. Incredible, a commentator exclaims. A melee fighter achieving better results than a ranged one. Indeed, Kai Ye's Light and Dark Swordmaster has shown extraordinary prowess in this chaotic battle. With wide-ranging skills and dual critical hit traits, even enemy knights struggle to withstand his onslaught. As one of the 3 most crucial strongholds, Wulong Mountain is heavily fortified by Madman, sparing no expense. The performance of the Godslayers is impressive, with Fatty cutting down 2 formidable guilds within an hour to secure the stronghold firmly. Kai Yi sits atop a massive boulder, gazing down at the ant-like masses of enemies below. As 3 more guilds approach, he feels the immense pressure building. The blood on the Centurion had long turned red, a result of the armor's passive skill, Endless Bloodlust, which enhanced his vampiric abilities with every kill. On the battlefield, the young priest anxiously shouted, "Brother Kai, don't move. I can't heal you." He quickly cast a healing spell, only to see the bulky warrior rise just in time to dodge it. The bulky warrior glared at the young priest impatiently, saying, "Hurry up and curse me. I need to keep fighting." The young priest, donned in the heroic set gifted by Lin Fan, looked impressive, though the goat lying beside him left him a bit perplexed. "All right, Brother Kai," the young priest replied with a wry smile, as he casually cast a healing spell on the goat, which glowed green. After confirming the healing was successful, he immediately turned to curse heal the bulky warrior. He adeptly alternated between casting spells on the goat and the warrior, cleverly utilizing the Curse King's mechanism. The seemingly ordinary goat was indeed just that ordinary, a neutral creature the young priest had picked up by the roadside. However, in the realm of the gods, neutral creatures typically boasted an astonishing health pool of over 300,000, making them ideal targets for triggering the Curse King's effect. This was a strategy he and the bulky warrior had developed together, effectively reducing the chances of curse healing failure. Once the bulky warrior's health dropped to 90, the other priest would restore him to full health. It was with this tactic that the bulky warrior became invincible on the battlefield, like a player hunting machine, with no one able to withstand his nearly doubled terrifying power. Suddenly, Iron Cavalry shouted alertly, "Something's wrong. Aren't these guilds supposed to be in a free-for-all? They might have teamed up." Below the Wulong Mountain Stronghold, 3 guilds had formed a medium-sized battle group of 500 people, all glaring at the bulky warrior. "Damn, this class profession is ridiculous. We've lost half our men, and it'll be another 10 minutes before they can respawn," a guild member cursed. "Don't panic," another reassured. "They only have one Kai who can be a bit dumbfounded. The rest are trash. Lin Fan, that cowardly turtle, doesn't seem to be around. It's a sham organized game. Everyone wants to step on it." The guild members below had bloodshot eyes, the ground littered with bodies, the aftermath of the recent battle. They hadn't expected to suffer such heavy losses even in Lin Fan's absence. "Kill them all. The Godslayer Guild must perish," the battle commander roared, and in an instant, over 100 warriors charged up the hill to launch a full assault. "You pathetic curs, get lost." With his health restored, the bulky warrior leaped from a boulder, landing like a bolt of lightning in the midst of the enemy's formation. His dual swords enchanted, he fought decisively and was unstoppable. "Don't show off, you big oaf. I'm coming." Iron Cavalry roared, leading guild members to support the bulky warrior, striving to hold the entrance to the stronghold and prevent being overwhelmed by the enemy's numerical advantage in open terrain. The bulky warrior exclaimed excitedly, "This is awesome." He gulped down a resistance potion, reducing the pressure as his dual swords merged into a broadsword. Standing his ground, he absorbed the enemy's health like an immortal war god. Suddenly, a golden light shot through the air, and the bulky warrior's face showed shock as he hurriedly swung his sword to block it. With a clang, he was pushed back several steps. The golden arrow split into 5 midair, attacking him again at close range. The split arrows instantly dealt 3,000 damage, prompting several priests from the Godslayer Guild to quickly heal the bulky warrior, narrowly avoiding the loss of their strongest asset. "Not good. Ikonching is here. The Dragonmark army has arrived." The bulky warrior's eyes narrowed as a 1,000-strong battle group approached in the distance. Dragonmark, Dragon Scale, Dragon Soul. The bulky warrior and his companions were stunned. All 5 guilds starting with Dragon were branches of Dragonmark. Since guilds couldn't upgrade at the moment, each was capped at 300 members, but the affluent Ikonching had created 5 guilds in one go, all filled with frontline players. Ikonching rode a pitch-black steed, exuding an aura like a demon lord's descent, and called out loudly, "Let Lin Fan come out and fight." Ikonching stood proudly, challenging the Shirshin crowd. "Give him a chance to duel with me. If he can defeat me, I will immediately lead my people away." His face was as handsome as jade, exuding an unmatched regal aura. "You despicable scoundrel!" Tiechi roared in anger at his words. "Ikonching, I'll curse your sister." The chubby one cursed loudly, then muttered under his breath, "That scoundrel knows Fan isn't online and is purposely showing off. He wants others to think Fan is afraid to fight, creating the illusion that Fan is inferior to him." Ikonching shook his head and sighed. "Oh, it seems the 3-time champion is afraid to fight. What a pity." He raised his divine bow with a flourish. "Kill, kill, kill." Under Ikonching's command, his 1,000-strong battle group surged forward with unstoppable momentum, their murderous aura seemingly breaking through the screen, shocking countless viewers across the country. At that moment, Madman, who had command authority, noticed Longhin and others approaching. He immediately sent a retreat message to the chubby one. "Madman, time to retreat. Head to the Fengqi stronghold. We can contest that." He knew the cost of unnecessary sacrifice. I'm so damn pissed off. I want to personally chop that dog Kongsheng. The chubby one roared in fury. Calm down, Kaizi, Madman advised. The game has just started. We can turn this around if we find the right opportunity. The chubby one took a deep breath to calm himself, brandishing his enchanted broadsword to sweep aside any blockers, quickly retreating with Tiechi and others to the stronghold, then descending the mountain via a narrow path. Haha, fleeing without a fight. Remember, this is the style of Shirshin. Kongqing taunted. This trash organization dares to occupy Wulong Mountain. Laughable and disgraceful. Make way for the great Kongqing. This place will be ruled by Long Hin. Amidst a chorus of laughter, the guilds that had previously besieged them made way, handing over the stronghold to Long Hin. At that moment, the true first person of the God Realm seemed to emerge. In the livestream, two commentators began stirring up the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the live chat. Yes, the chat is definitely going to be exciting now. Shirshin is a guild founded by a former professional champion, and it's understandable they struggled in a 1v9 at the start. But I didn't expect the three-time champion wouldn't show up. Their faces were full of disdain. The live chat flooded with comments. Baizi, say something. Aren't you watching the stream? Speak up. This is hilarious. The guild leader of Shirshin isn't even online during a stronghold battle. LOL? Dumb fan god ruined my youth. I actually thought that trash was going to rise up. Maybe the esports association intervened, and the strongest fan god of Shirshin got banned. The audience erupted into piercing laughter. Lin Fan was analyzing the battle situation in his mind when he suddenly paused. Yi Shaoxian covered his eyes with her hand, not wanting him to see this scene. It's nothing, I don't mind. If they want to laugh, let them, Lin Fan said calmly, removing her small hand with a gentle smile. Yi Shaoxian said angrily, they don't know what they're talking about. The stronghold battle lasts a day, and having an early advantage doesn't mean they can hold it. Besides, there are 5 strongholds around Wulong Mountain, naturally surrounded. Taking this one first might not be a good thing. Lin Fan smiled warmly. Although this girl didn't have much time to play games, she often browsed the God Realm forums and had some unique insights into stronghold battles. The fierce battle continued, with top guilds like Long Hin, Tianxi, Wanzue, and Haoyue showing their prowess across 3 battlefields. The streaming platform capitalized on viewer interest, occasionally inserting clips of the chubby one and others being surrounded and beaten. Despite the chubby one's skills and equipment being top-notch, they struggled to fend off the wolves. They had just taken over a stronghold but were besieged by multiple guilds within 10 minutes. During this time, the chubby one had slain over 400 enemies, ranking first, but he had also died more than 10 times, often getting separated from his team and unable to be revived by the small priest. Lin Fan watched all of this silently. Being relentlessly beaten was undoubtedly painful, but the more painful it was, the more it could unleash potential. Training would continue through constant death. Finally, Madman, a top student, got serious and employed the traditional guerrilla tactics of the Chinese military academy. Madman, hit and run. We'll come back after retreating. If they don't let us rest, we'll drive them crazy. The Shirshin members broke into smaller teams, constantly harassing other guilds. They would abandon a stronghold after capturing it, only to return and ambush the enemy once they moved in. Meanwhile, they accumulated kill points to gain merits, which could later be exchanged for various rare items. This rogue tactic of Hitandrin infuriated the guild leaders, who cursed and jumped in frustration, yet they were powerless to stop it. Of course, Madman understood that with such tactics, capturing a stronghold was nearly impossible. Simply standing within a stronghold meant being passively beaten, especially being targeted by Kongqing. Without sufficient combat power, they couldn't hold their ground. Shirshin is finished. There are 8 hours left in the stronghold battle, and they haven't captured a single point. It's all over, the commentator sighed, seemingly ready to seal Shirshin's fate. What Triple Crown champion? Just a clown. The comments rolled in like a tidal wave, turning today into a celebration for Lin Fan's critics. The defeat in the stronghold battle gave them free rein to mock him relentlessly. If you can't fight in the stronghold battle, what are you even doing in the divine realm? Yi Shaoxian was so angry her face turned red, and she couldn't even finish her meal. She quickly paid the bill and pushed Lin Fan out the door. You better go back and win. If you don't, watch out, I'll give you a beating. Lin Fan chuckled wryly, letting her shove him around. All right, stop pushing. Although the time for the magic-restricted prison to be lifted was still a while away, he couldn't argue with this stubborn girl. So, he sent her back to the hospital and then returned to the villa. Once home, Lin Fan showed no signs of anxiety. He brewed a cup of tea, enjoyed a nice bath, and carried on as usual. Then he cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles and lay down to sleep peacefully. Beep 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 beep, the alarm went off right on time. Lin Fan got up, washed his face, and entered the game pod just in time. Meanwhile, in the game, Lunatic was exhausted. We seem to be losing. He hated to admit it, but with 3 battlefields and 99 strongholds, he had led attacks on nearly everyone. Although his team had earned a lot of merit, they still couldn't capture a single stronghold, making all their efforts seem futile. Just then, Lunatic received an unexpected message. Bone Eater, last 30 minutes, come to Wangdianchi. This stronghold is yours. Lunatic was surprised. He knew the Kong family estate was on good terms with the divine god, and they had already secured 2 strongholds. But he hadn't expected them to be so generous, unconditionally giving away a medium-sized stronghold. Such a stronghold would cost billions in the divine realm. Even if I accept, that kid won't, Lunatic replied. That guy is too proud. If I agree, would he? Bone Eater was speechless. Indeed, with the pride of a Triple Crown champion, Lin Fan would never accept such a favor outright. I'll try to break through from another angle, Lunatic sighed. By now, most guilds had reached a consensus. If the Godslayer guild attacked any stronghold, the neighboring guilds would come to defend it. They were clearly seen as public enemies, and no one wanted to be their neighbor or see them grow stronger. Damn it! Fatty slashed down a towering tree in frustration. Despite bearing the golden title of Enemy of 1,000, showing he had killed over 1,000 foes, he couldn't feel any joy. I'm about to give up and call it a night. Shunzhou Iron Cavalry yawned. The other members hiding in the bushes were silent. Although nearly everyone had over 100 kills, they had all lost their fighting spirit. Just as despair set in, a clear notification sounded, and everyone jolted. Ding dong, your friend Divine God has come online. And then another. Ding dong, guild leader Divine God has come online. If you don't get here soon, we're done for, exclaimed Pongzi with great excitement, immediately shouting in the guild channel. Madman quickly responded, can you make it in 4 hours? Most of us have died 7 or 8 times already, and the respawn penalties are getting longer. Stay calm. Try to capture a stronghold and hold out until I arrive, came a calm voice. All right, let's give it a shot. Madman gritted his teeth. He knew there was little hope of turning the tide, but he believed that the crazy genius must have a plan. Madman shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone, stop slacking. Look at the minimap, find my location, and regroup. As a military academy graduate, he never suffered such a loss, and he couldn't swallow his pride. Qingzhou Wu Yinzu hesitated. I don't know what to say. How much difference can 1 or 2 people make? Shenzhou Iron Cavalry sighed. Honestly, we should wait for the next stronghold battle. It's hopeless now. Shut your mouth. Iron Turtle, you're just a coward. If you're scared, leave now. Pongzi roared in anger. Seeing Pongzi's outburst, the other guild members fell silent. Iron Cavalry looked helpless. They had been at a severe disadvantage, and even if the guild leader logged on, the morale was low. Every time they showed themselves, they were struck down by the enemy guild, who surrounded them from all sides, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Madman took a deep breath and calmed down. Don't rush, Kaizi. Do as the guild leader said. Just try to hold 1 stronghold. He advised Pongzi not to be reckless, as he believed their overall skill level gave them a chance against 2 or 3 guilds. Don't get discouraged. The guild leader promised rewards for both dying and killing enemies. You're not going to turn down money, are you? Madman's words brought smiles to the faces of Shenzhou Iron Cavalry and others. Yeah, we won't lose out either way, so no point in worrying about getting beaten. Their confidence restored, the members of the Shirshin Guild sprang back into action. Meanwhile, Lin Fan appeared in front of the blacksmith shop. A system notification suddenly popped up. You have triggered a hidden quest, the unparalleled legend. Find the right eye of the Holy Spirit Imprint Giant God. Seek clues to the heart of the Divine Soul Imprint Giant God, unknown. Failure penalty, unknown. Lin Fan was stunned, his scalp tingling. He hadn't logged in earlier or experienced any special events, so how did he trigger a super god level soul imprint follow-up quest? And it was the highest difficulty quest in the divine domain. Was this even achievable for a player? Recalling the black-haired boy who said it was a gift for him that morning, Lin Fan felt a vague unease. As he pondered, the sound of barking dogs interrupted him. A dozen members of the Tianxi gold farming team had been stationed around him, not participating in the stronghold battle. These gold farmers, much like Lin Fan in his past life, were just the guild's low-level workers, not valued by the Tianxi club. Their only purpose was to earn money for the top players. As fellow travelers on a hard road, Lin Fan didn't want to make things difficult for them. However, this group seemed eager to fight. There's a bunch of us, who cares? Let's just do it. So what if he's a former pro player? I can't stand those pro guys. Lin Fan sighed. Don't blame me for this then. The knight player raised his shield to block. The priests in the back prepared to heal. Archers unleashed a rain of arrows to limit movement, and the earth mages began casting slow spells. Lin Fan shrugged, having no time for their antics. He started with a chaos orb, which hit the knight's shield, spreading its quadruple effects. Even with a shield wall, The knight with mediocre gear couldn't withstand the burning effect and fell instantly. The gold farming team was dumbfounded. Had one-shotted a tire paladin with a basic attack? With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan summoned a dark red chaotic hexagram, bringing forth a flame dragon. Then, the Holy Realm power staff glowed, summoning 2 more flame dragons from the array. Double skill split, each skill with full damage? Every player who witnessed this was stunned. The 3 flame dragons descended, sending everyone within a 50-meter radius flying. Hundreds of fireballs danced in the air, mercilessly annihilating all living targets. Is that Fan God? Why isn't he fighting in the Stronghold battle? He's so damn strong. It's such a waste. With that strength, he should be on the Stronghold battle stage. But now everyone online is mocking him. Bystander players marveled as they watched the powerful man turn and leave. Lin Fan exited Edgar City. With the guide gone, he had no choice but to traverse the map. The Divine Domain map was vast and daunting, with the Wild Mountain on the border of the Light Dragon Empire. Without a teleportation array, even running for over 10 hours wouldn't get him there. So, Lin Fan decided to fly. He arrived at Death Mountain, a level 30 elite monster area. Climbing to the peak, he found a group of winged lizards. The Crimson Lizard, a level 30 creature, possesses 50,000 health points and 750 attack power. These creatures have striking red heads and can unleash large fiery blasts from around their necks, making them adept at launching aerial ambushes. Their abilities include biting and fireball attacks. A dozen Crimson Lizards spotted the intruder, Lin Fan, and immediately emitted piercing warning cries at the edge of the cliff. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, waving his staff to cast a swamp spell that instantly slowed the lizard's movements. Then, 2 stone vines erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a jagged dome that trapped the small creatures and prevented them from taking flight. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swung his staff at an astonishing speed of twice per second, launching over 10 chaotic orbs that accurately hit each trapped Crimson Lizard. Under this relentless assault, the group of lizards on the cliff was quickly wiped out. Just as Lin Fan thought the battle was over, a low roar echoed from the sky. A gigantic lizard, twice the size of the ordinary ones, appeared above Lin Fan. Its broad, pale blue wings exuded a commanding presence, reminiscent of a king of the skies. The surviving smaller creatures scattered in fear. This behemoth was the Crimson King, a level 30 elite creature boasting an astounding 300,000 health points. Its skills included Speed Burst, Flame Controller, and Claw Rend, making it far more formidable than the average Crimson Lizard. The Crimson King opened its massive maw and spewed a stream of brownish liquid. What seemed like an ordinary fluid transformed into a terrifying pillar of fire as it approached Lin Fan. The intense heat cracked the ground around them. In the face of such power, Lin Fan remained calm and composed. He chuckled softly, thinking that while this skill bore resemblance to the dragon's traditional breath attack, its power fell short. He quickly activated the Wind Whisperer ability and summoned a majestic flame dragon. The Crimson King reacted swiftly, deftly avoiding the flame dragon's ferocious strike in midair. It hovered high above, seemingly planning to incinerate Lin Fan with its flames. Lin Fan deftly evaded the fiery assault, using the Wind Whisperer's enhancement to execute a strategic maneuvering attack. Infuriated by Lin Fan's agile movements, the Crimson King could no longer hold back. It dove down fiercely, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold light, ready to unleash its Claw Rend skill. At this critical moment, Lin Fan shouted, "Wind God Sigh!" Instantly, azure ripples surged like a tide, and a fierce wind arose, forming a blue tornado that forcefully dragged the Crimson King down from the sky. The Crimson King crashed to the ground with a harrowing screech. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan quickly retreated 100 meters, expressionless as he unleashed a barrage of basic attacks. Suddenly, a gray chain materialized out of thin air, wrapping around the Crimson King. This was the effect of Chaos Chain, triggering a double critical true damage for the next 5 seconds. Under this brutal onslaught, the Crimson King was soon left with only a sliver of health. However, Lin Fan suddenly ceased his attacks, and a mysterious contract sigil appeared before him, transforming into a blood-red contract in the air. This was the basic beast taming skill he had obtained from Wide, essentially a binding contract for magical creatures. Seeing the blood contract, the Crimson King roared with fury, incinerating the contract with a blast of flame. The system immediately prompted Lin Fan that due to the low level of his beast taming skill, the success rate of taming an elite boss was less than 3. Unfazed by the situation, Lin Fan didn't even bother to dodge, effortlessly blocking the Crimson King's attack with 2 blazing sun shields. He had anticipated that the higher the level of the creature, the harder it would be to tame, but he had the patience and strength to contend with the Crimson King. Transport tool number 1, you're quite rebellious, aren't you? Lin Fan shrugged helplessly, retreating and waiting for the Crimson King to passively regain health. When its health recovered to 20,000, Lin Fan struck again with a basic attack. Chaos flames erupted, causing the Crimson King to shriek in agony. Lin Fan summoned another blood contract, only for it to be burned by the Crimson King once again. Thus, the tug-of-war continued for a full half-hour. The Crimson King, exhausted and out of mana, remained unable to pose any threat to Lin Fan. Transport tool number 1. This is your last chance. Make the most of it, Lin Fan thought, his patience wearing thin. If this attempt failed, he would have to settle for taming the elite minions with a higher success rate. The blood contract reappeared in the air. This time, the proud Crimson King hesitated. As a powerful flame controller, it found itself humiliated, its body charred and covered in wounds. This disgrace was undeniable proof of the human's overwhelming strength. The Crimson King was locked in a deep internal struggle. The Book of Blood oaths glowed brightly and vanished into the head of the Crimson King. At that moment, a bond was instantly forged between Lin Fan and this colossal beast, as if they were connected by blood. Congratulations! You have successfully formed a Battle Beast contract with the Crimson King. The system notification chimed, and the previously grayed out Battle Beast icon on Lin Fan's interface lit up. Lin Fan gazed at the Crimson King, now docile as a duckling before him, and couldn't help but smile. He reached into his bag and pulled out a rare saddle, the will of the Battle Beast. The saddle was pitch black, adorned with the war hammer banner of the Grey Dwarf King, and surrounded by ancient war drums, exuding an imposing aura. I'm here, Lin Fan exclaimed as he leapt onto the back of the Crimson King. Instantly, the sound of drums echoed, igniting a fiery passion within him. Ghost Fire Kid with sound effects, both impressive and flamboyant. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, opened his mini-map, and marked the location of the Wild Mountains. The Crimson King spread its massive wings, spanning 7 to 8 meters wide, and soared into the sky. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, it swiftly shot over Death Mountain, racing toward its destination. Meanwhile, on the first battlefield, the members of the Godslayer Guild were locked in a fierce struggle. Madman, commanding with precision, led his team to break through the defenses of the guild dominance overall. Damn it, kill them all! Fatty roared, raising his sword high, his morale soaring. The Iron Cavalry, Gentle Breeze, and other melee fighters followed closely, engaging in a brutal clash with the main and branch forces of dominance overall, numbering over 300. Under the curse healing of the Little Priest, Fatty's attributes doubled, charging into the enemy lines like a bolt of lightning. His presence was akin to a one-man army holding a pass against 10,000 foes. Despite the strength of dominance overall, they were unfortunate to encounter these formidable adversaries. The 10 Road Kings, led by Iron Cavalry, were legends in various RPG online games. Fatty had recruited these technical experts through forum videos, and for them, as long as the enemy numbers weren't overwhelmingly high, each could take on 10 foes. If you're a real man, don't run. Let's fight again, shouted the leader of dominance overall, retreating with his remaining forces, but not before leaving a few harsh words. Fatty and his group responded with mocking smiles. This so-called real man showdown was just an excuse to gather reinforcements. Similar situations had occurred multiple times before, with various thousand-member groups coming to besiege them, leaving no room for respite. Let's hold our ground, Madman sighed. There are 2.5 hours left in the Stronghold battle, and that guy is still nowhere to be seen. No response from the guild announcements either. Fight to the end. Fatty gritted his teeth. Get the revived members to rush to Chaos Ridge quickly. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. For guild's main battle groups emerged from the forest, with the remnants of dominance over all among them. Where's Fangod? Let him come out and meet his end. A woman's voice pierced the air. What's happening? Madman frowned, puzzled. The Sacred Cliff Guild has no grudge against us. Why are they joining in? I've been holding a grudge since you killed me in the newbie village. The woman continued to taunt. Fatty was taken aback. Wow, how many sins has Brother Fan committed? This woman holds grudges even from the newbie village. Haha, Kiki's getting fiercer. A man's voice laughed. How could we, the Heaven's Gift Vanguard, miss out on hunting down a public enemy? Damn, Heaven's Gift is here. The crowd felt a chill, and the atmosphere turned icy. Heaven's Gift was one of the top esports clubs in China, and those who joined were elite among elites. They were nothing like the ragtag groups they had faced before. Madman's expression changed drastically. His strategy of winning with fewer numbers heavily relied on the main battle members being seasoned players. But facing Heaven's Gift Hedon was a daunting prospect. Why are there so few of you? Chi Xiaoman asked, dissatisfied, noticing that only one battle group from Heaven's Gift had arrived, and they were only around level 20. Don't worry, the Berserker laughed. The main force is on its way. Once they capture the 4th Stronghold, the guild leader and the others will join us. The 4th Stronghold. The members of the Godslayers gasped in disbelief and frustration. They hadn't even gained a foothold, and yet the opposition had already seized 4 strongholds. Although TNCI couldn't match the top guilds in terms of financial resources, they excelled in their impressive number of elite players. Most of their members were professional gamers, with combat skills far surpassing ordinary players. Conquering and dominating was a basic skill for every TNCI player. The young priest timidly asked, "Why aren't they attacking us right away?" Madman, with a grim expression and eyes fixed on the distance, replied in a deep voice, "These bastards are biding their time, planning to crush us just before the stronghold battle ends, leaving us no time to counterattack other strongholds." He sent another private message to Lin Fan. "Where the hell are you? We've taken the stronghold, but we're surrounded." Lin Fan, who had been silent, finally responded, "How many are on the other side? Have the TNCI and Long Hin people arrived?" Madman's face turned as he quickly replied, "TNCI has sent a small battle group. The other side? I'd guess around 1,100 people. What did you do to get so many people wanting to kill you?" If Lin Fan were there, Madman would probably have tried to strangle him. Remembering their initial plan for only 4 opposing guilds, he now wished he could slap himself. There were at least 7 enemy guilds in front of them, and their numbers were still growing. Lin Fan casually replied with a thoughtful emoji, "That many people isn't particularly a lot, is it? I didn't do anything, really. Maybe it's just my irresistible charm. Get lost." Madman snapped angrily. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was dealing with a tricky situation, which explained his delayed response. Riding his level 30 Scarlet King, he was ambushed by a level 50 hybrid dragon as he reached the outskirts of the Wild Mountains. Although it was just an elite mob, its health was a staggering 200,000, not much weaker than the Scarlet King. Lin Fan and his partner, Number 1, engaged in an intense aerial battle. However, at that moment, a Leviathan beast suddenly appeared. This massive creature resembled a gigantic whale, stretching 1,000 meters long and covered in fierce white scales. With a single gulp, it devoured the hybrid dragon and disappeared in a flash of lightning right before Lin Fan's eyes. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Fan's back as he realized that such a creature was at least domain lord level. According to the lore of the divine realm, the Leviathan beast was once a pet of the ancient titans. Back at the first battlefield, a woman riding a white horse and clad in a sacred white robe appeared, sparking cheers throughout the Demon Ridge. "Unsclass Holy Spirit Priest," the crowd exclaimed. No wonder TNCI was invincible, having lost fewer than 10 players so far. The top priest in the Huaxia district was incomparable to any ordinary deity. "My goddess, could she be any more beautiful?" someone shouted in awe. The newcomer was Qi Ziyue, leading the TNCI battle group to the field. As a high-profile esports star, her presence ignited a frenzy among the fanboys. "Can I get a photo, Goddess Ziyue?" A fan eagerly rushed forward, hoping for a picture with the goddess. Qi Ziyue smiled gently, graciously acknowledging her fans' requests and taking screenshots with them. Just then, a gentle voice resonated. "This game is about to end. Has Fanshin logged in?" The members of the Godslayers felt a chill run down their spines as they saw the combined forces of Long Hin and TNCI appearing on the horizon. They all shared a single thought. "My god, this has to be a joke." Everyone knows that Fanshin has a notorious reputation. Despite being a god-given talent, he has become a stain on that very gift. The pain was evident on Qi Ziyue's captivating face, a scene witnessed by the entire nation, evoking empathy from all. With a soft sigh, Qi Ziyue said, "The esports world doesn't need the false glory he brings, nor does the divine realm." The audience echoed her sentiment. "Well said, Zhu. Anyone who sides with Fan Shin tarnishes the honor of Chinese esports. Members of the Shirshin Guild, step down." Suddenly, an announcement blared above everyone's heads. Yi Kongqing taunted coldly, "Fanshin, do you dare to face me in a fair fight? Win, and I'll give you a base." Yi Kongqing and Qi Ziyue rode side by side, resembling a celestial couple, drawing envious glances from all around. They exchanged a knowing smile, their acting impeccable. Pongzi gripped his battle sword, his expression resolute, tears glistening in his eyes. Only he truly understood the hardships Brother Fan had endured over the years. With a sudden shout, he declared, "I will protect Brother Fan's honor. I'll fight you." His powerful voice echoed across the battlefield, invigorating the Shirshin members. Madman wanted to dissuade him but couldn't find the words. Inwardly, he thought, this group not only wants to destroy the Shirshin Guild, but also to crush Fanshin's spirit, exposing the true face of the 3-time champion to all players and fans, making Brother Fan a target of scorn. The Shirshin members were fired up. "Kaizi, charge," someone shouted. "He might just beat Yi Kongqing." Despite Yi Kongqing's full set of level 15 legendary equipment and his status as an class sacred archer, Kaiga, with his 1,000 kills title, was not to be underestimated. Moreover, they had an ace up their sleeve, the Curse King's right hand from the goddess of the dormitory, which could boost Pongzi's attributes beyond anyone else's. Madman, however, had his doubts. Yikongqing isn't easy to deal with. Though he rarely fights, his kill count has surpassed 600. Yikongqing's sharp gaze swept over Pongzi, shaking his head. You're strong, but you're not the opponent I'm looking for. Pongzi retorted defiantly. You think you can challenge Fanshin? Get through me first. With that, he leaped forward, sprinting to the center of the battlefield with astonishing speed, shocking the other guilds. Madman quickly advised, stick to close combat, don't let him kite you. Be careful. I know what I'm doing. Pongzi smirked, his confidence soaring with his doubled attributes. He understood that if they swarmed him, they would surely lose. Only a unknown duel offered a glimmer of hope. Drawing his dual light and dark swords, Pongzi took an aggressive stance, his 1,000 kills title shining brightly above his head. Speak up. Do you dare step forward and meet your end? Zongheng's leader urgently warned Yikongqing. Be careful, this guy is strong. He just took down over 20 of our melee fighters, mostly in a few hits. Yikongqing looked back with disdain. Zhantian scoffed. Don't compare my boss to your rabble. Zongheng's leader swallowed his anger. Fine, just don't go back on your word. The base belongs to us. Although he was a billionaire in real life, he was far from a big shot in the divine realm. Of course, I always keep my promises. Yikongqing smiled indifferently. He didn't care about a peripheral base. His goal was clear. Dismantle the Shirshin Guild and ruin Lin Fan's reputation. He smirked inwardly. Even with provincial military support, in this game world, I am the one true god. Yikongqing gracefully dismounted, holding his golden bow. Still stubborn? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Chi Ziyu sensed something was off and smiled. The swordsman on the other side seems off. Since this is a fair fight, I'll help you out. She waved her staff, dispersing magic, and 2 beams of light enveloped both Pongzi and Yikongqing, removing the buffs on them. Damn, that witch. Madman and the goddess of the dormitory exchanged glances, cursing in frustration. They had hoped to use the curse buff to catch Yikongqing off guard, but Chi Ziyu had seen through their plan. Yikongqing was clad in level 15 legendary gear, while Pongzi's bloody warlord set was level 20 but not as powerful. Both were class professions, yet Yikongqing was level 24, while Pongzi was only level 21, putting him at a disadvantage. Hitsong sneered. Trying to play tricks? You're still too green. He noticed the light and dark swordsman's movement speed had significantly decreased, clearly affected by a strong black buff. Pongzi's face darkened as he tightened his grip on his sword. Even without the buffs, his confidence remained unshaken. The stout man, moving with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, approached Yikongqing with unwavering determination in his eyes. He knew that his only chance of victory lay in drawing his opponent into close combat. Yikongqing smiled slightly, calmly unleashing the awakened skill of his golden bow, the golden split arrow. This move had previously caused trouble for the stout man, and Yikongqing hoped it would be effective once again. Instead of retreating, the stout man advanced, his gaze sharp and focused on the incoming golden arrows. With precise swordplay, he struck the arrows, the sound of metal clashing ringing out. As expected, the arrows split into 5, continuing their assault. Reverse light 3 slashes, the stout man muttered, his sword glowing as he struck 3 times with lightning speed, pulverizing 3 of the split arrows. He leaned forward, deftly dodging the 4th arrow, while the last one he endured with his body. Yikongqing raised an eyebrow, surprised by his opponent's ability to counter the move. In his memory, the stout man couldn't even block a single arrow before. 900 points of damage, and he only lost a tiny bit of health? Yikongqing's mind raced with alarm. This was far beyond his expectations. The onlookers gasped. The stout man, looking fierce as a beast, charged at Yikongqing, swinging his sword with a fierce slash. Damn, no critical hit. He cursed under his breath, acknowledging the legendary equipment's formidable defense. 9,800 health points? More than a knight. Zhan Tianqi and others were shocked. How can a set of purple gear provide such high health? Did he put all his attribute points into health? But his damage is also high. He managed to take 700 health from Kongqing. This guy is not ordinary. You're quite good, managing to land a hit on me. Yikongqing said calmly, attempting to retreat and create distance. Run, my ass. The stout man cursed, using his lightning-fast battle technique, Thunder Step, to keep up. Lion's Chain Slash, Critical Strike, Magic Shatter Technique. Within seconds, 7 to 8 skills rained down on Yikongqing like a storm. The stout man's extensive skill repertoire left everyone stunned. Though Yikongqing managed to dodge most of the attacks, the stout man was also hit by several normal attacks, causing his health to drop sharply. Yet, his momentum remained unaffected. All flash, no substance, Yikongqing said, retreating with ease. His agility exceeded 200 points, allowing him to effortlessly perform incredible dodges. You know nothing, the stout man sneered, unfazed by his missed skills. Yicheng's expression shifted as he finally sensed something was off. Despite his superior movement speed, he couldn't shake off his opponent. He's using skills to move. This guy might actually win. Light and darkness unite. The stout man muttered, his eyes sharp as his dual swords merged into a greatsword, closing in, entering double critical berserk mode. The black and white enchanted broadsword swung, its terrifying cross-shaped sword aura striking fear. What the hell is happening? Could Yicheng really be taken down in one hit? Unbelievable. This white-haired swordsman is that strong? Even with legendary gear, such damage is unbearable for anyone. Not even Dragon Mark leader Yicheng. Yicheng's expression froze as his body involuntarily fell backward. Dragon Mark leader was killed? All the players were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. The stout man stood before the Dragon Mark crowd, roaring, "You dare challenge me, Fango? Who the hell are you?" However, his triumph was short-lived as he suddenly felt dizzy. Am I seeing things? Why are there 3 Yichengs? Just as the others were about to cheer, a cold voice sounded behind the stout man. Did you really think you'd won just like that? The chubby man turned around stiffly, eyes wide with shock. The body of Yicheng still lay on the ground, yet there were now 2 living versions of Yicheng standing before him. Sage Archery, Sage Doppelganger, the 2 Yichengs said in unison, their faces calm and smiling. To force me to reveal my hidden skills, you should be proud. The chubby man was at a loss for words, his face turning pale. 2 identical golden bows aimed at him, and arrows rained down like a storm, leaving him unable to move. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar before collapsing under the relentless barrage. Yicheng looked at the body on the ground and smiled. Please, Ziyue, revive him. It seems he's not quite convinced yet. Chi Ziyue raised her staff with a cold air and revived the chubby man, but he only had 10 of his health. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started cursing. Damn you, Yicheng. Still not convinced? Then we'll continue. Yicheng's voice was icy and merciless. Yicheng's ruthless methods left the members of the God-slaying guild in a daze. Zhang Tian, full of himself, said, "This is what happens when you oppose Long Hin." Members of other guilds around them burst into laughter. Then, another priest revived the chubby man again, only for him to be shot down once more. This scene repeated over and over, with the chubby man being killed and revived repeatedly. A man can be killed but not humiliated. Madman roared, "Wogan, damn it, charge and save Kaizi." His eyes turned blood-red. Although Kay often stole his girls, Yicheng and his group's actions were despicable. This is too much, way too much. This isn't a fair duel at all. The little priest and others were furious, and even knowing they would likely die, they followed Madman in charging out of the stronghold. Just then, a golden message appeared, interrupting everyone's actions. It was a message broadcasted across the entire server. If you can win a fair duel, it's your skill. But if you camp my brother's body and torment him, I'll repay you 100-fold. As the words faded, the roar of beasts echoed across the sky, and everyone looked towards the distance, faces filled with shock. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of war drums approached, carrying an ancient, primal aura. The rhythm quickened, resonating with the heartbeat of everyone present. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, an astounding pressure swept across the entire first battlefield. The 3-time champion, Lin Fan. Someone shouted from the coalition forces, and everyone was filled with both surprise and fear. That man had arrived. Though he was alone, he seemed to bring the force of an entire army. After all, he had once established an esports dynasty, and that was enough. In the live broadcast, the screen was instantly flooded with comments. Talk now, black haters. Talk, Wogan. Why is the hater quiet now? Weren't you all big talkers? 666. Fangod's entrance is something else, huh? But what does that change? Oh wow. The match fixer is here to save the day. I'm so scared. The Stronghold battle had reached a whole new climax. In the sky, a dragon-like creature with a person standing atop it appeared, sending the audience into a frenzy. Whether they were fans or critics, everyone was excited. The 3-time champion, who had been missing for 22 hours, had shown up at this dramatic moment. The scene was so unexpected that even the 3 commentators were left speechless. A flying mount? Damn, that red lizard is a level 30 elite boss. He actually tamed it into a war beast. The war beast feature isn't available until level 35. How did he get one at level 26? If there's no insider info here, I'll eat my hat upside down. On the first battlefield, players attacking the God-slaying guild were losing their minds, while everyone else was struggling to traverse the map on foot, and only a few wealthy players could buy mounts. The guy in the sky had a flying war beast. Yicheng's expression was uncertain as he looked at Chi Ziyue with a frown. Is this what you meant when you said he couldn't come? I said theoretically he couldn't. Qi Ziyue replied, her brows furrowed. She was equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Lin Fan had managed it, let alone tamed an elite boss. Get him down from there. This is no place for that jerk to show off. Qi Xiaoman from the Shengya Guild, who had a grudge with Lin Fan, shouted. Her ally, the berserker, sneered, dare to kill my little man. You must be tired of living. He's just one person. Are you afraid to make a move? The other guild members snapped back to reality. They had the numbers, and with the main forces of Tian Ci and Long Hin backing them, no matter how strong the opponent was, he was still just one person with one boss. Why couldn't they kill him? Hundreds of magical beams and arrows were fired into the sky. Lin Fan remained calm, and under his command, the Crimson King flapped its wings, soaring to over 200 meters high. Just as he anticipated, most players had limited range, and attacks beyond that range lost their guidance and accuracy. Damn, a flying war beast. You've really outdone yourself. You can't change anything alone, Lin Fan, Yikanqing said coldly. Qi Ziyue nodded in agreement. That's right. This game doesn't need your participation. Tian Ci doesn't have you as a member. Please respect yourself. At that moment, the chubby man suddenly shouted, coordinates, 11.43 Long Hin formation. What does reporting coordinates mean? Asked Zhu Shuangshuang, looking puzzled. Zhang Tianqi shook his head, his gaze resolute. With so many of us here, no matter what happens, today the God-slaying guild will be wiped out. Coordinates 18.33, the gathering place of Shengya, Zongheng, and a bunch of nobodies. The chubby guy continued to report the location, ignoring their conversation. He laughed heartily, striking a heroic pose, and shouted again, brother, feel free to fire at me. All right, thanks for the effort, you fool, Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head before his expression suddenly turned serious. In the sky, a dark red hexagram rapidly expanded, casting an eerie red glow over the area below, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Yikanqing and his companions looked up, their eyelids twitching as they sensed danger. Could it be the move that wiped out the Shura Guild? Yikanqing wondered silently. The Shura Guild had claimed to be annihilated by an unknown attack, but based on the analysis of various skills, Yikanqing strongly suspected Lin Fan was the culprit. Scatter, everyone scatter, Yikanqing shouted, directing his guild members to move as far away as possible from the hexagram's range. Too late. Lin Fan's voice echoed across the battlefield like a death knell. Divine Fall Heaven's Descent? Lin Fan's long hair danced wildly, his staff transforming into a beacon of starlight that lit up the night sky, radiating intense light as magic surged. A massive meteor, shrouded in chaotic mist and sparking with lightning, plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this, players from various guilds fled in all directions, creating chaos. Don't panic, everyone gather around me, Qi Ziyue commanded solemnly. The alliance of Tianxi and Long Hin quickly closed ranks, with over 100 knights raising their shields to protect those in the rear. Holy shield! Qi Ziyue chanted softly, enveloping everyone nearby in holy light. This rank spell significantly reduced incoming damage for a short time. From above, Lin Fan observed with piercing eyes. You're really unlucky to encounter my 20 double casting chance, he remarked as a second and third meteor appeared, changing even Qi Ziyue's expression. Other guilds, lacking a holy spirit priest, saw thousands of players panic-stricken, fleeing like ants on a hot pan. If you like to scream, scream to your heart's content, Lin Fan said calmly, targeting the Shengya Guild first. The meteors exploded with thunderous roars, shattering into countless fragments that sprayed in all directions. Players instinctively screamed, falling in droves. Damage numbers rolled across the screen, with at least 200 Shengya players perishing instantly. Lin Fan's merit points soared, propelling him into the top 100 of the kill leaderboard, with his rank still climbing rapidly. You dare seek revenge on me? You insects aren't worthy, Lin Fan said with disdain. The second meteor crashed into the Tianxi Longhan alliance. Although it didn't shatter due to the holy protection, it blocked most of the damage. Lin Fan sneered, accelerating the third meteor to collide with the first, resulting in a blinding explosion. Chaos-infused fragments spread in waves. Out of the multi-guild alliance of over 2,000, less than half survived. This was only because the meteor's size allowed some time to escape. Otherwise, no one would have lived. The God-slaying guild members stood in shock, viewing Lin Fan as something beyond human. Such damage output would overwhelm even an NPC. As the dust settled, souls drifted across the battlefield like countless tadpoles searching for their mothers. Unexpectedly, Yikanqing and Qi Ziyue survived. Though their elite members were left with low health, they were quickly healed by priests, leaving the foundation of the allied forces intact. Lin Fan sighed, losing 5 levels to double the skill's effect. The Holy Spirit priest's ability to resurrect at the cost of experience is indeed annoying. Isn't she at level 24? In the blink of an eye, Qi Ziyue's level plummeted from 24 to 19, leaving Madman utterly baffled. In reality, The moment the divine meteor struck, Qi Ziyue made a bold decision. She willingly removed all her defensive gear, allowing Yikanqing to shoot and kill her. She then used the exclusive skill of a Holy Spirit priest to resurrect, sacrificing 5 levels to temporarily double her attributes, barely withstanding Lin Fan's ferocious attack. This is an 11 earth magic, divine meteor, with a large area of effect, Qi Ziyue calmly analyzed. I don't know how he managed to cast the same skill twice, but it's clear the cooldown is long. Charge now, Hitsong commanded firmly. The Slevel Light Dark Swordmaster is already dead. With only one mortal god left, they can't defy destiny, right? It's good that some of the annoying small fry are dead. We can seize another stronghold. And Wuxing sneered, his red staff glowing ominously. The Tianxi group was ambitious, aiming to capture 5 strongholds to rival Longhin. Besides the fleeing guild players, they had an elite force of 1,000 battle-hardened veterans, capable of sweeping the entire first battlefield. Xuanai, what's your take? Qi Ziyue's sharp gaze turned to Wu Xuanai. Since the stronghold battle began, this goddess of war had been silent, yet her kill count had surpassed 500. Wu Xuanai looked skyward, her eyes fixed on a dragon silhouette, murmuring, he never takes risks he can't handle. His presence alone is his greatest assurance. Assurance? On the first battlefield, I am the assurance. Yikanqing scoffed disdainfully. The Tianxi members exchanged glances, and Yikanqing continued, relying on you is pointless. You've all let me down. For heaven's sake, watch your mouth. Hitsong fumed, without our leader, you, Yikanqing, would have been crushed by meteors long ago. Shut up, Hitsong. Qi Ziyue interrupted coldly, then flashed a sweet smile at Yikanqing. Failing to fully trap Lin Fan was my oversight, but with Xiao Dongshi's skills and resources, this is just a minor hiccup. Yikanqing's expression softened slightly as he surveyed the Tianxi members indifferently. To him, these so-called professional players were merely tools to be used. Currently, players' attack range is limited. Qi Ziyue inquired curiously, does Xiao Dongshi have any brilliant strategies to bring him down? Yikanqing remained unmoved and simply snapped his fingers. How's the progress on the barrier setup? Boss, almost done. A level 20 female player from the Longhin battle group responded, accompanied by 3 other players of the same level. A level hidden profession, barrier master? Qi Ziyue frowned slightly. This hidden class had baffled the club's analysts for a long time, yet the Longhin faction had 4 of them. Barrier magic, wrath of winter. The female barrier master chanted softly, and the other 3 joined her. Instantly, a frost hexagram enveloped the entire battlefield. For light screens rose, snowflakes danced, and the temperature plummeted. What the heck? Is it snowing? Madman reached out to touch a snowflake, instantly taking 50 points of damage, his arm showing signs of frostbite. Great. Now we have barrier masters too. Lin Fan stood on the back of the Scarlet King, using the blazing sun shield above him like an umbrella to block the snowflakes. Due to the barrier's influence, the Scarlet King's altitude dropped sharply. Lin Fan struck the light screen with a basic attack, only to see mist displayed. He frowned, muttering to himself. A barrier that restricts movement, with added frostbite and slow-down effects. As the light screens compressed, the battlefield area continuously shrank. The Scarlet King's flying range was severely limited, only able to circle at a height of 100 meters. Sitting atop his steed, Yikanqing waved his hand, and the Longhin Tianxi allied forces filed into the barrier. Boss, you're incredible. Zhang Tianqi excitedly shouted as he rode his horse. I was wondering why you awakened so many barrier masters. Turns out, there's such a brilliant use for them. Truly worthy of being the young director. I'm impressed. Qi Ziyue nodded with a smile, while Tian Ci and the others looked on in astonishment. They had always looked down upon so-called wealthy gods, but this man seemed different. His intention was clear to limit the long-range attacks and prevent them from having free reign in the sky. What do we do? What do we do now? The madman and others anxiously attempted to attack the barrier, but to no avail. This damned barrier keeps draining our health. We're trapped. We can't break it. We're doomed. Under the wrath of the winter, the members of the Shirshin group were trapped in their stronghold, unable to escape the barrier. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, and the situation was dire. However, Lin Fan smiled calmly. But once a barrier is activated, even the barrier master can't interrupt it in a short time. So, it can be a cage for us, but also a cage for them. Lin Fan landed on the ground, stood at the forefront, and raised his staff with determination. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The madman hesitated for a moment, then shouted loudly. Geez, can you shout any louder? The fatty complained as he rushed through the map and yelled in the channel. You clueless fool. You don't even know the situation. Stop yelling. The Iron Cavalry cursed in annoyance. The Shirshin members looked at the overwhelming allied forces ahead, their hearts racing. and their voices lacking confidence. Lin Fan didn't blame them. There were only about 200 of them, many being lifestyle players with just 2 small battle groups among the main combatants. They believed they couldn't win, which was a normal player's assessment of the situation. But Lin Fan, he didn't fall under the category of a normal player. As both sides closed within 1,000 meters, Yikongqing suddenly halted his advance, raising his golden bow high, exuding an aura of a king. In the name of Arrow Saint Tianyu, I burn the last of the sacred blood to grant archers the vision of an eagle, Yikongqing declared, his spirit invigorating everyone. Qi Ziyue responded in perfect harmony. In the name of Battle Saint Bulk, I bestow upon warriors the power of endless resilience. For divine lights descended from the sky as the two leaders spent 20,000 prestige points, activating the guild battle buffs. Warriors gained 300 strength, archers had a 20 increase in critical and range, mages gained 1,000 mana, and knights received 300 defense. Spectators were covered in goosebumps witnessing this scene. Under the divine light, the Dragon and Sky Alliance erupted in deafening cheers. Oh my god, this is a finishing move, leaving no chance for a certain tyrant to win by wiping the map. Playing buff stacking with me? Lin Fan's face showed a strange expression from afar, while the madman and the goddess of the dormitory warrior looked at him expectantly. Not much prestige left, let's conserve it. Let's start with spending 100,000 points, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. 100,000 points? Everyone was dumbfounded. Combined, they didn't even have 100,000 prestige points. Spending 3,000 points for Battle Saint's Blessing, what a joke, Lin Fan said as he opened the guild battle skill panel, dismissing it. Spotting a buff at the bottom, he smiled and said, this one will do. A frenzied battle spirit appeared on Lin Fan's face, as a divine and demonic voice resonated through the first battlefield. Eternal, unyielding fire of vengeance. In my name, Fanshin, burn all invading enemies, and forge an everlasting empire. Blood-tinged auras appeared around everyone, leaving the madman and others speechless. Everyone's attribute panel skyrocketed, and the slowing buff of Winter's Wrath disappeared. Qingzhou's Wu Yinzu exclaimed in the channel, President, this cheat is too blatant. Shinzhou's Iron Cavalry chimed in, seriously, turn it off, it looks so fake. Just then, a full server announcement echoed. Whoa, Fanshin, president of Shirshin, has spent 100,000 prestige points to obtain the guild buff, Supreme Empire. For 1 hour, all guild members have a 50 increase in all attributes, are immune to stun, slow, knockback, and other negative statuses, and receive 1 full health revival opportunity. Ibula's exclamation echoed through the world chat. Can someone tell me what's going on? This was all because Lin Fan had just burned through 100,000 reputation points, leaving the entire gaming world in shock. Following closely, Drowning Turtle commented, 100,000 reputation. If anyone still says Fan isn't a game developer, I'm going to lose it. Blade Brother was laughing so hard he could barely stand. My stomach hurts from laughing, this guy just won't quit. Question marks poured down the world chat like rain, as countless players found it hard to believe. Guild leaders still battling on the field exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend why Fan was making this desperate move. Yikongqing's expression darkened. He had clearly underestimated Lin Fan's determination to defend Chaos Ridge. He said coldly, a fool's errand. So what if a bunch of weak players have enhanced attributes? However, Qi Ziyue warned, don't underestimate it. This is a full attribute boost, enough to turn non-combat players into main combatants. Yikongqing said no more, dismounted with a murderous look on his face. Charge. Crush them for me. The 1,000-strong coalition surged towards Chaos Ridge, their battle cries shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Madman was not to be outdone, shouting, what are you waiting for? Get in there and strip that woman Qi Ziyue. In an instant, the members of the Godslayer Guild were fired up, abandoning point defense and engaging in close-quarters combat. Tactics and strategies were all thrown out the window, leaving only one thought, kill. Watching this chaotic scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh wryly. I give up. You guys are the real bosses. With that, he controlled the Crimson King, summoning a fire dragon from 800 meters away to smash into the enemy lines, paving the way for his madmen. Yikongqing sneered. Magic immunity potion. The coalition consumed the potions in unison, attempting to nullify Lin Fan's devastating passive burn effect. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. Immune to fire magic? Well, sorry, I'm a chaos mage. Violent flames danced around him. As he pointed with his staff, 2 stone dragons erupted from the ground, toppling over a dozen melee players in one go. Qi Ziyue's face was frosty, as a storm of razor rain descended from the sky, trying to halt the assault. However, Lin Fan reacted even faster, with a shout of quagmire. A vast swamp once again trapped the players on the Tianci side. In the blink of an eye, 6 melee players fell. Meanwhile, Shinjo Iron Cavalry, Qing Feng, and others showcased astonishing prowess, forcing their opponents into retreat. Spectating players were dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. The two major guilds, despite their overwhelming numbers, were collapsing at the slightest touch. Suddenly, a Tianci knight shouted in alarm. Not good. The guild leader's position is exposed. Qi Ziyue, who was originally protected at the center, now stood defenseless as all the melee players in front of her had fallen. Protect Sister Ziyue. Hitsong roared, leading his men to charge into the breach. Lin Fan sneered, courting death, activating Wind Speaker. His attack speed and casting speed increased once more. With the full attribute boost, he was now an unstoppable spellcasting machine. A barrage of chaos orbs mixed with multiple splitting explosive fireballs rained down on Hitsong and his men. At this moment, the battlefield was completely turned on its head, as the Godslayer Guild performed a miracle, defeating the stronger with the weaker. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Ziyue froze in shock as she watched the healing aura fall, unable to save Hikong. The terrifying damage output far exceeded her expectations. She hurriedly cast a resurrection spell to bring Hitsong back, but was interrupted by the harsh sound of rusty chains dragging. Gray chains snaked rapidly over Hitsong's body, while the image of the Chaos Madonna on the stone platform flickered ominously. Chaos chains activated. Spread out. Don't bunch up. Qi Ziyue shouted urgently, sensing the danger. I can't move. Panic was written all over Hitsong's face as the chains ensnared his teammates, pulling them towards the stone platform like puppets on strings. Lin Fan timed the expiration of the magic immunity potion perfectly, and chaos mist enveloped him. His strikes were lightning fast, claiming a life with nearly every attack, unstoppable in his onslaught. Let's see how many levels you can lose, Lin Fan murmured coldly, surveying the battlefield. The numerical disadvantage was temporarily offset by the powerful buffs, but he knew he needed to escalate the fight. Are you willing to be suppressed by the major guilds? Lin Fan shouted. No way. I'm gonna take them down. Screw those guilds. Die, die, die. The members of the Godslayers shouted fiercely as they fought, their attacks growing more vicious. We all have just one life. Oh wait, I've got two now. I'm more resilient than them. Crush them. This comment left Lin Fan speechless. Today, we'll make our enemies tremble at the sound of our name. Lin Fan rallied, raising his arm high. We are unbeatable. Godslayers are invincible. Godslayers are invincible. Lin Fan roared with murderous intent, the elven gem radiating brilliantly as everyone shouted in unison. Lin Fan unleashed the legendary awakening skill War Roar, doubling the critical hit and lifesteal effects, pushing the Godslayer's combat power to its peak. This group of battle maniacs transformed into a sharp blade, striking fiercely at the heart of the allied forces. Disappear from my sight, Lin Fan whispered icily, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over Qi Ziyue, Yikongqing, and others. Overhead, the large chaos hexagram lit up, signaling the cooldown of Divine Fall was complete. Interrupt his casting. Now! Qi Ziyue screamed, losing her composure for the first time. The Holy Spirit revival skill was still on cooldown, and she dreaded the consequences of this attack landing. Wu Xuanyi. Shaun. Kill him. Qi Ziyue played her trump card. Amid the chaos, Wu Xuanyi and Silent Shadow appeared at Lin Fan's side and rear. You're finished, Lin Fan, Silent Shadow declared, eyes blazing, surrounded by surging fire magic, with limbs transformed into fire elemental form. And Sklas hidden class, the Flame Heavens Mage, the only awakened Sklas profession in the guild, boasting armor-penetrating attributes with burn and scorch effects that bypass all defenses. Meanwhile, Yikongqing stood 100 meters away, bow bent like a crescent moon, exuding deadly intent. This would be the fatal strike. You're not invincible, Lin Fan. The A-class hidden class Storm Mage and Sklas Saint Archer attacked simultaneously, putting Lin Fan in a deadly situation. Millions of viewers nationwide felt chills down their spines. This was a clash of titans, far beyond ordinary capabilities. Madmen, damn. How did they slip through? Human shields, get up there. Lin Fan shouted, but it was too late. They were too far to defend him in time. In a critical moment, Lin Fan's icy voice cut through the chaos. I, Fanshin, president of the Godslayers Guild, will always keep my word. Those who insult my brothers will pay 100-fold. Those who wrong us will face merciless retribution. Those who betray us will be cast aside for life. Sacred artifact, immortal spirit. Lin Fan's body turned transparent, becoming invincible for 3 seconds. 3 deadly projectiles passed through him, unable to bring him down, as the word mist appeared repeatedly. Lin Fan leaped into the air, the Crimson King emitting furious roars, activating his speed boost, doubling his flight speed. Countless attacks passed through him. At this moment, he was the demonic god ruling the battlefield. Readers, leave a 5-star review in the comment section, and your nickname might just become a character in the story. Invincible? How is he in an invincible state? And Wuxing's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Fan ignored his level flame magic, endless inferno, and charged straight at him, one man and one demon. Wu Xuanyi's eyes were resolute as she quickly assessed the situation. He must have some kind of secret treasure, but the more powerful the immunity, the shorter its duration. Lin Fan never spared her a glance, a disregard that pierced Wu Xuanyi's heart. Realizing her position, she called out decisively, blazing wind wings, and soared into the air, two azure wings of light unfurling behind her to intercept Lin Fan's advance. Guardian of the wind, Wu Xuanyi waved her staff, conjuring a wall of wind that blocked the blazing fire pillar from the Crimson King in front of An Wuxing. Lin Fan remained cold and unyielding, pointing the scepter of holy dominion. Those who wrong me shall perish. A chaos orb precisely targeted Wu Xuanyi's flight path. With a thud, Wu Xuanyi was struck down, hitting the ground heavily, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. I know, how could I not know? Lin Fan, merciless, unleashed another chaos orb. Wu Xuanyi, with a tragic smile, met her end. You could have helped me. Lin Fan sighed softly, memories of past lives flooding his mind. Suddenly, An Wuxing roared, Ian, you challenge you to a fair unknown duel. Heaven's disgrace, do you dare accept? Lin Fan replied with a single word, scram. He then unleashed a flame dragon with a flick of his hand. Confident, An Wuxing dodged the flame dragon with a sneer, countering with an explosive fireball. The two fireballs collided in midair, erupting in a fiery explosion. Triple Crown Champion is nothing special. An Wuxing smirked arrogantly, summoning two fire phoenixes with level flame magic. Phoenix seeking Phoenix. To everyone's shock, Lin Fan charged at the fire phoenix's Hedon, using 3 solar shields to withstand the attack, losing less than 200 health points. This, almost no damage? An Wuxing was dumbfounded. Lin Fan calmly said, when your stats are overwhelmingly superior, no one bothers with skill. With that, he extended his staff, triggering a double split effect, and with 3 soft sounds, An Wuxing was down. Suddenly, a golden arrow pierced Lin Fan's solar shield. In the distance, Yikongqing fired another arrow, dealing significant damage. Don't worry, you're next, Lin Fan said, as the chaos orb in his hand flickered, turning the golden arrow to ashes. 3-3-3-3-3-3. Lin Fan casually tossed explosive fireballs into the melee, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake, decimating swathes of allied players. With the war aura and passive orb boosts, his lifesteal exceeded 10, quickly replenishing any lost health. Damn, he's fierce. This is epic. The guild master is just a kill stealer. I barely left them with any health, and he took all the kills. Assists are worthless. Ignore the guild master. Let him go die. He can absorb so much. He's practically unkillable. Madman and the others cursed in frustration, ignoring the guild master's fate as they furiously pummeled the weakened allied players. Lin Fan smiled contentedly, seeing his team finally evolve under dire circumstances, achieving the result he desired. Attack. Everyone focus on Lin Fan. Qi Ziyue's voice pierced through the battlefield's chaos. She shed her ladle-like facade, yelling orders with a fierce determination in her eyes to take down Lin Fan at any cost. In an instant, a barrage of skills was unleashed towards Lin Fan like a tidal wave. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Lin Fan knew that even his abilities couldn't withstand it. His response was unexpected yet simply decisively leaped off the Crimson King. Lin Fan's calculation was precise. A player would be instantly killed by such concentrated fire, but the level 30 elite boss, the Crimson King, could endure the damage. Is he out of his mind? Is Iron Man really giving up? Madman stood in disbelief, watching Lin Fan plummet from the sky. War God, save that idiot, someone shouted. But it was too late. A fall from 100 meters would shatter any person to pieces. Yet, Lin Fan remained calm. With precise microcontrol, he transformed his sun's shield into a makeshift landing pad and used a barrage of fireballs to slow his descent, ultimately landing safely. Looking up, he saw dozens of Tion CI players surrounding him. Qi Ziyue, are you ready for your level to hit 0? Lin Fan stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he stared directly at Qi Ziyue. Don't think you've won, Qi Ziyue sneered. You don't actually believe this is all we have, do you? Reinforcements are on their way, prepare to die. Reinforcements? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He knew well that although the Tion CI and Dragon Mark guilds had sent many to this battle, it wasn't their full force. The vast number of players across 3 battlefields meant that previously captured strongholds couldn't be left unguarded, so these could indeed be considered reinforcements. But Lin Fan's lips curled into a serene smile. I dare say your wish will fall short. Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan sprang into action. He effortlessly cut down the approaching melee players like slicing through vegetables, clearing out a 20-meter radius around him in no time. Protect the guild leader, a panicked temple knight shouted. Is she your mother, or something? If you love her so much, come fight me. Madman taunted, leading his assassin squad into the fray. With the dual war buffs, they fiercely engaged a group of temple knights, cutting off their retreat and preventing them from aiding the holy priest. As the battle raged on, Chi Ziyue coldly remarked, the outcome is still undecided, Lin Fan. I admit you're a formidable opponent, but against capital, your actions are nothing but futile struggles. Is that so? Lin Fan replied calmly. Falling strike. Chi Ziyue wasn't backing down, summoning several beams of holy light from the sky in an attempt to ambush him. Lin Fan dodged them with ease, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Each step he took was followed by a thunderous crash of holy light behind him, yet none could truly hit him. While the holy priest was powerful in offense and defense, its fatal flaw was the slow casting time. For a mage of Lin Fan's caliber, it was like showing off one's sword skills to a master. Sister Ziyue, a group of Tianxi's ranged attackers, tried to shield Chi Ziyue from Lin Fan's assault. Now that's what I call futile struggle, Lin Fan smirked, raising his hand as the flame dragon descended once more. Then, Lin Fan manipulated two stone dragons to converge, forming a makeshift stone coffin that trapped the Tianci attackers within. At that moment, the bloodied Crimson King roared and charged in. Without the protection of knights at the front, even the strongest ranged classes were mere prey for the Crimson King. It dove into the stone coffin, swinging its claws in a frenzied massacre, blood splattering everywhere. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Fan coordinated with the Flame Dragon's area fireballs, easily breaking through Chi Ziyue's protective skills, leaving her as a cold, defeated figure. Standing atop the cross, surveying the battlefield, Lin Fan knew that Chi Ziyue never imagined she'd face such humiliation, once again stuck in a dilemma of whether to revive. Guild leader, we're almost there. Please hold on for 2 more minutes. A voice suddenly came through Tianxi's guild channel, and Chi Ziyue grasped it like a lifeline. In the distance, the Tianci and Dragon Mark Alliance reappeared, numbering over 1,000. Given the current intense battlefield situation, these fresh forces could tip the scales of victory. We've won. Both Yi Kongqing and Chi Ziyue had the same thought. Just then, the mana of 4 Dragon Mark Conjurers was depleted, and the Winter's Wrath barrier shattered. The outside reinforcements charged into the battlefield, aiming to deliver the final blow to the Godslayer. Do they really think we're pushovers? With a furious outburst, the dreamlike peace of Yi Kongqing was shattered. A dual-sword berserker, like a bolt of lightning, charged heat-in into the allied reinforcements. 1v1000. The Godslayers were dumbfounded. Even Brother Kai couldn't pull off such a miraculous feat. Yi Kongqing's face barely had time to show a satisfied grin before it froze in place. Who dares to bully my master? I'll slice them into 1,000 pieces and hang them out to dry for a year. Roared a mage in a Fox clan outfit, trailed by an endless army of players. What a lively battle. Looks like we arrived just in time, Empress Haoyue sneered. Ha ha ha, the alliance of the 4 major guilds. Let's see where you can run, Yi Kongqing, laughed Emperor of Chaos. The Kong family's 1,000-man battle squad is here. The Haoyue Guild's 500-man squad is here. The Chaos Guild's 1,000-man squad is here. Nearly 3,000 elite soldiers appeared in an instant, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of Lin Fan's backup plan. Bad news. Sky Demon Fortress is under attack. Storm City is in crisis. We've only got about 60 people here. Guild leader, come back quickly. Dragon Breath Fortress is under siege. If we don't retreat soon, I'll have to abandon the Stronghold. The channels of the Heavenly Gifted Guild and Dragon Scar Guild were flooded with distress calls, leaving Yi Kongqing stunned and at a loss. The richest player in the realm found himself unexpectedly helpless. How dare they offend me? They shouldn't dare to offend me. Yi Kongqing muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, more than a dozen guilds, like wild horses unleashed, were sweeping through Dragon Scar's strongholds on the 2nd and 3rd battlefields. This was undoubtedly an explosive revelation. In the live stream, the 3 commentators were drenched in sweat, realizing that the events of the last hour dwarfed the skirmishes of the previous day. My goodness, what's happening? Could we actually wipe them out? Even the likes of Madman were at a loss. On the other side, Bone Eater, the Empress and Emperor of Chaos launched a fierce assault. This is a long-planned attack. Lin Fan smirked wickedly, riding his Crimson King as he searched for Yi Kongqing in the crowd. You've lost. Lin Fan had anticipated the hostility from Heavenly Gifted and Dragon Scar, so he allied with the Empress and Bone Eater, exploiting other guilds' discontent with Dragon Scar to orchestrate this grand scheme. He single-handedly proved that Dragon Scar was not invincible, igniting a fire of ambition among other guilds. Various guilds rose up, spontaneously joining forces to attack the allied strongholds. Yikongqing and Qi Ziyue were unable to return to aid, and what awaited them was a slow demise. This was the tide of fate, all triggered by Lin Fan shattering Dragon Scar's aura of invincibility. Yikongqing watched Lin Fan approach, his gaze icy as he drew his bow and fired 5 arrows in rapid succession. With a hum, the arrows merged into a golden deity hurtling towards Lin Fan. A level arrow skill, Demon Slayer's Arrow. Effects include stun and knockback, cannot be blocked or negated, Lin Fan remarked with a raised eyebrow, smiling. In his previous life, it was this golden arrow deity that had killed him, and now his understanding of Yikongqing surpassed even Yikongqing's own. Lin Fan maneuvered the Crimson King into an emergency turn, but the Demon Slayer's arrow pierced through the Crimson King's wing, causing it to cry out and plummet from the sky. Yikongqing unleashed a barrage of explosive damage, lighting up the entire battlefield with dazzling brilliance. Yet, even as the Scarlet King was brought down, Lin Fan remained unshaken, absorbing all the damage. He dismounted slowly, a confident smile playing on his lips. With your mana, this level of output can only last a few seconds, Lin Fan said with assurance. Before his words fully settled, another volley of 4 arrows was released. Lin Fan deftly dodged the first and then waved his hand, releasing a chain of fireballs that perfectly blocked the remaining 3. The cooldown for the Holy Monarch clone is 1 hour. You can't use it, and you can't escape, Lin Fan continued, a hint of mockery in his tone. Hearing this, Yikongqing felt a chill run through him. He forced himself to appear calm, trying to mask his inner turmoil. You have no idea what you've done, he retorted. Lin Fan smirked. Oh, I know exactly what I've done. You want revenge on me, and everyone else. But do you really think you alone can stop the tide? This is a force you cannot resist. As he spoke, Lin Fan surveyed the ongoing battle. On the front lines, the Longhin Alliance was steadily losing ground, being cut down by the maniacs. The players rushing to their aid were completely suppressed by the 3 major guilds, sealing the fate of the Longhin Tianzi Alliance. Yikongqing, seeing this, coldly remarked, "This is just the beginning. Don't think you can defy fate. I only need to take you down, and this so-called force you speak of will crumble." With those words, Yikongqing struggled to issue a command in the Longhin Guild channel. Retreat. Once considered the top player in the Divine Realm, he now found himself nailed to a pillar of shame, forced to adopt delaying tactics to buy time. The allied players retreated like a tide, falling back to defend the besieged stronghold. Yikongqing suddenly sneered. You think you can humiliate me? Dream on. He drew an arrow, disabled all his gear's defenses, and aimed it at his own forehead. Seeing this, Lin Fan's lips curled. Trying to commit suicide? Without hesitation, he launched a Chaos Orb, precisely taking Yikongqing down. Prepare for endless retribution, Lin Fan. Yikongqing fumed, unable even to take his own life. Instantly, he transformed into a wisp of spirit, flying toward the nearest respawn point. Lin Fan murmured to himself, I said it before, insult my brothers, and I'll repay it 100-fold. I won't let you get away. He turned to Madman and his group, eyes gleaming with battle intent. Madman wore a bloodthirsty grin. I say, buddy, shall we counterattack? Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, his voice booming with resolve. Let's finish this in an hour. Wherever Yikongqing and Qi Ziyue resurrect, our blades will follow. I want to crush them until they tremble with fear. Lin Fan rode the Crimson King into the sky, aiming directly for the largest stronghold on the first battlefield Wulong's domain. The sudden demise of Kongqing, the guild leader, left the members of the Longhin Guild in shock. They couldn't believe that Yikongqing, who had always been invincible, could be defeated. Inside the Wulong stronghold, the recently resurrected Yikongqing was seething with rage. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Lin Fan, no matter what power backs you, you will perish. The players around him were silent, not daring to make a sound. Even Tian Ci, the top player in domestic esports, could only bow his head and become a pawn in front of Yikongqing. However, this tyrannical situation was about to change. Lin Fan appeared in the sky above the Wulong stronghold, his voice icy cold. Don't overthink it, just die peacefully. The sound of war drums filled the air as he and his beast readied themselves for battle. He's here. That bastard is here. Prepare to fight. For our leader, for becoming the strongest guild in the Divine Realm, charge. Hundreds of Longhin players roared in fury. But against a chaos mage with a range of nearly 5 kilometers, their shouts were destined to turn into wails of despair. Die. Lin Fan raised his staff and unleashed his strongest spell, Heaven's Fall. Terrifying meteors rained down on the Wulong stronghold, reducing it to ruins in an instant. Yikongqing watched helplessly as his dreams of ruling the Divine Realm were shattered. Lin Fan was brimming with confidence, looking down on everything. He fixed his gaze on Yikongqing's remaining spirit, determined to annihilate it completely. This was not just about establishing dominance. It was a declaration to all players that there was no invincible faction in the Divine Realm, and even if there was, he would destroy it. The World Channel was in an uproar. Countless players paused their tasks and tuned into the official live broadcast. The camera focused on one thing: the relentless pursuit of Yakongqing's spirit by Lin Fan. Soon, the allied forces of Shirshan, Hao Yue, Wanzue, and the Kong family stormed various battlefields. Following Lin Fan's plan, they attacked the Tianci and Longhin guilds on sight, sweeping through and leaving them in disarray. Other guilds at various strongholds trembled in fear, scrambling to contact Shirgu for mercy. Shirgu, however, responded indifferently, "You haven't wronged my master, so it's none of my business." This eased the other guilds slightly. The Wulong stronghold once again echoed with the laughter of Pongzi. "I'm back to kill again." In this guild stronghold battle, he had become a god of slaughter. Countless players witnessed the terror of the light and dark swordmaster through the live broadcast. If not for the overpowered mechanic of the sage's clone, even Yakongqing might not have escaped his grasp. Beyond Wulong's domain, the surrounding 4 strongholds were also captured by troops led by Fengzi. With Lin Fan as their formidable vanguard, the Longhin guild stood no chance. Yakongqing died 5 consecutive times, each death different from the last. "Damn, are you really going to fly to the second battlefield to keep fighting him? That's too risky," Fengzi exclaimed in disbelief, seeing Lin Fan showing no signs of stopping. With a roar, the Crimson King took to the skies once more. Pongzi laughed gleefully. "I love to see it." He knew his brother's actions were to avenge him, and he had to show his appreciation. "Spa, KTV, 5-star hotel, everything on me tonight. I'll treat you." Lin Fan chuckled. "Get ready for me to eat you out of house and home." He added, "Pongzi, you handle it." I took down 1,120 enemies and assisted in many more, earning 2,000 merit points. "Deduct the bill from my earnings. Lin Fan, you son of a..." Pongzi cursed helplessly. On the second battlefield, Hitsong shouted with a flushed face, "Hold the line! Defend at all costs!" Below, enemy forces surged like a tide. An Wusheng looked pale and defeated, his spellcasting sluggish. The professional players who once crushed ordinary players were now being cornered and slaughtered. Stronghold after stronghold fell, sending many members to respawn penalties. Fengyue Fortress was their last major stronghold, and it was on the brink of collapse. As An Wusheng hesitated, an ice spear sliced through the sky, forcing him back. Awaiting him was Shirgu, who shared the same strength profession. A few hours earlier, Shirgu had inadvertently witnessed an NPC with a program error shattering a magic stone during the Mage Guild's profession awakening. He skillfully replicated the moves of an NPC using his lavish gear and abilities, and after 3 rounds of assessments, he awakened a second-rank mage class, the Icefire Saint Mage. An Wusheng snapped back to reality, his hands swiftly forming seals as magical energy surged around him, instantly engaging in a magical clash. His fingers danced like butterflies, each movement precise, showcasing skills far beyond his age. This young boy, who had managed to secure a spot among TNC's main players at such a tender age, truly lived up to his reputation. However, he was up against an unreasonable spender. Shirgu grumbled while clumsily maneuvering. "Oh no, missed again. Oh dear, don't run away." His actions were awkward, often missing even the simplest basic attacks. But he had one deadly advantage: abundant wealth and numerous skills. Thunderclap. Icebound. Shirgu grinned, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 awakening skills, followed by 3 great skills. A kaleidoscope of magical lights intertwined, bombarding his opponent. Even with a priest's protection, An Wusheng had to retreat in the face of a minute of unrestricted, violent output. Shirgu was enveloped in a purple glow, the mark of Lin Fan's Fox tribe set he had acquired from the auction house. Additionally, he was equipped with 3 pieces of the Icebound Lord set. The synergy of his 2 awakening skills, 1 ice and 1 fire, perfectly complemented his Icefire Saint Mage class. 2 sets of 3 by 3 purple gear, along with a pair of hero rings for endless mana regeneration, made him appear like a minimage god. Lin Fan suddenly appeared above Fengyue Fort, surveying the battle below. With just a glance, he could tell the outcome was decided. At that moment, the loud laughter of a tall blonde woman echoed, piercing like a shrill sound. "Is that all you've got?" she taunted. "Come on. I'm only at 16,000 health, not much at all. Hit me harder." Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, thinking, the Kong family always produces outstanding individuals. Whether man or woman, they're all show-offs without exception. On the battlefield, over a dozen people were attacking the senior sister. However, clad in a silver, intricately designed battle suit, most attacks couldn't even breach her defenses. Her astounding health bar left TNC's experts helpless. Clearly, her gear also came from Lin Fan. Shirgu and several senior sisters embodied the lavish philosophy to the fullest. Despite their lackluster skills, they had money to burn. With top-tier equipment, skills, and professions at this stage, they could overwhelm TNCI with sheer financial power. Moreover, there was a seemingly low-key yet secretly rank life-class culinary goddess. Her cuisine could significantly boost players' combat strength, giving every member of the Kong family a dark cuisine buff that TNC's guild found hard to counter. This is the nightmare brought by the man you love. Chi Ziyue, surrounded by a group of melee fighters, had dropped to a pitiful level 8, yet refused to surrender, stubbornly holding onto TNC's remaining dignity. With anger in her eyes, she questioned Wu Xuan. With such heavy losses, how am I supposed to answer to the boss? Tell me. Wu Xuan and I looked up at the divine figure in the sky and softly responded, I've done my best. This isn't Jianzhong. We don't control everything here. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Shirgu, get out of the way. My master is about to unleash a big move. Everyone, run as far as you can. As soon as the words were spoken, a dark red hexagram lit up in the sky, and Lin Fan was preparing to take out TNCI in one fell swoop. Chi Ziyue shot Lin Fan a venomous glare before quickly retreating with her people, trying to disengage as fast as possible and log off. Huh. Anyone who doesn't want to live, stay. I'm out of here. Players who had witnessed Lin Fan's power didn't hesitate to flee. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and ultimately didn't make a move. Members of the Chaos Guild had already arrived, and his attack could inadvertently harm them. The announcement echoed throughout the Divine Realm, signaling the end of the guild's Stronghold battle. A distant bell resonated as the three battlefields instantly transformed into temporary safe zones, forcing the battling players to reluctantly cease their fights. Immediately after, the highly anticipated merit leaderboard appeared before everyone. In 20th place was Luanzue Guild's Luanzue DMO, with a record of 370 kills and 178 assists. The rewards were substantial: 70 self-attribute points, 40 skill points, 5 talent points, and an additional 20,000 prestige points. As the rankings were revealed one by one, Lin Fan's attention was drawn to the 9th place Hao Yu Guild's Yin Guowu Hin. This class hidden profession warrior once had the potential to become the top warrior in the Divine Realm, but was surpassed by Long Hin Zhan Tianqi during their second awakening at level 50. When the 4th place was announced, the world channel erupted. The top spender of the Divine Realm, Yikong Chung from Long Hin Guild, only ranked 4th. From previously owning 9 strongholds to now having just one, Lungxi Fortress, the contrast was striking. Next, the 3rd place was revealed Kongbai from Luanzue Guild, who shocked everyone with an astounding 1,052 kills. Lin Fan nearly choked. The woman who dared to slap him had actually joined Luanzue Guild. The 2nd place was awarded to Kai Ye's expedition from Shishun Guild. The chubby member immediately bragged in the guild channel, drawing a chorus of boos. A madman accused him of being a kill stealer, only to be drowned out by the retorts of female members like Qingwu Yao Yao. Finally, the 1st place was announced Fan Shin from Shishun Guild. With 2,360 kills and 1,300 assists, he earned 150 self-attribute points, 130 skill points, 20 talent points, and 150,000 prestige points. Evaluation. Inspiring. This astonishing achievement left everyone speechless. Even those aware of Lin Fan's abnormal prowess didn't expect him to achieve such a feat, single-handedly equivalent to wiping out 10 guilds. The world channel was abuzz. Some marveled at him as its strategic-level nuclear weapon, while others joked that no one could claim invincibility anymore. The failures of Long Hin and TNCI guilds were particularly notable, as they clearly faced severe repercussions. At the Wulong Stronghold, Lin Fan reunited with the others and noticed Kong Bai beside DMO. Their eyes met, and Kong Bai's intent to ride people for output was unmistakable. Lin Fan awkwardly chuckled, praising Kong Bai as the Divine Realm's top rogue. DMO, brimming with pride, recounted how Kong Bai joined the guild. This formidable woman showcased her incredible strength, effortlessly defeating the guild's top rogues in a 1v6 match. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the fate of the last self-proclaimed top archer. He understood well that in this world, strength was the ultimate rule, and any arrogance could lead to catastrophic consequences. The madman shouted in frustration, asserting that he feared no one, especially not another thief. His voice was full of provocation, which prompted a cold glance from Kong Bai. The tension between them was palpable, as if a fierce duel could break out at any moment. Lin Fan, quick-witted and swift, placed a firm hand on the madman's shoulder. He spoke with a touch of bitterness. You can't beat her. At least not right now. His tone carried a sense of helplessness and concern. The madman looked at Lin Fan with a hint of resentment and complained, if it weren't for you convincing me to choose this lousy class, I would have challenged her already. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and a sense of defeat. Lin Fan quickly tried to dissuade him. No, don't even think about it. Just play your role as the strategist. He forced a smile and managed to pull the madman aside. Kong Bai scoffed, her voice as sharp as a blade, pathetic. Her words hit the madman where it hurt. Instantly provoked, the madman gritted his teeth and said, "Damn. I don't know why, but just looking at her ticks me off. I have to take her down a few times to teach her a lesson." His fists clenched, clearly struggling to hold back his desire for a showdown. Seeing this, Lin Fan quickly changed the subject. "Let's focus on counting money and sharing the spoils. That's what's important." He coaxed the madman, using all his effort to lead him away. As Lin Fan pulled the madman away, a memory flashed through his mind. He recalled that before they met, the madman had challenged Kong Bai repeatedly, failing miserably each time. This was why Kong Bai was revered as a god-level assassin among thieves. Just then, a system notification popped up, indicating that Lin Fan's inventory had been updated with 6 vouchers. He checked the ownership of the strongholds and looked up, his gaze landing on a burly man. "Brother DMO, you've got guts, taking over 10 strongholds on your own," Lin Fan remarked with a hint of surprise and admiration. DMO laughed heartily. "Haha, that's what I call risking it for the biscuit. I sold all my company shares for this game." His words were filled with confidence and ambition. Beside him, Wanzue Shanfu looked at Lin Fan mockingly. "That's my brother's boldness for you. Take notes, Fan Shin." His tone was full of provocation. Lin Fan ignored Wanzue Shanfu, a minor character in his eyes, and instead squinted at DMO, asking, "Aren't you afraid Ekong Chung will come after you?" DMO smirked maliciously. "How's he going to do that? In the game or real life? Sure, he's rich, but I've got plenty of brothers. If he steps onto my turf, he's as good as dead." Wanzue Shanfu chimed in. "Exactly, let Ekong Chung come to Tianjiang City and see if he can make it back home alive." Lin Fan nodded, contemplating. DMO wasn't just a big shot in the game. He also held a position of power in real life. Characters like him weren't uncommon in the divine realm, but few had the audacity to emulate DMO's ambition. "All right, take care of yourself," Lin Fan said, not wanting to engage further. DMO gave off an air of complexity and strength. Lin Fan realized that if DMO's influence grew too much, it could become a threat. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to dismantle Wanzue's guild. However, Lin Fan also had another question. Kong Bai was associated with the Xianling Palace. Why had she joined Wanzue's guild? This warranted further investigation. If needed, he would personally seek out Elder Su for answers. After DMO and the others left, Shirgu approached with a playful grin, surrounded by a group of attractive women. "Master, what should we do next? Grind monsters or take on a boss?" "I'm with you." The madman swallowed hard, eager to join in. "Hey, does your guild need more members? Count me in." The fatty curtly commented. "Scumbag." Lin Fan replied calmly, "Nothing much. I'm planning to sell the strongholds, aiming to make a few dozen small fortunes first." Fatty and the others were stunned, unable to fathom Lin Fan's logic. "What? Are you kidding me? You're going to sell the guild we fought so hard for?" "I'll explain later," Lin Fan said with a smile. Although Fatty and the others didn't understand, they chose to respect Lin Fan's decision. This was not only because of Lin Fan's strength, but also due to their trust in him as a brother. Soon, a system-wide announcement echoed throughout the Divine Realm. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., an online auction will be held for the 4 strongholds: Xuanwu, Black Wolf, Songhu, and Rakshasa, with each starting at 100,000 gold coins. Jiangchuan City, Xingqian Studio. Lu Xingqian stood by the window, her captivating eyes filled with confusion. She murmured to herself, "The top player in the Divine Realm was my employee just a week ago. How ironic. What did I do wrong to deserve such a twist of fate?" "Ms. Lu, did you want to speak with me?" Chun Wei's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts from behind. Lu Xingqian was momentarily stunned. She turned to face Chun Wei, her mouth twitching slightly, unsure of how to begin. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. "Chun Wei, my dear manager, you're putting me in a difficult position." Just as she was about to express her frustration, Chun Wei unexpectedly knelt down, his posture impeccably straight, his expression solemn, a sight that left Lu Xingqian speechless. She thought to herself, "This guy, even his kneeling posture is perfect. He must have practiced this countless times." Chun Wei's voice was choked with emotion as he pleaded, "I deserve whatever punishment you see fit. I have a family to support. Please don't fire me." He continued to sob, recounting his various hardships. Lu Xingqian felt a mix of emotions. Chun Wei had been with her for 5 or 6 years, known for his reliability. Yet, for a small profit, he had ruined a major deal for her. She looked at him coldly, thinking, the more Lin Fan shines in the divine realm, the more Chun Wei realizes his unforgivable mistake, as it was his dislike for Lin Fan that drove him away. Chun Wei hesitantly asked, didn't Lin Fan, Mr. Lin say he would sell us a base at a low price?" Lu Xingqian's face darkened. "Are you kidding? He's now a giant in the divine realm. Even Dragonscar and Heaven's Gift together can't match him." Do you really expect him to bother with us small fries? Cold sweat formed on Chin Wei's forehead as he stammered. I went to his place yesterday to discuss his sister's matter, only to find he had moved. Seeing Lu Xingqian's displeased expression, he dared not say more. Lu Xingqian felt a pang of regret. If Lin Fan were still at the studio, she would be thriving now, with those condescending capitalists vying for her favor. Unfortunately, reality is often harsh. She sighed, putting aside her naive hopes, understanding that someone like Lin Fan was destined for greater things. Get ready to tighten our belts. Reduce spending and have the gold farming team work in shifts, Lu Xingqian lamented, knowing there were thousands of small studios like hers in the divine realm. With her limited resources, aiming for a base was a pipe dream. Suddenly, her phone vibrated on the desk. She impatiently gestured for Chinwei to leave and answered the call. Hello? A cool voice came through. The base at Chaos Ridge is yours. I've sent the base certificate to your email. Lu Xingqian was stunned, her heart racing as she checked the caller ID Lin Fan. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she stuttered. Who are you? Lin Fan calmly replied. Have Chinwei arrange the transfer, 3 million. I still believe that year-end bonus is rightfully mine. He paused, adding meaningfully, and I owe you nothing, Ms. Lu. Lu Xingqian hurriedly said. Why say that? We're all friends, haha. Don't mention a 3 million bonus, even 30 million isn't out of the question. Lin Fan responded coolly. It's all right. I appreciate the support over the years. Thank you. Despite the conflict with Chen Wei, Lin Fan hadn't forgotten Xingqian Studios' help when he was struggling. He kept that gratitude in his heart. Let's chat another time. I'm busy, Lin Fan said, ready to end the call. Sure, you go ahead. I've already started the transfer, Lu Xingqian replied quickly, her tone completely changed. Lin Fan hung up, a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, he was at the Wulong base, handing 20,000 gold coins to Fatty, instructing him to tally the members' contributions and distribute the rewards. The remaining gold would be given as guild benefits. Iron Knight, time to test your speed and luck. As the guild's top knight, I declare long live Boss Lin. Iron Knight shouted excitedly. Fatty rolled his eyes. Yeah, right? Weren't you the one always talking about splitting up and leaving? Iron Knight, unabashed, declared earnestly, I'll guard the glory of the God's layers. To the death, until the end. As soon as he finished, the group erupted in boos, everyone insisting that he shouldn't be considered for the bonus, having long been written off by the others. Words are just words, but actions speak louder. The first red envelope is being sent in the guild channel, totaling 1,000 gold coins, with a jackpot of 1 million tickets. As soon as this message appeared, the guild channel fell silent. Everyone's fingers seemed to move with a mind of their own, frantically tapping the red envelope icon on their screens. Some even regretted not being able to open several at once. Amidst the frenzy of grabbing red envelopes, Madman frowned. He found Lin Fan, his face serious. Chubby joined them, looking puzzled. Bro, why are you selling the stronghold we fought so hard to capture? I still can't figure it out, Madman asked directly. Although he was usually greedy and lustful, some things mattered more to him than money and women like achieving a grand empire. Lin Fan calmly replied, it's simple. The small stronghold is useless to us. Even if we conquer all the strongholds in the first battlefield, they're just a burden. As brothers through 2 lifetimes, Lin Fan understood Madman's intentions. He continued, you're talking about the underground ruins, right? But each player can only enter once a day. Yes, the larger the initial stronghold a guild controls, the greater the potential gains from the ruins. Unfortunately, holding too many strongholds will only spread our development resources thin, Madman argued. But have you considered that developing multiple strongholds will definitely increase member numbers compared to a single one? Dominating the first battlefield is tempting, and upgraded strongholds will accommodate more members. If we have several high-level strongholds, our member count could outmatch any rival guild, giving us a huge advantage. Lin Fan smiled slightly. I understand your concern, which is that we might be targeted by multiple allied guilds again. Madman didn't deny it. In his experience, most games became difficult to turn the tide single-handedly in the late stages. After all, everyone would have maxed out gear, minimizing differences. However, Lin Fan's next words left Madman and Chubby stunned. Don't worry, I can assure you that the combined value of other strongholds in the first battlefield is far less than our strategic location here at Wulong. Besides, we have something planned that will require a massive amount of funds, potentially billions. Chubby looked skeptical. Is it really that exaggerated? This place looks like a barren wasteland with nothing special. To him, it seemed just a bit larger than other strongholds, with no apparent unique features. Lin Fan smiled at them. Did you forget how the official website described the stronghold battles? The struggle of heroes, the contest for 100 stars. 100 stars? 100 strongholds. Madman was taken aback, uncertainly asking. Are you saying there's a hidden stronghold? Exactly. Right here in Wulong, Lin Fan said, smiling as he turned his gaze to the Stronghold NPC, middle-aged warrior who exuded authority without anger. I am a descendant of the Battle Saint, and you may call me Longda. Longda gazed at Lin Fan and the others with a pair of imposing eyes. Although there were many functional NPCs within the Stronghold, they were extremely indifferent to players and never involved themselves in player conflicts. However, this man, claiming to be a descendant of the Battle Saint, was an exception. Lin Fan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Show us around the Stronghold." Longda agreed with a resonant voice and led the group on a tour. They first arrived at an abandoned warehouse, where Longda explained that it required reputation points or materials to be restored. Next was the foundation of a magic tower, similarly neglected for a long time. They visited 6 places in total, each desolate and dilapidated. Lin Fan shook his head, clearly not getting the information he wanted. He straightforwardly said, "Take me to the legendary dragon's lair." Upon hearing this, Fatty and Madman were so excited that they almost lost control but managed to hold back. "Do you have the Crouching Dragon Stronghold scroll?" Longda asked. Hearing this, Lin Fan took out a uniquely textured stone from his pocket. It was a priceless certificate of the Stronghold, quite similar to the key in his inventory. Longda led them through the Stronghold buildings and stopped at a spot close to the rock wall. He cast a spell to lift the barrier in front of them, revealing a massive cave. A dragon's lair? Madman drooled with excitement. Could there be a dragon's treasure? Lin Fan chuckled. Something even more astonishing than a dragon's hoard. He recalled how in his past life, this place was occupied by the Dragon Mark Guild, and Conching became almost legendary in the Huaxia region, starting with the discovery of this dragon's lair. The group entered the cave, surrounded by darkness. Longda lit a magical crystal, illuminating an area of about 10 meters around them. "Holy crap, it's huge!" Fatty exclaimed. Lin Fan could only smile helplessly, knowing Fatty always managed to make things sound ambiguous. Suddenly, Madman was taken aback. "Is that a dragon skeleton?" In the deepest part of the cave lay a complete dragon skeleton, stretching 200 to 300 meters long, with a single dragon tooth as tall as an adult. Lin Fan compared it silently, noting that this dragon was nothing compared to the Dragon King, Nishue, he had seen before. The dragon's teeth were almost entirely fallen out, suggesting it died of natural causes. In terms of size, it was merely a lower dragon, far from an upper giant dragon. Madman, eyes gleaming, rushed forward and swung his short sword to chop off a dragon tooth. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. "Fatty, are you nuts? This is destroying an artifact," Madman complained, shaking his numb arm, unable even to leave a white mark on the dragon tooth. Lin Fan shrugged. "Don't waste your energy. This thing is invincible, and even if you chop it off, it will regenerate immediately." He carefully examined the dragon's lair, finding neither treasure nor any trigger for a hidden stronghold. Fatty suddenly pointed at the dragon bones in puzzlement. "Weird. The dragon's posture before it died is strange, like it's crouching like a puppy." Madman agreed. "You're right. The ground is full of scratch marks. What was it doing? Digging a hole to bury itself?" "Haha, you're quite the comedian." Fatty laughed heartily. Madman retorted disdainfully, "You silver-haired fool." Listening to their banter, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. On the ground covered with scratch marks, some special symbols were faintly visible. He quickly asked Longda to bring the magical crystal closer and examined the ground carefully. System notifications rang in quick succession. "You have discovered clues to unlock the hidden stronghold. You need to obtain 5 certificates belonging to the Heavenly God Legion. Crouching Dragon Certificate 11. Black Tortoise Certificate 11. Black Wolf Certificate 11. All certificates are gathered. Please insert them into the slots." Suppressing his excitement, Lin Fan followed the glowing slot prompts and embedded the 5 differently shaped certificates one by one. Suddenly, the whole dragon's lair shook violently. "Crap, this place is going to collapse," Madman exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in fear. A flicker of excitement passed through Longda's eyes as he dashed out of the dragon's lair while the others were caught off guard. Receiving a withdrawal alert, Lin Fan quickly shouted, "Let's get out of here." Fatty, looking disgusted, lifted Madman. "And you call yourself a master thief? Show some insight." The 3 of them sprinted out with all their might. Just as they exited the cave, the entire mountain crumbled with a thunderous crash. The deafening noise from below was enough to unsettle the trio, even though players were not afraid of death. "My dragon tooth. My treasure gone," Madman lamented, still calculating if he could use his skills to steal the dragon bones. "Couldn't I forge 10 legendary weapons from that?" "What exactly did you do?" Fatty asked. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as he casually summoned the Crimson King. The massive flying mount soared into the sky, with Lin Fan astride it. surveying the horizon from above. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot skyward, triggering a thunderous crack in the clear sky, the booming thunder echoing loudly. At the boundary between the mountains and plains, a horde of magical beasts went into a frenzy, fleeing in panic as the ground shook violently. Players at various strongholds wore expressions of shock, as if something terrifying from deep underground was about to emerge. In the next moment, a colossal void, 100 kilometers in diameter, appeared on the plains, as if a divine hand had scooped out a piece of the earth. Following this, a massive sky island slowly ascended from the depths, drifting into the sky. On the island, a grand silver palace could be faintly seen, exuding an aura of majesty. Several beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire sky island. Mist spread, and a mystical glow surrounded it, as though a celestial paradise had descended. What the hell is this?" Madman exclaimed, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Fatty stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Could this be the ultimate hidden stronghold? The system's notification chimed in right on cue. "You have unlocked the Celestial Fortress. The Wulong Stronghold has activated a portal to the Celestial Fortress. Conquer this city successfully, and you will become the Sky Lord." Lin Fan trembled with excitement. This is the greatest secret of the Guild's Stronghold battles. The world chat erupted instantly. "It looks like a new dungeon has appeared in the first battlefield. Should we charge in, guys? How do we charge? Tell me how, when it's up in the sky. How do we get up there? This is crazy. How did we not see such a massive sky city before? Who created this thing? Could it be part of the new game expansion?" Quickly, rumors about the Celestial Fortress spread across the world channel, with players speculating about the origins of this sky city. 5 stronghold tokens flew back into Lin Fan's hands. He gazed at the ancient giant city, barely containing his excitement as he muttered to himself, "This is a huge win. This great city was once struck down by the Dark Dragon Empire, and now it has reappeared in the world. I have a chance to become the Sky Lord." In fact, clues about the Sky City had always been present. Among the guild's buff skills, aside from the Supreme Dynasty, there were 5 buffs available for application. Players needed to recite the heroic chants to gain combat power boosts. In the realm's lore, these 5 heroes were mighty warriors who died on this ancient battlefield, each having followed the Sky Lord. Centered on the Wulong area, for strongholds surrounded it, corresponding to these 5 legendary heroes. Initially, Lin Fan was unaware of this information. It wasn't until Kongqing and others first used the guild buffs that he recalled the scene from his past life when Kongqing unlocked this giant city. During the second stronghold battle, shortly after Dragon Mark secured the 5 strongholds, the War Saint Fortress suddenly appeared. From this, Lin Fan deduced that the 5 tokens were likely the keys to unlocking the hidden stronghold. His deduction proved entirely correct. The regional announcement soon echoed. Player Lin Fan, blessed with astounding fortune, has unlocked the hidden stronghold, the Celestial Fortress. Reward: 10 talent points, 300,000 prestige. No wonder that guy made a move on the stronghold. Turns out he knew about the existence of a hidden base. Lin Fan mused to himself, wondering where he got his hands on such a strategy guide. The name Celestial Fortress sent the world chat into a frenzy. Players were left speechless, and guild leaders felt their newly acquired strongholds lost their luster. Compared to the colossal city in the sky, their few wooden buildings seemed like mere huts. "Crazy, I truly have no vision or ambition," someone lamented in the guild chat. "With the Celestial Fortress, who would even care about a bicycle?" The goddess of battle chimed in, "The big shot I'm backing is truly extraordinary, strong and impressive. Rumors say the Celestial Fortress holds endless treasures, attracting the greed of dragons. Over a dozen dark dragons once besieged the fortress, but nearly all were slain by the 5 battle saints, with only a few severely injured ones escaping." Lin Fan realized that the dead lower dragon in the cave was likely one of the survivors from that dragon-slaying battle, stubbornly guarding the entrance until its life expired. Lin Fan understood that merely unlocking the Sky City wasn't enough. They needed to conquer this hidden base. Though he wasn't overly confident since even the mighty Long Hin had repeatedly failed to conquer the Sky City, which was a task for over a year later. Now that the hidden base was unlocked, he had to give it a try. Riding the Crimson King back to Wulong's location, Lin Fan detailed the situation to everyone and then asked with a smile, "Who wants to join me in a battle in the sky?" "Are you kidding? I'd go even underground for a fight." The big guy was the first to shout his willingness. The Iron Rider followed. "Count me in second. Even if it's the sky, I'll help you punch a hole through it." "I'm in." Qingfeng also joined the team. A group of battle enthusiasts roared with excitement, their passion undiminished even after 24 hours of fighting. The giant city in the sky was too conspicuous, and they feared other guilds might seize it, as it was a perfect bragging right. But their worries were unnecessary. At this stage, The only way to approach the celestial fortress was via the teleportation array at Wulong's Stronghold, or with flying mounts. Other guilds could only watch as they advanced. Lin Fan knew that conquering such a high difficulty base wouldn't benefit much from sheer numbers. He instructed Madman to personally select an elite small-scale team, aiming to gather useful clues rather than a full takeover on the first attempt. Everyone else, log off and rest. Balance work and play. Enjoy yourselves, Lin Fan said with a smile, distributing 1,000 gold coin bonuses. Nice. Boss is wise. Following the boss means good times and good eats. The players cheered, and Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He knew the days of enjoyment wouldn't last long, so he wanted them to savor the moment. Yao Yao, I remember your secondary profession is gardening, right? Lin Fan turned to a female archer. Plant this in the most visible spot in the stronghold. Qingwu Yao Yao blinked in surprise. Boss, you actually know my secondary profession? Have you been secretly observing me? I'm single, you know. Lin Fan chuckled. You keep teasing my little Kai. It's hard not to remember you. Lin Fan could check all the members' secondary professions. Although Qingwu Yao Yao's was ordinary, only able to plant herbs and accelerate their growth, it was perfect for the sapling of the Samsara divine tree. Max out your skills and ask Madman how much it costs. Lin Fan thought for a moment and added. Then go to Ziyun City and find a guy named Nameless Master. He'll tell you how to upgrade your secondary profession. Secondary professions can be upgraded? The lifestyle players' eyes lit up. Most were scenery lovers or brick movers, playing games to earn some pocket money and were unaware of profession features. That's right. I'll compile a guide and upload it to the guild storage for your reference, Lin Fan said with a soft laugh. Don't underestimate the potential of lifestyle players. Once they grow, they can rival Sklas hidden professions. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with awe. Who wouldn't love a mentor who helps newbies thrive? Lifestyle players spent most of their time gathering resources, crafting, and their levels and gear couldn't keep up with the main group. Outside, they'd often face exclusion and ridicule in random parties for dungeons. But in the Godslayer Guild, this was never an issue. With Lin Fan's monster farming efficiency, leveling up a dozen people at once wasn't difficult. With a wave of his hand, a verdant glow appeared in Yao Yao's hand. Wow, a divine item. This is incredible. Are you kidding me? I've never even seen a sacred item, let alone something as godly as this. Everyone gathered around, amazed that a tiny sapling, no bigger than a pinky finger, was actually a legendary divine item, leaving them all in awe. Lin Fan cautiously bound the usage rights of the divine artifact to designated members of the guild, while reserving the right to reclaim it at any time. This approach not only protected players' items, but also prevented the guild's warehouse from being looted by unscrupulous players, a common issue in other online games. Nevertheless, life players still held a low status within the guild. If it weren't for the major guilds needing them to develop outposts, they might struggle to secure a guild spot at all. Madman eyed Lin Fan suspiciously and muttered, Bro, how do you know everything? Are you a time traveler or something? Lin Fan's mind went blank for a moment, and he struggled to maintain a calm demeanor despite the twitching of his facial muscles. Madman continued to speculate, or maybe you're the illegitimate child of some AI development company boss. This game was created by AI, so it makes sense you'd have access to information others don't. Fatty couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward, giving Madman a slap on the head. You moron, you don't know squat. Someone with a triple crown understanding of the game isn't something you can just guess about. Damn it, can't even talk now? Madman grumbled, rubbing his head. Fatty grinned mischievously and raised an eyebrow at Lin Fan, joking, Still, I think my bro's got some hacks. Lin Fan scowled and kicked both of them. Stop wasting time. Let's get going. The small Godslayer squad quickly assembled and stepped onto the teleportation array. In a flash, they were transported to a desolate graveyard. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and broken tombstones were scattered everywhere, each with a rusty weapon embedded in it. The system notification chimed. You have discovered the entrance to the Black Iron Labyrinth, the resting place. Then, a deep voice, like a demon whispering, echoed in their ears. The gods watch over all things, adventurer. You cannot escape. Suddenly, a mist enveloped the team. Madman felt something shift beneath his feet and shouted, Get ready for battle. Before he finished speaking, a skeletal hand shot out from a grave, nearly scaring everyone out of their wits, aided by the eerie setting and haunting background music. Madman blinked and darted behind Shinjo cavalry, pushing him forward. Don't chicken out, cousin. The cavalry, looking terrified, exclaimed, Damn, this place is creepy. Who wouldn't be scared? Fatty, with a serious expression, retorted, Dude, you're in a rank paladin captain. You should have more professional pride than the other paladins. At that moment, a towering armored corpse slowly rose, its armor covered in battle scars, each one potentially lethal. The system displayed, Heavenly Legion Warrior. Level 10 HP. 150,000,150,000. Attack power, 900. Skills, unquenchable battle flame, basic sacred sword technique. Good heavens, a level 10 elite monster with these stats? Terrifying, everyone gasped collectively. Before long, 14 more warrior spirits emerged from the graveyard. Despite his fear, Shinjo Cavalry understood the importance of his role and immediately shouted, "Give me buffs!" 6 healers swiftly cast shields, attribute boosts, and resistance enhancements on him. Not to be outdone, Fatty declared, "Count me in too." His health and gear were substantial, allowing him to serve as a frontline tank as well. The young healer was a bit flustered, worried that his healing skills might slow the team down. Lin Fan reassured him and then reminded the others. These mobs move slowly, try to kite them to avoid getting overwhelmed. As the warrior spirits approached, the cavalry activated an area taunt to draw their attacks, while Fatty seized the opportunity to lead 4 monsters away, easing the cavalry's burden. Though the cavalry's health fluctuated wildly, it stayed above the danger line. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. These monsters were exceptionally strong, so he unleashed a flame dragon skill to help relieve the frontline pressure. With his significant damage output, the monsters' health began to drop rapidly. Just when they thought the situation was under control, a disturbance came from a copper coffin in the distance. A massive green hand emerged, followed by a nearly 5-meter turtle giant. Its greenish-blue muscles looked like they were forged from steel, and it wielded a giant axe as big as a door. 2 ghostly flames flickered in its eye sockets. The system displayed 1,500,000 HP. Fatty was dumbfounded. A level 10 boss? Are you kidding me? Your Majesty? Have you abandoned us? Lin Fan gazed at the colossal figure before him, silently marveling. The Titan Legion Giant Chieftain, a level 10 elite entity, boasted a staggering 1.5 million HP and 1,500 attack power. Its skills Fearless Strike and Limb Regeneration were enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Darn it, could this game get any more ridiculous? Lin Fan couldn't help but grumble to himself. His eyes scanned the battlefield. Several heroic warriors had already fallen. The main tank, Iron Cavalry, had just taken a breather, only to look up and see the massive creature. Lin Fan couldn't help but imagine that if the giant's axe struck, even a tomato would be diced in half. Lin Fan recalled the backstory. The blood of titans coursed through the giant race, yet they were fundamentally a branch of the native humans. An odd thought suddenly crossed his mind. How did those titans, taller than mountains, ever manage to, well, with the first human woman? Didn't the gods find this setup just a tad bizarre? Just as Lin Fan was lost in these peculiar musings, the giant chieftain's actions snapped him back to reality. The boss turned and began walking into the mist, completely ignoring the players. What? Is this boss out of its mind? Fatty looked bewildered, having been ready to test if they could dent the boss, only for it to walk away. Everyone exchanged confused glances. It was the first time they'd encountered such an anomaly in the game. Iron Cavalry couldn't help but complain. These monsters don't even drop a hair besides experience. I have it rough taking the most hits, yet not getting any loot. As soon as he finished speaking, a few ethereal archers emerged from the distant crypt, shooting arrows at the group. Iron Cavalry quickly charged forward to taunt, preventing the backline from being overwhelmed by arrows. Lin Fan kept his eyes on the retreating giant. Suddenly, a quest notification popped up. Follow the giant chieftain. Little priest, come with me. Lin Fan called out immediately. Where to? Aren't we sticking with the group? The little priest hesitated, still holding a comical-looking goat. Let's see what this boss is up to. All right. Lin Fan gave a quick directive, Fatty. You guys explore the labyrinth. I'm going to find a breakthrough. With that, he and the little priest quickly vanished into the mist. The giant chieftain seemed utterly unaware of the ants trailing behind it, striding purposefully towards a cluster of buildings. After about 10 minutes, the giant suddenly stopped, and the mist began to clear. You have discovered Watchtower. The system notified. Lin Fan and the little priest saw the giant kneel on one knee inside a snow-white tower, its deep voice resonating. Lord Tianyu, has the Emperor abandoned us? The tower's interior was vast, but responded to the giant's call with a deathly silence. Eros Saint Tianyu? Lin Fan felt a jolt of surprise. Could there still be a living NPC in this long-lost tower? Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger crept over him. Curse me quickly. Something feels off, Lin Fan urged the little priest. The little priest set down the goat and began casting healing spells on it. Seeing this, Lin Fan swiftly removed his gear to allow the priest to reduce his health to 10 as quickly as possible. 1333, a healing aura enveloped the goat, which bleated happily, seemingly enjoying the holy light's embrace. Wait a minute. How is this goat's health exceeding its limit? Lin Fan was about to laugh, but noticed the goat's health had slightly increased, surpassing its original maximum. I have no idea. It just inexplicably increased, The little priest admitted, joking, if my goat had a taunt skill, it might serve as a super tank for me. Lin Fan was speechless, thinking that if the little priest continued using the goat as a shield, it might one day become the most formidable neutral creature with terrifying health. Silly little thing, huh? The little priest chuckled, patting the goat's head, which began frolicking around joyfully. Lin Fan observed the 400,000 HP goat, pondering. There's something peculiar about this little creature. Its health is even thicker than my Scarlet King blood skin. Just then, a system notification chimed. You have received the blessing of the Curse King. All attributes 90. A black aura enveloped Lin Fan, and he felt his attributes skyrocket, marveling at the drastic enhancement. This was his first time experiencing the little priest's curse package, and the absurd attribute boost was downright insane. The most surprising thing about the young priest's soul imprint is that it's still at a basic level. If it were to advance to a higher level, the attribute boost would be even more astonishing. Lin Fan thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the faint glow emanating from the young priest. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed through the air, as if it came from a distant time and space. We are both remnants of a long-erased empire. Tyrell, you are cursed. Lin Fan quickly composed himself, his sharp eyes scanning the interior of the White Tower. He saw a female figure bathed in a silvery glow appear on the spiral staircase. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisite, clad in a stunningly elaborate white light armor, with gem-like blue eyes that held a vacant gaze. She should have been a breathtaking beauty, but she resembled more of a specter, her form semi-transparent. With grace, she floated down into the hall. Tian Yu held a bronze bow and arrow in her hands, lifting them with a slightly rigid motion. The bowstring was drawn taut in an instant, the arrowhead aimed directly at the giant chieftain. Lin Fan felt a jolt and suddenly realized he could see the exact attributes of the Arrow Saint. Heavenly Legion Remnant of the Arrow Saint. Level 26 Domain Master Creature. HP 200020000000. Attack 3500. Skills: Annihilation Shot, Absolute Range, Magic Eye Reflection, Dragon Slayer Arrow. Lin Fan gasped in astonishment. The attributes were terrifying. Not only were the health and attack power impressive, but even the skill names were chilling. What surprised him even more was that this Arrow Saint was the same level as him. Lin Fan quickly analyzed, realizing this might be the level matching mechanism of the Divine Realm dungeon at work. I will miss you. Tian Yu sighed softly, gently pinching the bronze bowstring. In that instant, the bow emitted a heart-stopping black light. A wave of destructive magic power sweeping over, leaving Lin Fan and the young priest breathless. Everything before them was swallowed by darkness, except for Tian Yu's enduring silhouette. Be annihilated, Tyrell, Tian Yu whispered, loosing an arrow that pierced through the air. With quick reflexes, Lin Fan grabbed the young priest and ducked into a blind spot. The black arrow easily pierced the giant's forehead, and an absurd damage number floated in the air. However, the giant did not fall. Instead, it roared in confusion, Tian Yu, I need an answer. Another arrow was loosed, severing the giant's arm. 10,000. 10,000. The damage numbers kept ticking, but the giant, being an undead creature, began regenerating its limbs at an observable speed, its health rising again. It roared and charged at Tian Yu, swinging a massive stone axe in a desperate battle. Lin Fan couldn't help but internally comment, with a panel attack of 3,500, an arrow dealing 200,000 damage. The gods must be playing a prank. He realized that if the Arrow Saint hit him with an arrow, especially a critical hit, he would likely be dead on the spot. The Arrow Saint Tian Yu moved with incredible grace, evading the giant's attacks like a spirit dancing on a knife's edge. She stepped on the giant's shoulders, unleashing a barrage of shots at its weak points, quickly reducing it to a shattered state, with its limbs and head completely disassembled. The young priest, watching the scene, awkwardly smiled, clutching the lamb in his arms and whispered, Boss, let's get out of here. We can't take on this lady. At that moment, a task prompt appeared before Lin Fan. Capture the watchtower, gain tower permissions. He hesitated briefly, deciding to test the waters. From 100 meters away, Lin Fan shot a basic attack at Tian Yu. The soul flames in Tian Yu's eyes flickered as she easily dodged, arrogantly stating, Ignorant wraith, you have quite the range. Lin Fan remained expressionless, firing another basic attack. This time, Tian Yu raised a hand, grabbing the chaotic magic orb and crushing it effortlessly. Block. The chaotic flames extinguished, and a hint of rigid anger appeared on Tian Yu's face. I am Tian Yu, the Dragon Slayer, the Empire's first Arrow Saint, capable of cutting endless chaos demons from 1,000 meters away, and you dare provoke me? Lin Fan did not respond, instead giving the young priest a signal to make a quick escape. Then, with a flourish, Lin Fan turned, leaping over the white tower's railing into the vast sky below. The young priest was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Master, even your suicide is stylish?" Before he could finish, a beast's roar echoed through the sky. The Crimson King soared through the air, catching Lin Fan steadily. Standing atop the Crimson King, Lin Fan looked back at the arrow saint at the white tower's entrance, smiling provocatively. 1,000 meters to cut demons? When it comes to range, I should give you a lesson. You have angered the arrow saint, Tianyu. Rage progress 10. The system notification sounded in Lin Fan's ear. When the rage progress reaches 100, Tianyu's soul will awaken. From then on, she will ignore any taunt skills, and you will be completely locked onto by her until death. Lin Fan frowned slightly, then a mischievous smile spread across his face. This woman, who called herself the Arrow Saint, seemed to have quite a temper. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he truly provoked her. I, Fan the Divine, the Master of Chaos, have no interest in fighting women, Lin Fan taunted loudly. Let that so-called emperor come and face me. No sooner had he spoken than Tianyu's attack came down like thunder. Her bronze bow let out 7 tremors, and 7 black bolts of lightning shot out from the tower, instantly changing the color of the sky. Such fast attack speed. Lin Fan was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure with a confident smile. He had already ordered the Scarlet King to fly a kilometer away. As expected, the black lightning bolts plummeted uncontrollably after flying 1,000 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 black bolts struck the ground like cannonballs, creating terrifying craters 100 meters in diameter. Lin Fan's face turned pale as he thought with lingering fear. If those arrows hit me, I'd be in pieces. You have angered the Arrow Saint, Tianyu. Rage progress 10. The system prompted again. From the tower came Tianyu's furious roar, her soul's flame flickering violently. Can't handle a little provocation. What a straightforward woman. Lin Fan muttered to himself, then added, I hate being shot at, so usually I'm the one doing the shooting. He paused, realizing something was off about what he said, but he didn't dwell on it. Standing out of Tianyu's maximum range, Lin Fan began casting spells. A flaming dragon roared towards the white tower's interior. However, Tianyu stood proudly, unmoved, and with a single shot, she shattered the flame dragon, which could withstand several hits. Fortunately, the dragon was a construct of pure fire elements, turning into countless chaos fireballs that rushed towards Tianyu. Surprisingly, Tianyu stood her ground, allowing the flames to engulf her, unfazed. Her absolute arrogance left Lin Fan speechless. When Tianyu attacked again, Lin Fan, already 2 kilometers away, gave her no chance. Lin Fan realized the Arrow Saint was merely a lingering remnant, fighting like a reckless novice. She remained at the tower entrance, not even dodging passive damage. A thought crossed Lin Fan's mind. Wait, why doesn't she come out? Could it be she can't leave the tower's range? With this realization, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. He had been worried she could fly, prepared for a long-range battle. But if she couldn't leave the tower, it was like she was an easy target. With a smirk, Lin Fan activated Wind Whisperer to increase his attack speed to 2.4. He showcased his advanced spellcasting skills, launching successive fireballs, filling the cast delay with chaos orbs, and finishing with an explosive fireball. Through sheer skill, he pushed his attacks per second to nearly 5. To Lin Fan, Tianyu was a stationary target. He didn't need to worry about complex maneuvers. As long as his attacks hit, it was enough. The damage numbers soared, and within a minute, he dealt over 1,000,000 damage, raising Tianyu's aggro to 70. Such a great figure, yet so tough. Lin Fan marveled as he continued his relentless assault. But with 20 million health points, she was far from ordinary, and his output only scratched the surface. To Tianyu, Lin Fan was a pesky insect. Each attack didn't hurt much, but the insult was severe. She fired over a dozen arrows, their power impressive, but they couldn't even reach Lin Fan. As the ancient Arrow Saint of the Light Dragon Empire, known for her range, she had never faced such humiliation. Yet, as a remnant, her intelligence was limited, like a stubborn child, continuing to shoot arrows. Even more absurd, she didn't dodge spells, choosing to tank them with her life force, making Lin Fan feel a bit sorry for her. While Lin Fan reveled in his damage output, a sudden red glow filled the scene, blood red text warning him. Arrow Saint Tianyu's rage is about to max out, granting her temporary access to her peak power. Beware of her attacks. What? Can she break out of the tower's range? Lin Fan was shocked, not daring to be careless. He continued his assault while stacking sun shields. He wasn't sure if his 10,000 plus health and 9 sun shields could withstand Tianyu's attacks. The devastated land beneath him was a testament to her power. As Tianyu's health dropped by 2 million, her rage reached 100, and she softly intoned, "Call upon my true name, to deliver the harshest judgment upon the wicked infidels." A golden light flashed atop the white tower, swiftly merging into Tianyu. Her eyes were no longer vacant, her body no longer transparent. Her soul was awakening. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Even though he was nearly 2 kilometers away, he couldn't discern the exact changes in her, yet it felt as if he was witnessing the descent of a true deity. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, a ghostly figure wielding a bronze divine bow, shooting an arrow that pierced the heavens. Suddenly, the sky was drenched with blood rain as countless dark dragons were obliterated, their bones and flesh completely annihilated. Dragon Slayer arrow, Tianyu murmured, the soul fire in her eyes gradually calming. She exuded an air of indifference and grace, drawing a bone arrow from her quiver. If Lin Fan were present, he would be shocked to discover that it was a sacred object crafted from dragon teeth. Draw the bow like a full moon. Move mountains and rivers. Tianyu whispered fiercely. A trace of black light flashed on the dragon arrow, expanding instantly to a diameter of 2 meters before collapsing into a single dark point. She gently caressed the bronze bow, not bothering to watch the arrow fly, and murmured, "Demonic eye mirror." A small bronze mirror appeared out of thin air in Tianyu's hand, transforming into an eyeball shape, splitting in two, and tearing through the void before vanishing. Lin Fan watched the slowly approaching dark glow, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The speed was too slow, resembling an attack from a novice archer, which was definitely a trap. Suddenly looking up, Lin Fan saw the space 100 meters above him split open, revealing a massive demonic sphere. On closer inspection, it was more a mirror than an eyeball. His own reflection appeared in the mirror, even though there was nothing but emptiness in front of him. A chill ran down his spine, and Lin Fan decisively shouted, "Run!" The Crimson King immediately activated a speed skill, carrying him away in a frantic escape, seemingly sensing the danger as well. In the blink of an eye, they had flown several hundred meters, but when Lin Fan looked up again, the demonic eye was still locked onto him, and the reflection in the mirror was still his own. The Dragon Slayer arrow was flying leisurely, like a tiny firefly, yet it contained unimaginable power. After covering a few dozen more meters, a second demonic eye suddenly appeared. The black light passed through it, instantly appearing in the other demonic eye, and shot towards Lin Fan with such speed that there was no time to react. Lin Fan chuckled bitterly, "Transport Unit Number 1. You take the hit, I can't handle it." The Crimson King seemed on the verge of tears, but bound by their contract, it had no choice. It spread its wings to shield Lin Fan, taking the brunt of the Dragon Slayer arrow. In an instant, the Crimson King's legs vanished without a trace. There was no blood at the severed limbs, only black light consuming its flesh. The words Dragon Slayer buff appeared above its head, indicating flesh as sustenance, unending unless destroyed, lasting 10 seconds. The terrifying damage continued to accumulate. Interesting, finally a bit of a challenge, Lin Fan thought with a tightened heart. His sacred object's immortal body was still on cooldown, and if the Crimson King was completely consumed by the black light, he would fall from the sky. After only a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan commanded, "Battle Beast Space." The spatial rift opened once more, this time revealing a space dedicated to war beasts, forcibly drawing them in like a player's inventory. The Crimson King was instantly sucked in, vanishing from Lin Fan's sight. The countdown of the Dragon Slayer buff continued, but the Crimson King's health had stopped depleting. Without his mount, Lin Fan began free falling through the air. The ground rushed towards him, his heartbeat quickening. Just as he was about to crash, he counted down in his mind, 3, 2, 1. At the very last moment of the buff's duration, he decisively summoned the Crimson King. With a mighty roar, the Crimson King spread its enormous wings, catching Lin Fan securely. It soared back into the sky, quickly ascending to a high altitude. Only then did Lin Fan notice that the Crimson King's previously severed lower half had completely regenerated, though its health was now nearly halved. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. He knew well that in the divine realm, even tamed beasts only had one life. Once they died, they had to be tamed all over again. This is why many beast tamers, when facing danger in battle, would unhesitatingly recall their beasts into space, preferring to sacrifice themselves to protect their beasts. After all, players could revive themselves, whereas beasts could not. Using beasts to absorb negative buffs is a basic tactic for skilled beast tamers. This strategy is particularly effective against bosses that are adept at applying negative buffs. Lin Fan's recent maneuver was a perfect demonstration of this strategy. However, the crisis was far from over. Tianyu launched another attack with the Demon Eye, several black lightning bolts refracting and locking onto Lin Fan once more. What the heck is this skill? Lin Fan cursed inwardly, nearly driven to madness. The Demon Eye's refraction ability showcased its astonishing long-range attack capabilities. The two Demon Eyes coordinated, acting as radar to lock onto him from a distance, launching attacks beyond their inherent range, while mirror refraction drastically shortened the attack distance. The blazing sun shield in front of Lin Fan shattered under the intense lightning assault, forcing him to rely on the Crimson King to absorb damage again. Fortunately, the Dragon Slayer arrow, such a powerful skill, couldn't be unleashed indefinitely. Otherwise, at their current altitude, Lin Fan wouldn't have time before the Dragon Slayer buff expired and he'd be shot down. He glanced at the demon eye, alert. In the Divine Realm, bosses capable of using items were formidable adversaries, and this one indeed made him wary. Yet, a bold idea flashed in Lin Fan's mind. Wasn't this the exact skill he'd always dreamed of? Despite having an unmatched range advantage now, once beyond the lock-on range, he could only attack by intuition, wasting at least half of his skills. Furthermore, ultra-long range had a fatal flaw: slow projectile speed. It's fine against unprepared targets, but against those who've already suffered or have high agility, it gives them ample reaction time. The Demon Eye's refraction ability could perfectly solve this problem. Lin Fan began plotting how to acquire this treasure. Defeating a Domain Master level boss would likely yield rich rewards, but there was no guarantee the Demon Eye would drop in one go. After all, in his past life, he hadn't heard of anyone possessing such an item. Judging from the skill effects, this item was at least legendary equipment or a relic, making it a rare drop even if it did appear. Like the Elf Queen statue he held, which he had acquired by sheer luck through a title's one real drop rate. Relying on luck was never Lin Fan's style. After careful consideration, Lin Fan decided to switch from offense to defense, focusing entirely on stacking shields. For the next 10 minutes, he endured a barrage of attacks, but as long as the Dragon Slayer arrow wasn't used, he could rely on shields and the Crimson King to withstand the damage. Lin Fan took the opportunity to counterattack, albeit at a lower output efficiency, steadily chipping away at the boss's health. "Stop pretending, you're on your last legs. Get back to normal," Lin Fan muttered, feeling frustrated but confident that Tianyu's peak state couldn't last forever. Otherwise, a fully powered arrow Saint guarding the heavenly fortress would mean Yi Kongsheng couldn't have taken down this hidden stronghold in the past. Sure enough, before long, the lock-on effect dissipated, and the Demon Eye's refraction ability returned to Tianyu's hand. The Berserk mode ended, and Tianyu's gaze turned vacant once again. "My turn," Lin Fan growled, thoroughly enraged. With a grim expression, he mounted the Crimson King and resumed kiting attacks. Thunderclap. Whispering Wind. Lin Fan unleashed a barrage of violent attacks, his Chaos Orb raining down destruction. The 100 burn crit within a minute was exhilarating. This time, Tianyu was terse, responding little to Lin Fan's taunts and showing no signs of rage. Outwardly calm, Lin Fan was inwardly anxious. The Crimson King had less than 30,000 health left, unable to withstand another round of Dragon Slayer arrows. He gambled on Tianyu's Berserk mode not reactivating, knowing well that the gods wouldn't set an insurmountable task for players, no matter how difficult it might be. Chaos Chain triggered. 5 seconds of double real damage output, coupled with the curse's healing and all attribute boost. Each of Lin Fan's basic attacks inflicted a staggering 5,000 damage, with nearly 20,000 burn damage. Time ticked by, 20 minutes passed. Tianyu's original 16 million health dwindled rapidly under Lin Fan's relentless assault, soon dropping below 3 million. The dawn of victory seemed near, yet Lin Fan dared not relax, maintaining full focus on controlling the Crimson King, ever vigilant for any possible counterattack from Tianyu. As the situation with the Tianyu fragment seemed to be under control, Lin Fan suddenly paused and called out in the guild chat. "How are things on your end?" The voice of Dorm Goddess was the first to respond. "Huh? Big brother, you're not dead yet?" Lin Fan was speechless at this, thinking that this little healer was even more afraid of dying than he was. If he had to run away, she would be the first to do so without hesitation, probably having already joined up with Fatty and the others. Then Madman chimed in. "I'm fighting a massive blood bag here. Have you ever seen a blob with 3 million HP? Iron Cavalry joined the conversation. It's all toxic gas. Anyone who gets close melts away. Luckily, Dorm Goddess boosted my stats. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold out." Fatty complained. "Fambro, you said you wouldn't slack off. If you were in this maze, we would have cleared it ages ago. But I figured out the last boss's pattern, so finishing it shouldn't be hard." "Good, that's reassuring." Lin Fan nodded, then asked, "Madman, are you free?" "What for? I'm the main DPS. Do you think I have free time?" Madman replied, not too pleased. This comment immediately sparked Fatty's strong disapproval. He opened the battle log and shared the output stats. 6% damage, and you call yourself the main DPS? With my 17%, am I the MVP? Fatty's words effectively rubbed Madman's face in the dirt. In the dungeon, Madman immediately rushed over to grab Fatty by the neck, yelling, "I'm also directing the fight, you moron." Qingzhou Yenzu took the opportunity to expose him. "Wow, Madman, you're also directing? You've been stealing from the mini-bosses, and after we kill them, half the loot is gone. What do you say to that?" Once again exposed, Madman, with a reddened face, Change the subject. If I hadn't chosen this stupid hidden class, would I be doing so little damage? The success rate for stealing boss attributes is just 2, and I often end up with temporary mana boosts. I'm a rogue with no mana bar. What the heck am I supposed to do with mana? Listening to their banter, Lin Fan could imagine how much fun they were having in the maze. He cleared his throat and said, my bad, my bad. Now, I have a glorious and great mission for you. If you're going to set me up, just say it, Madman replied cautiously. Nonsense. Would I set up my own brother? Lin Fan said seriously. Actually, it's like this. Didn't you want to find a girlfriend? I suddenly realized I haven't been looking out for you enough. So I'm introducing a girlfriend to you. A girlfriend? Are you serious? Madman perked up with full attention, and everyone else was equally surprised. Lin Fan continued to coax. This girl is quite open-minded, and you can even, well, touch her. Damn. Not only does the boss give us gold, but he also offers extra girlfriend perks, and she's open-minded and touchable. Damn, I wanted to. I've been single for 30 years, and I'm great with hands and stuff. If he doesn't want her, pick me. I'll take good care of her. The group erupted like a pack of hungry wolves, clamoring for Lin Fan to set them up as well. The female healers in the raid were not pleased and promptly labeled all the guys asking for a girlfriend as animals. Quiet. Madman suddenly put on a serious face, asserting his vice-chairman authority to reprimand everyone. This is a major life event. You all just focus on the dungeon. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference. Then he grinned and said to Lin Fan, Father, wait for me. Your son is on the way. Where's the girl? Madman arrived at the coordinates marked by Lin Fan on the map, craning his neck and glancing around with his shifty eyes, betraying his eager anticipation. Lin Fan marked Tianyu with an exclamation point, indicating the entrance of the watchtower. Right there. Time to show off your master thief skills. Madman was startled upon seeing Tianyu, covered in wounds with her light armor shattered, and immediately turned to run without a second thought. Stop! Lin Fan shouted urgently. Don't run. Her aggro is on me. She won't attack you. Reluctantly, Madman halted, shouting back at Lin Fan for getting his hopes up. This is the girl you were talking about? A super boss with 20 million health? Lin Fan urged, hurry up, her light armor is down. It's the perfect time to act. He explained that as in Glass hidden job, the master thief had a risk of being detected while stealing. If he failed, the boss's aggro would increase. Fortunately, the task hint stated that as long as the Arrow Saint was in berserk mode, she would ignore any taunt skills and focus solely on Lin Fan. You better not screw me over, Madman gulped nervously. This girl has a great figure and a pretty face, though she looks a bit eerie. Lin Fan smiled confidently. Trust my judgment. Despite his complaints, Madman moved swiftly. He activated his stealth skill and quietly approached Tianyu. Baby, I love you, he cackled. Tianyu seemed unaware, continuing to draw her bow and attempt to shoot Lin Fan. Lin Fan was careful to avoid getting hit and kept an eye on her aggro towards him. Ding. Theft failed. Ding. Theft failed. After several failed attempts, Madman was frustrated. Come on, lady boss, just give in. I'm just following orders. Although, this waste, this little booty, but I'm a decent thief. Listening to Madman's drooling remarks, Lin Fan was exasperated. This guy claimed the master thief job was trash, yet he clearly enjoyed it. A classic case of saying one thing and meaning another. So, any luck? Lin Fan asked anxiously, knowing it was a tall order for a thief, barely over level 20 to steal from a domain lord. Don't rush me, I'm working on it. Madman shouted back, though he muttered about these legs, this waist, this smoothness. As a straightforward person, Lin Fan didn't know much about the thief class, so he didn't press further. However, he was secretly pleased because, as the task hint indicated, Tianyu's aggro towards Madman hadn't increased, meaning they could keep exploiting this loophole. The berserk Tianyu couldn't effectively harm them. The skill proficiency is rising fast. Is this the allure of a super boss? Madman mused. After 10 minutes, the success rate of his theft attempts had increased from less than 0.1 to 0.2. Still low, but there was a glimmer of hope. In the meantime, Lin Fan continued to whittle down the boss's health, keeping it at 100,000 points to prevent accidental healing. Suddenly, their actions were interrupted by an excited shout. Fatty, whoa, red gear. Holy cow. Ching Feng, OMG. It's the first time I've seen red armor, anti-magic level gear. It turned out Fatty's team had already defeated the boss in the Black Iron Maze. A district-wide announcement appeared on the World Channel, and every member of the raid group gained significant attribute points and coins. Both Lin Fan and Madman were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, show it to us. Ancient Celestial Knight's Shield, quality, anti-magic level, level 10 class, Knight, defense, 500 points, health, 2000 points, effect, full defense, reduces attack power by 80 for 10 seconds, grants 70 damage reduction, Cooldown 1 minute. Set activated awakening skill. Knight's Resolve effect. Blocks all attacks for 3 seconds and reflects 40 of the total attack damage back to the attacker. Cooldown 30 seconds. Madman was stunned, hardly believing such attributes belonged to a level 10 item. The stats are comparable to a level 25 legendary shield, with massive damage reduction and reflection. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel. It's indeed an exceptional piece of gear. I just hope the rest of the set isn't too hard to farm. Lin Fan nodded slightly, not surprised by the powerful effects of the anti-magic gear. As the top-tier equipment in the Divine Realm, it possessed enviable special abilities. The guild chat suddenly became lively. Wu Yinzu from Qingzhou exclaimed, "I wish I were a knight." No sooner had he spoken than Shanzhou Iron Knight chimed in, "Don't say that, as the first knight. Sorry, brothers." His tone was full of undisguised pride. The channel exploded with chatter, as other members quickly mocked Iron Knight's arrogance. Yet, despite their words, no one denied that Iron Knight was indeed the most skilled knight in the guild. Fatty looked at the scene in front of him and said to Lin Fan, "The item is in my hands. You decide how to distribute it. I won't interfere." His tone carried a hint of probing, as if gauging Lin Fan's reaction. Lin Fan turned to Iron Knight, smiling, still thinking of leaving the guild. Iron Knight was instantly flustered and hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't. I was just at the front, taking all the hits." He laughed awkwardly, secretly relieved he hadn't done anything too reckless during the raid. Lin Fan nonchalantly said, "Fatty, draft an offline contract for him later, then give the gear to Iron Knight." Iron Knight was dumbfounded. "You mean, a contract for life?" Fatty burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, great idea. Set the penalty at 1 billion. If you betray us, I'll sue you to death." He couldn't help but praise Lin Fan's clever move. Iron Knight was hopping in anxiety. Fine, I'll sign. I'll die in this guild if I have to." Though he complained, he knew well that the chance to become the first holder of anti-magic gear in the Divine Realm was a rare opportunity. Besides, given the guild's actions in the territory wars, he had no real way out. Meanwhile, the raid team had just finished the Black Iron Maze, and a group of them was eager to challenge the Bronze Maze, hoping to score some anti-magic gear too. However, reality hit hard. They couldn't even get past the level 20 elite mobs with their nearly 60-member team. After several failed attempts, Lin Fan advised everyone to log off and rest, while he and Madman continued the challenge. Madman, itching with envy over Iron Knight's new gear, exclaimed, "I want anti-magic gear too. Come on, baby, love me again." With that, he resumed trying his luck with the Archer Saint. The system chimed in, "Ding, theft successful." The Madman froze, staring incredulously at the object in his hand. After hundreds of attempts, he had finally succeeded. A heroic-grade soul imprint appeared in his palm, glimmering with a mysterious light. "Soul imprint? Wogan, this is huge. I've struck gold," he exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement and disbelief. He examined the soul imprint closely and found it eerily resembled a human finger. Lin Fan was also stunned, his eyes wide open. "This is ridiculous. Can the boss really drop a soul imprint? And it's a rare heroic grade one. On par with the war goddess's soul imprint from the girls' dorm?" The Madman couldn't wait to display the soul imprint's attributes in the channel. Index finger of the ancient theft god heroic grade. Passive skill 1. Gain additional 50 poison damage per second for each boss kill. Basic proficiency 03000. God's comment. Poisoning? Huh? Traitor. You're courting death. Passive skill 2. If you fail at lockpicking, stealing, poisoning, or other rogue activities, your next attempt's success rate doubles. Basic proficiency 01000. God's comment. I despise human thieves. Both of them were momentarily petrified, feeling a mix of surprise and speechlessness at the attributes of the soul imprint. Lin Fan couldn't help but tease, "I have to say, this is your signature soul imprint, sneaky and sly." The Madman scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and asked, "So, is this mine?" Lin Fan smiled helplessly. "What do you think?" The Madman chuckled and immediately equipped the soul imprint. Despite its sketchy appearance, it perfectly matched his rogue profession. "You're a true bro," he sincerely thanked. Both understood that selling such a high-level soul imprint could easily fetch at least 10,000 gold coins at auction. In any other guild, there would probably be a fierce dispute over its ownership. "What are you standing around for? Keep going," Lin Fan urged. The Madman rubbed his hands together, filled with fighting spirit. "All right, if I don't pull out that girl's little skirt today, I won't be called Madman." For the next 10 hours, they tirelessly attempted to steal. Even with the soul imprint's boost, their success rate only increased from 0.5 to 1, and they continued to fail repeatedly. Meanwhile, they also endured the taunts of the Arrow Saint. "You shall not succeed, petty thieves. I am the Empire's greatest archer. My name will endure in the Empire's sky." When the chubby guild member returned from questing with his sister, he couldn't help but tease. Wow, I even took a nap, and you two are still playing on the fortress? The madman, exhausted, shouted. Shut up. As time ticked away, Lin Fan grew impatient. Let's try a few more times. Maybe it's just not stealable. The madman, unwilling to give up, shouted. 5 more minutes. Just give me 5 more minutes. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. All right, let's give this lady one last chance to come clean. As the seconds passed, the madman's movements became more frantic. In the final moment, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You better pull that mirror out, even if it's the last thing I do." With all his strength, he reached back and pulled. Ding! Theft successful. In the next moment, a pair of mirrored earrings appeared in the madman's hand. Wogan! Finally, you did it. My precious! He shouted frantically, jumping up and down with excitement while holding the jewelry. Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but praise. You're something else. The madman, full of pride, said, Level 25 anti-magic jewelry. Worth $1 billion, don't you think? With that, he sent the jewelry's attributes to Lin Fan's inbox without even taking a closer look himself. You will be cursed. Prepare to face the wrath of the Celestial Emperor. Tianyu's voice was filled with anger and despair. Her soul's flame trembled violently, as if sensing the loss of something she held most dear. Tears silently traced down her cheeks, evoking a pang of sympathy even in the heart of the madman. Why the tears? Got anything else good to share, sis? The madman asked, reaching out with a soothing touch. Ignoring the incessant chatter of the boss, Lin Fan decisively opened his mailbox. There lay the Celestial Emperor's token of affection, its quality and effects leaving him in awe. This earring wasn't just a level 25 anti-magic ranged equipment, but it also boasted 3 powerful effects: Magic Eye Lock, Mirror Traverse, and a damage boost against dragon-blooded units. As Lin Fan studied the earring's attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. He realized that Magic Eye and Mirror Traverse were actually 2 separate skills, and Tianyu had cleverly used them in tandem, nearly catching him off guard. This equipment not only solved his accuracy issues, but also gave him hope for slaying a dragon. You will be scorned by the entire Light Dragon Empire, and countless heroic warriors will lay an eternal curse upon you. Tianyu roared in fury. Thanks for the heads up. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, thinking of how this woman had almost killed his prized possession earlier. A grudge he couldn't let go. I really can't find anything else this time. The madman sighed, collapsing onto the ground in a state of exhaustion. Lin Fan put on the Celestial Emperor's earring and immediately summoned 2 magic eyes, quickly mastering their use. He fired a flame dragon at the magic eye, and in an instant, it vanished into the mirror, reappearing near the White Tower with astonishing speed. Unsurprisingly, the weakened remnant of Tianyu was completely obliterated. Defeating a domain-level boss should have yielded a wealth of loot. However, when the remnant exploded, it reluctantly dropped only a few coins. Just how many times have you looted them? Is this how you fleece someone? Lin Fan couldn't help but remark. The madman grinned mischievously. Not much, just a few dozen gold coins. The rest are just odds and ends. Lin Fan was speechless, calling them odds and ends, yet the madman kept them tightly guarded. Must mean they were valuable. Otherwise, given his nature, they would have been discarded ages ago. A system notification popped up. You have gained access to the watchtower. Progress in acquiring the Celestial Fortress permissions. 16. The Godslayer Guild has been upgraded from a level to level, increasing the guild's population cap. Spend 5,000 gold coins and 50,000 reputation points to repair the watchtower, gaining a special skill. Would you like to proceed with the repair? When the prompt sounded, Lin Fan didn't hesitate to choose restoration. Instantly, a mysterious power surged into his body, granting him the special skill of divine vision. This was an ability exclusive to the guild leader, enabling him to control the entire divine realm. Eager to try out his new skill, Lin Fan discovered that as long as he was within the range of a surveillance outpost, he could consume 200 mana points per second to access a panoramic view of the explored map. If he left the outpost range, the mana consumption would skyrocket tenfold. This is practically a mobile satellite positioning system. Lin Fan thought excitedly. He casually clicked on the area of Iching on the minimap, and a split-screen view immediately appeared, displaying an aerial view of Iching. As the view zoomed in, the streets and alleys of Iching became increasingly clear. The most astonishing aspect was that when the view was zoomed to the limit, he could even see the hair and facial details of NPCs and players. The high resolution took Lin Fan's breath away. This is basically a god-ear spying skill. Lin Fan thought in shock, glancing at the lunatic rummaging through boxes and cabinets. He mused that if this skill fell into his hands, he might commit a lot of insane acts. Luckily, rogue players don't have mana bars, so even if given the guild leader position, they could only watch helplessly. Lin Fan realized that the Divine Legion was no ordinary NPC organization. This floating island was located at the border of two great empires. Once war broke out, the strategic movements of both the Light Dragon Empire and the Dark Dragon Empire would be fully monitored by the surveillance outposts. This comprehensive surveillance ability explained why the Divine Legion could stand undefeated despite attacks from dozens of Dark Dragons. However, a question surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. Who breached this island? And who sealed the Divine Fortress underground? With these questions in mind, Lin Fan manipulated the Divine Vision to zoom out, overlooking the entire island. He found that most of the buildings on the island had collapsed, with only the area around the White Tower remaining relatively intact. The island's edge was riddled with large craters, as if gnawed by giant white ants, leaving only scattered rubble of the once sprawling building complexes. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. The path ahead is perilous. Please reach level 30 before exploring. Reluctantly, Lin Fan had to temporarily abandon his plan to delve into the Divine Fortress and instead return to Wulong's domain. Upon returning to the base, a portly man hurriedly reported, "Fambro, Chiziwa is inquiring about selling our base. She said she's willing to pay a high price to buy our main base." Lin Fan shook his head dismissively. "Tell her to go take a bath." The portly man nodded earnestly, turned to leave, then suddenly turned back and asked, "She also said you're like a toad lusting after a swan, and told you to drop dead. How should I reply?" Lin Fan's face darkened. "Damn it, are you messing with me? When I say go, you go." The portly man grinned mischievously, raising an eyebrow. "No worries in my eyes. Even if you're a toad, you're a handsome one. Get lost." Lin Fan retorted irritably, casually handing over 4 base certificates to the portly man, instructing him and the lunatic to attend the auction. In large towns, player-specific auction houses have special rules. All entering players are automatically anonymized, and equipment details are blurred to prevent conflicts of interest leading to killings and robberies outside the city. Holding the immensely valuable certificates, the portly man and the lunatic couldn't help but laugh. "It feels great to have a dozen small fortunes on us. How about we take Iron Cavalry and run off together, buy a resort with this much money, and have some fun?" Lin Fan ignored their wild fantasies. His top priority was to enhance his strength and level. He had a lead on an Abyss-level dungeon and planned to complete the task in Xian City first. Upon being teleported to Iching by the guide, Lin Fan's appearance caused an immediate commotion. "Damn! A notorious red name has appeared. Let's take him down," someone shouted. "Are you blind? You dare provoke that guy? Even Yikongcheng would avoid him," another player quickly intervened. "A red name daring to teleport into the city, that's gutsy." Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Sigh. The disguise ID has expired. He hadn't intended to draw so much attention. Hearing the commotion, the patrolling guards of Iching arrived, surrounding him with over a dozen NPC guards. "Halt! Capture him!" the guards shouted sternly. Among the crowd of players, some were itching to make a move. "No matter how strong a player is, I don't believe he can escape with so many guards around. How about we ambush him, kill him once, and make a fortune before quitting the game?" However, before they could act, Lin Fan leaped into the air. A thunderous beast roar echoed in the sky, stunning everyone. A level 30 elite battle beast. Damn, I didn't realize during the live stream that this mount was so huge. What an imposing presence. The sound of war drums suddenly resounded, and a chaotic hexagram appeared in front of Lin Fan. He swung the flame dragon, striking the guards with tremendous force, sending them flying. Then, the Crimson King opened its massive jaws, spewing countless fire serpents. In an instant, flames filled the air, causing the guards to wail in agony. Lin Fan leaped into the air, stepping on the Scarlet King, and as he clasped his hands together, the ground shook violently. The guards were immediately enveloped by his overwhelming presence, and before they could react, Lin Fan transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. "That's brutal. Just insanely brutal," gasped the onlookers. The guards, boasting health points in the hundreds of thousands, were effortlessly defeated without a chance to retaliate. Such is the terrifying power of a divine realm mage. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Who can possibly stop him? Even Yikongcheng couldn't. So what about Jianzheng Shiguan? The spectators were left in awe, understanding why even the mighty Yikongcheng was defeated so decisively. At this stage, it seemed no one could match his strength. Lin Fan sped along, and finally halted outside Ziyun City. He noticed the Dragon Girl icon flashing in his task list, indicating that the quest clues were nearby. Before him was a hilly landscape, littered with corrupted demon vine flowers. This was the Abyss-level dungeon, the Lost Frost Dragon Kingdom Ruins. As soon as he landed, his companion, number 1, was hit by the toxic attack of a demon vine flower. Its health plummeted, with its lizard-like mouth swelling like a balloon, resembling a winged dog. Seeing this, Lin Fan quickly recalled the Scarlet King into the battle pet space. Suddenly, a demon vine flower exploded at Lin Fan's feet, and the intense stench of decay nearly overwhelmed him. The toxin bypassed his shield and directly affected him, causing his health to drop steadily. At that moment, a group of corrupted goblins charged out from the surrounding bushes. Despite their short stature, they had long limbs and wielded small half-meter muskets and crossbows. These level 30 creatures each had 20,000 health points, 400 attack power, and possessed skills like Poison Sting, Frenzy Cheer, and Rapid Fire. Lin Fan chuckled wryly. I hope I don't end up biting the dust here. Every step felt like treading on landmines, with demon vine flowers constantly exploding. The goblins, positioned on higher ground, chattered and fired at him. Although their accuracy was poor, the noise was maddening. With his health dwindling, Lin Fan decisively summoned the Chaos Orb, launching a relentless assault. Utilizing its lifesteal ability, he managed to carve a path through the mountains. The Chaos Orb, now upgraded to level 7, with a 7 water element trait, maximized his sustainability. Pushing uphill, Lin Fan finally found a cave halfway up the mountain. However, before he could catch his breath, a massive horde of goblins swarmed in, numbering over 1,000. Despite being neutral creatures, they were hostile to outsiders, rushing in with their weapons. The King of Waga calls. Attack! Send the corrupted to meet Waga, the goblins shouted in unison. Just as Lin Fan was about to summon the flame dragon to clear the field, a bizarre sight stopped him in his tracks. A player, painted entirely in green to mimic a goblin, was shouting along with them. This nearly naked player even carried a mini magic cannon, seemingly ready to charge at Lin Fan. Lin Fan hovered in midair, riding his Crimson Serpent King to escape the concentrated fire of the goblins below. Suddenly, a cheer erupted, and he saw a group of goblins dancing excitedly, celebrating their success in driving away the enemy. Squinting, Lin Fan noticed a peculiar figure dancing among the green-skinned creatures. Isn't that a player? Lin Fan thought, double-checking in disbelief. The person was painted green all over, wearing only white shorts, and had an exaggerated expression like a clown. Lin Fan sighed, thinking, either I'm seeing things, or this world has gone mad. Even in the extraordinary realm of the divine domain, such an odd appearance was rare. With a shrug of resignation, Lin Fan called out to the person, Are you a player? The person froze, embarrassment and shame written all over his face. Suddenly, he shouted, Silence! This is a friend of our tribe, and no one is to harm him. As soon as he spoke, all the goblins immediately quieted down, looking up at him with admiration, much like kindergartners gazing at their teacher. I, the mightiest Wyak apostle of the goblin race, command you all to return to work, he shouted again. Lin Fan watched in astonishment as the goblins obediently retreated back into their burrows, chanting Wyak as they went. You can command them? Lin Fan asked in surprise. This player was only level 10, yet he could make a group of level 30 goblins obey him, something that was beyond the capabilities of ordinary players. Well, I'm just their temporary leader. The person replied with a sheepish grin, introducing himself as Yiling. Lin Fan scrutinized Yiling closely. He wore goblin-style glasses, his skin covered in dense green magical runes, giving him an eerie appearance. If not for the notably large goblin-like nose, one might easily mistake him for a goblin chieftain. So, how did you end up here? Lin Fan asked curiously, retracting the Crimson Serpent King. This area was populated with level 30 monsters, not a place for a level 10 newcomer. Yiling chuckled wryly and explained, Don't even ask, I'm just as confused. I fell into a teleportation trap right after leaving the novice village and accidentally crushed their leader upon landing. Somehow, I ended up as the Wyak apostle. Lin Fan stifled a laugh. He was aware of the numerous hidden professions in the divine domain, but this was a first. He recalled the lore of Wyak, a deity worshipped by goblins, known for extraordinary crafting abilities. Essentially, it was all about imagination. With enough fervent belief in Wyak, goblin engineers could create powerful magical weapons from the most mundane materials. Yiling continued, mentioning that he could have escaped, but, being a mechanical engineering student, he was fascinated by the goblin's technological prowess and chose to stay to study it. He proudly gestured to a magical turret nearby, claiming it as one of his creations. Lin Fan examined the turret closely, exclaiming, This looks like an Italian cannon. You've got a keen eye. Yiling responded eagerly. It's a 1:4 replica of the Italian 75mm artillery. Intrigued, Lin Fan checked the attributes of the magical turret. Goblin Tech, Mana Cannon. Quality, Heroic. HP, 5000-5000. Attack, 2000. Range, 120 meters. Attack speed, 0.5. Mana shells, 2003000. Effects, Splash, Shatter, Armor Penetration. Wow, these stats are insane. Lin Fan thought, amazed. This cannon far surpassed typical secondary weapons like magic crossbows. After level 30, the power of secondary weapons like magic arrows or scrolls depended on their craftsmanship and quality. But compared to this cannon, they were merely child's play. With its mana-based charging, each shell consumed 100 mana, saving money on enchanted arrows. Although its attack speed was slow, the sheer power was staggering. Lin Fan imagined if they could line up 100 or so of these cannons at a stronghold, even gods would have to bow. Yi Ling enthusiastically offered, "Come, let me show you my production workshop. I swear, if I ever step out, I'll shake the entire divine domain." Even the Triple Crown champion would have to step aside. "Sure, sure," Lin Fan replied with a smile, humoring him. It seemed Yi Ling wasn't too familiar with the World Channel and knew nothing about stronghold battles, nor did he recognize who Lin Fan was. After a short walk, the scene opened up before them, revealing a sprawling goblin city. The system notified Lin Fan, "You have discovered the Goblin Factory." A river of volcanic lava ran through the factory, with all sorts of bizarre goblin creations scattered chaotically around, creating a spectacular sight. Thousands of goblins were bustling about, transporting ores and forging tools, creating a seemingly chaotic scene. Lin Fan stood to the side, witnessing a shocking event. A goblin slipped and fell into the boiling lava, instantly turning to ash. Strangely, this tragedy didn't cause panic, but instead sparked cheers and celebration among the surrounding goblins. "Yi Ling, don't worry." Lin Fan turned to his companion with a resigned expression. "The goblin that died will soon sprout from the ground again." Yi Ling flashed a smug smile. "Haha, you might not understand this. Goblins are essentially intelligent plants. When they die, they turn into spores, take root in the soil, and can regrow within 3 days. Moreover, the death of one goblin can lead to the emergence of over a dozen new ones." Lin Fan's eyes widened, clearly taken aback by this bizarre method of reproduction. He had always thought goblins were just weak, neutral creatures and never delved deeper into their nature. Yi Ling continued to explain, "Influenced by the power of Waga, new goblins could become frontline soldiers or goblin engineers, while some unlucky ones are destined to be food. This transformation mainly depends on the needs of the tribe. However, lately, more than half of the new goblins are turning into demonic creatures, which is quite troubling." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, realizing the dire consequences if these little creatures were allowed to endlessly self-destruct and multiply. Moreover, the goblins' most formidable trait wasn't just their numbers but their ability to equip and create magical weaponry. Once they gather in large numbers, even the Imperial army might struggle to withstand them. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from beneath the ground, interrupting Lin Fan's thoughts. The lava on the surface began to boil violently, and a chilling air surged from the crevices. Wherever it reached, goblins were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, causing the others to scatter in fear. Yi Ling's expression changed dramatically. "Could that cursed thing have escaped?" he shouted. "Guys, bring out my big weapon." With a chorus of Waga, a group of goblins emerged from a dilapidated shed, pushing out a massive contraption magical tank. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire. "Tech guys are unbeatable. Brother, you're a genius." At that moment, the icon for the Abyss dungeon started flashing rapidly. Several hundred meters away, a crack appeared, from which the chilling air continuously emanated. Lin Fan stared into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Is the Goblin Factory located right above the Frost Dragon Kingdom dungeon?" In no time, a dozen humanoid creatures, each standing 3 meters tall and covered in white scales, appeared before Lin Fan. His heart tightened as he immediately recognized them as hybrid dragonkin. These Frost Dragon Guards each boasted level 30 HP, an attack power of 120,700 skill points, and were proficient in basic frost magic and combat techniques. Lin Fan scrutinized these creatures closely. Their health was absurdly high, and they had pale human-like faces but with mouths full of fangs. They gripped primitive weapons, exuding a wild aura. As he observed these hybrid dragonlings, a discordant image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He muttered to himself, "How do these things even reproduce? One is so big, the other so small. This setup makes no sense." Just then, Yi Ling enthusiastically shouted, "Let's go, hop in and blast them." Clearly, this wasn't his first encounter with hybrid dragonkin. He agilely jumped onto the magical tank, flung open its battered hatch, and invited Lin Fan aboard. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan couldn't help but gasp. This player-created Goblin Tech Type 1 mana tank was of heroic quality, boasting an astonishing 500,000 HP and attack power. Lin Fan thought, "This is terrifying 500,000 health. How is this even made?" He felt a chill run down his spine. The tank's defense was even sturdier than his own Red Scale King. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Fan climbed through the hatch. The tank's interior was shockingly simplistic, just a steering wheel and a few basic controls. He instinctively looked up and noticed something amiss, frowning as he asked, "Isn't your tank missing a cannon?" Yi Ling grinned smugly. "Let me show you something. Watch closely." With that, he climbed out of the command room and shouted at the goblins, "Waga! Waga!" Instantly, thousands of goblins seemed entranced and joined in the chant. The battle commenced immediately. Dozens of goblin youngsters were decapitated by the frost dragon guards in an instant, yet bizarrely, their severed heads continued to shout. Lin Fan's expression changed as he watched thousands of red beams converge on Yiling, whose magical runes flared brilliantly, as if he had gained some divine power. With each infusion of this faith energy, Yiling grinned and yelled, "Waga fusion." Lin Fan was dumbfounded as he watched the mana cannon disassemble itself, its barrel merging with the mana tank. In the blink of an eye, a mini-tank destroyer appeared before them. "I mean, this defies all logic, doesn't it?" Lin Fan murmured, bewildered by this bizarre goblin tech. It neither adhered to scientific principles nor followed the rules of magical constructs. It was just a lot of shouting, yet somehow, it worked. This scene reminded Lin Fan of a legend. It was said that on the day the hardcore mode was activated, a mysterious creator single-handedly constructed the Eternal Wall to protect Huaxia, trapping the endless demon horde in the Void Rift, a feat once regarded by challengers as a divine miracle. Although he ultimately failed and the line was breached, it inflicted heavy losses on the demon vanguard, buying months for many challengers to grow stronger. Could it be him? Lin Fan was shocked. He knew that creators weren't rare in the divine realm, with professions like imperial builders, magical artifact forgers, and barrier masters. Yet none were as mysteriously bizarre as this Waga apostle. Lin Fan examined the mana tank closely. Its material resembled the refined iron obtained from dismantling green equipment, essentially just a jumble of iron chunks. Yet in Yi Ling's hands, it transformed from decay into a heroic-grade magical weapon. Lin Fan thought, "This defies basic logic, but that's the essence of Waga's power. Hold on tight. We're going full throttle." Yi Ling shouted excitedly, his eyes flashing with madness, resembling the goblin youngsters. He floored the accelerator, and the mana tank shot forward. Lin Fan's mind was left with only one thought. "Whoa, that's fast." Boom. With a thunderous roar, a red magic shell whistled out, striking a dragonling directly. The unfortunate creature was blasted dozens of meters away. Then, the splash damage from the magic shell took effect, with mana fragments scattering everywhere, causing additional damage as a series of numbers popped up. 3 consecutive shots later, over a dozen dragon blood guards were scattered. However, this seemingly fierce attack hadn't inflicted much damage. Their 120,000 health remained steadfast. Lin Fan thought, "Too bad the cannon's power is a bit lacking." Charging, under Yi Ling's command. A group of goblin youngsters rushed to buy time, while he continued to infuse mana into the mana cannon. Yet against the powerful dragon blood guards, over 100 goblins were turned into ice sculptures in an instant, completely outmatched. Yi Ling puzzledly remarked, "Why are there so many guards today? Usually, it's just 1 or 2 stragglers." Lin Fan turned his head slightly, feeling a bit guilty, knowing well it was related to the Abyss quest he had activated. Lin Fan noticed that Yi Ling wore no mana boosting equipment, yet his mana capacity far exceeded that of mages at the same level. Still, even after exhausting his mana, he had only charged the mana cannon 15 times. The continuous magic shelling caused the entire cavern to tremble. Even after firing 10 shells in succession, only 4 guards were brought to half health. Yeehaw! Yi Ling, undeterred, poked his head out and let out a strange cry. The roar of engines suddenly filled the air, causing Lin Fan to pause. He saw a dozen oversized goblins burst out from a nearby cave. These goblin techmasters were all burly, boasting impressive stats. Level 30, 50,000 HP, 400 skill points, and traits like combat enthusiast, goblin technology utilization, and cannibalism. What was even more astonishing was that each of these goblins rode an off-road motorcycle, exuding a wild punk style. Some even sported pink bunny ears on their helmets, adding a bizarre touch of humor. Lin Fan was dumbfounded and couldn't help but mutter, "This is getting ridiculous. Goblins on motorcycles." He turned to Night Zero, exasperated. "Is this your doing? Your personal taste is a bit too much." Night Zero coughed awkwardly, "I had some free time." The goblin techmasters raced past on their motorcycles, easily outmaneuvering a squad of Dragonblood guards. With their nonsensical blue flame Gatling guns, they managed to push back the Dragonblood guards, who had superior stats. Night Zero chuckled proudly, "Just wait until my goblin tribe grows to 10,000, and I can cultivate goblin giants. Those will be even stronger than the techmasters." "Techmasters? Goblin giants," Lin Fan muttered, feeling his understanding of the world was still too limited. "Charge!" Night Zero commanded, as countless goblins responded, launching a swarm attack. Just as they were about to overwhelm the Dragonblood guards, a beastly roar echoed once more. A dragon warrior with horns emerged from a crack, looking formidable. This dragonkind commander was equally powerful, a level 30 elite creature with 1,300,000 HP, 1,100 attack power, and skills like Eternal Freeze Slash, Overlord Body, and Bloodthirsty Critical. Armed with a long war blade, he effortlessly swung it, sending out fan-shaped blades that mowed down the goblins like wheat, causing heavy casualties. Knight Zero's expression turned serious. This is the monster that wiped out half my workforce last time before I managed to drive it back. More Dragonblood guards appeared in its wake. Knight Zero turned to Lin Fan. Things have changed. It looks like we're in deep trouble. If you die with a red name, you'll lose a lot, right? Should I send some goblin tech masters to escort you back to the city? Lin Fan shook his head calmly. No need. This mini-boss seems to be after me. He pointed to the mana tank's observation port and asked, "Can you use your Waga's power to create a firing slot for me?" "Are you sure?" Knight Zero asked, puzzled. "This level 30 elite boss is insanely strong. Our damage output isn't enough." Lin Fan smiled. "Don't worry, just keep the tank moving, and I'll handle the damage." Knight Zero hesitated for a moment, but decided to comply. Soon, a firing slot was created, just big enough to fit a staff through. Lin Fan's face flushed slightly as he inserted the Sacred Realm staff into the slot, feeling a bit embarrassed. He took a deep breath, ready to test its effectiveness. A firebrand emerged from the top of the mana tank, prompting a peculiar mix of disdain and amusement to flicker across the Dragonblood boss's face. With a powerful crouch, it launched itself over the goblin's head like a cannonball, swinging a massive blade down at the tank with fierce intent. Using melee weapons against a tank? What a joke! Lin Fan chuckled at the absurdity of the scene. The boss's strike dealt 8,000 points of enchanted damage, but it barely scratched the mana tank's 500,000 health points. Alright, stop. Lin Fan commanded Yi Ling to adjust the angle. Target locked. Fire the human cannon. A chaotic hexagram glowed as a flaming dragon shot out, striking the boss squarely in the face. The outrageous damage numbers left Yi Ling speechless. "I say, buddy, who's the gunner here? You or me? This damage surpasses my Italian cannon." Lin Fan smiled silently, secure behind the protection of the mana tank, allowing him to attack without restraint. Enraged, the boss roared to the sky, leaping to deliver a series of slashes that froze the flaming dragon into an ice sculpture, then swiftly attacked again. With a cold gleam in his eyes, Lin Fan clasped his hands together, causing the ground to quake. The staff's multi-strike effect triggered, and 6 stone dragons erupted from the earth. The cavern trembled violently, sending goblins flying and colliding in a comical frenzy. "Wow, what kind of magic is that? Can I learn it?" Yi Ling was thoroughly astonished. Does the game really get this powerful just by reaching level 20-something? Of course. Next time I come across this skill book, I'll give it to you. Lin Fan chuckled, intensifying his strikes. He activated the Wind Whisperer, boosting his attack speed beyond 3.0, unleashing chaotic orbs like a torrential downpour. As the boss leader was trapped by the stone dragons, Dragonblood guards swarmed in to rescue him. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, summoning water elements to unleash a bloodthirsty tide. The bloody waves engulfed the guards, turning them against each other. Lin Fan's relentless assault rapidly depleted the boss's health. By the time it broke free from the stone dragons, Lin Fan had already instructed Yi Ling to drive away. From 200 meters out, he continued to kite and attack, with red damage numbers floating up continuously. "You can attack from that far? My goodness, what's going on here?" Yi Ling was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped, as Lin Fan's range outstripped even his mana cannon. Remembering his boasts about creating the longest range cannon in the realm, he felt his pride crumble under the barrage of Lin Fan's hand cannon. "Keep kiting and maintaining distance. I can go even further," Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Yi Ling began to question his life choices, dreaming about how powerful he might become after reaching level 20, at least strong enough to challenge this guy. He resolved, staying cooped up isn't sustainable. I need to take the Yi clan out into the world to develop. His long isolation in crafting had made him realize he was indeed a bit narrow-minded. The speed of the mana tank amazed Lin Fan. Although the boss wasn't an agile creature, its explosive power was impressive, yet it couldn't catch up with Yi Ling's frantic driving. The fact that a two-legged hybrid dragon couldn't outrun a tracked vehicle was quite scientifically accurate. Yi Ling's driving skills were superb, executing high-difficulty drifts and turns, infuriating the Dragonblood boss into a frenzy of screeches. The two had a clear division of labor. Yi Ling fired to finish off weakened elite monsters, while Lin Fan focused his cannon on the boss. With the activation of the chaotic chain, Lin Fan's damage output began to double. The incredible real damage and critical hits left Yi Ling in awe. "Your gear must be top-notch, right? You're using a hero weapon, aren't you?" Yi Ling asked innocently, having heard from his roommates that elites always use purple gear. Could this guy be a mini tycoon? More or less, my gear is just about adequate, Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. Does your guild accept new members? Can I join? I'm not very strong right now, but I have goblin helpers, and I promise I won't hold you back. Yiling asked tentatively, indicating he wanted to team up with Lin Fan after this. Absolutely. Join my guild, and I'll cover the cost for crafting materials. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. He had deliberately showcased his explosive damage output, waiting for Yiling to make this offer. This young man wielded divine skills yet was unaware of his strategic value. As a goblin apostle capable of mindless creation, potentially a reincarnation of the eternal Great Wall's creator, such a prodigious talent was not to be overlooked. In some ways, Yiling alone could equate to an army of 1,000, as he was the goblin leader, capable of mobilizing the entire goblin clan. Lin Fan eyed the mana tank with some envy. Although such a hero-level magical device wasn't particularly useful to him, its flaws were evident, such as slow attack speed and lengthy reload times for charging projectiles. If only there were better materials for Yiling to modify, and then he could create hundreds more for the guild's life players. Wouldn't that form a god-slaying heavy armor synthesis brigade? Yiling thought excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He could almost picture the endless tide of steel crushing everything in its path, with super mounts and dragons reduced to dust under the firepower. Awesome! Yiling clenched his fist. He's going down. Last time he got away. But with you here, brother, we'll storm his lair. The battle was intense, and the Dragonblood boss's health had dropped below 200,000. Surprisingly, the ferocious creature chose to turn and flee. Yiling quickly reacted, ordering the goblin bikers to intercept. Driven into a corner, the Dragonblood boss launched a desperate counterattack. Bloodthirsty criticals activated, entering a double critical state, and with a storm slash, it instantly turned 2 goblin techies and their bikes into mincemeat. However, the fighting spirit of the goblin race was not to be underestimated. They were like peculiar immortals, living to die, bloodthirsty berserkers. 3 goblin techies fearlessly charged at the Dragonblood boss, their eyes glowing with a strange red light, their bodies rapidly swelling. Waga! Waga! The goblins chanted their tribal slogan, without hesitation activating their self-destruct skill warlike zealot. Boom! 3 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, the deafening explosions causing the Dragonblood boss's health to plummet, while also applying a crippling debuff. The explosion's power was so immense that only the upper half of the boss's body remained, with blood gushing out. Waga, God bless my people. Charge! Yiling shouted with tears in his eyes, his voice hoarse with emotion. His fervor inspired the surrounding goblins, who charged at the enemy even more fiercely. Lin Fan watched Yiling in amazement, sensing a special bond between Yiling and the goblins that surpassed typical NPC allegiance. It seemed as if Yiling had fully embraced the role of the goblin leader. Lin Fan pondered whether this unique connection was why the legendary Waga god chose Yiling as an apostle. Why was it him who fell into the teleportation array and not another player? On the battlefield, the boss's blood stained the ground, creating a gruesome and shocking scene. After the explosions, countless pale green spores drifted with the wind. Some quick-witted young goblins pulled out tattered bags to collect these precious life seeds, waiting for the right moment to plant them and nurture new life. Old 12. Old 18. I'll avenge you. Yiling, eyes red with fury, fired wildly at the boss's corpse. Damn it, just die already. Lin Fan gently patted Yiling's shoulder, smiling as he said, calm down, this dungeon has just begun. No sooner had he spoken than the boss's body exploded, revealing a level 25 purple staff and a few low-level skill books. The purple weapon dropped. Yiling exclaimed, isn't this perfect for a small tycoon? Lin Fan nodded in confirmation. Since he had dealt most of the damage, and they weren't in a party, the item belonged to him. He handed the staff to the eager-eyed Yiling. Take it. I'll have the guild brothers help you level up later. Yiling quickly shook his head. No way. I can't take it. This weapon must be worth thousands. It's too valuable. Thousands. Lin Fan chuckled, realizing Yiling was a true newbie, unaware of the auction house prices. He explained, this staff is level 25, a hero-grade weapon. The minimum price at the auction house is over 1.2 million, and it doesn't even match this one's attributes. Seeing Yiling's shocked expression, Lin Fan continued, I don't need the money. Just take it. If you want to repay me, then build me a magic army. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile, like a seasoned player luring a newcomer into the game, his eyes shining with cunning. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.